Asus, MSI, Gigabyte, all of their partners who make their GPUs will have to decide how much they're going to elevate the price even more. We've already seen companies like Asus raise their price 10 to 20%, blame it on the tariffs, even though nobody else did it, and then had nothing to say when people said, hey, how is it possible that you're the only one who's charging the extra? Anyways, it's a difficult situation all around. Prices increasing. We're trying to do our best here at UFD Tech to give back to the community, trying to make sure that you guys can have similar access to what we have. I try to, when GPUs come in for review, we give them right back out, because what do I need all of these computers for? But you know what I do need? Today's video sponsor. You know what makes working on a computer all day extra boring? Some lame cookie cutter browser. Lucky for me and all of you, Opera GX is here to break the mold of what a browser can be. Oh, and they're also sponsoring today's video. Unlike other browsers, Opera GX offers actual customization to make it fit your ideal workspace and personal style, with everything being found in the gx.store. Scrolling through this plethora of mods offered, I found this pack called Legendary Rift that really jumped out at me. Once you download the mod you want, you can peek over at the sidebar to access the mods menu. From here, you can enable and disable individual aspects of the mods. Now, get ready for everything the mods do.
Today we have the Keychron Q1 wired hot swappable mechanical keyboard, available in this lovely blue colorway.
And some people might say, yikes at this GPU pricing, but it doesn't appear to be that bad when you compare it to NVIDIA, because the XFX listings for the RX 9060 XT has been listed at 450 bones. Now that is allegedly starting for the 8GB variant, and the 16GB variant's going for $520. Now this is the listing for two different XFX cards that have popped up on Amazon and a various retailer, looking like this is probably going to be about the accurate price. It looks like it's going to be technically more expensive than the RTX 5060 Ti, with the 16GB version of the 5060 Ti technically being $429. Okay, that's what it's allegedly supposed to be at for the MSRP. So this $450 price for the 8GB is significantly above the $379 for the 8GB 5060 Ti. The 16GB being $520 is significantly more than the $430 that it is for the 5060 Ti, except for when you go to look at reality and try to find out, hey, can I buy a 5060 Ti for those MSRPs? The answer was never. They never launched at MSRP as far as I could find. It's not like the 5060, which has like one or two models. The 5060 Ti is just more expensive regardless. If you look on Micro Center right now, $420 for the 8GB and $530 for the 16GB. Those are right in line with each other. Now, we're not clear if the XFX price is the MSRP that AMD is going to come out and suggest, or if that's actually going to be their cut after the MSRP, and the MSRP is going to be a little bit closer. We don't really know that much information, but if apples are equal to apples here, then you're basically choosing between GDDR7 in the VRAM configurations or GDDR6, 8GB still being on AMD, in case that's your bag of chips. Doesn't appear to be for a lot of people, and it's going to be slower VRAM than what you have on NVIDIA, but we're not clear on what the core performance is going to be like. How is that GPU going to hold up? Is it going to be able to beat the 5060 Ti? Probably. We'll see. And I want to see what you had to say in Friday's episode of Hot News in the comments. So let's see what you said. We got Who Am?
Bro, is my hair actually cooked? So KJ.
I actually have no idea how to start off this video. No memes, no ha-has, no goofiness or silliness, if you will. Let's just get straight to the point. So there's this Twitch streamer who goes by Amaranth. She's one of the biggest Twitch streamers and one of the biggest OF girls out there. She's been around forever. You might know her from this.
Mechanicon. I'm very surprised that it fit perfectly in the dimensions, because I just like eyeballed it.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Show banner? Okay.
Ooh, that stinks, Rance.
Yeah,
that stinks.
Yes, that's her. And yes, that is her core audience. This is a situation that escalated from Amaranth and her husband have been fighting for hours on Cake, and then her breaking down and then calling the cops, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. We're gonna talk and cover everything here. Now, before we get into those clips, I want to make this very clear. This is someone who has lied about being assaulted. Looks like lies about this every 6 or 7 months whenever she needs relevancy for whatever reason. And this is not me underplaying this or being like, don't believe her, guys. But once again, this is someone who has lied about this kind of stuff before. And when this happened for the first time about a year or two ago, everyone came to her defense, including myself. I made a video being like, yo, this situation sucks. I feel bad for her. But then it turned out it was fake. It wasn't a real abuse situation. So now everyone's just like, should we believe her? Should we not? Is this part of a script?
Amaranth is the biggest fraud on Twitch. You guys remember a couple months ago when Amaranth was having that situation with her ex-husband, where basically she told the entire internet that her husband was actually abusive, and because of him, she was actually forced to do OnlyFans. He actually forced her to be sexualized on stream on a daily basis, and this was all because of financial reasons, because this husband wanted to make a lot of money and he wanted to make it only for himself, and he used Amaranth as a tool to get what he actually wants. So I want you guys to keep in mind that Amaranth, she never wanted to do any of these naked streams, right? She didn't want to stream on Twitch with absolutely no clothes. She didn't want to do an OnlyFans because Amaranth is actually a very good and wholesome girl with very good values and morals, and the only reason she was doing any of this was because she was forced to by her evil ex-husband. Okay, now believe it or not, the absolute entire internet completely fell for this and believed her completely with absolutely zero proof regarding what she said.
Am I going to believe you and feel bad for you, even though you faked this before? Amaranth calls the cops on her husband after he charged at her during a 20-hour stream argument. This goes out to every couple who's a social media personality. We don't need to hear you guys argue 24/7.
That's fine.
Regardless.
I'm not unokay with being observed.
Okay, great.
I'm unokay with you pointing the camera.
Well, then leave. I'm not gonna follow you.
So you're literally just gonna be super defiant, is that right?
Shit. Talk about problems. Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Pointing my
Leave. You
face.
can move. You can
Dude,
go away.
I wasn't in camera view. You moved the camera
The
view
fuck,
to me.
bro? What is wrong with you? You got.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Let's play the devil's advocate, right? If this is real, the guy is insane. He's a disgusting human being and he should be arrested. But once again, she's done this before. Kind of looks like it's just for clout. And I'm not the only one that thinks this. Person says more fake shit from her, donations must be low. If this guy is indeed abusive, then fuck this guy. I wish nothing but the worst for him. What do we believe in at this point? Is this real? Is she playing up the abuse? Is it just a soap opera drama for the Sims to get involved? Would I be surprised if in a few months she's like, oh yeah, this was just script, guys? No, I would not be surprised.
You like smoking cigars actively. Why are you comparing things that you can't compare? Why are you insane?
Are you honestly?
There's not even some shit in the house. Crazy, right? Yeah, that's what dogs do. Where do you want it to go? Crazy.
7 of them.
You chose to get 7. I wanted 5.
And yet you're saying I hate them? It's so weird.
Oh my god!
You are supposed to do it, but you also
I literally told you
can't hate them.
that you can't complain about this. You agreed to complain about this. You got 7. You're crazy. You suggested 2 more.
Couple experts tip one
far
dog.
more important.
You should do this every day. Your view numbers have tripled.
My takeaway from this is to stop oversharing. Not everything needs to be streamed. It's just like so performative. And like the donation guy said at the end, it's like, yeah, your views have tripled ever since you guys have live streaming your arguments. Dude, people don't have any fucking decency anymore. You're already extremely wealthy. Why do this? Someone just said, I stand with the husband. This has to stop. Okay, please, this goes to every Twitch streamer or just any streamer overall. We do not need to know about you 24/7, 365 about every single little thing you do. Stop. I hate this behavior that everything needs to be known and everything needs to be streamed. And I get it. Couples fight, couples have arguments. That's completely normal. Not to this level, okay? Whether this is real or not, this is not a healthy relationship, okay? I want to make that very clear. And if someone is abusive, then leave his ass. And I do have a problem with it when it becomes fictionalized and it's just like, oh, let's just make this entertainment, guys. Someone is definitely gonna take this out of context and be like, Sense thinks abuse is corny? What? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying lying about it like she's done in the past to profit off of that and victims is corny. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm an insane one, Nick,
No.
and you were in an insane mindset.
No, you're just, something is mentally unhinged for you right now, because normally
No, it's
Normally-
literally you. You were unhinged.
when you know that you're being swatted, you're at least concerned for the dogs, and you're almost
I was not concerned in this case because one, I know that the dogs aren't in here, so there's nothing for me to be concerned, and I know that they are from on the
yeah,
outside.
they're like on the patio, and then
Either on the patio concealed.
Trumps can jump over things.
I don't have to be concerned if I didn't hear a shot go off. There's nothing for me to be concerned. If we had heard gunshots, yes, I'd be concerned. But we didn't. So why would I be concerned? If police enter my door like they do every night because we hired them.
That's not. Those aren't the ones we hired.
If this was my relationship or my life, I would actually kill myself. This is miserable. Why would I want to spend my days arguing? Especially if I'm rich, okay? If I'm rich as fuck, I'm not going to be dealing with this shit, okay? Waste of time, waste of energy.
Tonight, hundreds of supporters celebrated as a judge granted bond for 57-year-old Mahendra Patel, released after spending 47 days in jail.
For those who don't remember, the old Indian man who was accused of kidnapping in Georgia, surveillance video came out, basically showed that the man didn't kidnap anybody, but he still remained in jail for 46 days. There's a video of him being released and talking to the press. If you're wondering who the white lady is, it's his lawyer. I know her. It's actually so weird that I recognize her. When I was following the Young Thug trial, one of Young Thug's lawyers ended up getting jailed by the judge who was corrupt.
Yes.
That judge ended up getting thrown off the case, but at the time, he didn't want to go to jail, the lawyer, but the judge was trying to throw him in. So then other lawyers had to show up to defend him, and she's one of those people.
About a dozen defense attorneys showed up to support Brian Steele, who's representing rapper Young Thug in his criminal racketeering case.
Anytime a member or criminal defense lawyer is making a motion in good faith and they're being shut down by the judge and threatened with jail, that's scary.
That's crazy. Also, you got somebody's hair in your beard.
Yeah, well, that's,
Yeah, but it's like long.
It's a trophy.
Sure. It looks like a mess.
You're going to tell me I look like a mess?
I'm saying that looks... Yeah, it's gone. It was curled like spaghetti. I ain't fronting.
I ain't mad at it.
Okay,
I'm going to keep that close to my heart.
Okay.
How does it feel? I feel great. It's a freedom that's called now. Finally, I'm out.
Can I say something? 46 days is too long. We said that we already had a conversation, and then you said like, well, you don't know how you would have in those situation because maybe feeling good is the only way to add nothing. I know I wouldn't feel that good. I'd be pissed off. Oh yeah, 46 days for something you did.
Maybe.
And then you still have to go to. Oh my God.
All I know is when I see inmates who've been in jail for dozens of years and they get freed after some bullshit, they don't come out angry. The only way to survive in there is to make peace with a lot of things. That's what I've seen so far. So I'm gonna just take it from them because everyone else who come out, that's the attitude. They don't look angry and indignant at that time.
So happy to be out.
So happy to be out there. I was there for 47 days, absolutely. I counted every hour and every minute of it over there.
How does it feel being able to walk outside, be with your family, with your daughters?
Great. It feels great. It feels great. It could not happen without all these guys right here in my circle. Didn't help me.
What was it like all that time, those 6 weeks you were in there?
Well, I'm a perseverance guy, so you gotta take it one day at a time. A lot of ups and downs in the days, but I knew we had a team outside helping me. So one day we'll see the light out, and then we see it today.
Yeah, put it in perspective. I asked if he had clothes. Well, I have winter clothes because I went into jail. It was
That's
still
right.
winter.
Yeah, this is it. And I have a jacket actually too, black jacket, because that day it was in the 40s when I got picked up.
Yeah.
That's a lot. So at the time when he went to jail, it was so cold, he had to wear hoodies and a coat. By the time he came out, like spring and early summer.
6 weeks will do that to you.
Damn.
Like, remember what it looked like 6 weeks ago? There was no leaves. There was no leaves outside.
It was different.
What was your reaction when you got arrested?
I said that, I cannot even dream about somebody alleging me for doing this kind of thing. Forget about me dreaming to do this. So it was a shocker. In fact, I didn't even realize why they were arresting me in the first place. And they took me in Acworth. And that's when I realized that this is what it was all about. I thought they had a wrong guy or something. So we had no idea.
But he wants to go home and, eat a home cooked meal and be with his family and get a shower.
Yeah, what are you going to do first?
Yeah, what are you going to do first?
I gotta take a shower. I'm a picky about food, but I told my daughter and wife, I said, I don't care. Better than what I got over there. I'll take it any day, any moment. So any food I will eat.
Very quickly seeing all your supporters.
Yeah. I wanted to thank actually Ashley Merchant. Here's my daughter. She is Elena is the champion. She is the one who worked day and night for me. And she's the one got Ashley on the team.
And also to be clear, Ashley Merchant is a big lawyer. That's not a nobody. So the fact that the daughter worked tirelessly to get her on the case and she took it up, shout out to the daughter. That's impressive. Like, to give you an idea, like, that's getting probably one of the biggest lawyers in America in general to go defend your dad and get him out of jail. So, very, very impressive.
I really hope that with that same lawyer they countersue. I really hope. I'm disgusted.
Who are they going to sue?
The lady. Civil.
They could, but if she ain't got no money, then you waste your time.
Are you considering bringing charges against Ms. Miller?
I mean, we can't bring charges against her.
See, if there was a city or something like that,
yeah,
that's different. And you know what's fucked up? The cops, technically, they were just going based off what the lady said. You can say they didn't do the greatest job or whatever because they checked the surveillance footage or whatnot. But they had enough probable cause to arrest him and hold him.
I understand what you're saying.
Based on the seriousness of the crime.
I understand what you're saying.
He got nobody to sue.
I understand what you're saying. But, no, I will disagree that they didn't do their job because they have to go from the footage and they see what happened. They saw what happened and they looked at it. In order to trace the dude, they had to scrutinize what happened. So,
okay, there's a difference between what you and I think is doing their job and what's legally proven. That's not the same thing. You and I can agree they didn't do their job properly.
Sure.
That's very different than whether or not they had probable cause necessary to arrest the person, hold them in jail.
Sure.
So.
I could not believe that this many supporters came out today, were inside and outside the courtroom to support me. I'm very grateful for them. Very grateful for them.
Do you feel like any of this has to do with race at all?
I don't want to comment that. I mean, it's a very sensitive issue. I don't know what goes through the mind of people when they do that. We don't play racism in our life. We take it whatever the card we get in. When first day she came, we were like, you have no idea what is going on outside, but we got to change your image over here.
It's just such a wrong.
First few days were not good for our family and everybody, but we quickly turned around, and I'm so grateful for not only Atlantans who came out inside and outside today, but also so many people from online, all across the country and out of country, even, in other countries as well, supported us all over in social media.
Yeah, you're welcome, bro. A little lighthearted. What a great attitude. I think it's incredibly impressive to be wronged in that way and to have the heart to truly be able to forgive the people who did that to you and to move in the way that he does. I think it's good for him. I think it's going to help him with his family as well, because I can tell they took it. It almost looks like they took it harder than he did.
Of course he did.
You know, so that's, I mean, not necessarily, of course, he's the one who spent the time in jail.
I understand what you're saying, but they're the one that's fighting for him to get that, so they get reminded every day. When he's inside, you don't really necessarily hear about that thing. They got reminded every day that shit was happening and that they had to fight to get him out. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, he is in jail. He is suffering for that. But they are doing the works to contact this, contact that, phone number. We have to do an update, call back that number, do the work to get that person, call that person, not answering, call that person. Who else are we going to get on the case? Listening to this, listening to that. People are pointing the fingers at you. You see the comment. He don't see the comments. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that prison or jail is not as bad, but I can understand the toll that it can bring to the family, just having to deal with all that and making sure that it gets out. And then you have the weeks that are passing, and then you're working, and you think you're working, you can lose faith because all your work that you put into is kind of not advancing. So I can understand the toll that it's.
Yeah, and you may not have been found guilty, and you have to sit.
All right, it seems that the first Piers Morgan is.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riv here. So today we're going to be talking about Anissa Joma, who is of course married to iDubbbz. Now admittedly, I haven't really done much looking into her. She's just someone I've seen people memeing on for many years for a variety of reasons, but I haven't really dug too deep in her. But after the latest content cop and photos like this with Anissa and Anissa's husband here, things are definitely giving an extra spotlight to her. And I decided, after seeing some viral clips of older statements she said, I decided to do some digging on various things, both past and present. And one thing that was always common throughout all of it is hypocrisy. And I mean some blazing hypocrisy, one way or another. Like, if you turn over one stone, you find some more hypocrisy. So let's begin with something kind of recent here. During the H3 and Hassan Piker debate from about a week or two ago, Anissa was live tweeting her reaction to the debate, where she said these things in order here. What the hell is going on? Drugs? ? So what she's doing here is making a very obvious slight to Ethan Klein. Now, for those who don't know, if you watch him speaking, you might see some movements with his hands and also his facial expressions. That's because he has Tourette's. And Anissa knows that. Her and her husband, they were friends with Ethan and his wife for many, many years, and she knows he has that disability, but she doesn't care. Instead, she's propagating this lie that her community and her friends' communities have been trying to spread, and it's that his movements are a result of a drug addiction. Even people in the community saying he needs to have a wellness check or another CPS call as a result of that ridiculous set of claims. She knows that, and this is literally ableism. We hear that phrase tossed around all the time. This is one time where it actually fits. Now, if you search ableism on her account, this is the first thing, and it's from 6 months ago, by the way, where she was on stream making fun of the voice of RFK Jr. Now, context for that, he is a member of the Trump administration. He had an illness many years back, and it left his voice very damaged, where it sounds very rough and gritty when he speaks, and she was making fun of that. However, after reading some comments from her community, she said, you know what? That wasn't nice for me to do. I shouldn't use my disliking of a person to get a pass for ableism. Well, where was that for Ethan Klein? This is someone you actually know. You wouldn't give him the same sort of treatment. Instead, you make these very ableist comments, but you take it back on RFK Jr., who is a member of the Trump administration, but you don't give that same grace to Ethan Klein, a leftist, which is very interesting given her political views, but this is peak hypocrisy. Now, this is one of the clips that a lot of people are looking at. It was posted about 2 days ago, and it's an old clip, post-Creator Clash 1. Understand the context. They're riding high right now, right? They came off that event. It was very successful. Their boxing events, they produced a lot of money, including over $1 million for charity. They were definitely in a very good spot right here, but they showed up on Hassan Piker's stream, and Anissa starts talking. She grabs the mic, and things get very interesting.
Yeah, I think that I'm the one I think has gotten, I'm more extreme than Ian, where I'm like pretty anti-capitalist. I hate landlords. I hate the system that we're in. Like, I think the reason why I really like the charity boxing event is because at least we can like find ways to give money to people who actually need it.
Now, for years and years, people have been calling her the Yoko Ono of the content creation space, and if you don't know who Yoko Ono is, you can look her up and see why people are making the comparisons. But of course you see this here. There's a lot of things going on. We'll get to the comments about Creator Clash and compare it to, the current state of Creator Clash. We'll also look at her comments about being an anti-capitalist and how ridiculously hypocritical that is on many levels. But let's just start with something a little different. Poor Ian. There's a lot of valid criticism you can give, trust me. But looking at this, man, if only he knew how bad things would get, because this is from 3+ years ago, and you can just see him. He's caught in the crosshairs of Anissa, like, dunking on him to look cool for Hassan. Like, yeah, I'm really extreme like you. I hate capitalism, man. Like, please invite me to the cool kids club, because my husband over here, he's not cool enough yet. Like, this is a very common theme. Like, if you start looking at some old clips, there's many of them that are just so mean-spirited, it's kind of weird.
Well, I want to ask Rajor a question first.
Okay.
Go on. Rajor...
Wait, we should get Rajor in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can.
Well, if you can. I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had, like, IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well...
So, of course, in every relationship, there's a varying degree of jokes made towards one another or teasing made towards one another. Like, it kind of depends on your relationship, but, like, this just looks mean. Like, she's just airing out embarrassing personal details about his life that literally nobody had to know. Like, the only reason they found out is because of clips like that. And what does it do? It's not even funny. Like, it's genuinely just kind of sad to watch. Something like that getting aired out while he looks visibly uncomfortable as it's happening. There was nothing of value there whatsoever. But also in the clip we watched, there was those comments about her hating capitalism and trying to impress Hassan Piker with her very cool beliefs. And hearing, people like this talking about the rich is just rich, because what are we doing here, right? But anyways, like, hearing it from her, you can start extending it to many different avenues of revenue she's made in pretty much her whole career and say, well, that's the product of capitalism. What are you talking about? But there's a lot more here, because you can just look at her, I would say, main source of income, or at least one of her major sources of income, and that's her OnlyFans page, right? And I'm not here to rag on her, like a lot of people do that already, but basically, this is clearly a big part of her revenue sources, and they are a product of capitalism. A very clear example, for example, in 2023, they made almost $7 billion in revenue, and I think they had a net profit of $1.5 billion. Like, this is the product of capitalism right here, and this is her main platform. But of course, you start looking at the platform itself. If they want to engage in OnlyFans, no one's going to stop them. They're adults. But I have my own gripes about this platform. To begin with, I think it's very predatory in nature. It's trying to sell a goal largely to young women, that you can make a lot of money really fast by creating an account here and posting your pictures and your videos here, when in reality, the lion's share of revenue is made by a very small percentage of the people posting there. And I think a lot of lives are ruined under people making bad decisions when they're 18, 19 years old, that they later regret because they get nothing out of it, because they only make a very small amount of money and they basically have to close down their page. And now this stuff might be out there forever. But there's also another aspect I talked about in a previous video a few months ago, where there was a whistleblower coming out making allegations that MasterCard and Visa failed to stop payments on OnlyFans for actual CSAM content being uploaded there. And I don't even think the word content should be used there. It's just illegal material. And they did nothing at MasterCard and Visa, according to this whistleblower, and it appears that OnlyFans didn't really want to do anything about it because, well, they just looked the other way because they were making money off it. That's what's being alleged by this whistleblower, and it's not too surprising. And the defense that they allege from OnlyFans is that, well, there's too much content to moderate. So, whoops. I mean, that's a terrible defense, but those are some of the other reasons I'm just throwing out there for OnlyFans in general. But also there's something that's very interesting for Anissa in particular, and why her participation on this platform is incredibly hypocritical. And somehow this ties into the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Now, you might have seen this boycott list. This is a list of companies you're supposed to be boycotting as a result of this conflict, because people who support this think these companies are supporting an active genocide by supporting Israel. That's their claim, and there's many companies on here, and the irony, of course, is that Amazon is one of those that's been listed, which would mean you can't stream on Twitch. Also, Google's there, which means you wouldn't be able to use YouTube or anything like that, especially makes things very ironic for people who complain about that. And also just throwing this out here too, that Chevron's on here too, which was one of the sponsors of that infamous Twitch panel where many of Hassan's orbiters did a race-based tier list. But nonetheless, it appears that Anissa is someone who definitely supports these sorts of boycotts. She made this very clear back in 2023, saying McDonald's and Starbucks are easy ones for her to boycott right now, which is kind of funny because they're only picking the easy ones right now. But anyways, so they're clearly engaging in this because they believe that this is providing aid to Israel, and that's ending with bloodshed and violence. So how do you get past stuff like this, where apparently the OnlyFans owner pledged $11 million to Israel? How do you explain this? They try to deny this, but there's official documents proving that this happened. So how do you reconcile with the fact that you're not going to go to McDonald's or Starbucks because of these boycotts because you think it's going to aid Israel, but how are you still working on OnlyFans and you're giving revenue over to someone who's directly donating to the Israel lobby? Doesn't make any sense. And you see other tweets like this saying, if I see any of you in a Starbucks, I will hold long. I'm so disappointed eye contact with you through the glass walls. Just like my father once told me, I will carry on the tradition. Now, of course, as always, you have to be ready for a shield to be used for this defense, if they even acknowledge the fact that OnlyFans is tied like this to Israel. They've said many times, you know, I'm Lebanese, you know, I was raised as Muslim, I'm an Arab woman, all these things, but it's come out recently that she is 8% Arab, she's 8% Lebanese, and 25% Italian, and the rest, seemingly most of the rest, is Irish. But going back to the original clip, there's some comments about Creator Clash, the original Creator Clash, and what it meant, and specifically the importance of charity.
I think the reason why I really like the charity boxing event is because at least we can like find ways to give money to people who actually need it rather than like just being, I think like I think what really made me mad about boxing events in the past is that it's rich assholes betting their money to make money to like have people that are struggling to like make ends meet and pay rent watch them do it, and then they'll go home and like have a lot of money and like whatever, it keeps going.
And the fighters are exploited too, like
Yes,
usually.
yeah, but this is like, it feels way better where it's like these are people who are getting punched in the face for your entertainment, and your money is actually going towards people that like need it.
Now remember the context of this, right? They're coming fresh off a very real win for Creator Clash 1, where they raised not only enough money to cover their expenses, but they had a lot left over for charity. However, things would change with Creator Clash 2, and so would the mindset of this event, where after Creator Clash 2, they lost money. They did not cover their expenses, therefore there was nothing directly going to charity as a result of the proceeds of Creator Clash 2. And all of a sudden, the mindset behind all of this is starting to change, and definitely was changing as we are going into Creator Clash 3, where this charitable aspect of this event is once again being used, but in a different way, as a shield for criticism, where we've seen many of their friends coming out and saying, oh, you guys are preying on the downfall of Creator Clash 3, a charity event. Shame on you for going after a charity and taking money away from those in need. Which is ridiculous, because the only people destroying these Creator Clashes are the people involved with it, making content cops, not promoting the event well, not getting good people or strong enough star power for the events. They have been doing this to themselves. In fact, the biggest title card fighter left as a result of the immense controversy that resulted from the content cop on H3. But let's rewind, because another clip has resurfaced talking about the mentality of Creator Clash around the time of Creator Clash 2.
You want to do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
If it works out, then we can do that, and there could always be a charity aspect to it. You know, but I think the main goal is just to get the people paid who are involved in making it happen, rather than like making exorbitant amounts of money.
So your goal is to build an institution of sorts, this Creator Clash, where you can have people.
Fun.
There's a champion every year.
It's a party.
Interesting.
It's like a way more exciting VidCon, or like I want it to be like influencers can like care about this and fans can care about this, and like you can go watch it and have like a build up, like maybe parties before and like stuff like
because we've
So as you can see there is a shift in the sort of perspective on Creator Clash. The shift from the first one to the second one was already pretty immense, where this is no longer with a charity in mind first idea. Instead, it is something more about covering the expenses, making sure the fighters are paid, and also having a good time, having parties. The amount of lavish parties and accommodations for the people involved with the event, directly or indirectly, because a lot of people who were taking up some of the budget were not people fighting in the event. Instead, they were friends or guests trying to hype up the event. And it was all one big party, right? And that's where a lot of the money went. And that's why using the charity aspect as a shield right now is so ironic. And you can see the perspective has changed. And now they're trying to fall back on the original one. Well, it doesn't really work. When you've made it clear this is not charity first, that is just something that is a sort of benefit if it happens. But we want to focus on having as much fun with the event itself. And that doesn't mean the event's not fun, but don't try to sit here and use charity as a shield, as many people defending Ian and Anissa have been doing for a while now. But really, this whole thing is hilarious. And there's one more clip I want to share. This involves a series of clips spliced up here of Anissa talking about content creators, which I would assume applies to anyone who dares to criticize her.
Commentary YouTubers have no idea what it is to work a normal job, let alone put on a whole event, okay? You have no clue. You fuckers that are looking at this right now, I know that you would fucking cry if I said something to you in real life. I know you would cry. How do I know? Because I've done it to one of you fuckers in real life, and you have cried. Ian keeps me, this is the truth, okay? Ian keeps me on a leash, okay? And I'm okay with that, because I need to be on a leash. I need to be on a leash, a tight leash, to be honest, because I am unhinged. I feel like more people hate me than Onision. And maybe it's because I'm in it, like I'm seeing it, but that's what it feels like. It feels like I quit college to become the most hated person on YouTube.
Yeah, I think she lost her composure there, but as you can see, if you look to your left, you look to your right, with this woman you see more and more hypocrisy, and also whenever it comes to criticism, she is not there to accept any of it. There's always excuses and deflection, and also a lot of anger that comes with it as well. But for now, I think that's going to do it for this video, this little peek into Anissa here. But as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Nice. Right, Chad. Hook this girl, she's dead on hook. Go for that gem. It will probably pop and find Claude hiding in a corner of the map. No, actually. She's injured, she won't hide. I think she'll run away from the hook. Or start to heal, whichever one is... Oh. They healed. Yeah, there you go. Corner of the map, alright. It's not like you're gonna do anything, buddy. You think they can tabble? No way. They did that gen as a Hail Mary. Alright, back to Lara if possible. Just remember, if things go really, really bad, ignore Lara, go for someone else, pretend to panic, and then use Blood Warden. But my plan A is kill Lara, kill someone else. Why am I here? Oh, they're on the shampoo. Dude, I don't see a fucking single thing, by the way. Nice. I swear to God, stalking used to make you lose chase really quick, but I think they took away that feature, or it went away accidentally. Wow, I would have never guessed that the other two guys are here. Amazing discordance value. Did she?
In one of the most famous moments in
Jack Doherty is not doing very well. So last time we talked about Jack Doherty, he apparently filed a police report saying that he was robbed at gunpoint in Beverly Hills, California. He claimed they stole his $300,000 chain, chased him around, and tackled him to the ground. Now, personally, I didn't really buy that story because he didn't have any bruises or cuts or anything, and he said that he was running at them with a gun pointed to his head. So I don't know, I kind of thought it was some pathetic attempt at insurance fraud, especially because it happened right after Jack lost his main source of income. His OnlyFans girlfriend broke up with him and called the cops on him. Now, we got some updates to this situation. Jack Doherty actually went on the No Jumper podcast with another puck, Adam22, and he basically just started crying about how his girlfriend left him. They also talk about how similar they are, both like sort of pimping out their girlfriend. McKinley has also apparently moved on. She's like going on dates with a streamer called Lacey, another, you know, very real loving relationship here. Zero sarcasm there. And she even talks about the whole robbery incident, saying that Jack just started filming her after it happened, asking for clips on TikTok. So as always, we're just gonna check in on the local doofus and see what's up. So it starts with Adam22 and Jack just discussing their career.
So like, you know, basically rage bait your way into going viral, and it felt like you were kind of pushing that pretty hard for a while and kind of took that like about as far as you could ever take it. Was that like a intentional?
Just like you, it's like, you know, same thing. It's like you rage baiting people so hard, you literally had another guy your wife. It's like, well, how much harder can you rage bait after that, right?
Oh my god, not gonna lie, that was actually a decent comeback by Jack. I think it's very hard to be less embarrassing when Adam22 is in the room, the guy who literally had his wife get quote unquote railed, his words not mine, by Jason Love. Then Jack talks about McKinley, saying that she's a holy girl.
People give you the same thing though, because your girl was like doing OnlyFans or something, right?
But like that was like she didn't start OnlyFans like 6 months after we were together.
That's one thing.
It wasn't like she had an OnFans and I got like we were together.
The right-wing dudes though will treat any girl who does OnlyFans like she's a straight up.
I had a holy girl for 6 months though, you know. Flex. No, I'm kidding.
A holy girl?
Oh my god, the unbelievable cringe I'm hearing right now. He really called McKinley a holy girl. Really, Jack? Really? The girl who literally tries to promote her OnlyFans with 13-year-olds in her video. The absolute disgusting degenerate freak who should probably be locked up alongside you as well. That is the holy girl, huh?
Would you rather have this girl or this Urus?
I'm taking that Urus.
Urus? All right. Would you rather have this girl or this McLaren? McLaren? Oh, okay. All right, would you rather have this girl or this blue Lambo? Still? Not good enough for you? Oh my gosh.
She's really the type of girl you bring home to your mom, obviously. I just love how embarrassed he actually is. He's like, oh no, she only started the OnlyFans 6 months after we got together. She's actually really innocent and wholesome, guys. It's a holy relationship. Bro, nobody is buying this. You both are complete degenerates. Your gene pool needs a lifeguard. We can't have this guy procreating. And I just love this debate. They're basically debating who is the bigger puck. You know, Adam22 getting his wife piped or for Jack selling out his girlfriend. To be fair, I think Adam22 wins that hands down, but Jack is a close second. I'm pretty sure if you offered him a couple million, he'd do the same. Then Jack sort of slips up and admits that he's the one who put her on OnlyFans.
So you the one who put her on the OF, like wave, like, oh yo, I think this would be good.
Yeah, pretty sort of. I mean, obviously, like it was like mutual.
Yeah. Because that's one of the other things that they always throw at you is that they basically make it out as if your like OnlyFans management shit was like primarily like aimed at getting girls who are like fresh out of high school. Is that like a fake narrative from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, most of the girls I work with are like older than me, even. Like a lot of them.
How old are you right now?
21.
Which is why when a lot of people are saying that, I'm like, well,
yeah,
that is kind of like his age range. Yeah.
Yeah, notice how you said the word most and not all. That's a very interesting choice of words, Jack. That means you're basically admitting that some girls are indeed that you wait until they're 18 and basically immediately sign them up to OnlyFans and take a cut of their income. And he just admitted that he is pretty much the person who sort of ruins these girls by preying on them. He said like she didn't even have an OnlyFans and he sort of convinced her, right? And I mean, he did say like a mutual or whatever, but let's be honest, if every girl that talks to this guy becomes an OF chick, I mean, that's one hell of a coincidence, right? I mean, we talked about this before, but I imagine it's that weird sort of predatory deal where he goes up to these girls and he's like, oh, you're gonna make so much money, you're so young, you gotta take advantage of the internet. You know, like everything there's
when it comes to getting to market.
Religious systems don't allow for revision. There's not a Bible 3.0. There's not a Quran 2.0. There's no new revelation from God to say, hey, you know, I said all this stuff about slavery, now I'm opposed to it. Or, hey, you know, I was really down on homosexuals, but now I'm okay with it.
Well, there is kind of a Bible 2.0. That was the New Testament, right?
Well,
so that
is the update for the Christians, except that it's worse than the first one. I actually don't believe in a God, and I could write
But you act
poetry.
like you do.
Huh?
But you act like you do. That's why you didn't want to throw poor Sam off the stage.
No, now you're making a claim. Okay, so I'm telling you I don't believe there's a God, and your response to that is, I really do, because I have a moral sense. But my moral sense is utterly without any appeal to a God.
Explicitly.
Or implicitly.
Maybe. That's not so obvious.
Okay, it's really
because
it's
you regard Sam Harris as an implicitly valuable entity, because otherwise you just throw him off the stage. And then the question is, well, just exactly why is he an implicitly valuable entity? What's your metaphysics of that?
I don't think he's implicitly valuable in the sense, I don't think he's implicitly valuable in the sense that the universe has implied that there's something explicit about it. For me, morality is far simpler than some people.
Now wait, you sounded doubtful about that. You know that, like,
maybe you're the mind reader.
Well, maybe.
Because you've already suggested that despite me sitting here and having talked about this for decades, that I don't believe in God, that I actually do because I have a moral code. But my moral code, which I've
I was more specific. I said it was because you didn't want to throw Sam off the stage.
Yes, but you didn't even attempt to ask me why I didn't throw Sam off the stage. Instead, you went to, why do you think Sam has implicit value? Because it seems that in your narrative,
I'm willing
that's
to go
the
there.
only justification.
Well, maybe you were afraid of being punished.
I think no.
Oh,
I think you can have a perfectly acceptable foundation for secular morality, even if it fundamentally centers around selfishness. I'd rather not be thrown off the stage. It's in my best interest to encourage that sort of understanding in others, and therefore I will not throw him off the stage. I would rather not have my stuff stolen, and it's in my best interest to encourage others not to do that, so I will not steal stuff, and I will work with others to ensure that the people who steal stuff are punished. It is in a virtually pragmatic moral system.
Why do you think it's not in your best interest to have stuff stolen from you or to be thrown off the stage?
Why is it not in my best interest?
Yeah. No, you don't get to think, oh, that's self-evident. It's like nothing's self-evident to the skeptic. Let's keep that in mind.
Oh. Well, so
Because if we're going to get skeptical here, we might as well go all the way to the bottom.
For Sam and I, the foundations, and we're not the only ones, but I tend to reference Sam just because if I say this, then somebody will say, well, that's exactly what Sam Harris says, except that, I was given this lecture before he wrote his book. But his book is better than my lecture, so read his book. When I talk about this, I'm talking about well-being is the language that Sam uses.
Oh,
I don't.
Sad.
I don't care whether or not somebody else considers that morality. I would think at a minimum, would you and I agree that
that whole well-being thing, man, as a basis for a metaphysics, that's just a non-starter.
We're not basing metaphysics on it.
Sam is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is, because he's out to maximize well-being.
You can take it up with Sam.
Well, okay, sorry. You think I'm wrong about that claim? That's what I understood.
I don't think Sam's saying anything metaphysical about it. I think so. Here's the thing: we are physical beings.
Well, it's his fundamental claim, so it's sort of at the basis of his ethic. And so he says, well, we should work to maximize people's well-being, or at least to more. He does a bit more than that, because he says we should minimize their suffering.
He's not maximize, minimize in this sense of simple consequentialism. Let me do this.
Okay.
We're physical beings in a physical universe, and the laws that dictate how things work in the universe, they are the ultimate arbiters of what is or isn't in our best interest, whether we know it or not. So, for example, so far as I can tell,
I used to feel like I was playing cat and mouse with my clients, always chasing them for payments, but now I get paid without the exhaustion. It makes sense that Zero users who use the online invoice payments get paid up to twice as fast. Do yourself a favor and try Zero.
Here, expert care begins with a conversation, where your genetic history is rewriting your future, and where we are redefining cardiac, cancer, and orthopedic care with world-class partners. Here, there's an emergency department designed just for kids, and mental health means community health. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care, it's different here.
Then why do you need free will?
I don't think
Why do you believe in it then? Why do you attribute agency to things if the laws of the universe can
get to that one point?
Well, yeah, but there was a contradiction.
Because
That was
free will isn't relevant to this.
It is if the laws of the universe are what are dictating what's good for us.
No, because if you chop off my head, that is clearly not good for me. And it doesn't matter whether it was an act of free will or if it was my lawnmower.
It's clearly not good for you because you think you're valuable and worth preserving.
Yes.
Okay, that's the issue. Why do you think you're valuable and worth preserving?
Because I am the descendants of people who thought they were valuable and worth preserving, and the ones who didn't think that have killed themselves. But this is not a statement about... This is not a statement about intrinsic value.
I don't know. Yes, I think it is. Okay, but I think it is.
Okay. The reason that we talk about this in terms of well-being is because irrespective of whether or not I care about well-being, there are facts about well-being.
Sure, let's hear them, man. Line those suckers up.
If you chop off my head, it's in contradiction to my well-being. I mean, but the point...
No, I wasn't willing to grant that, actually.
Okay.
I'm saying that's a metaphysical presupposition. You're just saying I have to accept that.
No, I'm not telling you at all what to accept.
Sure you are. You're saying that your death would be wrong.
I'm trying to explain what my position is.
Okay, but you said that wouldn't be in accordance with your well-being. Okay, that's a metaphysical statement or philosophical statement. It's not an obvious fact.
That chopping off somebody's head is contrary to their well-being.
It depends on how you define well-being.
Sure.
Yeah, but it matters.
But if you define well-being as this glass of water, we're no longer talking about the same thing.
Well, you can define well-being. That's fine. That's what I'm waiting for.
This is what I'm... Well,
you can't do it. You can't define well-being.
Well, then why should I try? I certainly can't do it if you keep telling me I can't do it.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll back off. There's a... Go ahead. I'm all ears.
So, the primary objection to mine and Sam's position that keeps coming back is, why should anybody care about well-being? And we both will acknowledge that this is, in fact, a subjective preference. There are people who are going to care about well-being, there are people who aren't. The second objection is that well-being is not clearly defined. Both of us have acknowledged this. It's not as if we're saying we have all the answers to how to go about living a better life. We're just saying that however we're going to define well-being, which is, I say you can start with a couple of foundations. You could start with death is preferable to life, but you don't get very far that way. And
Stop suffering.
Well, no, I'm saying you could start with death is preferable to life, but you don't get very far that way because those
Yeah, you do. You stop suffering. You just die.
Yes.
Right, so you can start with the presupposition.
Except that when you're dead, you're not being, so there's no well-being.
No, well, that's...
If
that's not necessarily the
If
case.
we're looking
because you
for the
could make
best things about our life, you
Yeah.
can't say death is better.
Yeah, you can.
Well,
People
I
do
know
all
that
the
you
time.
can say
People do all the time. They do. No, look.
They
look,
can
I'm not
express
being
their
flippant
preference,
about
but their
this.
preference can be wrong. How can it possibly be better for your life if you're dead? If you start with life is generally preferable to death, health is generally preferable to sickness, happiness is generally preferable to sadness. None of these are absolute locked in stone rules. From those things...
Okay, so if you start with them.
Yes, if you
So
start...
you're not skeptical about those claims.
Wow.
Well, I'm asking.
You know,
I'm
I
asking.
came out and said that I wasn't going to be trying to straw man you left and right. And now every time I say something, you're like, oh, so you're not skeptical about that.
Well, I'm trying to...
I haven't gotten
No, sorry, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to understand where your argument begins.
Well, it seems odd that you would come out with, so you're not skeptical about that.
Well, that's a
while
question.
I'm on my skepticism tour, while I'm in mid-sentence to describe that these are the general foundations that you start with.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Those are... Okay, so, but what you're saying, if you're saying... Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be difficult. You're saying that those are your starting positions. Those are the things that you accept.
I'm saying they can be.
Faith.
No.
Oh, you have a rationale for them.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
You already have. Life is generally preferable to death because we're talking about our life, and death. Death is generally not in the interest of the living. It can be an exception. This is the point that I was getting to. So you could start with those founded. You could start with any three that you found. You could pick three arbitrary foundations. And the one aspect that makes a secular moral system distinct from religious pronouncements and divine command theory and those sorts of things is that the secular moral system has as its goal the object of getting better at getting better, which means if you find out that one of your foundations is wrong or in conflict with something else, you can now change that. You could start with death is preferable to life, and then when you find out that it's not working that well, you change that foundation. I think that these foundations, based on the evidence of how people tend to live their lives and what they care about, are a good set of three. There could be better ones that somebody come up with. I'm open to revision on any of these at any time. But to say that I'm not skeptical about them is exactly the opposite of what I am. Because skepticism is about, I'm not going to accept something as true without good reason. And it's about being open to revision should there be evidence. If you and I agree that we care about a good life isn't very well defined. And we may have different ideas about what good life is. But if we could actually just sit here and take notes, I think that we'd come across maybe a handful of things that we would agree would make for a good life. If we take those and compare them to the foundations of a secular moral system like what I'm describing, we can determine non-subjectively whether or not the list we've come up with are consistently approachable from that foundation. And we can do that for religious moralities as well. The analogy that I've used in the past is for example, a game of chess. There's nothing about the universe that requires that we care about chess or care about the rules of chess. The rules of chess are arbitrary. Somebody made them up. We changed them. We added en passant. We added castling. We did things like that. We have the rules of chess. We don't always know what the best move is. But if the goal of the game is to win, or at a minimum, not lose, then we can analyze the moves with respect to the consequences and with respect to the goal of winning and determine which moves are better and which moves are worse. That is what a secular moral system does because it allows revision, whereas religious systems don't allow for revision. There's not a Bible 3.0, there's not a Quran 2.0, there's no new revelation from God to say, hey, I said all this stuff about slavery, now I'm opposed to it. Or, hey, I was really down on homosexuals, but now I'm okay with it. Hey, when I said that here's what caused diseases, or that you were unclean and shouldn't enter the temple, all those things are actually wrong. The germ theory of disease is right. And none of that's come out.
Well, there is kind of a Bible 2.0. That was the New Testament, right?
Well,
so that's not exactly right.
that is the update for the Christians.
Yeah.
Except that it's worse than the first one.
Well, that's not exactly the point. The point is there was an update. So.
Well,
okay, so
in the update, it's not like Jesus came along and said, hey, in Exodus 21, where I was saying you could have slaves and beat them, we got that wrong, or you got that wrong. That correction's never given. That thing about, in Leviticus where we point out that women are worth 2/3 of that of a man, we got that wrong. None of that's corrected. In fact, the reason I say it got worse, although I didn't know we were going to go down the biblical route tonight, is that if you look at Jewish tradition, when you're dead, you sleep with your fathers. There's no real clear notion of an afterlife. And then with the introduction of the New Testament, what you get is infinite torture and punishment for finite crimes, which is immoral.
Jesus smuggling is, you're going to follow all the way. Yes, yes. And then the worry is that when you get to the bit that you're not so good on, that's when they're going to smuggle in Jesus.
Yeah, yeah.
My suspicion is that you have a reservation about some of what Jordan is saying on substructures, on stories, and much more, because you're worried that at some point, either on this stage or off it, at some point when you're not looking.
No, yes, or when I am looking.
He's going to Jesus smuggle you.
Yeah. That's a. Well,
is that fair?
I was thinking maybe I'd just carry him in on a cross.
Yeah, right. Well, that is an all too apt analogy because it is what worries me, and it's more subtle than that because it's not to think that you're consciously doing it is a different claim. I don't think there's anything insincere about your argument for the importance of religion, but it's also possible. We've all met the people who we believe are making insincere arguments and are really they're consciously putting the rabbit in the hat and then pretending to be surprised when it pops out, right? And the analogy to magic is actually interesting here because we over dinner were talking about the difference between real and fake art, and we were talking about this paradox that the art seems to be incredibly valuable, and yet the value isn't located in the object itself, or can't be obviously located there, because a forgery that is materially the exact copy of some masterpiece is essentially worthless, and the real masterpiece, even if it suffered some damage, would be incredibly valuable. And so where is the value to be located? But what worries me about your enterprise, Jordan, and the way in which you seem to be linking our rational project and our scientific project with religion is right here. There's a difference between, and magic is a decent analogy, there's a difference between, like, paradoxically, real magic is fake magic, and fake magic is real magic. The only real magic in the world produced by magicians is the fake magic, where the magician, like someone like Darren Brown, will tell you, actually, no, I can't read minds, and I did put the rabbit in the hat, and this is fake, but the surprise is that even knowing it's fake, you can't understand how this effect is being achieved. Whereas the fake magicians are the ones who are pretending to be real, who are hiding, who are not acknowledging the mechanics, the real mechanics behind what is in fact effective. You know, the illusion that the rabbit pops out of the hat. And what I worry with some of the way in which you discuss the power of story, the power of metaphor, and the religious anchoring there, is that the leverage and the utility can be had even while acknowledging the real mechanics of it. You know, the fakeness of the magic, right? And you seem to suspect that it can't, that takes all of the wind out of the sails.
I'm not so sure what of it's fake and what of it isn't. Well, so I would say that I do consciously participate in the process that you described. But you see, I would also make the case, and this is certainly one of the things that we've been discussing, that you do it unconsciously. And let me make the case for that for a minute, because I've been thinking about it a lot, and I'd like to see your response. So I really read The Moral Landscape a lot, and I thought about it a lot, you know, and so this is what it looks like to me. So you make the proposition that we have to breach the gap between facts and values, because otherwise our values are left hanging unmoored, and that certainly brings about the danger of nihilism, but also a potential danger of swing to totalitarianism, something we agree about. I truly do believe that.
Right.
And then you perform an operation, a conceptual operation, and you say, surely we can all agree that. And then you outline a story about this woman who lives in this horrible country, who's basically just being starved and disease-ridden and tortured her whole life and having just a hell of a time of it, to put it in a phrase. And then you say, well, surely we can all agree that that's not good. And then you contrast that with, at least in principle, the sort of life that we would all like to have if we could choose the life that we have. And then you say, well, we could start with the proposition that we should move away from this terrible, hellish circumstance, and we should move towards this more ideal perspective. And you say, if we could only agree on that, then. And so, like, so far so good. But there's a couple of things that go along with that are quite interesting. And so the first is that actually what you're claiming is that the highest moral good isn't existing in that better space. The highest moral good is acting in the manner that moves us from the hellish domain to the desirable domain. It seems to me to be implicit in your argument. So there's a pattern of behavior that constitutes the ethic.
Well, I would say that existing in that better space is good enough as well. So I mean, there's the question of what it takes to move from where you are to someplace better, and then there's just the someplace that's better.
There's both of those. Well, but perhaps we could say, look, what's the ultimate hell? It might be existing in the hell that you described, but it also might be, this is something worse, I think. I think that participating in the process that brings about that hell is actually a hell that's even deeper than the hell. So it's an analogous argument. There's the state of being in a good state, but there's also the state of being that brings you to that good state, and then there's the state of being that's a terrible state, and the process that brings you to that terrible state. And one of the things that I've learned from the archetypal and religious texts that I've studied, as well as the philosophical texts, is that the process that transforms society into something approximating hell is a lower hell. Now, the reason...
Well, let me just close the loop on that, because I'm pretty sure I disagree. One, you can imagine two counterexamples. One is you can imagine a sadistic being, you might even call him God, who would create a circumstance of hell and populate it with innocent souls, right? Now that's, presumably, that action, it need not be attended by a lot of suffering. Or you could imagine some...
No, but it's still wrong.
Oh, so totally
it's still
wrong. Yes.
No,
yes.
You could even imagine someone who enjoys generating hell.
Yes, it could be a source of
but that would even be
perverse
more wrong than not enjoying it.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so we want to separate out two things. We want to separate out these states of being and the process that brings them into being. And I do believe you do that in your work, because basically what you suggest is that the appropriate way to act ethically is to act in a manner that moves us away from hell and moves us towards a desirable state. Now the thing is that as far as I'm concerned, there's a couple of things about that. The first thing is that I wouldn't say that mode of acting is a fact. I would say it's a personality. And that what you're suggesting is that people embody the personality that moves society away from hell towards heaven, for lack of a better term. And the reason I make that argument is because I think that you recapitulate the essential Christian message precisely by doing that, because symbolically speaking, at least as far as I can understand, stripped of its of its metaphysical context, let's say, the purpose of positing the vision of the ideal human being, which, independent of the metaphysical context, it's certainly what the symbol of Christ represents, is the mode of being that moves us most effectively from something approximating hell to something approximating heaven. And then part of that message is, and this is also something that's dead along the lines of what you're arguing, is that the best way to embody that is actually to live in truth. I mean, so because I would say that the fundamental Christian ethic, metaphysics accepted once again, is to act in love, which is to assume that being is acceptable and can be perfected, and to pursue that with truth, and that you should embody that. And then I would say that the purpose of the representation, we could call them metafictions or archetypal representations, is to show that in embodied format so that it can be imitated, rather than to transform it into something that's diluted in some sense to an abstract rationality. Because I don't think the abstract rationality in itself has enough flesh on it, so to speak, which is partly why in the Christian ethic there's an emphasis that the word, which is something roughly akin to rationality, has to be made flesh. It has to be enacted.
But is the flesh made of dogmatism and superstition and otherworldliness? Is that part of what gives it its shape and necessity? I think traditionally, historically, it has been, and that's been the problem with religion. If you denude it of everything that is unjustifiable in the light of 21st century science and rationality, I think what you have to get down to is something quite a bit more universal and less provincial.
All right, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole at the moment, although I'd be perfectly happy to do it. If we get there. Well,
because they want us to go to questions here in a minute.
Oh, okay. So I want to address the rule system that you're putting together.
Okay.
Okay, so I was talking to a friend of mine who's an AI engineer. He's a very smart guy, and we've been talking about the foundations of cognition.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that artificial intelligence systems don't run on rules. Right.
Well, some of them do.
Well,
and certainly they run on an operating system that is full of rules.
That's actually not relevant in this case.
But that's the physical
because they could
foundation.
operate on all sorts of different operating systems.
Well,
but okay, so
but there's a foundation. The foundation I'm pointing to is the physical facts of the universe, and that would be roughly consistent with the hardware and the operating system that they're running on. But I'm sorry.
Okay,
I interrupted.
no. I mean that's a reasonable objection too. But look, one of the things that happened and I think this is one of the problems with the we can generate a rational system of rules that can govern our behavior approach, is that since the 1980s, people have been trying to build rule-based expert systems that can do relatively simple things. Relatively simple. They're not that simple. Like basic medical diagnosis. They don't work. Rule-based systems don't work. You can't get them to operate intelligently, which is why machine learning came about to begin with. Because whatever machine learning is doing and allowing for predictions, it doesn't seem easily decomposable to a set of listable rules and a map of their interactions. The world doesn't seem to work that way. And I would say, back to the metaphysical substrate argument, you laid forward a set of propositions, and the reason I was perhaps inappropriately torturing you about them is because there's a metaphysic under them. There's something that's driving you to put those forward as reasonable. You say, well, they're self-evidently reasonable. See, my question is...
I didn't actually say it, but okay.
Well, it's something like that, because you said, well, reasonable people could agree on these three or something similar. It seems to me that what you're saying is that there's a set of finite axioms that reasonable people could conceivably agree on, from which you could generate a rule-based moral system. Have I got that wrong? I thought that's what you said.
It's curious because I didn't say that, but it's very close to something that I have said in the past, which is, for any given situation, there's a finite set of actions that a person could take. And some set of those actions are better than others with respect to whatever the goal is. If the goal is to continue a decent life or improve the quality of your life, some set of one or more actions that you could take in this instant produces results that are better in ways that we would agree they're better. Like throwing Sam off the stage. If we were in that situation,
there must be an unconscious fantasy going on here or something, eh? Because we keep returning to that.
And it's fun. But one of the possible actions of this set of actions would be for me to throw him off the stage. Another possible set of action would be for me to, shield him. It is clear, and you can say that I'm just saying it's self-evident, it is clear that one of those is going to be more in Sam's best interest, and perhaps even more in mine, than another. That's all we're saying. We're not pretending remotely that we have the answer to every possible scenario, just that we have the foundational tool set that allows us to come up with the right answers. And we do this in opposition.
Yeah, but you also think that you can do that with a set of rules.
So first of all...
I actually don't think that's technically tenable. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Well, you can't build expert systems, for example.
Well, you can't say that you can't because...
Well, we've tried for about 40 years with no success.
Gee, 40 years out of 13.7 billion, and we haven't cracked it yet, so it's impossible.
But 40 years of exponentially increasing computational power with no
Partially.
solution on the horizon except for AI.
So, and the latest AI thing, which I absolutely love because I'm a chess player, is the DeepMind AlphaZero thing that learned the entirety of what humans know about playing chess in 4 hours or so, and then beat the best previous chess computer. And people are saying, oh, it's the beginning of Skynet because now we have this sort of thinking. However, that method produced better results of letting it play itself with chess, giving it no opening book, giving it no history of chess, nothing. Well,
that's my point.
It didn't give it no rules. It gave it the rules of chess and the goal of the game.
Yes, but it didn't give it rules about how to play the game.
Correct.
Right, and that's
view,
because rule-based systems about how to play a game aren't optimal.
No.
That's why.
What happened is the AI took the rules of how to play the game and what the winning goal is, and it experimented and found the best ways to achieve that goal. And I think that's what human beings have done throughout the entirety of history. We're beings in a physical universe. We have the rules. The goal is to survive, and I would say the goal should be to thrive. And we are continually finding the best rules and the best methods. This exactly mirrors the moral system I'm talking about. The idea that there is someone on high telling the computer, don't play h4 as your first move, we threw that out because that's not the best way to find out things. Instead, we plopped the computer down just as we were plopped down in a universe when we gained consciousness and began interacting. And the computer, in the span of a few hours, discovered everything that humanity has discovered about chess. And now they are applying it to the sort of diagnostic things you were talking about. I think that is directly analogous to what the best explanations of what human beings have done. And what happens, from my perspective, is that the thinking about morality is so difficult for some that it's just easier to say, this person told me, or this God told me, or this is the case. Because having to sit down and do the sort of life inventory to figure out, hey, what's best for us? I mean, even figuring out what the goal of the game is harder for some people, and so they accept and fall into these traps of like authoritarian models of this is what your goal is. And the thing that's probably frustrated me the most, which I talked about on a college campus last year, is if the government was running around dictating to people what their job was going to be, what their future was going to be, as some regimes have done, nobody would appreciate that. Nobody, almost nobody. I'm sure somebody would be, very happy, thank you, I couldn't figure out what to do. I'm glad I'm going to be, a brain surgeon, even though I don't know anything about it. But if the government was dictating things like that, there would be revolts. There have been revolts. And yet, curiously, when people think there's a God or a divine being or some cosmic consciousness or collective consciousness that has dictated a goal for them, they celebrate it.
We are in a circumstance where things can matter, right? Consciousness is the condition in which things can matter, where there can be a range of experiences, some of which are very, very bad. If the word bad means anything, they're bad. And some of which are very, very good, if the word good means anything. And we are navigating in that space. We can't help but navigate or seek to navigate in that space.
Absolutely.
And religion is one form of conversation about that navigation problem. And I would argue
let's go back to the ideal.
Often diluted one.
Well, Jordan rolls his sleeves up.
That girl.
He means business now.
That girl and Catwoman are approximations to a higher ideal. That's what they are.
And to return to this with a biblical idea, I'm fairly sure from personal experience that a lot of parents are perfectly content with bringing their children up vaguely within the story they've inherited. And at some point, the children realize that the fairy doesn't bring them money when their teeth fall out. And at some point, maybe around the same time or a bit later, they discover that Santa Claus doesn't really come down the chimney. And at some point, they realize that actually the whole religious thing is a kind of metaphor, but it's got them through the formative years in some way, often with terrible damage along the way, I concede that, but also with something else. And I'm struck by the number of people, and this is why I share some of what I think is Jordan's concern about the possibility of the world you're envisaging, which is, I can think of a lot of parents now, in my country and other countries as well, who I'm just very struck. They themselves are kind of baby boomer or 60s atheists, humanists, whatever. And I start to notice, for instance, that they're enrolling their children in Christian schools. And I say to them, why are you doing this? And they have fairly coherent arguments along the lines of the one I've just had. Look, I don't particularly believe this myself, but I think it's a pretty good way to bring up the kids. It's a structure of a kind. And I'm not sure, I can find all sorts of flaws in that. But enough people are doing it that it's something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, well, I would say yes. It speaks to a real failure of imagination and effort in the secular community to produce truly non-embarrassing alternatives.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is across the board. This is not just school. This is how do you conduct a funeral? How do you get married? You know, all of the what rites of passage can you offer a 13-year-old?
What are you doing here? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Just to be the first people in history to have absolutely no explanation for what we're doing at all.
Yeah.
Is a big moment.
Yeah. Yes.
And
that's the. That sharpens up my concern perfectly, because to shrink back from that moment and resort to one of the pseudo stories of the past, I consider to be a failure of nerve, both intellectually and morally.
So let's go back to the superhero idea. One of the things you might notice about superheroes is that some of them are actually deities, right? So in the Marvel pantheon, you have Thor, for example, and so there's a very thin line between the idea of a superhero and the idea of a god, especially if you think about it in a polytheistic manner. So the modern superheroes and the Greek gods, for example, share a tremendous number of features in common. And so here's something to think about. So there's a reason that people admire superheroes, and it's because they act out parts of the hero archetype. That's the technical reason. They're obviously acting something out because that's how you can tell they're superheroes. They share some set of characteristics across the set of superheroes that makes them superheroes. Now the question might be, what is the essential element of being a superhero that makes you a superhero? And the answer, the way that was solved historically, is that as polytheistic societies developed, and that was usually a consequence of isolated tribes coming into contact with one another, they each had their separate deities. And then over the course of time, those deities warred in actual wars with people, but also conceptually. And out of that polytheistic framework was extracted something that was vaguely monotheistic, as all of those cultures came together to try to determine what their highest ideal should be. So that's the God of gods, that's a way of thinking about it, or the King of kings, that's another way of thinking about it. And that's an implicit ideal.
Well,
and you could make the case that there's nothing more...
Tell that to the Hindus. You tell that to the Hindus. I mean, we've got 1.2 billion people, or maybe it's 1.4 now, who are operating in a religiously saturated system that does not conform to that ideal. There is no one on top of it all.
Well, they're still associated.
Yeah, arguably, there's three on top of it all. But
there's still an attempt to generate that polytheistic, to integrate that polytheistic reality underneath a single rubric, or you have nothing but continual dissociation of the culture. And I'm not saying this is necessary.
That's a pretty good description of what's going on in India at the moment.
Well, I'm not saying that this is inevitable either. And there is a tension. The problem, this is Nietzsche's observation, and Mircea Eliade as well, the problem with extracting out the highest God from the panoply of gods is the ideal becomes so abstract that it disappears. That's the death of God. And Eliade has tracked that phenomena over multiple cultures. It's not something that's unique to the West. So the danger of that abstraction is that it gets too abstract and disappears and leaves us in the situation that Douglas just pointed out.
Can I throw us back to the key, the key issue of Elton John's glass, which you came up with the other night? Because there's something I wanted to add to that. If perhaps you'd explain why I said Elton John's glass just now.
Well, it came back to this question of what makes something valuable, and I used as an example in Vancouver. On one of those nights, if I had a glass here, which I said was actually it was the glass that Elton John used the last time he played in this theater, suddenly it seems to be a more valuable glass. And then Jordan and I argued about just what the status of that value was. I don't know where you want to take this, but yeah.
Well, it's just one thing in particular, which is that the whole issue of what it is you give value to, and let's say that glass was demonstrated for a time to having been drunk from by Elton John at his final concert or no, his latest farewell tour, whatever.
Yes.
So that's already a glass with some meaning. Let's say that over the years, the whole attribution of that glass becomes debatable. But over a long period of time, a lot of things are going to have happened around it. And to stretch this to breaking point, possibly, let's say at some point people lose their lives over whether that is Elton John's glass or not. Well, let's say that people start to lose blood.
Let's not just say that. Let's recognize that is the world we're living in with respect to other religions.
So the problem is that we end up, when we're talking about religion, it's the same thing when you're talking about land. You're not just talking about any inherent worth. You're talking also about the worth of things people have given up for this.
Yeah.
And so we end up giving the layers of things. Well, no, it's more than that. We inherit more and more layers of the meaning because other people.
Listen, looking like this, you're.
Wait, Dean!
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Do you know the Cup song?
No.
You're
Where's the trash can at?
You don't know the Cup song? Are you crazy? Has Dean been living under a rock? Dean, how could you not know the Cup song?
I'm gonna put this right here because I might use it. What Cup song?
It's the one that goes like this. Okay? And then you go.
Emily, hold on, wait. Emily, wait. Before we do this, if you embarrass me in front of these black folks in here, I'm gonna lose my shit. But go ahead. No, go ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Okay, I won't. Don't worry, Dean. No such thing will happen. So you go like this. I got a ticket for the long way route. 2 bottle whiskey for the way. And tomorrow when I say I'm gone, when I'm gone, your turn.
I'm not doing that shit.
Dean, come on, it's the Cup song.
No, it's not. This is not the place to do that.
Come on, that was great, wasn't it? Of course. Do all you can. Dean is so dumb. It's like a really good beat. Please stop, please.
Emily, you can't embarrass me anywhere.
Really?
But here you can.
Oh, you have so much power then. Uh-oh, where did I put my speaker? Uh-oh.
Did you leave it in the car?
I either left it in the car or it's...
I think you 100% left it in the car.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, can I go get it? He's here at
Yeah,
the...
that's it.
Thank you.
Did you leave it up there?
I left it at the cashier.
Okay.
So I think someone literally heard it fart. It was probably farting and doing TTS and we weren't even around it. And the only thing that the person at the cashier heard was being so regret with the fart noise. Because I just left it over there and it's on.
What do you think about the ambiance so far?
Great, super cozy. Everyone's enjoying their food.
Okay.
They just want to get up and dance. Get up and dance.
So last night.
I want to just scream at the top of my lungs.
When you know where you're saying your Michelin star review, the black dude next to you, sorry, like he did one of these. He did.
Wait, can people hear me?
He did one.
People are actually hearing me
I
talk?
just shit you not, he did.
Oh God, how embarrassing.
Word to everything I love, he did that.
Oh, it's like, this bitch.
This is just the beginning.
I'm gonna dance. Look, Dean, I can't help my true self. I love to yap. Yap, yap, yap. Yap, yap, yap. Yap, yap, yap. Yap.
I want to start the video by acknowledging something, which is that healthcare is an impossibly complicated subject. Countries all around the world choose different systems. People all around the world have different opinions, but the underlying foundation across all of it is that when someone is sick without the ability to fix that problem for themselves, they want help with it. I can't sit here and tell you what the system should be. I'm not even remotely qualified to do that. Very few people conceivably are. But what I can do is tell you when something is broken. To give a sort of extreme example here, I can't build a car, but I can tell you if the car won't start.
When you were working, you
or if
never
the
set
brake-
5+ alarms at night. You knew you would struggle to wake up. Fuck no, because I used to do this. I did it for like 1 week, and then I was like, wait a second, why would I set 5 alarms to wake up and then just have like shitty 30 minutes of sleep when I could just set 1 alarm and at least like steal another 20 minutes of sleep? Fuck that.
So we're gonna go inside, see if we can see what's going on, and maybe, hopefully, gain some knowledge.
We decided to start off in the
I will say though, I don't understand how this works. There has to be some like cosmic, universal, just like to fuck with humans or whatever. You ever have these periods of life where you go to sleep, midnight, wake up at 5:30 a.m. and you're fucking wired. You're like, oh shit, I'm awake. Oh god, I'm not tired. Oh fuck, I can't go back to sleep. Okay, we're up now, boys. And then, do you ever have some shit where you have to be awake at like 9 a.m. and you go to sleep at like 1, well to like 1:30, and like you set an alarm for like 8:30 and you wake up and it's like 7 hours before you're like, oh, I can't. I need to make an excuse. I got 7 hours and 5 minutes of sleep. Oh, I have to wake up. Oh, I can't. Why? Why does that happen? Don't do the REM cycle shit. It's not that. It's not that. There's something about when you have to wake up at a certain time. It's excruciating. I don't know why. But when you just wake up, fuck, I'm not supposed to be awake right now. I'm never going back to sleep.
conference room where Dr. Lee Merritt, who's from a small town where chickens are illegal, was giving a presentation on how the ruling class is controlling citizens using nefarious tactics.
You're either being blackmailed, you're being extorted, or you're going to be murdered. One of the things that woke me up to the fact that this is a global conspiracy to murder us, at the very top are the controllers. One thing they never tell you, that the people in charge worship Moloch, the old religion, sacrifice children, and promote cannibalism. And I don't know about you, but I just don't go to dinner parties like this. So who benefits? And I'm just throwing this out there. They're keeping their bloodline very, very tightly controlled so they don't lose these powers. I mean, I'm not saying they're not human beings for sure, but I'm just saying something's wrong here. The reason that you don't know his name is they hide in the shadows. When children are used up, they're parted out for organ parts. They're forced to do this at some point. If you take the money and the fame, you're bought into this.
Yeah, nothing to see here. I'm sure that's what you guys do on the weekend also. Mock killings, kissing skulls, and
openly satanic. Red, black, anger, fear, lies, deception, propaganda.
So yeah, there was a CIA project the last 6 years against me, but I take that as an honor. Stop following orders. Resistance is victory. Here's for G. Everett Griffin again.
I'm not going to change my message. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
G. Edward Griffin. Unvaccinated lives do matter. And I used to be a spinal and orthopedic surgeon, and now I'm a professional medical rebel. We can't accept evil, and we can't participate in evil. Don't let them use your hands to kill people. It's time to repent and turn away from that. Don't participate. And how much is your job?
You guys know if you wake up in a bad part of your sleep cycle? Do you guys know if you wake up in a bad part of your sleep cycle, you'll be more tired than if you wake up at the good part of your sleep cycle? Did you guys know that? Thank you. I didn't know that. I've never heard that in my entire life. Please, more people spam about that in chat. Yes. Do you ever wish to be Light Yagami? Every day of my life, I wish to be Light Yagami, and I would write all of your names in my death note.
They're coming after your children.
What do you mean?
There's a pattern here of killing the elderly, killing the Down syndrome patients. I didn't read a Bible for 4 years of my life. I'm not a churchgoer. I'm just saying there's real good, there's real evil. You need to choose the right side here.
Needless to say, I was less than surprised that this was the curriculum within Red Pill University.
We are living in a parallel universe. We're living in an alternate universe. We do not understand what reality is.
True.
And the red pill is the pill that allows people to understand and see the world as it really is.
True. How many people are enrolled in Red Pill University?
In the whole program, I think we've got close to 25,000 total.
Damn.
Americans are waking up. and I'm really excited because I think we have maybe a higher level of people
Awareness.
understanding
Yes.
that truth and starting to question the authorities.
You gotta ask questions. It doesn't
True.
matter what subject it is.
True.
If you don't ask the questions,
You're not gonna know the
you're
answer.
doing your part as a
True.
citizen to say, well, I don't know, why would we do that? We just go along with it. I think that's the biggest thing that's getting everyone in trouble is we're not asking questions anymore. We've quit that part.
And that's what we need to do. Americans are all about having the freedom, having the ability to question authority. To question when we're told something, we should have the freedom to make the choice for ourselves.
The goal is to red pill people, just like the Matrix. Take the blue pill, stay asleep, take the red pill, and wake up.
I think,
Wake up!
Obama's running the White House. I think he's serving his third term. I don't think anything is accidental.
Obama has been spotted at the White House multiple times since his presidency, missing a jump shot.
I think it's all being orchestrated, it's being planned, it's being implemented in a way that steers us into a one-world collectivist government. Everything that's happened in the world is planned. I do a podcast called Connecting the Dots.
In a way, it's comforting being around so many conspiracy theorists. Not because I spent so many of my formative years in the halls of their conferences and trade shows, but because they possess a true confidence in the human spirit. Or rather, the ability of mankind to keep secrets for a long period of time. In a world where constant human error, loose-lipped clout chasers, and other random variables throw straightforward operations way off track on a daily basis, it's almost comforting to envision a larger, perfectly coordinated nebulous force pulling the strings behind the scenes. It assigns order to chaos, while allowing adherents to skip the intellectual legwork of figuring out who the hell these controllers actually are. Lizards? Demons? Nephilims? Hakubians? Jews? Probably all the above. The point is that somebody's got a plan.
What's the history of the university? Like, who started it?
That would be Mr. Griffin's thing. He wants to leave a legacy of knowledge behind for people. So G. Edward Griffin did start that, and since all this stuff goes clear back to the 69.
So this is G. Edward Griffin, right?
This is.
What can you tell us about the man himself?
He's a smart man. At 93 years old, I think he's got more knowledge and more ability than people at 30 do. And he just really wants the knowledge out there for people to grow with it.
What do you think's like the best DVD here if you could recommend one purchase? 'Cause I'm going to buy something.
But I would say The World Without Cancer is a cover on the B-17. And since cancer is getting bigger and bigger and becoming more of a problem, people need alternatives.
Nobody ever talks about big cancer. Notice that?
It is.
I truly believe Ed's biggest legacy is World Without Cancer, simply because if you take away your health, you'll pay all your money to get your health back. We know the answer to cancer. We've known it for, in the United States, probably 100 years. People have been wiping out cancer with nutrition, and we've known about it, but they've done a great job at keeping us not knowing that. So basically, you're treated like an idiot if you believe that cancer is a nutritional deficiency, and that's what it is. This world is not about healing people. This world is about money, finances.
The answer is that the modern medical business model is to control a disease and keep it alive, but never cure it.
It's much more profitable to treat someone with chemotherapy, radiation, and drugs or surgery, and less profitable doing it with nutrition.
That's a bad business model. If you cure a disease, you lose a customer.
Follow the money all the way down the rabbit hole. You end up in a battle between good and evil. That's
Jesus.
what it comes down to. If you get down to the deepest parts of it.
Wait, holy fuck. That's actually so insightful. Like, if you had somebody sick forever, you could just, like, make so much money treating them constantly. Man, that's insidious AF, bro. Wow.
And many people nowadays are going down the rabbit hole and finding the extreme evil that they find on the bad side, let's call it, the collectivism side, where everybody's grouped together in the same pile. And the other side of it is the individual side. And I know that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but I have all the facts to back it up, and I have all the information to back it up. So that's my passion.
You ever feel like there's an institution built on feeding you information that may or not be true in a sick attempt to make you a mindless cog in their belief system? That's because there is, and it's called the mainstream media. Different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narrative, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage. coverage straight from the streets. But before we even go put boots on the ground, we get informed using ground news. Ground news is a dope-ass news aggregate. It lets you see exactly how different media outlets, left, right, and center, are covering
I've been hearing a lot
the
about
same
this ground
story
news thing.
using their biased distribution tool. Just look at how the mainstream media is covering Michelle Obama's recent comments about the Trump administration's deportation policy. This article's headline from the left-wing radical Huffington Post reads, Michelle Obama reveals what keeps her up at night about Trump's second term, while the far-right Gateway Pundit reports Michelle Obama claims deportation issue keeps her up at night after her husband deported 3 million illegals. With ground news, you can track and compare these dueling narratives to see what's actually being said and, most importantly, what's being left out. Another thing I love about ground news is how it actually helps you figure out what's really news by showing you how many sources are covering the story. For example, the story about Mark Carney's Liberal Party winning Canada's recent election has 612 news sources. So you know it's not just some bullshit being covered by a handful of small outlets.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was real, but if a lot of people covered it, you must have known.
Kind of transparency lets you judge the credibility of an article before repeating it in a conversation and realizing you've been fed a one-sided narrative and are now a cog in a machine. Another feature I love to use is called the blind spot tool, which shows you the stories that might not be appearing in your typical media bubble. We know that it's easy to get trapped in an algorithmic echo chamber, and ground news helps you break out of that cycle by surfacing stories you might otherwise miss. And we can't miss a thing here at Channel 5, which is why we trust ground news to help us cut right through the noise. And right now, you can subscribe for 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan, which comes out to less than $5 a month. Just scan the QR code or click the link below to sign up. So check it out, stay informed, and don't let the media tell you what to think.
One really cool thing that I've learned about Red Pill University is that if you get to that final benefactor tier, you actually get free legal counsel from someone named Paymon Matahede.
Wait, hold on, wait, how do you join this again?
Created something called the Freedom Law School. So I looked him up. He's actually the most wanted man in America by the IRS.
Oh, never mind.
I think he owes them like $60 million.
Okay, wait, but hold on. That's a good advertisement. You scammed the IRS out of $60 million base?
But I've seen some videos of him and he seems pretty awesome. So I'm gonna go in there and see if I can find him.
But surprisingly, Paymon was the one who found us. And of course, he was passing out the true food of freedom, pickles.
I bought it from a local store.
Oh, hell yeah, thanks, dude.
Anybody else got one, huh, Bubbies? The best pickles? My name is Paymon Matahede, and I am the most wanted man by the IRS, and I've defeated them, as you can see by the cartoon right there. This is IRS myth and the IRS reality. Don't be afraid of the myth. Look at the reality. IRS stands for, it's, as you see up here, it's really secret.
Oh, shit.
Soviet Union in America is collapsing. IRS is a failed agency. They are a creature of the media. They're the same for over 100 years told us IRS is a god that will take you back. Look at the cartoons I got here, right here. These cartoons really tell it to you. This is the United States government. They claim they're here to help us, but they're not. There's a famous saying that people suffer for lack of knowledge. That is true. And what is the solution?
Can we watch something else? Is this too scary? No, you need to be able to confront this head on.
Seek the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And that's what the Red Pill was all about.
What's your position here at the university?
Well, the Red Pill University is the different than other universities out there. It's not a government-approved or sanctioned university. It's a forum where people get to educate themselves. Because real education is not what someone indoctrinates you in your brain.
True.
It's you yourself seeking the truth and empowering yourself.
Okay.
In law school, which I'm president of, for example, I provide courses for people to educate themselves about the law, and by understanding basics of law, how they can be free. In America, for example, we've been turned into slaves. There's no law requiring us to file and pay federal income taxes.
Oh, shit.
I have not filed and paid any federal income taxes openly, and teaching others to do the same for over 30 years. There's 7 steps to free yourself of virus, deception, robbery, and slavery.
After speaking to Paymon, it was time to meet the man himself, G. Edward Griffin. the creator of the university. Griffin has been in the game for decades, speaking out against things like the Federal Reserve, different aspects of communism, and has been critical of the United Nations. Some of his better-known works include World Without Cancer, The Discovery of Noah's Ark, The Capitalist Conspiracy, and The Creature from Jekyll Island. We purchased a copy of The Creature from Jekyll Island and lined up to see Edward Griffin in person and ask him a few questions.
Well, looks like we're coming to the end of the line. We'll come up some more new business.
You cool if we film a little bit? Can you tell us your name and what year you were born?
I can't think of anything funny to say, so I'll just say my name. I'm Ed Griffin. I was born in 1931. I was raised up on the east side of Detroit, which is considered to be a...
East side, that's where I'm from.
Not such a good part of town. I had no idea of that when I was young. It was quite normal.
You say that we should watch on Kick because you get paid more there, but what if you have YouTube Premium? Oh, Kick pays way more.
Was fortunate enough to go to school, learn a few things, and then I got serious about life when I found out what was happening in the real world.
What do you think is the main issues facing the world today?
Yeah, tell us.
Freedom. I would say in one word, it's individual responsibility, individualism, the freedom to be fulfilled in what you want to do and what you feel you should do, freedom to be human.
Cool. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Did you add the YouTube delay to force us to Kick? No, I added YouTube delay when I cut some shit higher. It does drive a little more traffic to Kick, which is nice. But the I noticed that like when August does openings for my videos now, like these cameras aren't.
Okay, why don't you have the ball?
Do you think it was?
When he does like these big zooms, the resolution on the shit actually looks a billion times better than before because he had to blow up a much smaller camera. Mike, did you do quality on Kick in bed? I don't know. Ask them. They're working on it. Okay.
So what name should I put in here?
You can just put Andrew.
A-N-D-R-E-W?
Yeah, thanks.
Should make Kick your default embed on DGG. I mean, I think more people still prefer the YouTube one, so I'm trying to balance the experience. Okay.
You gonna read it, Andrew?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna read it.
Are you?
Andrew,
I am.
I mean,
what do you think
it's okay if becoming deceptive at places like this and tell people you're from channel whatever?
I know who you are. Wait till you see this video that we made.
Okay, so this is gonna be on. This isn't a documentary.
No, this is for YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, I promise.
So it's YouTube, but you're not channel whatever.
I am channel 5 on
Are
YouTube.
you channel 5 on YouTube? Okay. Well, I'm just saying I don't like the deception.
You do know that like YouTube doesn't have channels, right?
I watch your stuff. Some of your stuff's okay, but you know you're coming here to talk to these people.
Don't
yes,
think that's
you
true.
are. 100%.
Andrew, what's your most important thing?
In life?
In life.
Probably being independent, not selling out.
I mean, this is the guy. That's why, you know,
Yeah.
I highly respect you.
I've been watching
I hate
it.
to have put him in a negative light.
I bet you I'll give you 10 grand if he looks bad.
10 grand?
Yes.
Well, that's nice. I'm Jason Burke.
Andrew.
I know
hey,
who you are.
if this guy looks bad, I'll give you $10,000.
All right, well, that's good, because, I mean, he's done some great
That has nothing to do with that.
You're not going to take the 10 grand?
I'll take the 10 grand.
No, I'm just saying, I actually care about this. So.
Do you really?
Yeah, I'm interested in alternative education in general.
Will
yeah.
you do my show?
He said his name was Jason Burmez.
Hey, everybody. Jason Burmez here.
And claimed to be the creator of Loose Change.
I'm the guy that did Loose Change.
Oh, shit. Wait, what?
Everybody, Jason Burmez here.
And claimed to...
How old is this guy?
Be the creator.
He looks pretty good. I would have assumed the Loose Change Maker was like 50 years old. Didn't that come out in like 2005? Series films between 2005 and 2009. Jason Burmez. Wait, how old is this guy?
Creator of Loose Change.
I'm the guy that did Loose Change.
A controversial documentary from back in the day about the September 11th attacks.
They were barely out of high school when they made those videos, though? Is that true? Okay.
I should note that Burmez is not the director, but one of 6 producers involved, alongside Alex Jones and Tim Spark.
Alex Jones was involved in Loose Change? I actually didn't know that. I had no clue. Damn.
Incidentally, a fair amount of people credit Loose Change as being their red pill moment.
But I'm a freedom of speech guy. The thing is that I see so much of the deplatforming for misinformation or disinformation that may or may not be. Obviously, they've shifted that with things like malinformation, right? Which can be truthful, but it's basically harmful to their agenda. That's a problem for me. And again, it seems like a right-left issue on that thing, but flip the script and have it be someone the Republicans don't like, and I think they do the same thing.
You are fake news.
I don't think conservatives are going to save us. I don't think the Republicans are going to save us. I don't think the Democrats are going to save us. I think it is individuals, and quite frankly, individualism, that's why he's important, is really what the Constitution and Bill of Rights are really all about, right? They're enshrining the rights of an individual, especially with the First Amendment, your freedom of speech, and your Fourth Amendment, to be free in your persons and property. And I think that's important.
I wanted to ask you, like, in your opinion, what can we do to make our reporting like more fair?
It's a good question, man. I'm not necessarily against the gotcha moments, right? And this is the first time we've met, so I don't know what's in your heart.
Positivity, for sure.
Well, I hope so, Andrew. I'm all about people that are motivated and putting things out there. And like I said, I've seen your stuff, and I realize, you were able to sell something to HBO, which is incredible, right? That's very tough to do in this day and age. I just want something that is not pushing either side, because I think the extremes on both sides are ridiculous, man. For sure. And I'll watch some more of your stuff, and maybe I'll have a little more constructive criticism. But I appreciate it, man. Yeah, like, I hope that you understand, like, when I see G. Edward Griffin, I kind of, I don't want to see that guy get punked. The other guys, well, whatever. Like, I guess that's it, Andrew.
Cool. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you.
This guy was so happy for the first time in his life to have somebody listen to him yap who wasn't like immediately judgmental. He was enamored. Bro was enamored.
Appreciate you.
Well, surprise everybody, I got kicked out. I guess they figured out that I was not indeed a benefactor. I don't give them $500 a month. I'm just a guy who cares about the truth. It's a bummer they think that I'm a hardcore Antifa, Daily Show, HBO, Deep State, Biden sellout, but fuck it, we gotta keep pushing. But this is a very nice hotel with a great pool, so I'm probably gonna go in the hot tub and try to red pill myself without any help, because obviously they don't want to assist me in my red pilling. Hey, but Pete, there's two crickets fucking right here. What the hell? You guys ever seen that before?
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with costers, and 5 is the best number.
Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, shit. Hey, man, thanks for that web link. It's really working. I don't know if you guys missed the memo, but we just dropped an entire feature film. That's right, a full-blown movie at www.dearkellyfilm.com.
DearKellyFilm.com.
It's an action
Whoa, what's up, Shoe Nice 22?
packed movie that revolves around the life and times of Kelly Johnson, aka Kelly J. Patriot.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Clintons.
Come here, Nazi, you're going to Guantanamo.
Oh my gosh, what did I do? Am I getting canceled?
The Democrats don't like you, they're gonna cancel you. It documents his semi-estranged family and their attempt to pull him out of the rabbit hole.
Are you selling baby parts, yes or no? Don't tread on me! Don't even think about it!
I don't want to say too much, but it's a good movie. If you guys want to watch it, it would mean a lot. www.dearkellyfilm.com. It's a...
Can you explain the Trump bribe thing? He can't keep gifts that are worth more than $400. Why are people mad? I don't know. So I heard something about him. It could go to the presidential library and he could keep it. I don't know how that works. I do think it's very weird to accept a gift like that. I don't know why. Like the idea, I guess, of the United States president flying around on a jet gifted by another country. It just intuitively feels not good to me, but maybe I can't justify that. I don't know.
available for rent and buy. You can rent it.
How do you feel about the level of pushback Andrew does in his videos? For what he does, which is just kind of like chatting with people and getting perspectives, like he definitely takes on more the role of like, how would you say this? Like, sometimes you have people who are just kind of like asking questions, like they're just there to get a perspective. And then you have people who definitely have like a more pointed goal. I wouldn't say like, so like she definitely had a idea in mind, a thesis in mind for this. It wasn't just like follow the camera and see what happens. Like she came in here with the idea that there's probably bad shit going on, and the goal was to kind of expose that. Would you say this is like more of like an investigative journalist, and he's more just like I don't know what you would say, but yeah, I think that for what he does, I think it's fine. Louis Theroux calls it radical listening. Okay. I feel like Louis Theroux has like a soft agenda sometimes, but for the most part, I think he also hears people out quite a bit as well, yeah. Andrew definitely has a soft agenda, but I think that he, Andrew's probably a little bit more agendized than now he is. He did like a very hard left pivot. I think his stuff is still entertaining, but since he came back, he did a very hard left pivot. He bases his style heavily on the Ethereum. Okay. Shoe9 says he does dabs, weed, acid, mushrooms, coke, purple drank, nitrous, molly, and ecstasy. All right, all at the same time. Oh, we might do this. Okay. How do you feel about that conversation with XQC last night? I don't know. I could have been gentler a little bit, maybe. I don't know. It's very, 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 very frustrating to deal with people who... I wish that there was just like an easy way to make somebody... I guess in a way, I'm just kind of asking for a little bit of empathy. Like, if you're going to sit here and throw up 50 trillion different excuses for why a guy double tapping a Nazi salute wasn't actually that, fine. I'll grant that. But at the very least, I need you to understand why people on our side might be a little bit upset when you guys accuse us of the most insane conspiracies ever on the lightest possible evidence ever. That it can't be both. It's just not... Human mind can't happen. That just can't happen. Like, that's going to lead to so much hatred. Like, you can't be that way. Where can I watch this convo? I think it was last night. Does he have VODs open? Like, the difference in charitability is just unbelievable.
He hates his party. It's this. Started this salute was him just openly admitting that he's a white supremacist. Some people believe.
I'm sorry to tell you, you've ingested too much soy. You've become libtarded so much your eyes don't work anymore. What a backwards fucking thing to say.
Well, we can all agree on
the N-word. I don't think it's bad to sing it. Physics.
Elon Musk did.
Is that
that's a found thing?
But do you think it's like quite different, or
being replicated at Nazi rallies? That's not what it is.
About me,
bro. Out of all, I don't give a shit. What did Disney want? What does he want? Oh my god, bro.
Well,
oh my
like
god,
1
bro.
minute of this.
I can't, man. Bro, out of all people, but you make me go into Destiny call. Bro, what do you want, man?
Whoa, hey, hello?
Yeah, I'm at work right now. What's up?
Oh, hi. Okay, wait. I just had one quick.
Here comes. Go ahead.
Quick, just a quick easy question, okay? Okay. It was about the when he did the I love you sign with his hand really aggressively.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's kind of weird that, all the time this has been argued about, that there wasn't a single person who could find a single example of anybody ever doing this that wasn't doing it in a Nazi rally ever?
Oh, is that someone done?
Do you think it's a little bit weird that in all the people that spoke about this, and as dramatic as all this was, that nobody could find a single example of somebody doing this who wasn't at a Nazi rally?
Well, I mean, the whole basis of my argument is that's not what that looks like or meant to look like. So, at the foundational level, my argument is that isn't being replicated at Nazi rallies. That's not what it is. Does that make sense? It's more of a foundational argument, not that.
Sure, that could be it. Okay, I'm just curious because I don't know, maybe your chat might say it differently. Okay, because I'm Trump derangement syndrome. So like, if you look at those two things, does that look similar at all, or do you think it's like quite different? Or
I got you. Hold on. You're really gonna have me fucking put some fucking images like that on my thing? Gee whiz. Yeah, like I said, again, it'll sound like I'm reaching at straws, right? Or like kind of grasping or whatever. But the way that I see it, right, is that if you get, it's more of a an overlap, right? The guys do it. Let's say like the main guy. Okay, I don't dabble into these words, but the main guy doing it at his best, right? And then some random guy doing it as a whatever, right? The guy doing it at the worst, right? Like it's not gonna be perfect in motion what it looks like, right? There will be some overlap with other motions that people do. Does that make sense? You want me to draw it? So exactly, it's hard to articulate, but you want me to kind of like draw it? Like it's kind of like if you don't do the motion the way that it was done, like let's say on the left, right? That's what it's meant to look like, right? And then he showed me the other one. The guy's doing it like it's a little bit like sloppy or a little bit different. It is bound to have some similarities. Somebody.
Austin might be crashing out.
I know that.
What does he know?
God damn. This was partially the reason why. This was partially the reason why I made this calculated decision, because I wanted to see what their inquiries were going to look like. I had heard from TikTok stories of American citizens getting apprehended at the border, getting detained at the border. Okay?
Oh no.
And I had a different red line than some other people do. My red line was unlawful search and seizure. But up until that point, I was going to entertain the inquiry so that I could engage in some sort of fact-finding mission. And I actually got TikTok as your source of news. No, you fucking moron. I'm the source of news in this situation. That's what I'm saying. I had heard firsthand accounts from people, not just on TikTok, but immigration attorneys being apprehended at the border, for example, on NBC and numerous other news outlets that had verified reports. So when this situation came, when I was in the similar situation, I was the one who was like, okay, I'm going to see what this is about.
Okay.
Anyway, let's continue.
He said in the past, his Twitch ban, some things that were frankly ridiculous, and other things that maybe weren't ridiculous but are scary for an administration to be looking for in terms of what your political beliefs are. Your political beliefs shouldn't matter in terms of you being a United States citizen and you make...
I got into an argument with a real life friend yesterday over this. If you, let's say that I come back from the border, okay? I fly into the US and I'm like, I got grilled. I got fucking grilled when I was in immigration. And they were like, oh, what did they grill you on? So they asked me if I was bisexual, and then they asked me if I'd ever been to an LGBT parade before. If I present that like that, it sounds like, wait, what the fuck? Are they trying to like keep gay people out of the country? Are they trying to keep people who have been at pride parades or pride events like out of the country? Are they like selecting? Like, it sounds fucked up. But if I come through immigration and I get pulled over for screening or whatever, and they're asking me like, hey, so what are you here for? I'm like, oh, you know, I'm here to celebrate, you know, Stonewall riot, the anniversary, or I don't know, or some LGBT event. They're like, oh, what, you know, are you gay? Are you whatever? I'm like, oh, you know, yeah, I'm bi. I've been doing this for, you know, these events for a while. I'm like, oh, you been to these events before? Like, they're gonna ask you questions about whatever it is you say you're here to do. If you say you're visiting family, they're gonna ask you about your family. If you say you're visiting a relationship partner, they're gonna ask you about your relationship partner. If you say you're here for some event, they're gonna ask you about your events. So if you come in and you say your job is politics, and you talk about your politics, they're gonna ask you about things related to politics. That's just how it goes. It doesn't mean that if you would have said, fuck, I didn't mean to send this way. It doesn't mean that if you say like, oh my God, I told them that I hated Trump, that they're gonna kick you out of the country, that you're not gonna be allowed to come to the country. They're just gonna ask you questions about whatever you say your job is. That's it.
Bro, we don't have to give them a sacrificial lamb to know it's fascism. I also disagree with you on this. Then why don't I just leave the United States of America and escape and like keep streaming from a different country? This is something that a lot of people are suggesting in a very parasocial way as well. And it's like, no, there are going to be moments where I am presented with a threatening situation, and I think that it is appropriate for me to at least have some fucking skin in the game.
Oh
It's
my
all right.
God,
Especially-
bro!
I do have.
You had global entry flying back from Europe. You do not have skin in the game. Oh my God, he's actually such a fucking loser, bro. Like, we flew into fucking Israel with a Lebanese citizen, or I don't know if he has a Lebanese citizenship, but his name is am I allowed to say his first name? He said his name. Like, the guy's name is Lebanese, and we were fine. Come on, give me a fucking break, dude. He's such a baby.
And I'll continue to report on things that happen to
Report
me
on things.
as well.
Oh my God, kill me,
As
dude.
I said over
kill
and
me,
over
kill
again,
me, kill me,
I
kill
am
me.
not a journalist. I'm a political commentator. I'm not an activist. I'm a political commentator. I'm an entertainer. But there are unique moments in my career where I do engage in some journalism, where I make some news, right? And my personal experience in that regard played a role here.
That's established law, and that has been established law. We know that this administration doesn't care about any of that stuff, and doesn't care about what the law is in actuality. All of us collectively need to be smart about how we are articulating certain things online, not to be silent, to be perfectly clear before the do not comply in advance heroes in the comments go absolutely insane. And really, wow, you are such heroes down there. I'm saying let's maybe try not to get black bagged and thrown in federal prison, because actually you're not helpful to anybody if you're there. Okay? Important to remember that posting is not activism, right? So you have to be smart about what you're doing, how you're doing it. And you have to protect yourself and your communities. You also need to put pressure on your elected officials to actually stand up about these things. Are most electeds?
When you're a citizen coming back to the U.S., shouldn't they be asking about what you were doing out of the country? Why ask about Hamas when he was in France? Because Hassan volunteered the information that he was interviewing Houthis and shit. What do you mean? That's why he literally said it. And keep in mind, Hassan is giving you the most favorable version of the accounts because he's the one telling it, right? But Hassan himself said, yeah, I started telling them that I interviewed this guy who was in the Houthis and I support blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, no shit.
Going to do it. And you need to be smart and not put stupid things in writing, honestly. Doesn't mean you can't express your political opinion. You should be expressing your political opinion. I just wrote a piece. I've written pieces about Luigi Mangione. I've written pieces about not feeling bad for police officers that got killed. You can still express yourself. You just need to be smart about the way you do that.
So, there is, there's a lot of commentary, a lot of back and forth happening on this stuff, and there's been a lot of news coverage on it as well. And virtually every single outlet has reached out at this point to get a
because they're hungry for this story.
Insight into what took place.
I fucking hate this guy so much. God, he's so fucking evil, dude. Wasting everybody's time on everything. Nobody cares about you, little bro. Nobody is targeting you at a fucking airport. Like, oh my God, they intimidated him so much. How did they intimidate you? They gave you said it yourself, you had an Iraqi fucking border guard guy, but apparently he knew everything about you. But apparently, because he was from Iraq, he knew the right last name, so he wasn't suspicious of you. But apparently they were targeting you to try to put the fear of the US government in you, but they didn't actually do anything besides detain you for an hour, but you're not actually scared at all, but you are actually so scared that now you're not gonna go to Cuba. But like nothing about this story makes sense. He's just attention whoring. I don't care. Don't care about this. Sorry, watch this real quick.
Raging Moderates, I'm Scott Galloway. Jessica is jet setting across Europe this week, which I think is awfully nerve getting. She's a new employee. Our vacation policy is you don't take vacation the first couple of years here at a Galloway sponsored corporation. But anyways, she has decided to head to Europe, where I think she's in Italy or something like that. But our loss is our game. On With Us is literally our favorite side piece. The Bulwark's own Tim Miller. Tim is literally our favorite 3 and threesome. We have become the same person with the same podcast. Tim, if I'm on something, you're on it before. You're on the Jess lot. Anyways, it's great to have you, Tim. How are you?
I love being a third, so I really appreciate it. It spices things up, and we are kind of the same person. I had your sidekick head, on my Gen Z podcast like last week. I love Ed. I'm thinking about kicking my co-host Cameron Kasky off and replacing him with Ed. So if you have any problems with him, if he's taking too much vacation, I might poach him.
Yeah, he's how old is I watched that. How old is your young guy? I love how
24.
He's 24.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Ed is 26.
Yeah, like the fact that our son uses the term detention center even is like, it's fucking gross. Like why? Like, oh God, kill me.
Yeah, but you're a kid too. I think it's more adorable because I have the grandfather thing. You're just like the big brother.
Yeah, little big brother vibe. Got to keep making them behave.
There you go. And are you in New Orleans today? Where are you?
I'm in New Orleans. Yeah, I was in New York over the weekend. Back in New Orleans. I'm here for a couple weeks. And then we got a live show in Chicago and Nashville. If any Raging Moderates listeners want to come, May 27th and 28th. Look at me. I'm just plugging, baby.
I'm curious. Tell me a little bit about the live shows. How many people do you get? What's the business model? Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, I just lied. It's May 28th and 29th. 28th in Chicago, 29th in Nashville. I love them. We love them. We are getting, I think, almost 1,000 people in Chicago and like close to 400 in Nashville. Kind of a small, big market, small market thing.
Wow.
And we haven't quite figured out on the business, Scott Brain. We haven't really quite figured out how to monetize them in a way that is that useful to the bottom line. But I think it's still useful because it's cool for the community. Yeah. People love it. They like, especially in kind of our world. People love when I see people on the street, I'm sure you get this too. It's just like, I just like listening to you because I feel like I'm going insane, and it makes me feel sane to listen. And so then it makes you feel even more sane when you're around other sane people. You kind of vent too about the craziness of the world.
True.
So I think it's good for the community side of things. I like being out with people. I feel a little bit disconnected sometimes when I'm up here in my hole in New Orleans. I can't leave my little studio hole, and so it's nice to have human contact. So one of my colleague Jonathan Last doesn't like human contact, so it's not a plus for him, but it is a plus for me. So it's kind of invigorating. So I dig it. I mean, I think that we only do maybe 6 a year, 7 a year, so it's it'd become a burden if we were doing a real tour, like a rock and roll tour.
Yeah, I've always said that it's really a shame that these LLMs and AI is crawling the digital world and not crawling the real world, because I find online people not so nice, but people out in the wild could be more lovely.
Totally. Well, it's a lot because people are cowards, and so
True.
there are some people
There's
that you see in public that are lovely, that are nuts online. So some of it is that, and others of it is just like online draws in like the people who want to be engaged for the most part, present company excluded, are like, I think it draws people in with mental illness. I don't know. I just like for example, I just think back to something like after the Biden debate when I was super critical of him because it was just obvious. The commenters on my social media and on the blog were really mad at me, like the lefty commenters.
Don't you understand the assignment? I got a lot of that too.
Yeah, but then out in the real world, or on my email or text message and private communications, everybody was like, "Thank God you're saying this. I mean, this is crazy. Like, that was insane. I couldn't even watch it. It was so painful to watch." Right? And that's just one example. There are a million examples of this. So I do think that social media kind of draws in the most mentally ill people to be the most active. I mean, I don't know. I maybe need to reflect on that myself.
But also, I think that just being alone makes you more mentally ill. It makes you more isolated. It makes you less empathetic and more angry. And I think those are the people that have a disproportionate share or voice online, because quite frankly, they're home and they got not a lot else to do. I think a lot of what ails us is social isolation and the fact that we don't recognize we're mammals. And you put an orc on a tank at home, it really goes crazy. And kid buffalo gets excommunicated from the herd, it usually goes crazy or get.
Okay, question. You know those jobs where people like go out to sea? Did you say out to sea? When people have like those oil rig jobs, those seem like kind of cool. Am I crazy? Are they? They seem like cool setups. Oh, we need to watch. We're gonna watch one. Oil rig tour. These things are huge. I didn't. Like, if I played a video game, I would assume that these structures were not real. These are crazy.
Gets eaten and dies. Anyways, with that.
Totally agree with that. I could not be more human contact. Just pro human contact. It's just another thing that we are aligned on.
Good. So in today's episode, we're going to be discussing the Qataris may gift Trump a luxury jet. Tell me that thing probably doesn't look like an Iraqi whorehouse inside. What do you think the decor looks like inside?
Yeah, I mean, it probably looks like the Uday Qusay suite in the palace for sure. Look, there's so much horrifying about the story, but the funny part of it is, I guess it was parked at the West Palm Beach FBO in February, and Trump was like, "I want to go check that out," and it's just he's like immediately drawn to the opulence of the Qatari, whorehouse in the sky, and that I guess is what started us down this path to this bribe coming through, and that is just very Trumpy, very Trumpy origin story. But I mean, it's really, I mean, obviously it's just bad on the corruption front, like the idea that our country should be taking $400 million bribe for another country that we have a complicated geopolitical relationship with is insane. Simultaneously to that, if the corruption of the government part isn't bad enough, Eric Trump signed a deal for like a golf course in Qatar for I think $5 billion. So there's a private corruption on top of the public corruption that is happening with Qatar, and it's particularly.
One of my buddies was an oil rig engineer. He did 6 months on, 6 months off. He hated it. Oh, well, damn. Yeah, they're long jobs. You're gone for months at a time on these things, right?
Jarring. I think it'll be interesting to see what the kind of pro-Israel right folks say about this. Like, Qatar is funding Hamas and was funding the campus projects. So in addition to just the corruption part, there's the hypocrisy of we are currently taking away the green cards and jailing people who participated in the campus protests. At the same time as we're taking an Air Force One bribe from.
Why does it feel? Okay, this is a piece of history that I don't know anything about. I just know what they do, but I don't know why they do it. why does it feel like, or why does Qatar seem to have such a different vested geopolitical interest than Saudi Arabia? Is there a reason why? Like, it feels like Saudi Arabia is very much like we like the U.S. and Israel's kind of cool because fuck Iran and all that. And then it feels like Qatar is like, actually Iran's not that bad. And fuck the U.S. But also Saudi's kind of like our big bro. What's going on there? What's a different royal family? It feels like the allegiances are far different though. Saudi Arabia denounced them. Yeah, I just don't know why. I don't know where that comes from.
Country that was funding the same protests, and the whole thing is just preposterous.
I have a chat group or a text group with some of my friends from the fraternity at UCLA, and the majority of them are Jewish. And a lot of them voted for Trump. I think most of them voted for Trump because, quite frankly, he's seen as viewed as more resolute on Israel.
Yeah.
And I said, be clear. You know, this guy likes Jews the way that hardcore evangelicals like Jews. I mean, if you kind of go one layer deeper, their plan for us is not all that great. You know, it's all about the rapture when Jesus comes back, and then they decide to kill most of us.
Based.
And the fact that essentially we have the Qataris giving the president a $400 million plane and sort of turning this into kind of, you know, the ultimate frequent flyer program. Yes. I mean, first off, it's embarrassing that America needs to take a plane manufactured in the U.S. from the Qatari government. That's where we are.
Cringe.
But also the notion that you have a primary sponsor of Hamas and the political mouthpiece, and you have a country that has given about $4.8 billion of the $14 billion we have received from foreign governments to sponsor quote-unquote Middle Eastern studies departments. I mean, just this Jews have to get past the fact that this notion that the president is going after universities because of anti-Semitism is just fucking ridiculous. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It's him attacking progressive institutions and trying to implement thought leadership. That if he really cared about anti-Semitism, he wouldn't be taking $400 million bribes from the primary sponsor of a group that murdered 1,200 Jews. And I mean, you guys don't see this? You don't see the inconsistency here, and that this isn't about, we have totally become, at this point, pay for play. The question I would put forward to you.
Do they see it?
I do think you have to be really careful. I know it's tempting to group Jews together, but there are like different groups of Jewish people. Like Jews from Israel are going to view Trump probably quite a bit differently than Jews from the United States, who tend to be more progressive, left-leaning. But Jews in the United States that are major simps for Israel, not just Jews who are like, oh, I think Israel should be here, but major simps for Israel are probably going to align more closely with like the ultra-Zionist Jews than the like the ordinary progressive-y type Jews.
Has the text chain fired up since last night?
What they see is they see that it's problematic. What they see more, Tim, is one of the guys in our group who's just this wonderful high integrity guy, has this great small business that does specialty products. You know those products, you go to a conference and you see those banners and the mugs and the water bottle with logos? He has that kind of business, and he does, it's a great business, $50 million, good living for 200 or 300 people, put kids through college on it, it's a family business. And his business is basically shut down overnight because of the ridiculous, sclerotic, reckless approach to negotiating, where we're negotiating against ourselves and both sides are losing around China. And my friends are very, I don't want to say economically focused, is that fair? I'd say they're more focused on America as a platform for prosperity. I think they're like most voters. They think about who's going to put more money in my pocket. They think that essentially Washington is feckless and useless.
A lot of Jews here in Israel like Trump, but a fair amount of us expected the backstab. What is the backstab? Oh, you guys think it's a backstab because Trump went to Qatar and accepted or Qatar or whatever and accepted a jet? Trump is so unpredictable. Who the fuck knows what he'll do? I mean, it would be smart for Bibi not to turn his back on him. Trump can do anything. Like, the thing is that Trump is retarded enough. Trump is even retarded enough to do something good for the Palestinians, and it's actually bad. Like, everybody's worried, or I saw some people were worried on the Israeli side, and some people seem to be happy on the Palestinian side about, like, Trump recognizing a Palestinian state. Like, there is a world where Trump recognizes a Palestinian state, and it's the best thing in the world for Israel and the worst thing in the world for Palestinians. And it would be something akin to Trump saying, I am recognizing a Palestinian state in Gaza, and that will be their state. And there you go, boom. And Israel can do whatever they want in the West Bank. I think Israel would be ecstatic with that. Like, oh, look, they do have their own city. Here you go. We'll even lift the fucking blockade, maybe. Right? Go live there. Go. Leave. Go. Like, I don't know. It's a backstab because he abandoned them with the Houthis and completely cucked them with Iran. Has he cucked them with Iran? I thought didn't Trump verbalize a commitment to bombing Iran if they actually were getting nuclear weapons? I don't know about the Houthi thing. The U.S. goes back and forth on that all the time. Jesus. He's just an actual fucking retard. It's impossible to know what his position is on anything.
Just listen around social issues, and they're focused on who they think is better for the economy. And to have kind of one of us, have our, one of our close friends' business basically just like turned off like it was attacked, and threatened, a multi-generational business. I think that hits hard. I think that hits them at home.
He went behind Netanyahu's back to reopen negotiations on the nuclear deal. Oh, I wasn't aware of that. I didn't know that. If they did, but who knows if anything will even come of that. He also went behind Netanyahu's back. Remember, he did this as well with Hamas, I think, because I think Israel had said that they didn't want any direct talks with Hamas, and I think Trump just sent an envoy to go negotiate with them. But I don't even know if Trump knows what he's doing, or if he has any idea if he even knows it's a bad thing to do. I don't know.
The question I would have for you is, I want to move beyond the part of the program where we're screaming into TikTok about the corruption here and the obvious fraud or whatever you want to call it. Do you think
I have like 7 more minutes of TikTok good stuff. That's fine. We can move on.
You ready for more indignance?
It's your show.
But I guess I want to move to the part of the program.
I hear this sound constantly. Am I going crazy? What are you talking about? Why do I hear your iPhone Siri or whatever sound on every stream multiple times a day? You're either having a schizophrenic moment or you've got something going on your computer, my dude.
How do the Democrats become the party not fucking around?
Oh yeah, that recent hostage that got released was supposed to be the last American hostage too, and they didn't go through Israel at all for that or whatever. So.
It's your show.
But I guess I want to move to the part of the program where how do the Democrats become the party not fucking around? And this is my idea. I'm curious what you think. That we should draft legislation, the Foreign Enemies Act, Part 2.0, that says if you're operating black sites in your country, El Salvador, if you're trying to bribe our public officials, Qatar, even if the president at that moment agrees with it, it doesn't mean you're not guilty of a crime or a violation of the Monuments Act or whatever. And in 3 years and 9 months, we are going to implement significant economic sanctions and rethink our geopolitical relationship with you. And also,
wait, never mind. Lots of people saying hearing it. Maybe it might be one of the Factorio sounds then. Is it that? I don't know.
Clear. In America, the White House and the branch of the government or Congress tends to turn over. I don't think there's any shaming the Trump administration and his acolytes. So I'm about how do we start sending a chill down the backbone of some of these foreign governments and also some of the lower level people of these organizations that say, if you're illegally incarcerating people, whether the president or whether the current head of ICE says that is okay, it doesn't mean you're not committing a crime. I'm trying to figure out how we, quite frankly, move from the strongly worded letter to being a little bit more aggressive. Any ideas or thoughts?
I do. I have a couple thoughts on that. And I was literally just talking to Crystal about just on the Qatari plane thing. Again, this is more of a strongly worded letter side of things, and I have additional thoughts on top of it. But I do think just at minimum, somebody in the House, among the Democrats, should try to force through a privilege resolution creating a vote on the new Air Force One. Like make the Republicans actually vote to codify this. Like you have a majority, right? Just say, look, if you guys want to take a $400 million bribe from the funder of Hamas, then then put your money where your mouth is and then vote for it. Because we're already seeing everybody from Ari Fleischer, who is Bush's spokesperson, who's been pro-Trump, to Laura Loomer, the insane MAGA conspiracy theorist, to the Free Press, which has been kind of like anti-Trump, the Bari Weiss outfit. Like all of them are out this morning criticizing the Qatar plane thing today. So I would at least force these Republicans to actually have to codify it. That's one. The thing I like about your El Salvador idea, legal is not my background, so I don't have a lot of deep thoughts on how you can scare people into feeling like they might go to jail, though I like where your head's at on that. Economically, though, I mean, I think it would make sense for Democratic leaders, either in or out of government right now, to be talking with the EU and Carney and the guy just got reelected in Australia, isolating El Salvador and saying that when we come back in charge, we'll isolate El Salvador too. Like we will turn you into Nicaragua or Venezuela if you want to. Like if you want to be completely isolated from the world community, I know you're very happy about this deal you've done with Donald Trump and his crime family, but they're not going to be around forever. And if you want the El Salvador economy to look like the North Korea, Nicaragua, or Venezuela economy, then keep going down this path of having, of violating, the Human Rights, Council and what they've already signed and agreed to. Like they, you cannot be part of the liberal, small L liberal world of nations if you are going to put somebody in a hole in a torture camp and not give them access to a lawyer. Like that's just that's a no-go. And we'll stop doing trade with you and stop doing tourism with you. And I mean, I think that would be, it would be hard to actually impact the El Salvador economy in a big way without the U.S. being involved. But you could start to lay the groundwork down for it in a way that might make Bukele start to think twice.
Yeah, I think we've got to. I think we've got to say these folks, look, the president does not provide blanket immunity from economic sanctions or even criminality. Just to say, look, you're right. You're good for 3 years, 8 months, and 2 weeks. But after that, be clear. If the Democrats get control back, which is always a chance at some point they will, it's going to be really ugly for you. Because I think we're focused on, I think we've got to go after the infrastructure and the enablers and the co-conspirators at this point.
This is why it's so important, though, and I want to say it's like a flaw in our system. Maybe it's not fair to call it a flaw in our system, but like, between election seasons, there is no real party leader. We don't really have anybody that kind of represents the party. So there is nobody to if the rest of the world is looking into the United States, I think what the rest of the world wants to see is there a resistance? Is there a strong faction of Americans that don't stand for what your current leader stands that we can rely on if they get in government again? And you just don't really see that just because of the nature, I think, of how our election cycles work, you know?
Opposed to, because it's just pretty clear we're not going to shame him or our current branches of government who have been weaponized and politicized. That's just not an effective strategy. So let's move on to the tariffs here. All right, so back in Washington, Fed Reserve Chair Chairman Powell warned that Trump's escalating trade war could drive the U.S. towards stagflation. It's probably a word you don't know because you're too young. You haven't had it since the 70s.
I read about it.
You read about it?
Well, I mean, as a Reagan fan, you know, in high school Republicans, people talked about, you know, how he ran against stagflation. So I'm familiar with it in that context.
So it's this toxic mix of rising prices and rising unemployment, where basically interest rates go up and the economy slows down. And it's sort of stagflation is sort of a step or a bridge to a depression. But on Thursday, Trump announced a new...
It's a flaw of the system, but you could do it if you reorganize the way the party works, maybe. Well, I think there's two issues. One is the position between Democrat and Republican right now is probably more extreme maybe than it ever has been in all of U.S. history. I mean, the positions maybe are even more different than they were preceding the Civil War. That might be the case. It's just for a variety of reasons we just don't want to, you know, kill each other right now over it. So there's that issue, and then there's also this weird issue of, I feel like there is just such a gap in the media on the left between what the popular figures advocate for and where the party is. And that same gap does not exist on the right. And it just makes it so hard I just think it makes it very challenging for the Democratic Party to find its bearings. Like, what is the party? Is the party, well, if you look at the media, it seems like the party must be AOC and Bernie Sanders, because they get the huge rallies, everybody seems to be excited online for them. So maybe this is like where the Liberal Party is. But then you look electorally and it's like, okay, wait, that's not where the party is at all. This is not the case. And then you look on the right and it's like Donald Trump will say a thing that a factory worker in Arkansas will know the talking points for like 5 minutes later, because it's from the top down resonating with every single Republican, pundit, commentator, political figure, politician, podcaster, Twitter account, Russian bot, like every single person. And it's like, there's just such an incongruency on the left between our messaging and the politics. But on the right, all of their entertainment and messaging and politics, where I'm saying politics as acquiring political power, they seem to be in perfect alignment. We have to bring that alignment together. We have to bring things into alignment. Everything is doomed without that, I think.
Sort of stagflation is sort of a step or a bridge to a depression. But on Thursday, Trump announced a new trade framework with the UK that lowers tariffs, but only on luxury cars, including Rolls-Royce and Bentley. Well, thank God. Toys including
plane engines, I think, got thrown in there too.
Right?
I think Rolls-Royce has given us some plane engines too.
Toys including Barbie and Hot Wheels will face a % tariff. Then over the weekend, there was a surprise detour. The U.S. and China agreed to a 90-day truce, temporarily rolling back some of the steep tariffs that had been hammering both economies. By May 14th, the U.S. will slash its tariff on Chinese goods from 145 to 30%, while China will lower its own tariffs on American products from 125% to just 10%. The move helped calm global markets, but it's anyone's guess if the pause will hold. They now have 90 days to make a deal. What do you think will come out of this? What's your impression of what's happened as of this morning, Tim?
I mean, I think for starters, like obviously Trump linked and had very serious concerns about the economy. I mean, if you just look at the broad contours of this, so 30% tariff now on China is 20 percentage points higher than it was under Biden, right? So it was at 10 and now it's up to 30. And so we've added the 20% tax on consumers who consume Chinese goods in exchange for nothing, right? Like in exchange for nothing. I mean, the Chinese didn't even, there was some, I guess, promises around fentanyl or something, but they didn't. In the past, like in the first Trump term when they did the tariffs with China, there was also a deal where like they were buying our soybeans, and there are other and maybe that'll come over the next 90 days. I don't know, but as of right now, like we still have increased. We still put a 20% essentially sales tax increase on Americans, like for nothing, just so that Donnie could like feel tough for a little bit. How does it go from here? I think that I'd be interested in your take on. I noticed the markets are up quite a bit today. I just generally think it's maybe my pessimistic nature that like the markets and business leaders have been like a little bit too sanguine about like kind of where we're heading. I think that this is going to be like relatively ugly.
Hackman went over the people on the extreme left. Are they even worth the effort? No, you should not be trying to appeal to these people. They do not share your values. These are not your people. You don't try to appeal to them. You just let them do their thing and then you do your thing. They're not relevant though. Remember, they're not even really your competition. They don't have a desire to secure political power. They're not trying to elect candidates or run people on any reasonable level or do things to like organize or whatever. They're young, a lot of them are, which is fine, they can do that, but just don't get mind fucked into thinking that like these are the people you have to appeal to. It's just a bad mindset to be in.
Like this move away from the total trade embargo on China has like walked us away from the brink of like a worst case scenario economically, at least temporarily. But even still, and if you would have went to any of these people in October and said, hey, I'm from May 2025, and here's what the economic outlook's going to look like then. We're going to have a 10% across the board tariff on everybody, 30% on China increased. The tax bill that you guys were counting on is going to be floundering in Congress, and we'll see what happens with that. But we haven't really made any meaningful progress of it yet on May. And GDP growth will be down to 0. I feel like everybody would think that was like, I feel like business people outside of politics would say that that's like almost a worst case imaginable scenario. And that's where we are now. But people are kind of spinning it as a positive because it ends up being better than what the worst case scenario was that we were staring down the pike of had they kept the 145% in. So I don't know. What do you make of that?
So he's pulled a knife out of the back sort of halfway. That's the good news. The bad news is the injury is going to take, I think, decades to heal, because even worse than the tariffs themselves, which obviously increase consumer prices and slow the economy, I think the most lasting damage here is that we have now become the land or the economy of toxic uncertainty. And that is, people don't even know how to plan it.
The far left exists as a soft check for the center left to some degree to stop them becoming indistinguishable from the center right. No, but they shouldn't, because you should only be able to check people with things that are politically relevant. That's it. You shouldn't be able to check people with things that aren't politically relevant. If somebody comes out with an extremist movement of young children who become the pro-child rape party, I don't need them to check my party, right? I notice that your party is aggressively anti-child rape, and I think they should just take that back a little bit and make compromises with us. Now, if the aggressive pro-child rape party started to get candidates elected, okay, well, maybe something has to be looked at. But if they have no political power, then no, you don't compromise with them. People did not compromise on the right with, I can't even think of politically irrelevant far-right movements. Like the Tea Party got people elected. They had the Freedom Caucus. They were disruptive. They were doing things in the House to actually fuck with votes and shit. Like the Freedom Caucus was a real thing, and they were doing stuff. These are the people that you negotiate with. You don't negotiate with or capitulate to or make concessions to people that have no political power. Because if they have no political power, what that means is there's nobody in the country that actually supports them in a political manner. Just people on YouTube.
And their businesses. And
yeah, nobody on the right is making concessions to never Trumpers because the never Trumpers have no political power. They're gone. They're gone immediately. Kicked out of the party and gone forever. Nobody even knows anything about them.
For the economy of toxic uncertainty. And that is, people don't even know how to plan their businesses. And the U.S. S&P trades at a price earnings multiple of 26, meaning for every dollar of profits that our great American companies generate, the world rewards us with $26 in value, which flows right into not only the pockets of shareholders, but employees. It lowers interest rates. We can borrow money at a much lower rate. The U.S. dollar is kind of the reserve currency because everybody wants to buy American stocks. So,
wait, what?
We're just with $26 in value, which flows for every dollar of profits that our great American companies generate. The world rewards us with $26 in value, which flows right into not only the pockets of shareholders, but employees. It lowers interest rates. We can borrow money at a much lower rate. The U.S. dollar is kind of the reserve currency because everybody wants to buy American stocks. So there's greater demand for dollars.
Oh. He's saying greater EPS and everything is helping American employees. I would say not really, but I guess in a very, very, very roundabout way. It helps everybody, I guess. But I don't think Scott's dumb enough to do like weird trickle down shit. So I'm assuming that's probably what it meant.
And the U.S. being the reserve currency globally literally lowers on average the interest rate that you pay across your student loans, your mortgages, and your car loans somewhere between 0.5% and 1%. So that's just literally hundreds of billions of dollars in cost savings that the Americans enjoy because of the fact that our markets trade at a higher multiple.
What is a caucus? I'm going to be honest, since I got for real into politics, I haven't actually studied or looked up caucuses or whatever. I'm going to give you what I think they are, but maybe I'm totally wrong. I think a caucus is basically just a collection of people that are all in a chamber of government, so in the House or the Senate. I think they're generally in the House, right? Are there caucuses in the Senate? There must be. But it's like a group of 10, 20 people or whatever, or some number of people who are like, hey, we all tend to vote together on these issues. That'll be like a caucus. So like there's a progressive caucus in the House, but it's not like super ultra uber progressive. It's like I think far left social people. There's like a ton of people in that caucus, right? Or there used to be like the Congressional Black Caucus or the Tea Party or the Freedom Caucus was a caucus. It's just like a group of people. The Gang of Eight could maybe arguably was a small caucus, I think. It's just a group of people who are all like, hey, we should we all vote together on like certain issues. I think basically like an informal agreement to do it. I think.
Literally hundreds of billions of dollars in
they get allotted resources if they are officially recognized. What do you mean by that? Allotted resources? I don't know what that means.
Just in your car loans, somewhere between 0.5% and 1%. So that's just literally hundreds of billions of dollars in cost savings that the Americans enjoy because of the fact that our markets trade at a higher multiple on earnings. Now, why do they trade at a higher multiple? A lot of reasons. We're more risk aggressive, our technology is better, we have more
staff and
more of
researchers.
a zeitgeist or culture of entrepreneurship, we have great universities, great intellectual property, but we also have rule of law and consistency. We're seen as good trading partners, we're seen as people you can count on, we're seen as a place where there isn't going to be a ton of corruption where you come and say, open a bunch of restaurants, and then the government shows up one day and says, sorry, we now own them, and that happens in other countries around the world. Rule of law and consistency have been thrown out the window in just 110 days. And you're starting to see a reduction in price earnings multiple. And I believe over the next several years, we're going to see a re-rating down of our price earnings multiple, which effectively increases the costs on all American businesses and consumers. Because, and the market has sort of said this to a certain extent, the market has said, we don't really know what this guy's going to do, and we don't trust him. 145% tariff. I mean, this is what a bad negotiator is. The first thing we need to do is dispel the myth that this guy's a good business person. He would be wealthier if he'd taken his massive inheritance and invested it in index funds. His business career includes a trail of bankruptcies and unpaid subcontractors. He is an outstanding, to be fair, he's an outstanding reality talk show host, made several $100 million hosting and envisioning a reality talk show. As a business person, he's not very good. And in terms of negotiating, he's negotiating himself at this point. He put on 145% tariff, and then a few days later, without any counter from the Chinese, other than this is unacceptable and we're not even going to talk, he said they're unsustainable. It's like, well, boss, you're the one that did it. So to go to 145 and then to go down to 30, and effectively what you have is the Chinese are divesting away. This will keep the factories sort of humming in China. This will basically loosen up or cancel the trade embargo for the time being. But also in negotiation, you have to understand your leverage and the amount of leverage you have. And what is typical of America and Donald Trump, we're in a...
Dean is scared of Destiny. Listen, if Dean wants to chat publicly about anything, I'm okay to do it. I don't, like I said this before, obviously my community had a very harsh response, probably somewhat informed by my coverage or whatever, which is fair. But listen, I'm not here to scream or shout or tear anybody down. Okay, I just feel like there are better ways that they can handle and deal with dealing with pushback. It's a whole ass conversation.
I get the impression we're much more powerful than we are. People think of us as, we're the only customer at the taco stand here, and that without us, they go out of business. We're the third largest trading partner. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations and the EU are bigger trading partners with China. China has been divesting away from us, and I think this is good for them. They get to continue to sell not as many products, but still not the shock that this trade embargo was going to implement on them. At the same time, they will slowly but surely continue to divest away from us. And that is what the whole world is doing, Tim. The whole world is rerouting their supply chain around the United States, not even because of tariffs, but because they don't know how to plan their business with us, because of this toxic uncertainty. And I think that resupplying or that rerouting of the supply chain will take years, if not decades, to re-heal. And I do think the Americans have taken for granted, the American public, of just how inexpensive our goods are because of the supply chain that runs through the U.S. of every major economy, because they trust us and think there's rule of law, and those things are no longer a given with us. The scariest stat I've seen, organization did a poll of global citizens, took a statistically significant sampling, and for the first time in history, more people around the world think that China is a greater force for good in the world than the U.S., which says to me people are much more inclined to do business with China than they are with the U.S. And as someone who has run businesses, I've run businesses my whole life. They've always been global businesses because they've been strategy and brand firms. When I walk into meet with LVMH or Samsung, Tata Motors, we're taken seriously. And also when they do business with us, they want to do business with us. If I'd started a brand strategy firm in Pakistan or even in Thailand, they're just less inclined to do business with you because they don't know you, they don't trust you as much, they don't think you're as innovative, they probably don't think your employees are as good, they're not as confident you're going to uphold your side of the legal contract. The legal contracts aren't as easily agreed to because they're not as consistent with the kind of American or Western law. All of that we have had massive benefit from. And I don't think American consumers realize how much they benefited from that. And they're going to realize it when everything just gets a little bit more difficult. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree with most of that. I'll just defer to your expertise on the economy side of things, so I concur with it. I just like putting on my former Republican hat, just on the China hawk side of it. So I remember we used to have kind of a Republican Party that was strong against communism, and that felt like wanted to use more of a Reaganite policy, toward in great power struggles. Like we've seen these guys.
Dean did not have a better Jubilee performance in Destiny. I feel like it's really hard to compare our Jubilee performances, just because. Not saying that one did better or worse, but just because mine was so fucking unhinged. I don't know if that's normal. I feel like mine had an ungodly amount of bizarro personal attacks. It was a lot of kind of wacky shit, I would say, but whatever.
Basically fold in the face of China, and I just think broadly, more geopolitically, think about the advantages China has gained over the past 5 months. I mean, in addition to the stuff you just laid out, the fact that we totally gutted USAID and we've eliminated any soft power we have throughout the world, and created a huge opportunity for China to fill that void. To your point on the economic trading partner side of things, I think that if you are one of those Asian countries like Thailand that you just mentioned, I mean, don't you feel like you can trust China a little bit more as a trading partner than you could have 5 months ago, for sure? Then you look at the policy side of things. Talk about leverage and weakness. I mean, we completely fold on the Liberation Day tariffs. Meanwhile, we also completely fold when it comes to TikTok. Right? And the U.S. government puts into law a TikTok ban, but Donald Trump and this administration won't enforce it because they're afraid of backlash?
Nah, well, kind of. I think that what happened was Trump saw, I mean, I don't have to guess because Trump just literally blatantly said it. Trump saw that he had way more support on TikTok than he initially thought he would. And then because of that, he ends up keeping TikTok. That's it. It's as simple as that.
From the American population. So like China's been so successful in infiltrating American culture through TikTok that and the power of that is so great that like the U.S. government is scared. Let's just be honest, scared to like enforce its own laws when it comes to banning TikTok. China State TV this morning, I saw this. They put this out. The outcome of trade talks with Trump team shows China's firm countermeasures and resolute stance have been highly effective. China gets nearly all tariffs off for doing very little other than agreeing to talk. That's their spin this morning. So I just think across every metric, we have made China stronger over the past 5 months in ways that, as you say, are going to be hard to unravel.
Yep.
And there isn't really any evidence that we are trying to like win a great power struggle with them. And I guess I'd add just the last thing I'd say on it is, if you're China, it's hard for me to get inside the head of Xi Jinping, and I don't know what their plans are with regards to Taiwan or their timing, but I just do not think they could look at.
It's like having Trump is like a stupid Hitler. It's, you know what? You know who Trump is? It's like this.
Oh, you blind bloody fool! You can't insult me! We've had vicious kings, and we've had idiot kings, but I don't know if we've ever been cursed with a vicious idiot. You can't!
A vicious idiot. He's not even smart.
At America right now and think that we would put up any real resistance to their efforts to overtake Taiwan if they want.
Okay, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but I will say this one more time, I guess. By one more time, I mean probably a million times. So, Gamer Girl Feet in DGG chat says, Growlin, well, I'm not saying you're ignorant, my friend. I'm simply voicing my view on punching left. When the majority of people who lean left are not the cringy caricatures that the right and people like Destiny try to paint. Like one of my favorites is Roland Martin. I've never in my entire life said, and I don't believe that anybody who's listening to me gets the impression that I've said that everybody who leans left, everybody who's further left than me is cringy. I'm like very obviously and very explicitly talking about the crazy left-leaning people or leftists on like TikTok and shit who are literally anti-electoral politics. I think everybody understands that when I say that. I've said that a billion times. I literally said I think AOC is like a shining star in the Democratic Party, probably one of my favorite Democratic politicians right now. I'm pretty sure she's significantly to the left of me on a lot of things.
Right now and think that we would put up any real resistance to their efforts to overtake Taiwan if they wanted to do it, based on how we've acted with regards to Ukraine, how we've acted with regards to this trade war. So I just think that we've weakened ourselves pretty noticeably across a variety of different metrics vis-a-vis China.
Yeah, I think the short-term winner is Europe because China wants to keep these factories humming, so they'll have a lot of excess supply that they'll be willing to sell at a discounted rate, and I think the EU is about to get a massive amount kind of for sale on a ton of products. The medium and the long-term winner, I actually think, I agree with you, is China. I know firsthand their commerce executives and business people are roaming around Europe and Latin America saying, hey, you may not like us, but you can trust us. We do what we say we're going to do. And I was actually at dinner with the CEO of one of the largest companies in China, and he said, yeah, for the first time, we're talking to European companies about providing cloud services. And the general reaction was always, we don't trust China to store our data in the Chinese cloud. And now the question is, okay, we don't trust you, but we don't necessarily trust American companies now either. So this is not only
Elon Musk Starlink. Like they're like, are we going to trust Elon Musk with the internet access? I think that there are going to be some countries that are going to look at that both ways now. Some will want to do that deal because they feel like it might be a way to get good favor with the Trump administration, but I think others are going to feel about that the way they might have felt about China a couple of years ago.
You also have to do a better job as Democrats. I think of who has been good at pushing back on autocrats. I learned this at an interview with Ann Applebaum, and she said, if you take Alexander Navalny as an example of someone who was able to push back on an emerging kleptocracy or an autocrat, it was because he was able to connect it to people's lives, that he had this sort of motto when he was running against Putin that, okay, they're getting rich and there's still potholes in Moscow. And Elizabeth Warren, or Senator Warren, kind of summarized it nicely by saying, they're getting rich and you're getting your health care taken away. And I don't think we've done a really good job of explaining to the American people that a kleptocracy creates a small number of very rich people, whether it's the people who are tipped off to the launch of the Trump coin the Friday night before inauguration, small number of wallets, like 30 wallets made $800 million, thing spikes, they dump the bag, and then over the course of the next several weeks, 800,000 smaller investors lost billions. And we haven't done a good enough job connecting it. Okay, when Elon Musk, as part of our negotiation with UK around tariffs, gets a Starlink deal, that means every other American tech company, every other small business, and by the way, 98% of the companies that make their living from importing and exporting in the United States are small and medium-sized businesses who create 2/3 of the jobs in America, but don't have lobbyists, and they don't have enough money to get on Trump's lunch calendar or be part of Eric's executive, $500,000 a year kind of fraternity, if you will. Those are the people that get hurt the most. And I don't think we as Democrats have done a good enough job connecting the dots there. Or they'd say, look, the kleptocracy is a small tax and then a medium tax on everyone, such that we can funnel a massive amount of money to a small number of people. All right, let's move on here.
To the
we'll
music
take one quick break.
segment?
Stay with us.
Support for the show comes from Shopify. It's no small thing to start a business. I remember when I was starting out. Could use Shopify. Could use some infrastructure. Could use some help. Anyways.
Okay, we're listening to
Welcome back. On the immigration front, a federal judge's blocked.
Gamer girl with no feet would be even more goated. What was that? Wasn't there a fucking was this actually a hentai game, or was it? Or did people just say that? Kataru Shouju? What am I thinking of? You know what I'm talking about? Katawa Shouju? Is that what it was called? Did I actually get that? Or am I arguing what I'm not pronounced it? Katawa Shouju. Oh my god. It's because I was a huge fan of it. Okay. Was that game actually like a hentai visual novel, or did people just end up drawing a bunch of like porn about it?
What may be one of the Trump administration's most extreme efforts yet, the planned deportation of detainees to Libya. ISIS detained Asian nationals in Texas and allegedly pressured them to voluntarily agree to be transferred to prisons controlled by armed militia in eastern Libya, despite widespread reports of torture and human rights abuses in those facilities. At the same time, Trump is touting a 95% drop in illegal crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border compared to last year. Tim, is this a fear tactic designed to intimidate future migrants into staying away or self-deporting? What do you think is going on here?
There definitely is a desire to try to intimidate people into self-deporting, and they're actively doing this. They're running ads calling on people to self-deport right now throughout the country. So there is that.
Weird.
I think there is a little bit of a sadism to the Stephen Miller wing of the Trump administration. I think some of them like the idea of doing these kind of outlandish types of deportation plans because it's intimidating. I think they get some kind of pleasure out of it, maybe erotic pleasure, I don't know, but it's hard to keep track of all this stuff. But the latest. There's another story, I guess a week or two ago, of a guy, Omar Amin, who got deported to Rwanda. He was from Iraq and had been pretty thinly, and I think quite clearly falsely, accused of being part of ISIS when he was in Iraq. He'd then come to America, brought his whole family here, went through the refugee vetting process, was living in Sacramento, was working, did not have any crimes in America, but he was accused. There was some cable where he was on a list of people that were ISIS members. Him and his lawyer says that's false. Anyway, he gets jailed during the first Trump administration, has been jailed since then, and we just sent him to Rwanda, where he's not from. And we have there's another situation I was just reading this morning in New York with these two guys who are 19 and 20, graduated high school, were from El Salvador. Their parents brought them here when they were kids. They hadn't broken any laws, were good students, spoke English, and they went to their immigration checkout, but they ended up getting shackled, sent to Louisiana, and now are about to be sent back to El Salvador, where they don't remember or know anybody in El Salvador. So like all of this, is part of the broader effort to intimidate and to send a signal to the world that people aren't welcome here anymore, and that's what they want, right? I mean, the only people they're going to welcome into this country are white Afrikaners from South Africa. I don't think you've got to,
you see, we got our first 43 Afrikaners here in the poor refugees from South Africa. My disposition is that the South African white genocide shit is all fake, but that's just because the people who promoted it were people that I didn't trust at all when it came to reporting on racial issues. So it might actually be a big deal, and I despise it. I'm not saying that tongue in cheek. It could be that maybe there is some really fucked shit going on there, but I feel like there was a day or two that I spent trying to dig through it where people were saying that people were the victims of like racial killings, like black people were trying to get vengeance and white people would kill them, and then I feel like when I looked into it, they just look like robberies. But then other people were saying, well, no, they're targeted robberies of white people. And I was like,
read between the lines too much on that, and it's outrageous. And I think that part of the stuff, to your point, the last thing about Democrats, I think that the more Democrats can just speak, whether it's about the economy or whether it's about this stuff, in normal language and focus on things that people understand. People really don't want kids that were brought here when they were 4 to be sent back to El Salvador. Like, that is not a popular policy. They don't want people to be grabbed off the street by masked agents and sent to a prison camp in El Salvador or a prison camp in Libya. Like, those are not popular things. And I think that you can talk about those things in regular language that speak to American values while also not going down crazy lefty open borders like territory. And I think that it's important to be able to do both.
Yeah, I'm of two minds on this. The first is this is still his most popular policy. And there's just no getting around it. I feel like a lot of this was the Democrats sticking their chin out and just waiting to get tagged hard. 250,000 people crossed the border in December of 23 who were sort of asking for it. And then they see, okay, them getting Trump, or Biden-Harris hats and free phone cards and hotel rooms, and Americans saying, okay, there's something wrong here. But I've never understood about this whole argument, or where I feel Americans fail to see what's going on, is that immigration is obviously the secret sauce of America, but I've always thought, I'm kind of where Friedman was on this, and that is the most profitable part of immigration is illegal immigration. Because they're essentially the most flexible, inexpensive workforce in history. When there's crops to be picked, or old people to be taken care of, or dishes to be washed,
and we can't afford or find domestic workers. The reason why it's fairly inexpensive to eat out is because of illegal immigration. Some cities, somewhere between 15 and 25% of fast food workers are undocumented workers. And in addition, they generate a surplus of $100 billion in the Social Security program because most of them are younger and they don't stick around for Social Security. They pay their taxes and then they go back. A mass deportation effort, some estimates, put at 4 to 7% loss or reduction in GDP.
I kind of bring this up every now and then, but it feels like a lost cause because it's so anti-intuitive or unintuitive. And I know that when I bring it up, I'm literally the only time in a lot of people's lives that they have ever heard this argument given ever. So it just feels like I'm doing like some libcuck apologia. But illegal immigrants are a fiscal boon to the United States. Fiscal meaning when it comes to state or government budgets. They have a propensity to not consume too much healthcare or other types of welfare programs because you have to fake a lot of documentation to get there, and it's just very hard to collect any of those programs. But if you do steal a Social Security number or steal some kind of like welfare number, it's easy to just collect a legit paycheck and pay taxes into that system. But it's hard to get money out of it. Cato Institute, I think, does the most research on this, but most research, I've never seen anything that contradicts this. Illegal immigrants tend to be quite the fiscal boon, and then if you don't like them or if they get caught with a crime, you want to just like kick them out. So it's like very, very easy, very good in a sadistic sense kind of for your budgets, but nobody is.
And also, they're 90% of the undocumented population is working age. About a third of agricultural workers, a quarter of ground maintenance workers, and about a quarter of all food service workers are undocumented. So, I mean, your prices are going to go up, folks. And there's this trope, and there are some very bad people. I do not believe in open borders. I believe you have to have a country. The question I would have for you, because I don't feel as if I'm very knowledgeable, I have deep domain expertise around immigration, is that we want to demonize immigrants. But wouldn't the fastest way to solve this problem to go to the demand side, and that is say to Chipotle or lawn care companies, we're doing random audits, and based on the percentage of people who are clearly undocumented, we're going to find you $10,000 a day. Because they don't come here to rape to rape. These immigrants don't come here to commit crimes or to start gang warfare. They come here for jobs. And if you went on the demand side and basically hit those nice American people with real fines, such that they started implementing, and they could do this with biometrics or just simple documentation, verification. If there's no jobs, if it's like, okay, I'm sorry, I can't hire you, they melt back to where they came from. But we don't want to do that, do we?
No. Yeah, two thoughts on this. One is, and I think that it reveals a lot about why they're targeting, who they're targeting, what the motivations are. This administration doesn't want to go after business owners directly, right? I mean, if they get hurt by the tariffs because Trump's obsessed with tariffs, that's one thing, but they're not trying to make enemies of people that they think voted for them or possibly voted for them, small business owners. Plus, on top of that, Donald Trump is an employer of illegal immigrants who worked at his hotels and golf courses, which he knows. So they don't have any interest in doing that. You're exactly right. They could do it. There's e-verification. I mean, this has been something that border immigration hawks have been proposing ever since I've been in politics. In fact, many of the candidates I've worked for supported that as it was something that's on your policy agenda in the campaign, but then you don't actually put into place in government e-verify because you don't want to actually punish the small business owners that are likely Republican voters. So what they're doing now is they feel like low risk, right? Like there are probably some working class Hispanic voters that moved over to Trump. They're starting to have maybe a change of heart because they have a cousin or a friend or something who is not a criminal, who's been deported, or they know somebody who has. So there's going to be a little bit of a risk there. But broadly speaking, if you take an 18 and 19-year-old El Salvador, kid that was brought here that can't vote, was brought here illegally by their parents, and you send them back.
You can argue against the right of illegal immigrants. They say, oh, you like slave labor, that's why you want them here. I mean, if they buy into that premise, then you can very easily. The thing is to just get people off of the dumb arguments. Like conservatives will try to do this thing where they're like, oh, well, we don't like them because they're fiscal trans. Like, bullshit, there's nothing to do with any of this. You don't stop. When will conservatives lose the right in U.S. politics? When will they lose the right to complain about the budget? Like conservatives have underperformed Democrats on fiscal stuff for like the last 30 years, since a lot of people here have even been alive. Can we stop giving conservatives credit about giving a fuck about the budget or about the government spending or anything? Because you clearly don't give a fuck, or it doesn't show ever.
Back to El Salvador. You're not paying a political price for that in any meaningful way. I mean, it is immoral. It's an affront to what the country is supposed to be about, and it's an affront to the very American ethos of people wanting to come here and have an opportunity, but you're not paying a political price there. There's obviously some racial elements to it, as referenced earlier with the white Afrikaners, but it's also just they feel like it's much more politically palatable to go after 18 and 19-year-old kids that would have been dreamers or whatever than it is to go after American business owners. And just one really quick thing on the economy. I agree. This all takes time. Like this is going to happen now. But just adding on to what we talked about earlier with tariffs. Okay, you add onto that, we're deporting a bunch of people that are working, doing cheap work. We're not bringing in nearly as many people as we were. So the shutting down of the border is good in that it's shutting down some of the fentanyl traffic and some of the gang labor, but it's also shutting down people that were coming here to work. And then on top of that, we're firing a lot of people in the federal workforce. We're putting them on the sidelines. They're probably going to end up getting paid anyway, so we're going to be paying them to do nothing while that goes to the courts. And it's harder for recent college grads to get jobs, in a lot of these areas because people don't know what's going to be happening with the government. I just think that there are a lot of economic factors there that are.
What does the budget have to do with slave labor? Well, nothing, but conservatives don't give a fuck about slave labor. They don't care about any of these moral issues for immigrants. It's some other shit that they care about. That's it. But get them off the weird budget talk, because they clearly don't give a fuck about it, and then have a more honest conversation.
Pointing to a pretty bad situation, once it all, starts to hum through the economy.
Let me put forward a thesis, and I want to get your response to it. So I have a 17-year-old son, and there's been reports and verification of actual people who aren't criminals, people who were brought here, grew up here, being deported, some ending up in these hellscapes prisons, and also reports of U.S. citizens. And my view is, unfortunately, that a lot of Democrats who are very wealthy clutch their pearls and say at dinner parties how outraged they are, but they don't really do a fucking thing about it. Because there's this emerging, what I'll call transnational oligarchy, the togarchs. And that's, if you're in the 1%, you have a disproportionate amount of power. And without you, it's very hard to get anything done without your support. And so it's easy to complain about it at dinner parties. But the reality is in America that your rights have become a function of your wealth. My kid is not going to be sequestered by ICE and sent to El Salvador. There's just zero chance that could happen. I will not be silenced because I have the money to lawyer up. Anyone in my life that becomes pregnant, I don't care if I'm in deepest, reddest Mississippi, I can get access to family planning because I have money. And if shit really gets real, and on the, quite frankly, just the unlikely chance we start rounding up Jews, and I get on the wrong list, well before that, I have the money to piece out to Milan or Dubai. And what that creates is this lack of incentive or this divesting of the most powerful interest in America. And that is, whereas before, I think the really wealthy thought, I'm going to stay here. If this could happen to them, it could happen to us. But now there's a feeling amongst me, well, I was turning this back to me, but among the real...
I really like the, somebody made a tweet. Do I like it, or is it just sad? Does anybody have a link to somebody just made a tweet, and it was like, that the year is 2014. Barack Obama accepts a $500 million plane from some country. He tells you that he absolutely won't use this or it's not going to influence his opinions or foreign policy. And it's just like, even just like reading it, like I can already see the conservative brains exploding. Like just reading that tweet and imagining what it would have been like. Was it the Onion guy that, the Onion tweet, fuck. Is his name Tim Onion? Somebody just type that in. Oh, maybe it was on a blue sky. But it's 2015. President Barack Obama has accepted a Sky Palace jumbo jet from the Qatari government, which he'll own after he leaves office. Everybody relax, he says in an interview with the New York Times. Everyone does. The networks then televise the military parade in his honor on his birthday. It's just like... I still need to find out if Trump can actually keep this jet.
Happen to them, it could happen
Still don't know
to
the answer to that.
us. But now there's a feeling amongst me, well, I was turning this back to me, but among the really wealthy, they were insulated from some of this, that it really doesn't impact us. So we have our own schools, we have our own security, we have our own healthcare, we have our own legal rights. We're protected by the law, but we're not bound by it. And it creates this really unhealthy ecosystem where the most powerful in our nation, even who claim to have progressive values, really don't feel that same sense of vested interest in the maintenance and fidelity to American values, because at the end of the day, we're kind of global citizens, and our governance is the dollar, or basically how much money we have, and we can find those rights somewhere else, even if they're violated here. Your thoughts?
I think that there's some of that. Look, you always seem to paint with a broad brush in these sort of situations. Like there are certainly rich liberals that are out there doing what they can, and others that feel like how you did. And I hear from Bulwark listeners, like upper middle class people, that come up to me and say that they're thinking of leaving. Like going, a woman just over the weekend that was like, I'm thinking about moving to Australia.
Wait.
This sick ass fucking invention. I don't know who made it, but they're the fucking GOAT. It's called a firm. We can basically just get a loan on our flight. It's so fucking sick. It's like a free flight. We got a fucking payment plan for our flight. $16 a month, 34% APR, $0 due today. Confirmed. You're going to Miami for free. This sick ass fucking invention.
Wait, that sounds awesome.
Husband is a citizen or something, and I was like, don't leave, I'm not going anywhere. You're fine here. You actually, because of what you just laid out, Scott, like if you're a citizen of this country that has enough money for a lawyer, like you're in pretty good shape right now. We'll see how things look when Donald Trump is deteriorating at age 81 in 2027. Maybe my assessment will change on that, but as of right now, you're fine, and you should be staying here and should be fighting. So I think there's a little bit of that. I also think the Democratic Party, and this is going to go against my policy preferences is probably, but I think that from a political standpoint this is important. The Democratic Party has not done a particularly great job of recruiting people that are from the working class that are from the non-globalist parts of America to be spokespersons for the party. A lot of times those people are probably going to be they're probably going to have different views from me on social and economic issues, right? Like I'm kind of a fiscally conservative, socially liberal, whatever cliche. Like the Democrats should probably be recruiting people that are more fiscally left than me and have some maybe contrarian social views, because that is like the most popular combination of political views for working class people.
Seeing everybody go crazy, or should I say go crazy? Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but seeing everybody getting ass pained about Gavin Newsom's take on trans athletes, it's like, guys, come on, we need to do better than this.
And I think the Democrats have done a lot of recruiting of people that like are maybe from somewhere in America and then were the valedictorian and then went to a fancy school and then worked at McKinsey and then went back to where they came from, or and nothing against any of those people, but they're going to have a set of views that are closer to what you just lined out, that have a more of a globalist kind of mindset. And I do think it would help the Democrats to have people that like authentically sound like they are from the communities that are going to be hurt by this.
Yeah, it shocked me a couple days ago. There was a new poll showing that if the election were held again today, that Harris would still lose, but Trump would win.
Really though? Who would be doing a better job as president among registered voters who said they voted in 2024?
Job as president. Guess who comes out on top? Within the margin of error comes on top. This is a lot like the election result, right? Trump 45%, 2 points ahead of Harris at 43%. 12% say they'd be doing about the same. But this is the key nugget here. It's not just about regretting that vote. It's literally saying who would be doing the better job.
I think you should look at this as a poll. This is a poll. For the election, it would come down to, like, you'd have to start going through the individual states to figure out who would actually win the election again, right? It's hard to say if that would come out the same way or not.
We will succeed. Right now, and Trump continues to score a higher percentage of the vote than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, my sense
I'm
is,
not shocked by that.
I was shocked by that, especially when you see the swing among young people. But I mean, it is what it is, and as unpopular as Trump is, the Democratic Party is less popular. And I think as we sit again crying into TikTok, the reality is the analogy I used to use was that the Panzer tanks come rolling into Poland and we're fighting Democrats. As Democrats were fighting them on horseback. And then someone reminded me, actually, that was a successful military operation. I should stop disparaging the heroes of the Polish army in World War II. So, but my point is, the only thing that feels more corrupt than the Trump administration, or kind of coarse and cruel right now, is just how weak the Democratic Party is.
Yeah, well, it's not more corrupt, but it's sadder.
No,
It has more
weak.
impact. Yeah, more weak for sure.
Well, isn't America basically saying they'd rather have a corrupt autocrat than a weak Democratic Party?
A lot of Americans are. And here's the problem. This goes to your screaming the TikTok thing, which I do a lot. So I'll defend it. I'll defend the honor of it. But I do think it has its limitations, which is this. Like, and this is why I bet you get pushback sometimes from people when you say this, because there's like a decent, like there's a not nothing. There's 40% of the country, maybe 33% of the country, who are super engaged in politics, are decently well off, middle class to upper middle class, went to college, read the news, listen to podcasts or watch, cable or read the newspaper or read magazines, whatever, engaged, know who their representative is, and are mad about what's happening, are legitimately mad about it, and are trying to figure out what to do about it. And the good news for Democrats is those people show up in these special elections and local elections. That's why Democrats are trying to do better in those than in the national elections. The problem is there's just another huge part of the country that are less informed. I don't really even say that as a pejorative. It's just
Super
like
unplugged,
they don't
yeah.
engage in political news. Maybe for some of them it's because they're working too damn hard and don't have time. Maybe for others it's because they'd rather play video games for 8 hours a day. But either way, like that is happening. And the Democrats...
What should the Democrats do right now then? It sounds memey, but I feel like it's an apt analysis of the political environment. Democrats should literally look to YouTubers. They should look to the influencer model to figure out how to do politics, because right now, at least in the United States, politics is basically done on like an influencer thing. So how do you capture people's attention? How do you get it so that people like enjoy listening to your political figures? Basically tap into the kind of energy that people like AOC and Bernie have, but make that message more palatable to like the wider constituency that you're trying to appeal to, basically.
Democrats have like to that demographic, the Democrats feel very weak and they feel very disconnected and out of touch and not fighting for them. And it is just an absolute necessity that Democrats figure out how to find a voice that can connect with people that don't read the New York Times. And part of that, I think, is, as I just mentioned in the last answer, is like recruiting people, not who play video games 8 hours a day, but who like look and sound and feel more like folks that are not part of that class of the 1/3 of the country that's super engaged.
Well, let me ask you then. Right now, if you had to say who are the leaders of the Democratic Party, you would point to Minority Leader Jeffries and Minority Leader Schumer. And I'm a fan of Leader Jeffries. I don't think he's the leader we need right now. And I think Senator Schumer is a fucking disaster. Who do you think, in your view, who are some of those emerging voices? Everyone keeps saying we have such a strong bench, and then they point to Westmore, and the list runs shallow.
Also, keep in mind, too, that like they're having this conversation. Keep in mind, Republicans struggled for probably, what was it, like a year or two? Republicans were struggling after the election in 2020, right? Remember, we saw all these people who were freaking out, trying to figure out, well, who's going to lead us? And it's got to be DeSantis. It's got to be DeSantis. And then Nikki Haley kind of comes out and, oh, maybe she can do it. Maybe it'll be Nikki Haley. Like, Republicans had these same issues as well. But then when people realized, oh, shit, okay, well, looks like people still like Trump, I guess. So Trump it is. Then eventually Trump became the guy again,
Hello. Who do you see as potentially? And then everyone's getting excited about John Fetterman, and there's all these stories coming out saying that he's struggling. Who do you see as kind of the up and coming draft choices in the Democratic Party?
Well, I am on the weak bench side of this. Me and Carville argue about this. Carville feels very like the bench is really good. I don't really think so. But I do like Wes Moore. I think that you've seen like the AOC and Bernie are actually channeling something. I don't. Obviously, Bernie's really old.
Let me just push a pause there. My thesis is they're great. They're inspiring. There's no fucking way America's going to elect either of them.
Yeah, it's funny. I was at a panel, and this is part of like getting again outside of these pockets of.
Republicans are praying that Bernie or AOC are the nominee.
I was on a panel here in Louisiana, and I got the same question. I was giving the same answer I'm giving right now. And then I mentioned AOC, and a guy who I know, who's an older guy, who's a Democrat, Louisiana Democrat, came up to me, and he's like, my party is more insane than I even thought it was. If they think that AOC can win this country, it's just like people that are outside of certain worlds just don't see things differently. That said, they showed leadership, and I just wanted to mention it.
They're inspiring.
Yeah. If this is it's May 12th, 2025. If you took us to May 12th, 2013, and said Donald Trump is going to be the Republican Party leader, everybody say you're insane. If you took us to May 12th, 2005, and said that Barack Hussein Obama is going to be the Democratic Party leader, everybody say you'd be insane.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times people have limits on their imagination. Yeah. And I think that you look at like the two examples I come up with, they're just totally different. Neither of these guys are going to be the leader of the Democratic Party, but Dan Osborne ran for Senate in Nebraska, way overperformed as kind of a working class, socially conservative, fiscally liberal guy. And like Democrats should recruit guys like that for the midterms. Mark Cuban is like the inverse of him. Is like a business guy, and you could tell me that like either of those types of people could be the Democratic nominee in 3 years, and I would believe you. And so I don't know. I like Wes Moore fine. I like Josh Shapiro fine. I mean, there are other Pete. I hate. I think that I don't compete like as a 7-language speaking grad who worked at McKinsey. Really like reached the working class people I've been talking about. I don't know, but he did pretty damn well on that Bro podcast, that Andrew Schultz podcast the other day. So maybe he can do better than I think. So there are people out there, but it's going to take real work. Scott Galloway, if he didn't live in London, might be an example.
Yeah, that shows just how desperate we are. Let me ask you this, just so we can fill it up.
Does Scott live in London? Is he not in the U.S.?
Let's not shut up with people calling me names. I think America is ready for a gay president. I don't know if the Democratic Party is. I think the way the Democratic primaries are held, that there's certain elements of the Democratic Party that would have an issue with Secretary Buttigieg as evidenced by his political performance. Thank you.
What did you say?
The Democratic Party that would have an issue with Secretary Buttigieg as evidenced by his political performance.
Okay, yeah. I don't know why Scott didn't just say it. I feel like Scott's not a very politically correct guy, but okay, turn about it, yeah. That's is it Super Tuesday is where your huge firewall of southern states are? That'd be a hard one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the truth. Like, so I'm just gonna say this. Like, I have plenty of friends in the Pete campaign, and like Pete had some of his own issues with black voters in South Bend that may be totally unrelated.
Hot take, and I might be extrapolating too much from my experience maybe with women or something. I don't know. When people say they have issues with gay people, including black people saying this or whatever, I don't know if that's actually true, that they have huge issues with gay men, or if it's that they have huge issues with highly effeminate gay men. Like if you had a person who was like Pete is pretty ordinary, and it was like, oh, he's also gay, I don't know if that would present the same problem, although it's hard to know without actually testing it, but
related to gay issues, but like they did focus groups with black voters, and in all those focus groups there were some black voters that weren't cool with it. And that's just a fact. It's just reality. There are more white people that hate gays than black. You know what I mean? So I'm not like trying to make it a racial thing. That's just kind of a fact, and that would be a challenge for him. Is that going to be still the true in 3 years? I don't know. Is it something about Pete himself? Again, like Carville's line is always like the person that wins the Democratic primary is the one that can win the black church. And is like, I could maybe imagine a gay candidate that would be able to do better in a black church than Pete. It's just like, is that like his natural space? Like probably not. But maybe so, by the way. I don't know. Like maybe he could really surprise and prove himself. I didn't think he'd do that well in that podcast. Pete has surprised at every turn. So I don't know. I think that broadly speaking, even outside of black voters, Democrats are like, what's the fucking old saying? Twice bit, thrice bits, once whatever. Just about. I think that they'll probably want to go for a straight white guy, or a straight black guy, just because like after the Hillary and Kamala experience, I think that a lot of Democrats are just to be freaked out about nominating somebody. And I don't know if that's true or right. I think there are other issues there, but I do think that there will be some of that.
Yeah, I think the Democratic Party at this point is like, okay, we absolutely need a female president, and we will have a female president. She'll be a Republican who has a reputation.
Is that just the one of the good ones argument? The ones racists use to prove they aren't racist because they have a black friend? No, I think it's because the ultra effeminate gay trope. I think that personality style, I just think is very annoying. I don't like those types of people. But it's not. That's not like a huge. Why do I have to say it's not because I'm homophobic? It's nothing to do with it. I just think that personality style is kind of annoying to a lot of people.
for likely drone striking your entire family if you run a stop sign. That's who's going to be the first female president.
Christy, no, she'll have a whole new face, and she'll have murdered a dog and have done a pin-up photo shoot in front of, in front of El Salvador torture prison.
Well, I hope and trust that she'll be out of government soon, but she's going to slipstream right into some sort of Cinemax prison film. I mean, that picture of her where it looked like a Sephora had exploded on her face and she was in front of a bunch of half-naked dudes, it literally felt like those prison films I used to watch in the 90s after my parents had gone to sleep on Cinemax. Okay, let's take a quick break. Stay with us.
Wait, why does this have no card?
Welcome back. History was made last week as Cardinal Robert Previs became Pope Leo XIV, the first American to lead the Catholic Church. Born in Chicago and shaped by decades of missionary work in Peru, Leo stepped onto the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica Sunday to deliver his first blessing. He called for peace in Ukraine and Gaza, urged leaders to reject war, and emphasized caring for young people and the vulnerable. His message and background signal a potentially progressive path forward. Tim, what does the new Pope's background and his first public message tell you about the direction that he may take the Church?
I've got to tell you, my mother couldn't be more thrilled. I'm a little bit of a lapsed Catholic.
Well, that's
myself.
important.
As we were just talking about the gay stuff, but there were some jokes on the internet that he was the bulwark Pope, and it was like right in my mom's lane because he was, he voted in Republican primaries, I guess, in 2012 up until 2016, and then he stopped, and then he had multiple tweets criticizing Trump and Vance. It's pretty wild that we can go through the Pope's tweet history now. We are in a different world. He also is a graduate of Villanova, where my little brother went, so like touching a lot of bases for my daily church-going mother.
Good for the Miller family. Good for the Miller family.
The broader thing, I don't know. I think that the College of Cardinals probably had a lot of things in their minds, not just the fact that this person was American or our domestic political concerns. And frankly, he hasn't even been in America that much. He was in Peru and Italy for most of his service to the church. And so I don't know. I will say this: it's whether they intended this or not. I do think it is nice to have an American on the world stage that is offering a counter view about what it means to be a person and a human than our president. Sure. And I don't know that he's going to be like the woke pope of every lefty's dreams on a variety of issues. Like the Catholic Church still has the Catholic Church's views on gender and sexuality and abortion and women priests and all that. But I think that he is someone that it's very clear that he actually cares about his fellow humans. He cares about humanity, and that is in direct contrast to the president who only cares about himself. And so I don't, we'll see what exactly it means for the Catholic Church. I think probably a continuation of Francis more than any big, massive changes based on my Catholics in good standing in my life. TBD a little bit on all that, but just as a former PS2 PR, marketing and PR people.
Is it not telling that these larger religious figures are outwardly criticizing Trump for his rhetoric? Catholics and everybody else, nobody gives a fuck about religious shit ever. It's just kind of like a thing you do to virtue signal. That's it. I don't know what else to say. Sorry. That's been true even since I was a kid.
It's good. It's nice PR for America at a time where our PR is pretty shitty.
My thesis is that this is the third world leader that got elected by Trump. Anthony Albanese, Mark Carney were both supposed to lose, especially Carney overcame a 25-point deficit. And I think there was such a gag reflex globally.
In Critical Role's history, Joe stole the Hand of Vecna as his character Archon, and it was one of those moments that just was shocking and dramatic and now has made it into the very lore of D&D. I talked to Joe about what that experience was like and how it feels for that to now all be canon.
It seems like everyone in the gaming world, when I bump into them, they need to talk to me about the hand. And like, I'll give you an example. I went to Matt Mercer and Marisha Ray's wedding, and I took my wife, and she hadn't met any of those people, any of my Dungeons and Dragons, friends and acquaintances. She really hadn't met many of them, and it was like a scene out of The Godfather, where I was sitting in a chair and there were people lined up to shake my hand and tell me how amazing the stealing of the Hand of Vecna was during those episodes. And it was like a line. And it was like, I don't know, it was like your wife realizing that you have this double life, that you're not who she thought you were, you're actually Don Corleone in this other world. And I had to explain, because I had explained to her before, because I came home excited because there were so many factors that had to fall into place in order for that hand to become available. I had so many contingencies planned out, if this, then that, but if that happens, then that, and this, and that, and I couldn't give any of it away. So I had to have this poker face the whole time as my brain is just calculating. And I also have to have them just feel like I'm the friend. I'm their buddy, Archon, who's helping them defeat Vecna. And it's evil with good against a greater evil and all of that. And And so I had so much planned out about that. And I also knew exactly where he was going to go, because there's things like scrying. There are things like counter spells. There are things that could have happened that could have blocked Archon from getting out of there with the hand. I mean, initially, my thoughts were, how am I going to get out with the hand physically? Like, could I jump on the Gloomstalker and fly out? Well, no, they have like elves and a druid who could shoot spells 300 feet. There's no way I can get away. Any way I did the calculations, the only way I was possibly going to get away was chopping off my own hand and putting the Hand of Vecna on. Like, why would I not do that anyway? I mean, and from a cinematic standpoint, there's no more cinematic moment than that. And if somehow we beat this thing and the hand gets left behind, and I can pull that off, like I have to, there's gonna be a moment where they could have a reaction, and I need it to be so pure, and I need to sell this moment so much, just on an acting level, in order to get away. And I thought, well, Vax is gonna die. That's where I make my move. They're gonna huddle around him. They're gonna have tears in their eyes. It's gonna be like a 5-year culmination for them. And that's when I strike. And so I waited for that moment. And when it hit, I had a whole speech prepared. But I couldn't let them on. I couldn't read it. I couldn't act, you know. So I just went into this very calm speech and let the silence kind of play as I was speaking, and chopped the hand off and got out of there. Now, once he gets out with the hand, what happens then? Well, I can only teleport onto the same plane. So I would have had to work it out. Archon would have had to work it out with one of his minions to meet him at this rendezvous point. If things went well and he was still alive, he'd meet at this rendezvous point. And I needed someone with the ability to plane shift to get him away. And that's how Krull was born. I thought, okay, plane shift. Kid's a cleric ability. Death Domain cleric, he's the Oathbreaker. Of course he has the Death Domain cleric. Well, what's a cool race for Death? Turtles, of course. Turtles are the one race in this game that people just see as this dopey kind of like, you know, they have like a stigma attached to them. And I thought, I'm gonna tear all that down. I'm gonna make the most badass, demonic, evil, like undead turtle. And that's how, those were the beginnings of Krull. And so I figured Krull would be waiting for him somewhere else on the continent. He also has the ability to heal Archon after the battle. Who knows what's happened to Archon? He can feed him a potion of vitality to get rid of the effects of his barbarian frenzy. And then plane shift would open this portal for them to shift into Avernus, man. And that's where the story went. And there, Adam Lee and I are having lunch at Wizards, and he mentions that the next book is Avernus. They're just in the baby planning stages of this Avernus adventure. And I went, well, Tiamat's there, right? And he said, yeah, she'll be there in some capacity. I said, well, that's where Archon is. He said, what do you mean? I said, he's in this tower. And I went on this whole thing, this story I created about this tower that Tiamat rose up out of the volcanic rock for Archon to stay in and figure out the powers of the hand in order to teleport her out of this imprisonment. And there would be an army that would gather around, this army camp gathered around this tower. And there would be warlocks that would see Archon as their patron now. And there would be armies of undead and this menagerie of celestials that Krull was keeping in the bowels of the tower in order to steal their essences and, you know, like grind down the horns of the unicorns to feed to Archon to fight off the necrotic power of Vecna's hand. And he would have these artifact squads that were out finding artifacts and bringing them back to this tower that would be this hub of evil and the dragon armies, and he would become like this Ariakis sort of character, this mixture of Ariakis and Verminard together in this tower. And he would have his minions and his armies, and I thought maybe the players could run into him there. And if there are these chains that are holding down Elturel You know, the question was, well, what would happen if you combined all of Tiamat's breath weapons at once? Like, what happens then? You know, and if you needed her help, what if you needed her help? You needed to make a pact with this devilish, chaotic, evil goddess, but you had to strike the deal with Archon to get to her, and so you had to do something for him. And so there was a question of how were you going to play that. And I thought that became a really interesting by people.
The year is 1892, somewhere in southeastern Europe. You're a standard human being on your way to do standard human being things, like ride a horse-drawn carriage, or wander the streets at night with an old-timey oil lamp, or whatever other fun things people were doing at that time to keep busy. But as you walk past a dark alleyway, a stranger in a long coat emerges from the shadows. The vampire pulls you from the street into the darkness and sinks its fangs into your neck. That is your last living moment. Your life might be over, but your death has just begun. The transition from human to vampire must begin with your actual clinical death. Becoming a vampire is not just a simple blood exchange or magical transformation. Your heart stops beating, your lungs cease to draw breath, and for all medical purposes, you are deceased. Then reanimation. But reanimation isn't immediate. Traditionally, it takes 3 nights for the process to complete. During these 3 nights, your body undergoes excruciating changes that, thankfully, you're not conscious to experience. Your organs rot as they're no longer needed. They literally melt away, leaving behind a sulfurous goo. Your blood clots up and is gradually replaced by the vampiric essence that infected you. Your skin becomes pale and cold, losing its natural elasticity and warmth. Your canine teeth elongate and sharpen, transforming into the fangs you'll need for feeding. When you finally awaken on the 3rd night, the sensory overload is overwhelming. Your senses are heightened to supernatural levels. Sounds that humans can barely register now boom in your ears. Smells become so intense that they can physically repel you. Your vision sharpens dramatically, particularly in darkness, but at the cost of becoming painfully sensitive to bright light. But the biggest challenge is your hunger. This isn't ordinary hunger that can be satisfied with food. In fact, normal food and drinks become repulsive to you, often making you throw up if consumed. What you crave is human blood, and this craving isn't just psychological. It's a biological necessity that causes physical pain if denied for too long. Like most new vampires, you attempt to avoid this hunger, but after a week, it just becomes too much to handle, and you succumb to the impulse like every other vampire before you. The hunger of a newly turned vampire is nearly uncontrollable. During your first few months of undeath, you'll be in a constant state of what feels like excruciating starvation. Proximity to humans becomes both irresistibly enticing, but torturously difficult. You can hear their heartbeats, smell their blood pumping through their veins, and the predatory instinct to feed overwhelms all other thoughts and concerns. Traditionally, in vampire society, the vampire who turns you into one of the undead is tasked with guiding you through this transition period. But vampires aren't the most reliable. Often, you will be left to fend for yourself. Without guidance, newly turned vampires often become savage killers, draining their victims completely and leaving conspicuous corpses that draw unwanted attention, which leads to them being hunted down and killed. However, with proper instruction, you'll learn to feed without killing, taking just enough blood to sustain yourself while leaving your victim alive, albeit weakened and with foggy memories of the encounter. Learning to control your hunger is just the first of many adjustments you'll need to make to your new undead experience. There are many severely restricting vulnerabilities that come with being a vampire, defining every day of the rest of your quote-unquote life. Sunlight is your most famous and deadliest enemy. If you find yourself in direct sunlight, no matter how minor, you will be burnt to a crisp in an instant. Even a fleeting torch of light will leave permanent burns, and diffused daylight through windows or on cloudy days will still cause severe burning and pain. This forces you into a completely nocturnal existence, limiting your activities to the nighttime hours and requiring you to have a secure shelter during daylight. You eventually become incredible at telling the time, developing a strong sense of when the sun is going to arise. In the winter, you have a lot of time to go out in the open and feed, but in the summertime, hours in the day without the sun dwindle. Sometimes, you have as little as 5 or 6 hours to operate at night before the sun emerges again. You may be functionally immortal, but you have far less productive hours in the day than normal humans. Finding a suitable shelter for the daytime becomes a constant concern. Traditional law states that vampires must rest in soil from their native land, usually within a coffin. Some of the older vampires insist that this is an ironclad rule, and considering they have been around for centuries, if not millennia, they are kind of the experts. However, there's also rumors of more modern vampires who just rest somewhere that is absolutely light-proof, but you don't really want to risk finding out. So you take some soil from your home and place it wherever you rest, just to be safe. Your daytime sleep is not optional. As dawn approaches, you're overcome by paralysis that renders you completely vulnerable until the sun sets again. This daily period of helplessness is perhaps your greatest weakness, because any humans who discover your resting place could easily destroy you while you're unable to defend yourself. Water is also another significant obstacle. Vampires cannot cross running water, so rivers, streams, and even heavy rain can completely hinder your movement. You find yourself more landlocked than most other creatures, and depending where you are in the world, you can find yourself completely trapped by rivers. A vampire born in Cairo is trapped between the Rosetta and the Damietta branches of the Nile. And vampires east of the Mississippi River find it almost impossible to make it to the west coast without great inconvenience. Religious symbols and artifacts pose serious threats as well. Crosses, crucifixes, holy water, and blessed areas all repel or harm you. The psychological impact of being cut from religious institutions and symbols that may have been important in your human life adds to the isolation of vampirism. Churches, temples, and other sacred spaces become forbidden territory, further limiting your ability to move freely through human society. In the modern day, this isn't as bad a restriction as it once was, but a surprising amount of buildings have been blessed by priests, making each excursion into unknown territory a risky game to play. Common household items like garlic and certain herbs are repulsive and potentially harmful to you. The smell of garlic, which humans might find only a little strong, is unbearably corrosive to your heightened vampire senses. Another part of the vampire curse is that when you come across raw, unprocessed grains like rice or seeds, you become compelled to count them, trapping you in mindless counting until every grain is accounted for. It's a strange but debilitating weakness, often exploited by knowledgeable vampire hunters who've dedicated their lives to murdering your kind. Your relationship with human residences brings another limitation: the need for invitation. You cannot enter a private residence unless explicitly invited in by someone who lives there. This restriction doesn't apply to public buildings or abandoned structures, but it severely limits your ability to access potential victims or blend into human society. Once invited, you can enter freely until your invitation is revoked, making it essential for any vampire to get permission before attempting to function in human society. Mirrors present yet another challenge. As a vampire, you don't have a reflection. This isn't just inconvenient, it's a constant reminder of your unnatural state. Your image does not appear in mirrors, photographs, or any reflective surface. One of the few ways to figure out what you look like is to have someone draw you, which is also far less likely in the modern world than what it would have been for the older vampires. These physical limitations are difficult enough, but the psychological and social aspects that come with being a vampire are equally challenging. The transition from human to vampire isn't just physical, it also fundamentally alters your mind and emotional responses. As the decades pass, your emotional range gradually shrinks. Strong emotions like love, empathy, and compassion become increasingly difficult to access, while predatory emotions like hunger and dominance intensify. This emotional transformation isn't immediate, but progresses slowly, meaning you'll still remember what it was like to feel human connection, even as it becomes increasingly foreign to you. Becoming a vampire changes the way you see people. Everyone around you turns into either a potential meal or a curiosity. Even those you once loved aren't just friends or family anymore. They're food sources, whether you like it or not. It's hard to have real relationships when there's such a messed up power imbalance. A lot of vampires end up keeping their distance, quietly watching certain humans from the shadows, maybe feeding on them now and then, without ever letting them know the truth. It's a weird, one-sided connection, but for most vampires, it's the closest thing they have to friendship. Then there's the whole issue of time. While you stay exactly the same, the people you knew in your old life grow older and eventually die. Your family, your friends, they all fade away. And it happens so fast it barely feels real. You can't even go to their funerals. the sun won't let you. So you're stuck mourning them from the sidelines, never really getting to say goodbye. Time starts to feel different when you're immortal. Decades blur into years, which blur into centuries, especially since your nights are so much shorter than the daylight hours you have to avoid. Human worries and short-term dramas seem to be pointless, and urgency becomes a foreign concept. You might spend years just lost in thought, only bothering to resurface when you need to feed. The longer you live, the more detached you become. And before you know it, you're thinking less like a person and more like something else. Your relationship with your maker adds another layer of complexity to your undead existence. In most vampire traditions, a maker has absolute authority over their fledgling, kind of like a parent-child relationship, but with a much darker twist. In the beginning, you have no choice but to obey them, and stepping out of line can mean serious consequences. That power dynamic doesn't fade either. Vampire society runs on strict hierarchies, where the older you are, the more power you hold. Younger vampires are expected to show respect, or suffer the consequences. Unlike humans, vampires aren't big on community. Most prefer to stick to themselves, or stay in small, controlled groups, usually just the maker and their offspring. When larger gatherings do happen, they're tense and dangerous. Too many predators in one place is a recipe for disaster. Some vampire, quote-unquote, courts do exist, but they function more like authoritarian regimes, where strict rules are brutally enforced to keep the chaos in check. The rules governing the creation of new vampires are particularly strict. Turning someone into a vampire isn't something you can just do on a whim. It's a big deal. Too many vampires mean more competition for food and a higher risk of humans catching on. And that's why most vampire societies have strict rules about it. If you turn someone without permission from the elders, you're not just in trouble, you're dead. If you ever want to create a companion to share eternity with, you'll have to jump through a lot of political hoops and play the vampire power game just right. Even if you get permission, choosing who to turn is a huge responsibility. This person is going to be tied to you for decades, maybe centuries, and everything they do reflects back on you. If they screw up, break vampire laws, or attract too much attention, you're the one who pays the price. That's why vampires are so careful about who they bring into the fold. It's not just about having company, it's about survival. Then there's the more moral side of it. Turning someone means dooming them to the same existence you're stuck with. Endless hunger, isolation, and watching the world move on without you. A lot of older vampires refuse to do it, knowing firsthand how heavy immortality can be. The ones who do usually pick people who are already dying or suffering, convincing themselves they're offering mercy. Others, they just enjoy watching their creations struggle, treating it like a cruel game. Eventually, you'll have to decide where you stand in all of this, because if you don't, you'll end up an outcast. And in the vampire world, being completely alone is a dangerous thing. Drinking human blood comes with a whole mess of ethical dilemmas. Unlike wild animals that hunt purely on instinct, you still have enough of your human mind to know exactly what you're doing, and what it means. Every vampire deals with this in their own way. Some only feed on willing victims, using their powers to mesmerize them into compliance, convincing themselves that it's some form of consent. Others justify it by targeting criminals, or those they see as deserving. A few older vampires have even adapted to survive on animal blood, even though it's not as nourishing, requires more frequent feeding, and earns them the scorn of more traditional vampires. No matter who you choose to feed on, the act itself is always intense. Vampire saliva dulls pain and floods the victim's system with euphoria, making the experience disturbingly pleasurable for them. Some even seek you out for it, just to experience the high. But no matter how much they might enjoy it, the reality is the same. You're using them to survive. Modern technology only complicates things. Blood banks might seem like an easy solution, but hospital security systems make it risky, and the preservatives used in stored blood make it less satisfying. Plus, if supplies start disappearing, people notice. And in vampire society, getting caught isn't just a personal problem, it's a death sentence. If humans ever found out about the undead, it wouldn't end well for either side. So, when it comes to feeding, the unspoken rule is simple. Stay hidden, or don't stay at all. The modern world makes staying hidden harder than ever. Security cameras, facial recognition, and digital records means you can't just slip through the cracks like vampires used to. You don't show up on video, which sounds useful, until someone notices the empty space where your face should be. Simple things like opening a bank account or renting an apartment become nearly impossible without someone to handle it for you. That's where familiars come in. These human servants act as your link to the modern world, handling the paperwork and blending in where you can't, but loyalty doesn't come free. Most familiars are bond to their vampire masters through blood, a small taste every now and then, keeping them hooked and obedient. The catch? They are still human. They age, they die, and every time you bring in a new one, you take a risk that they'll betray you. Then there's money, essential for staying comfortable and, more importantly, staying unnoticed. Older vampires have it easy. They've had centuries to build wealth, stashing fortunes under fake identities and hiding assets behind layers of human-controlled businesses. Newer vampires, not so much. If you weren't rich before you turned, you'll have to figure it out fast. Because without money, you don't just risk hunger, you risk exposure. And in this world, that's a death sentence. Vampire abilities might seem like they make up for all the downsides, but they come with their own problems. Superhuman strength and speed sound great, until you constantly have to hold back to avoid crushing the fragile humans around you. Hypnotizing people with a glance makes feeding and staying hidden easier, but it only deepens the predator-prey dynamic that slowly strips away whatever humanity you have left. As vampires get older, some develop even stranger powers, shapeshifting into bats, wolves, or mist, moving objects with their minds, even controlling the weather. These abilities are impressive, but in vampire society, they're also a sign you're slipping further from what you once were. Some embrace it, reveling in their inhuman nature. Others feel uneasy about the fear they inspire, knowing they're becoming something unrecognizable. But the real curse of vampirism isn't the hunger, the isolation, or even the danger. It's the emptiness. Humans live with a deadline, which gives their lives urgency, meaning a reason to chase dreams and leave something behind. You don't have that. There's no rush, no real stakes. You can master skills, create art, hoard wealth, and build relationships. But when you have forever, what does any of it really matter? The centuries stretch ahead, endless and unchanging, and at some point, you have to ask yourself, what's the point? Eventually, even the oldest vampires reach a breaking point. Some decide they've had enough, choosing to end it by stepping into the sun or picking a fight with a vampire hunter they know they won't win. Immortality, for all its promises, often turns out to be more of a curse than a gift. Others don't end things outright, but slip into deep sleep instead, shutting themselves away for decades or even centuries. They only wake when something forces them to. Whether it's danger, necessity, or just a fleeting moment of curiosity about how the world has changed. A rare few manage to find purpose in the endless stretch of time. Some dedicate themselves to preserving knowledge, some manipulate human affairs from the shadows, and others obsess over unraveling the mysteries of their own existence. But even they aren't immune to the weight of eternity. No matter how much purpose they find, there are always stretches of time, years, sometimes centuries, where the emptiness takes hold, and they're left wondering if anything they do really matters. You'll have to face the same choice as every vampire before you. If you haven't been hunted down or killed by then, you'll hit what some call the ennui, that creeping, inevitable point where immortality starts to feel unbearably empty. This existential period is the defining moment that separates the adult vampires from the elderly vampires. Some vampires try to fill the void by surrounding themselves with younger vampires and loyal familiars, building their own little empire of the undead, while others search for a cure to vampirism itself. But in the end, vampire society is so closed off, so detached, that you can do whatever you want, but you know that one way or another, it won't make much of a difference.
Oh, they call me Daigo, bro.
Oh my god. I wonder what's different about what Class is doing. I feel like he was right there.
Dash Pass saves you money on DoorDash, so you can skip the trip.
It's the way they should.
Nate, we need to talk about your finances.
My finances are fine. With Dash Pass, I saved $6 on my grocery order, so I cloned myself. Albuquerque. $0 delivery fees on dog toys. I got me an opera singer that sings me
around Donald Trump, that he is electing world leaders, just not the world leaders that he's hoping would be elected. And I think this is another example when I think the papacy is really strategic and said,
and more than women or whatever. What was the actual complaint? Is there an actual video on this? Thoughts on Israel's block of food and medical aid into Gaza? Genuine question. Is it justified or is it too far? Where do you draw the line between what should and should be? No, I think it's totally justified. I think it should block all food and all medical stuff until everybody there dies. Every single person. Unless there's a single Jew, then they should airdrop them specifically, like TV dinners, until they're okay. $45 This is 12 days ago. David Hogg, DNC. Maybe these guys want to go.
Hello.
Let me just rest for 1 second.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome to Washington Gun Law TV. I'm Washington Gun Law President William Kirk. Thanks for joining us. Hey, we are going to circle back to one of our favorite gun control advocates of all time. Of course, that is David Hogg. Now, David has made quite a career out of trying to strip you of your inalienable rights, even so much as to elevate himself to vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. Amazing accomplishment, but it appears that David's demise is going to be quickly felt, because now it looks as though he's about to be removed from that spot. Is that good or bad for us, and what the heck caused all of this to begin with? So today, let's spend a few minutes and let's talk about David Hogg out as DNC vice chair. Okay, America, we are going to be talking about an individual who has taken a horrible tragedy and turned it into their own personal gain, both from a political power standpoint and from a financial standpoint. The inventor of the term coffin surfing, of course, that is Mr. David Hogg, now serving as DNC vice chair. Well, was serving before I started recording this video, because it appears that Mr. Hogg is about to lose that position. Now, here's what's going on, because there's a lot of stories going on, but not a lot of people are telling you what actually happened. This goes back to a vote that took place that elevated David Hogg as well as the other vice chair.
I love how people are like, it's not okay to use a political, or it's not okay to use a tragedy to further some political end or whatever, when tragedies are generally the things that drive public opinion on a particular issue the most. Such a fucking brain-dead criticism, but okay.
Malcolm Kenyatta, okay? And what is ultimately being argued here is that the Democrats, through their own rules, which were designed to create fairness, actually created unfairness, and then the vote should be completely undone. And here's the thing. A subcommittee of the DNC has already voted on this resolution and approved it by a vote of 13-2, which means it now goes to the general membership, but there is overwhelming support for the complaint, which I have right here, and we're going to share with you a little bit about what happened, but there's overwhelming support for this complaint. So it looks like David's days as the DNC vice chair are numbered.
Oh no.
Now the complainant here, a DNC representative out of Oklahoma, Kaylin Free, who had run for vice chair unsuccessfully, is the petitioner on this complaint. And she alleges the process for balloting announced by the presiding officer before a single vote was cast for the first vice chair position was not followed. The presiding officer changed the voting process on the fly. On-site concerns about voting integrity and process could not be addressed due to lack of DNC staff, the absence of clear point of contact within the Secretary's office, and the dismissal of equitable concerns posed to the presiding officer and parliamentarian. These failures and violations created chaos and confusion among the members, prevented the immediate resolution of critical issues, and allowed for the inappropriate declaration that Malcolm Kenyatta and David Hogg were elected. Okay, but who's to blame here? Well, the blame goes with all of the stupid rules that the DNC put on this election process. Because under a 55-year-old rule, which has now, of course, been taken to the extreme, you are actually, if you are a voting member here, instructed that you must vote for one male, one female, and one any gender, okay? Whatever the heck that last one means. So you are told...
This is actually fucking retarded. Pushing diversity, I think, is very good. I think having diverse leadership is good. And I think that there are ways that you can approach that to show the strengths of that. This is not it, but, or maybe there's some really good argument for this that I've just never considered or never heard before.
That you have to select based upon gender. Now, there were 5 candidates, 2 male, 3 female. They were all put on the ballot and everyone was given 2 votes. But the complainant here points out the 2 men had the opportunity to compete for 817 total votes. The 3 women could only compete for 408.5 votes. Each member was allowed to cast 2 votes. Each member was ordered to cast at least 1 vote for one of the 2 men. That's right, DNC was ordered.
Oh, wait.
Upon one instructed that they can cross all of the stupid, but prevented the immediate resolution of critical issues and allowed the presiding officer and parliamentarian.
Wait, hold on, wait. So like if you had 2 men running and 100 women running, and you had to vote for 1 man and 1 woman, is that what the complaint has to do with? That basically the idea is like, hold on, if you're a guy, you have a 50-50 chance of being elected. If you're a woman, you're fucked. Because you're not even allowed to vote for 2 women. You have to vote for
1 female and 1 any gender, okay? Whatever the heck that last one means. So now, there were 5 candidates, 2 male, 3 female. They were all put on the ballot and everyone was given 2 votes. But the complainant here points out the 2 men had the opportunity to compete for 817 total votes. The 3 women could only compete for 408.5 votes. Each member was allowed to cast 2 votes. Each member was ordered to cast at least 1 vote for one of the 2 men. That's right, DNC, because that was your rules. You guys are so concerned about identity politics, in fact, it's the only game you really have left, that you are actually mandating how people have to vote based upon gender, or in this case, gender identity. But the truth of the matter is that David created this demise in part on his own, because as we know, the Democrats are more than willing to do away with traditional procedures to get whatever desired result they so desire. And so, again, the fact that there's complaint that there was chaos and a lack of regularities in a democratic election process should be a shock to nobody. But you see, when David decided that he was going to be the bull in the China store, when he decided that he was going to go out and spend money, questionable how he was even generating those funds, but he was going to go out and use that money to primary against Democrats that he believed the American people deserved better leaders than, well, that was the beginning of the end for David Hogg. Let us remember after he went out using his own political action committee, of which he pays himself from, leaders that we deserve, to go out and actually campaign against incumbent Democrats, DNC chairman Ken Martin had to publicly scold him for it. Let us also remember that he has decided to get into an unwinnable pissing contest with James Carville, who I'm not sure has any political relevance to America anymore, but clearly still has political relevance inside the Democratic Party. But we gotta ask ourselves, as much as we love to see the house of cards crumble, is this actually a good move for the DNC? I mean, let us remember that David was actually brought in to what? Attract masculine male votes to the Democratic National
I have no thoughts on the Omaha mayor race. No, I do not follow that. I do not know. No thoughts on it. No.
Party. Now, do we honestly believe that he was ever going to come anywhere close to accomplishing that goal? And it would appear that the Democrats do not really know how to recruit the appropriate people necessary to attract the straight male vote. Now, in many ways, I think this is a bad thing for us because David at least pulled the veil off of what we've known about the progressive left for decades now, which is they are absolutely positively hell-bent on complete and utter civilian disarmament. David also has now pulled the veil on a lot of other things, which is that the only game that the Democrats really do have left, even internally now, is a game of identity politics.
Wow.
So it
So
looks
brave.
as though one of the greatest gifts that they could have ever given us is finally going to be taken away from us, and that the days of David Hogg as DNC vice chair are greatly numbered. Listen, we're going to go ahead and link up everything that we used in coming up with this story down below so that you can geek out on it for yourself. If you got any questions about
geeks.
this or anything else related to what's left of our Second Amendment rights, you guys should know how to get a hold of Washington gun law by now. But if you don't, that information is down there in the description box. If you got an idea for a video that we should be doing around here, all you do is click on that link right there and tell us all about it. If you want to subscribe to the monthly newsletter, the ability to do all of that is down there in the description box. And then finally, and most importantly, let's everyone remember that part of being the lawful and responsible gun owner, like we talk about all the time here, is to know what the law is in every situation and how it applies to you in any instance that you may find yourself. Until next time, thanks for watching.
Here's Malcolm Kenyatta's take on the story. Nice. Okay. There's been a giant psyop conducted for years to convince white people that they aren't native to their own homeland. White South Africans have been there for 15 generations, and yet somehow they still don't count as native. White people have been in the Americas for 500 years, and yet somehow we aren't allowed to call this our native land. It doesn't matter if you're great. As I point out many times, the concept of native is so confused in our culture that if I call myself a native Marylander or a native of Baltimore, nobody bats an eye. But if I call myself a Native American, it's a problem. So I can be native to my state and city, but not my country. How does that work exactly? Welcome to language. Different words mean different things in different contexts, I guess.
Hey.
"100 days ago, I was elected as a vice chair of the DNC with 298 votes, well above the 201.5 threshold to win. David Hogg received only 214.5. Today, the DNC Credentials Committee heard a complex challenge to this election and voted for a new one to be held. I have thoughts. First, yes, I disagree with the ruling, but ultimately the committee voted and I respect their votes, even when I really disagree. Second, the press had been breathless in covering the main character they've chosen, David Hogg. The easy story is to make this a continuation of David Fights the Party, which is nonsense. Today, the DNC Credentials Committee heard a complex challenge to selection and voted for a new one to be held. I'm confused. Wait, so he won. He's the vice chair, right? What a worthless set of... Okay, I don't know. This doesn't tell me anything. Okay, what is this? Everybody's freaking out about this.
Participating in homosexual acts is inherently not loving because it's damaging. It violates
Oh, the Nazi.
They're not
natural
inherently damaging.
law.
It doesn't violate natural law. There
Yes,
are
it
over
does.
1,000
Your body
species
is
that
not
are
designed
proven
for
to
that.
have queer relationships.
So, at what number do we have to get to to show you that
It
this
ended
ruined
up
their
saving
lives.
their
How many
lives.
double mastectomies do we need to
How
have?
many young people have to tell you that this care is saving their lives before you care?
I'm talking about the fact that it's even a movement to begin with. It doesn't deserve
There's a civil
to
rights
be a
movement
movement.
that
It
is
doesn't
described
deserve
as
to be
the
a civil
LGBTQ.
rights. It doesn't deserve a civil right.
Hi, my name is Xander Moritz.
Wait, what is this called?
Now it is time to decide.
I hope I
who
never have to
you
see that
think
cunt
won
again in my
the
life.
final showdown. And what did our jury of
She got
undecided
voted. She
voters
got-
from
Oh,
all
no.
walks of life watching here inside Seven's Election
she is.
HQ think of the two contenders? Did Anthony Albert?
Oops.
I'm a Harvard student. I'm the executive director at Sea Alliance, a youth-led political movement focusing on school boards in Florida. And today, I'm surrounded by 25 conservatives. My first claim is Donald Trump and Elon Musk are grooming more young Americans than the LGBTQ plus community.
Based. We're starting off with a base claim number 1. Okay.
Can we agree that grooming is bad and should be punished?
What does grooming mean?
Okay, what I would
Okay.
say is that Donald Trump and Elon Musk use their positions of influence over young Americans to change the way hundreds of thousands of young Americans think and behave throughout elementary, middle, and high schools, which has been documented, studied, and proven to increase bullying and harm, and it infringes on parental consent.
Damn.
I disagree.
Why?
I think that what they are trying to do is not grooming, but trying to...
Why do they make it seem like this guy just ran a fucking marathon to get to this seat? Holy shit.
Let's define grooming. We should start by doing that.
Yeah.
I would say that grooming is someone with a position of influence over another person attempting to change their thought patterns or behavior to exploit them. Would you agree?
Right.
What I would say is that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are proven to have been doing that with elementary, middle, and high school children by sending targeted ads to youth demographics, accessing their rhetoric on social media, and what studies have shown, studies of tens of thousands of teachers, reported incidents, school reports, hundreds of disciplinary reports sent to studies have proven that there's increase in bullying in
I think they
places
have a
where
plan.
Donald
I think they have a plan.
Well, let me finish this really quickly. It's important to note that
States
there
of
have been
America.
thousands of cases of Donald Trump's rhetoric being linked specifically to bullying incidents that have been done by elementary schoolers, middle schoolers, and high schoolers who all said that they felt vindicated in their actions because Donald Trump, the president, told them that it was okay.
All
And what
right.
we're also seeing is that in communities that have a 10-point increase in
How does this crazy woman keep getting invited back? Jesus.
support for Donald Trump, there's an 8% increase in bullying. And the reason that this is unique is this has never happened in politics before. It
Right,
hasn't
I'm gonna let
mattered
you
Republican
finish.
or Democrat.
Okay, Jesus. I'm
It's
gonna let you
specifically Donald Trump and Elon Musk working
At some point,
to
you gotta let
change
the
the
guy
minds of
talk,
young
I think,
Americans,
right?
and they're doing it for exploitative gain.
Right.
Okay.
Exploitive.
I think that we are tired. We're tired of the left or the LGBT community. We're tired of them trying
what?
to influence the children as well.
No one's trying to influence the children, except
Yes, they
Donald
are.
Trump and Elon Musk.
No. They're trying to influence the children. So
The LGBTQ
As soon as he starts talking, these guys are gonna flag him off. Oh no! Let the brother speak.
Plus community is not trying to influence children. They're trying to save children's lives.
I disagree.
You can't
because
disagree without facts.
we
Otherwise,
can
we're
talk
not
about
operating in reality.
castration. That's not saving lives.
What's up, everyone? Path of Exile's been out for a few days now.
That's not saving
I want
lives.
to break that down because it's a scary concept. If people were actually chemically castrating young Americans, I would also be freaking out. I would also have problems. But when we work with the medical professionals, when we talk to the psychologists, when we work with the families, we see that that is not happening. We see that that's not happening. There are 0.01%
fuck
of young
that shit,
Americans
dude.
that are receiving non-reversible gender-affirming care, and in 90% of those
Alright, I'm
cases,
out.
that was life-saving care. That is life-saving care. Tragedies happen.
No. Let's talk
Medical
about
mistakes
society as a
happen.
whole, okay?
Do more
Society as
people
a whole,
regret their
man
gender-affirming
and
care,
woman,
or do they regret
okay?
knee
We
surgery,
need to
hip
get
replacement, LASIK eye surgery more?
Let's pause.
I can't
We've been
even do
voted out
that.
by the majority.
Jesus. The Gish Gallop Master.
Hi there.
Well, how are you?
Okay, so your claim is Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing
Bad
grooming,
things?
right?
Yes.
than LGBT activists.
100%. Do you want to hear more about why?
Sure.
hold on.
Okay, amazing.
no, okay, here it goes.
Donald Trump's rhetoric has specifically been linked to bullying cases in elementary, middle, and high school. What we see are also that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are working in tandem to access young people through their phone screens. Donald Trump and Elon Musk worked to reduce Twitter protections, and we saw the firing of staff that worked to specifically set children's guidelines. We now see about 1/4 of young people that are online are on Twitter, and they're accessing media because also the algorithm has been changed to make sure that Elon Musk content and far-right content are boosted by about 1,000%, and that's been measured by a variety of studies.
Jesus.
And so our young Americans, while they're on their phones without parental supervision, are absorbing rhetoric that psychologists have measured to be damaging not only to their minds, but to their peers' minds. So we've specifically seen hundreds of cases in over 20 states that bullying has increased as a result of Donald Trump and Elon Musk's rhetoric. There was an incident, and it was heartbreaking, where one student was bullied so severely that they attempted suicide because they kept being told, Donald Trump says you need to leave. Donald Trump says you are illegal. And it is a heartbreaking, devastating truth because these young minds are not voters. This has nothing to do with a political campaign. It has everything to do with changing the political culture and working to specifically target young people. That's why they're banning books. That's why they're trying to restrict information that our children have access to and trying to give them a broken worldview so that when they continue to idolize Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they won't know the line of when they've gone too far. And that's a huge problem. We should not have the most powerful person in the world who's setting an example for our young people, who most of our young people say they recognize as the most powerful person in the world, sharing hate speech that we see manifest in elementary school classrooms. 90% of teachers surveyed after Donald Trump's first election stated that school climate worsened specifically due to Trump rhetoric and bullying that was directly linked to Donald Trump's name and catchphrases. It's not a coincidence, it's not a parallel, and it's not something that's ever happened before.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. For the sake of the argument, I would say that I agree to an extent, right? Obviously, it depends on what's grooming, right?
Well, let's define grooming.
Yeah. So
what would you define grooming as?
So typically in, most political circles, right, they would say grooming is any kind of act that kind of leads to like a sexual act.
That's sexual grooming.
Yeah,
grooming also works with terrorist organizations and cults. So I would say that grooming has a broad definition.
But I would say that grooming is not intrinsic or exclusive to the political right? Grooming is
it's not. It's something that happens everywhere.
It happens everywhere. Democrats do it. Republicans do it, right?
Some people whose favorite color is yellow do it too.
Yes, but my point is that
for the sake of argument,
I would say I agree, but I kind of reject the initial premise because. And even this ties into your previous point, because I think what you're actually trying to say is that the agenda that LGBT activists
there is no agenda.
What?
Everyone has an agenda. It doesn't matter.
Well, the LGBTQ activists make it sound like there's a coordinated agenda,
it's a
when in
Hitler
reality there's a bunch of people who want
if you're organized group, you have an agenda.
We're not organized. I promise.
There's no LGBT
come on. Argument, let's just say
he's being way too
every
argumentative.
Group has some kind of focus and things they're trying to accomplish, right? That's not exclusive to one party.
Sure.
But the reason I think what you're trying to say is that LGBT groups aren't the issue. Gun violence, stuff like that is the issue.
Exactly.
But the reason why I kind of reject that premise is because when it comes to a lot of these medical conversations we have, there is actually no medical consensus. Like where
there is a medical consensus.
I think it's this.
There is a medical consensus.
It's
How
not.
many doctors are in the AMA?
If you have doctors who disagree, that by definition means there's no medical consensus.
That's not what medical consensus means at all, but okay.
Also, when you have instances like, have you heard about there was a $10 million NIH-funded study led by, I believe her name was Dr. Johanna.
Yes.
And she did a study and found that there were but there weren't as much mental health benefits.
I know what you're referencing, and that's been debunked and disproven. The box is going to pop up here.
Debunked.
Okay, sure. But the thing is, when you have conversation, we have doctors in various groups who don't. There is no such thing as consensus when it comes to science. Like if you have people who
there's technically no
disagree,
consensus that comes to everything.
Yes,
All it takes is one person in the corner of the world going like, I don't like French fries, and suddenly French fries aren't popular.
The issues that conservatives have is the gaslighting. When you say things like, it's not happening, it's not happening, it's not happening, because that is fundamentally not true, and you can't have conversations
the way that you're
with
describing,
people.
let me clarify this, because when I say it's not happening at all, I mean the way that you describe it, because it's important for people listening and watching not to think that the care that you're describing grooming is happening because, and let's break it down, the care that has been described throughout this episode as chemical castration, as these attacks on young Americans, are not happening at all. Am I saying that any young American has ever regretted receiving—
He's not even talking to the guy. He's just talking to the camera. I'm sorry, I just noticed this. Has he been doing this the whole time?
Americans, get down. The care that has been described throughout this episode as chemical castration, as these attacks on young Americans, are not happening at all. Am I saying that any young American has ever regretted receiving gender-affirming care? They have. It's heartbreaking, and I want our medical professionals to continue to learn more and do better. But to say what they're doing is happening is a lie, and I won't excuse it.
Because the issue is that when you have other medical groups, I think you referenced the American Psychological Association
and psychiatric.
Yes.
And pediatric.
Even they
And
have
medical.
have said that when it comes to gender affirming care, a lot of kids, when they go through adolescence, when they go through puberty, no longer have that same gender dysphoria. And it goes back to my. It goes.
Do you
back
know
to,
why?
But hold on.
Okay.
Because
You didn't even get the
majority.
I appreciate
Jesus.
You have a good vibe.
He's like, see ya, bud.
Love your shirt.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're saying that Elon Musk and Trump are...
Wait. He's a Saiyan? What?
Your shirt?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're saying that Elon Musk and Trump are grooming
Sorry.
kids,
Yes.
right? Okay. So you have a unique lifestyle, right? You know, gay, LGBTQ. To keep that lifestyle, we need men in this country to be in the army, right? To defend your right to have your unique
I'm down
lifestyle.
with that. Yeah, I support some of the military.
We got to stop pushing it on kids.
Pushing what on kids?
The trans stuff, the
Okay,
LGBTQ
if
stuff.
Talking about being trans and being queer made someone who is not trans and queer more likely to be trans and queer, that would result in a lot of harm. But it's not happening. What
That
we're
is
seeing,
happening.
It's not happening. Give me evidence.
Well, it's look at California.
There are more queer and trans people because queer and trans people feel more comfortable coming out and less likely that they're going to receive mass amounts of hatred.
There's been a rise in the LGBTQ, the trans.
Because there's more
and that's
information
because
out
the
there.
media
There's
is
more
pushing it.
affirmation
No,
out there.
no.
Because there's more media representation.
The media loves to push it.
It is
onto
evidenced
children.
over the last decade that the more queer people are discussed,
Why are we
the
doing
more
drag?
queer people feel
why
safe.
are we doing drag queen
Drag
story
queens are
hour?
fun. Drag queens are
Okay, but
fun.
it's not for children.
Why not for children?
Literally, prior to like the it's just funny. Prior to all the like the crazy trans shit, nobody gave a fuck about like trans stuff, or not. I'm sorry, not trans stuff. The drag stuff. I don't think anybody gave a fuck about any of this. Like, I mean, the go-to example would be like shows like Mrs. Doubtfire movies. Right? Like nobody even thought about this, and it's just funny that this has become like the #1 threat to indoctrinating our fucking children. Like fucking drag queens. I don't know.
I would say a drag queen at a story hour is more like a birthday party clown than anything else. They have a fun hair, fun makeup,
It's not
fun
for
shoes,
children.
fun outfit.
It's a
Some drag
striptease.
queens. Okay,
It's a striptease.
Okay, some drag queens are stripteases. If I ordered a birthday clown, if I ordered
I'm curious, like what he thinks drag queens do. Does he think that it's actually like a stripping event? That would be pretty wild, I guess, but
a birthday clown and Pennywise showed up to my birthday party and started eating my children
clown is
alive,
different.
I would be like, wait, that's the wrong clown. That's the wrong clown. No. Some drag queens,
Clowns
some
are
drag
different
queens
than
perform
drag
at
queens.
nightclubs.
Well,
Some drag queens
kind
read
of.
at bookstores. Some drag queens go do events. Some drag queens go do festivals. There are no reported incidents.
not for
Hold
children.
on, this is important. Queer people, trans people, and drag queens, none of them have any correlation to being more likely to commit a sex crime, to be a groomer, or to do
That's not
anything
true.
pedophilic. It's
That's
data,
not
it's
true.
proven. The American Medical Association, American Psychological Association, the World Health Organization have
The
proven that there is no
Listen, this
more
is what's
danger.
going on. Let me tell you what's going on. The LGBTQ community has gone too far.
How?
Okay, so I'm an ex-Democrat. I used to live in San
Ex-Democrat,
Francisco.
damn.
Actually, same.
Yeah. So, yeah.
well, not for the same reasons though.
I went to gay pride, and it was fun. You know,
Right?
there's girls there. There's straight
Yes.
women. So obviously that's awesome. But so yeah, when I went in 2010, gay pride was just San Francisco.
Have you ever been to Mardi Gras?
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: gay pride.
Did you know
is
Mardi
now,
Gras is labeled as family friendly?
Okay, but gay pride is now everywhere.
So wait,
Mardi
are
Gras
you,
is just in New Orleans.
have you ever been to a sports party?
Yeah, but
What's not called a sports party? What's it called? Like when they meet out and they're like in front of the game.
Tailgating?
Tailgates.
yeah,
Tailgates.
okay, that's different than gay
Have you ever
pride.
been?
Oh. Sometimes I do like my random sports ball rambling with the itty bitty tiny bit of any sports information I know from Nebraska. So I'm getting Better Call Saul clips now pop up on my shit. I have no idea. I don't actually watch the show, so I'm not sure. They're talking about Nebraska football here.
Could have taken a page out of that book.
Is he from Nebraska?
95 team?
How cute.
2, 3, 4. Cashmere sweaters out the door.
Why is this guy counting? He's in Omaha after fleeing Breaking Bad. Oh, okay. Why does this guy count when he robs shit?
2, 3, 5. Gotta go and get to survive.
6,000 more seats.
6,000 more fans.
I don't know. All those luxury suites.
Start saving now. You see that interview with Bellini? You guys feeling his oats?
You can taste it now.
You think you'll ever get out of Osborne's shadow?
Osborne, what a career.
Wow. And a Hall of Famer and a congressman.
It's unbelievable.
Wow.
Spenny dressed us sent from heaven.
95 team?
Wow, what a
How cute.
I mean, the I formation.
Well, I'll tell you plainly, could have taken a page out of that book.
9, pricey lingerie is mine. 10, calfskin briefcases for men.
Never robbed before and still trained to use rhythms to navigate. Okay, gotcha. Okay. It's just a requirement that every Nebraska boomer worships Oswald. I think in some states there's just like certain sports that are super popular, and in Nebraska it was college football.
Into a football game?
Gay pride is everyone making out and having sex on the street.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
That's
I was
illegal.
there.
Jesus.
That's illegal. That's illegal. The vast majority of pride
okay,
events.
We're
the
talking
vast
about San
majority of
Francisco here.
Okay, San Francisco's extra
Who's-
gay,
yeah,
but the vast
and
majority of pride events.
extra sexualized. It's
No,
a European
gay
city.
is not inherently sexual.
San Francisco is a European city.
San Francisco's
that
in the
is
United
extra
States of
sexuali-
America. Come
Yeah.
on now.
Yeah.
It's not a European
and it's
city.
the gay capital. And now that has gone everywhere, all over.
I would say
we have
WeHo
gay
is the gay
pride in
capital. Shout out
conservative
WeHo.
cities now.
No.
Yes, we do.
Ooh, he said
but the pride
no.
dangers that you're describing, people having sex in the streets, that's illegal. That's illegal. And if
Okay,
someone's
well-
having sex in the streets at Pride, I think they should go to jail. But what we're
Ooh.
seeing
Okay.
is that's not happening in the vast majority of cases. And when it is because these are drunk adults outside, and that happens anytime there's drunk adults outside. And we need to
Based.
work to prevent that
Well,
and make it
here-
more
here.
safe, more family friendly.
Okay, but
and we
here-
should differentiate
here's
spaces.
the thing.
There should
Here's
be
the thing.
adult spaces at nightclubs and family friendly spaces in parks, and we should all have magical
You
pride. And
agree
there
we
sh-
need men for armies? We need men to be men, right? You agree with that?
I think we need anyone who wants to serve the American military and is qualified to do so
Okay.
to do so.
You do realize that all men cannot be trans and
No
we
one
need-
is saying all men are. You're not about to
Why-
become
why do you
trans
have
if
to
I
push it?
watch a bunch of trans movies
No,
in front
but
of you.
why do you have to push it on children?
There is no medical research, no psychological research, and no data anywhere in the world over any period of history that shows discussing queer and trans identities, putting
To
queer and trans
kids?
identities on TVs, I'm about to say it, change children's minds or
Oh, it
identities.
does.
Okay, let's pause.
I feel like you're a good
You've been
person,
voted out
but
by the
that's just
majority.
wrong. I
Dang.
get a good vibe, but that's wrong.
Ooh. Oh, he has a good vibe from him. That's cute, at least. The
How's it going?
vibes were
Doing well. How are you?
immaculate.
Doing well. So I think the way that the statement is phrased is kind of a straw man. I don't disagree
straw
that
man,
like for
he said.
Elon or Trump are necessarily doing like I'm not
So we
focused
agree that
on
Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing.
No, I would disagree, but I'm saying that I
Why?
can agree that plane
How aren't
crashes
they?
are I can agree that plane crashes are bad, but then also want to stop car crashes.
Well, car crashes and plane crashes aren't originating from the same source, and this anti-LGBTQ plus rhetoric is originating from the very people who are actually grooming our children. So I would label
I think
this
you're
as
gonna
a
have to
political
correlate
distraction.
that. Like, first of all, I think you're gonna have to
Do you
correlate
think
that.
that Donald Trump
what
and
I-
Elon Musk love queer and trans people?
No, I
Do you
think-
think that they use rhetoric that
Well, I
is
think they're very
positive,
liberal, yeah.
supporting queer and trans people?
I think they're very liberal, and they
You
don't
think
want it for
Elon Musk and
kids.
Donald Trump are very liberal?
They have a confused ontological view of this issue. So what I'd like to attack in this specific debate
Ontology?
is I'd like you to make a truth claim about
Oh.
transgenderism in general, because it seems
Well,
that you
what is
guys.
transgenderism? Because transgenderism is a hateful word that doesn't exist, and we're gonna have to unpack that.
How is that a hateful word that doesn't exist? Transgenderism
What
is
do you
when
think
men
transgenderism
pretend to be
is?
women.
Okay, that's why it's hateful and doesn't exist.
Okay,
because
so-
men are not pretending to be women. Trans women are women, and I understand. Okay, did you know?
There's a truth claim right there. So trans women are women. So there's a
Booyah.
there's a thing that I would like to put forward to you. There's 4 things that transgenderism could be possibly.
Okay, transgenderism isn't real, so I don't know how to
there's
debate
4
that.
things that trans people could be, or the
Deal.
causation of trans
Deal.
people.
Did
The
you know
first
that they
thing-
have brains more like their gender?
Yeah, I've been through that study. It's obviously fraudulent, but I'd like to go
Oh,
into
fraudulent,
Yeah, I
got
know,
him.
the scientific and medical establishment, like the study that he
How
brought
many
up
doctors
earlier.
are in the American Medical Association?
I'm not sure.
How many medical professionals are in the American Medical Association?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
270,000
Yeah.
democratically
I don't really care about
elected, and they make
credentialism.
decisions.
I don't
in a
care about credentialism.
You don't care about people being
no,
educated.
so I'd like to
and that's
make.
a problem.
I'm trying to attack this point ontologically. I'm trying to get you to make a truth claim about
Okay.
trans people.
Let's do it.
The first thing that trans people could make a claim about themselves. There's 4 things. The first thing, and I'm going to go through them really quick, and then you could respond to them.
That their
The
gender
fir-
doesn't match their birth sex,
so,
period.
So the first thing,
Yes.
could be a sexual perversion. So
Ooh,
that
okay.
has always existed. Men dressing up like women for a sexual fetish has always
That's
existed.
not a sexual perversion.
That is a perversion.
Is
What-
Rudy Giuliani a pervert?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh!
Okay, agreed. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. That has
Okay,
weird vibes.
So let me just finish.
What
So
about Brett Kavanaugh?
I don't think those claims were substantiated. But yeah,
What
I mean,
about
if-
our vice president?
No, he didn't have sex with a couch. That was obviously fraudulent. Some
No,
guy
no.
just
What
came
about
up
the
with
fact that he
on
dressed
Twitter.
up as a woman?
That was a Halloween party. So look,
So
we're
you
getting off
agree that
topic.
dressing up as
Just
women
let me
is not
just-
always linked
look,
to pedophilia, and what we
No,
actually
no,
study
bro,
is
I'm
that
trying to-
transgenderism is not linked
Dude,
to
I'm
any
try-
sort of any sexual misconduct
Dude,
or
I
violence.
understand you're passionate about the issue. I just like to get through these 4 things because
Bet.
other people like to talk. So, the first thing, I think you could admit that some people dress up, like Leah Thomas, for example. He was on.
I love my favorite conservative meme is when they're trying so hard to misgender somebody and they just fuck it up. Pronouns are the key, and it's one of the reasons why staining pronouns, in my opinion, is completely self-defeating and pointless. Because pronouns really tell you, it's the key to telling you how somebody views somebody in their mind. Because a pronoun is when we're using a shortcut for a person's identity, but we're not like, we're intuiting it, right? He, her, right? We don't think like, what is their, we just use what we intuit their identity to be. I think one of my favorite tweets that I saw like a week ago, it was somebody responding to something. The quote tweet was like, what kind of advanced transphobia is this? And it was somebody was tweeting under some trans girl who was apparently hot or whatever, and their tweet was something along the lines of like, no matter what she does, she'll still always be a man or whatever. So he's using like the correct pronouns, but he's got to get the transphobic point. But the fact that he's using she indicates that even in his mind, he's coded this person as a woman, which is funny to me.
Penn State swim team. We found his secret Instagram account, and he was posting. No,
This
him.
is so. Can we just
Him.
okay? At least
It's a
then
guy.
pretend for the conversation. So
I'm
I
not
don't
gonna
have to
do
check
that.
you
I
every
won't.
second.
I won't.
I'm gonna have to check you because that's hateful and that's wrong and it's inaccurate.
It's not.
Leah
No, it's not
Thomas
inaccurate.
lost.
He has a penis.
Leah Thomas lost to cisgender athletes the same year that she won. There is no
So,
inherent
I don't care about
biological
that.
advantage for trans athletes
Okay,
competing in their sports.
obviously there is. Men are stronger than women. I don't
There
care
isn't.
about
They
that.
have
It
to
would
go
still
through
be
care
wrong.
and standards.
Dude,
the
hold on.
NCAA sets
Just let- I
specific
understand.
biological
Okay.
standards of care so that you can't just be like, okay, I want to switch
Yeah,
genders.
I understand. I understand, and I understand you're passionate about the issue, but I'm trying to
It's
just
not
get through
passion,
this.
it's information.
Men pretending to be women
Trans women, ugh.
are
Sorry.
not women, and the first claim that I'm making is that
Trans women are women.
Okay, you can keep saying it. It's not true.
I feel like I have to.
So
I
I
know it's a
understand.
lot.
I understand. The argument is, are
Which is
trans women
heartbreaking.
women? And I'm saying no. So if I call her a woman, I'm forfeiting my entire point.
Well,
so
your
you
point
understand?
isn't
I'm not
valid.
going to say that.
Your point isn't
I don't
valid.
understand what. Yeah, I'm going to prove why it's valid. So men who pretend to be women, either it's a sexual fetish, which I think that you can
It's
agree
not a sexual
at
fetish.
least.
It's medically proven not
I
to
think,
be.
I think that you can agree that sometimes it can happen. Transvestitism.
I think some men dress up as women. I think transgender
they
women
se-
are women.
Okay, that's what I'm claiming. The first thing, that's that. The second thing is a body dysmorphic disorder, right? That's a body, and as laid out
Gender
in the
dysphoria,
DSM-4, yeah.
Gender
And
dysphoria.
still in the DSM-5 when they changed it, there's still a 60, I think it was 65 to 75% overlay between people who identify as transgender and them having gender dysphoria. So my question for
Wait,
you,
I'm sorry, real quick. Is it better to just do simple cold liquefaction, or should I be doing cold liquefaction? I should be doing the cold liquefaction, shouldn't I? Right?
you is, if it's a body dysmorphic disorder, if it does exist as a body dysmorphic disorder, why wouldn't you treat other body dysmorphia disorders the same way?
We
Are
tried
you
that
gonna-
with conversion therapy.
Are
It
you-
killed thousands of people and it was
I'm not-
derailed
yeah, I'm not
by
talking
every
about
single
that.
medical
So when I'm
institution in the
talking
world.
a-
That
what-
is the attempt to change
Give
someone.
why not give a tummy tuck to an anorexic person?
Why
You're
not
making
give a
physical
tummy tuck
changes.
to an anorexic
yeah,
person?
you're making physical changes.
People make physical changes all day
You're
long.
ma-
There's a higher
Yeah, why not
regret
do it? Why
rate for
wouldn't you do
care
it?
for breast augmentation,
Why
LASIK
wouldn't
eye
you do it?
surgery, knee replacement surgery, hip
Okay.
replacement surgery,
Why-
than gender affirming care because it's
Well, did you
life-saving
see that-
essential care.
First of all, if you have a body dysmorphic disorder, which is defined in the DSM-4 and the
I feel like I just
DSM-5
gotta fact check you
as
every
a body
30 seconds.
dysmorphic disorder, which is literally the same thing as somebody who has like
Oh,
anorexia.
literally.
They're confused
Oh, literally.
about their
Transgenderism
self-perception.
are not the same
I
as
know
people
you
with
don't agree
anorexia.
with that, but I'm making
It's a
the
fact.
point. So
It's a
just
fact.
just relax, and then I'll make the point. I understand you're passionate about the issue. You live a kind of
Information.
weird, perverse lifestyle. I
I
understand
don't
that.
live I live a weird lifestyle.
I'm
not a
trying
perverse
to.
one.
Okay,
and not
well,
because I'm LGBTQ+,
well,
because I'm awesome.
what perversity is when you deviate from the norm, right? And so if you deviate from the norm, it's perverse. You've perverted the end. So that's not the point. But the actual point is that in reality, a man who it pretends to be a woman is not a woman, and it's the same thing if I were to go to the doctor's office as an anorexic and say, "Doc, give me a tummy tuck because my self-perception is not in line with reality."
But that's
so go
not
ahead,
life-saving
give me a
care.
tummy tuck. Yeah, neither is transgenderism.
It's medically
and-
proven to be.
No, it's not. There was a new Oxford study that just came out in 2025 that proved anxiety, depression, suicidality, and
There is a road that you can go down if you want to argue this. And I think you can. I think I would maybe. But it requires you to know, it requires you to have I say thorough understanding. Not really. We're going to do this in like 1 minute. So one of the issues with people with eating disorders, I feel like you can bracket people off for eating disorders into 2 separate categories. If there's like actual DSM writing on this or actual psych writing on this, maybe link me and I'll read it instead of making up my own bullshit. But some people have an eating disorder because they accurately perceive their bodies and they think, I want to lose weight. Now they might want to be an unhealthy weight. They might want to be underweight. They might be normal weight and want to get even, be even less, but they accurately are perceiving their bodies. And then they either starve themselves, anorexia, or they purge, they do like bulimic stuff. I think even these people would be considered eating disorder, right? That's one class of eating disorder. And then there's another class of eating disorders where you have like an actual body body dysmorphia, where an eating disordered person can look at themselves, they'll be like 5'1", and they'll weigh like 78 pounds, and they'll see that like when they twist their body, like a little flesh thing might appear on their stomach, and they actually perceive themselves as being fat or overweight. Or they might eat a meal and then they'll look in the mirror and they'll see like their tummy, instead of being a perfect concave, it'll be out like at the tiniest bit. They're like, I'm fat as fuck. I'm actually fat. I'm so fat and disgusting, right? And they cannot accurately perceive their body. There's like a disorder there that is actually causing like I don't know if it'd be considered a delusion or what, but it's an inaccurate perception of the body. You could argue that body dysphoria, or gender dysphoria, I guess you would say, for a trans person is they feel like they should be perceiving a female body or a male body, but in actuality they have a male body or a female body. You can say that that is the disorder, the body dysphoria, the intense discomfort created by what they are perceiving versus what they actually have, right? Or I guess what they want to have or whatever. But the next question would be, okay, well, how do you treat it then, right? Let's say I agree with you there. Yeah, they are delusional. They have this issue. How do you treat it, right? And the question is, well, is there any way to get rid of the bad perception? My understanding is so far there's not. I don't think anybody's ever found a way to cure transgenderism. Like, oh, we did this, we gave her this pill, we did this thing, and now they're not transgender anymore. It seems like it's easier to just give them hormone therapy or whatever to kind of make the body more matching to the person's mind. Like from a medical point of view, medicine is really just, hurting people, but not that much. And hopefully that when you hurt them a little bit, the benefits are bigger than the hurts that you cause. So, I mean, if somebody wants to run with this argument that, okay, well, I think these people are actually delusional, it's like, okay, well, fine. Well, how do we treat the delusion? What do you do here? You have to find a standard of care or a treatment regimen that's superior to hormone therapy or stuff right now. And it seems like conservatives just never engage with that topic, but whatever.
And suicide all skyrocketed. The reality of the situation,
It proves
the reality
that
of the
gender-affirming
situation.
care and affirming environments reduce the rates of
It
suicide,
skyrocketed.
depression, and anxiety.
It skyrocketed in every
reduces
case.
it. It's quoting it.
That's time.
Good to talk to you.
Surrounded is now a podcast. Available.
If it's argued that anorexia in women is socially influenced to exist, how do you feel about the argument that it's indicative of trans dysphoria to be influenced socially and almost on the inverse, that dysphoria is a real thing and someone expects anorexia? I mean, like to some extent, it's hard because like the trans categories become so big. So like NBs are included in the same way that like a person wanting, like surgery or hormones is included. And I think these are just totally different things and should be in totally different categories. But I'm sure even for actual trans people that are pursuing hormone therapy, I'm sure there could be some social influence or social contagion or whatever that Jordan Peterson obsesses over this phrase. But the problem is conservatives never use that argument honestly. It's like what I said earlier when we were arguing about illegal immigrants, or we're not arguing, when we were talking about legal immigrants, where conservatives were like, oh, they hurt the budget. And it's like, no, they don't. And it's like, okay, well, I don't care about that. I don't want them in the country anyway. It's like, so you didn't actually give a fuck about the budget. Conservatives don't care about the social contagion thing. They just don't believe that trans people exist at all. And social contagion is like one of the weapons that they use to argue against their existence. Because if you were to tell a conservative, oh, look, we found a way to get 100% of the social contagion out. Are you okay with hormone therapy for children now? They'd say no. They'd have the exact same answer. So social contagion is a red herring argument. I think it's probably good to talk about, especially for parents or whatever. If you think your kid is on some weird fucking, Brazilian hormone website or some bullshit, and they're buying, packages of anime girl hormones, it's probably not good. Or depending on who they're talking to. I mean, like, these are things to look at, but conservatives never wield these arguments, honestly. They just don't think trans people exist at all.
Available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
My next claim is healthcare costs and gun violence harm young Americans, LGBTQ plus.
I agree with you, by the way, but to expand on the conservative view, if they don't think trans is a real thing, do they view anorexia as a real thing? Probably not unless they have firsthand experience with it. I think most conservatives have a very naive view of the mind, and that the mind is, you have absolute domain over the mind, because they tend to be like an internal locus of control, which in some ways is good, versus liberals or progressives tend to have external locus of control. They blame other outside factors. And you obviously should have a combination of these, but conservatives will generally look at most mental illness as kind of like some meme shit that you kind of can just get over, or you just need to think your way through it, basically.
My next claim is healthcare costs and gun violence harm young Americans, LGBTQ plus acceptance does not. Violence harm young Americans, LGBTQ plus acceptance does not.
Hi.
Hi.
I just want to make sure
Can we agree that
yeah.
can we agree that our shared value for this debate should be that all young Americans have safe and healthy childhoods?
Absolutely.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I heard that right. Young
Yeah.
Americans referencing children.
Yes.
So then I want to switch the focus on what the plus represents in LGBTQ plus.
First, I want to state that gun violence has been the leading cause of death for American children for the last 4 years, and 6 American children die every single day from gun violence, and 4 million young Americans are currently uninsured, which makes them 60% more likely to die, while LGBTQ plus acceptance risks no American children's lives.
I'm not in disagreement with that per se, necessarily.
I love that.
But where we're headed, right? That plus is a placeholder for max, for minor attractive person, minor attractive
No, it is
person.
not. That would be insane.
Absolutely
That's
it is.
pedophilia.
I'm glad that you think it's pedophilia and it's insane.
Well, it's defined as
but I
pedophilia.
think you understand and you know that your side of the aisle does not feel that way.
No, it
That
doesn't.
there's
Like, the maps thing is one of the biggest fucking red herrings ever, but okay.
Who commits the most acts of pedophilia in the United States of America? I'll give you a hint.
Do you identify the LGBTQ as a political movement?
No, not at all.
See, we're going to fundamentally disagree right there.
Well, why is
So-
the LGBTQ plus community a political movement?
It's first of all, it's considered a victim class. Let's start there. They
A
have
victim class?
They have
What's a victim class?
They have specific rights and protections. That,
They have the same rights and protections as all Americans,
That's
or
not
they
true.
should, and we're
Is a veteran a victim class, I guess, or?
working to get there.
That's not
Because right now, unfortunately, you're right, it's not. Right now, they don't. Right now, LGBTQ plus Americans have less rights and liberties than the standard American.
How do you?
Than heterosexual,
Please tell
cisgender
me how they
Americans.
have less rights and privileges.
There's a variety of things. For example, there's legislation in several states that work to prevent trans women from accessing the bathrooms that relate to their gender identity. There's prevention of
So we're talking about
LGBTQ plus
trans now.
discussion in education.
That is so true. My conservative mom thinks that drug addicts are weak-willed. Why is this a conservative thing, though? I mean, it's just a difference, I think, in terms of like how you view the world. Some people are very much like blame external circumstances. Other people are very much like take 100% of like accountability for yourself. Both of these views are equally toxic. You just have to balance out. Like there are some things that I mean, it truly is. Funny enough, I'll reference a prayer, I guess. But it's like the Serenity Prayer or whatever. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. That's external things that are influencing your life. The courage to change the things that I can. This is internal locus of control. So the ability to work through things that are within your ability to change. And the wisdom to know the difference. You don't want to waste a bunch of time trying to change something that's just outside of your control. And you don't want to blame something on yourself that you could fix on somebody else when it's within your control to fix it, right? People have a really hard time with that. Liberals, I think, broadly lean a little bit too far into the things I cannot change. So black guy doesn't get a job, it's 100% because of systemic racism, and conservatives lean way too much into this courage to change the things I can. So every single poor person just needs to work harder and they can all own small businesses.
There's efforts right now from our president to work and roll back rights that have been guaranteed to LGBTQ plus Americans for decades. And it's really, really important that we recognize that, because right now, LGBTQ plus Americans do not share the same liberties and rights as cisgender heterosexual Americans do. And to pretend
Don't
that's
use
not
that.
happening
That's
is
a
really
hateful
weird.
word.
I would ask you, what
No, so-
rights do you think LGBTQ plus people are asking for that are special
So
rights?
this is where we're going to fundamentally disagree.
Yeah.
Really, because so first and foremost,
yeah.
To be quite honest, I believe, and that's not that I believe. I know that the LGBTQ movement is a Marxist movement. I
Okay,
believe
it's
it
not a
was,
Marxist
I believe it was in.
movement.
How is being 100% self-accountable toxic? I've literally changed my entire life in the best ways possible, became wealthy, had a child, built a home, etc. All after I quit drinking and being an idiot. I mean, that's good. You said quit drinking, though. I'm curious what that process looked like for you when you say quit drinking. Because I feel like when you talk about people that have, for instance, issues with alcoholism, I feel like one of the first steps to fixing that is to say, I can't do this on my own. I need help. Like I need somebody else to help me to get me out of this. I just can't do it. And left to my own devices, left to my own environment, I'm just going to continue to make these same mistakes. When you're being toxically self-accountable or whatever, it's important to recognize that there are times when you need help. And if you reach out and ask for help, there might be problems that you can just smash your head against the wall and eventually figure it out. But if you think a stronger, smarter person will just ask for the help for things that can be made so much more efficient or more effective by other people around them. It's a healthier and better way to approach life.
I know that the LGBTQ movement is a Marxist movement. I
Okay,
believe
it's
it
not
was.
a Marxist
I believe
movement.
it was installed.
It's not a Marxist movement. That's a funny thought.
I let
It's
you
not a
finish
Marxist movement.
talking. Let me finish.
Okay, but you're just saying.
No, I'm not. I'm saying things that I know. I believe you've developed and put yourself in this sort of matrix fictional reality, and you feel safe there. I'm glad you do. But here's the problem. Where we're headed is why I'm concerned.
Where are we headed?
I'm not. I'll tell you where we're headed. We're headed toward maps. Whether or not you agree with that is regardless. We're headed-
MAP stands for minor attracted person, and it's this weird fantasy that conservatives had that LGBT people are trying to make pedophilia like accepted, and they want them to be part of the movement. And they're going to call them MAPs, but it's just cringe. But
that we're headed towards maps.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Even on the conservative side, they're opening up the discussion on whether or not this can be considered a legitimate sexual orientation.
No
to be
one is
attracted
saying
to.
that pedophilia is a legitimate sexual orientation.
Okay, this is important actually that you're saying this right now, because where we're headed, I'm very secure that we're heading this direction. We're at a certain
Okay,
point
well,
in
that would be
time-
really concerning.
At a
Then I
certain
would
point in time,
understand.
and I agree with that. But going full circle,
Yeah.
Who started the gay rights movement?
A
Black
pedophile.
trans woman.
No, Harry Hay started the gay rights movement.
Wait, what? I just intuitively don't believe that. Maybe it's true. Did black trans women start the gay rights movement? Is that true? Did I miss?
Yeah.
Who started the gay rights movement?
Black trans women.
No, Harry Hay started the gay rights movement in the 1950s. What party did he belong to?
You tell me.
The
He
minor
belonged to the
pedophile
Communist
that are-
Party. What book and what society did
What
he
would you
start
say
at
is
the
the
time? No, no, no,
LGBTQ plus movement? Because I would define it
Stop
as a
trying to
civil rights
derail
movement
where-
in modern
stop
history,
trying to derail.
whereas you're acting
We're-
like it's
we're
the existence
sticking
of
on this
LGBTQ
topic.
plus people.
We are still
But you're not talking
because
about anything.
ultimately you're leading to deconstructionism. You want a gray box society. That's
want a
the
gray
goal.
box- what is a gray box society?
The fact that you don't know that is exactly the problem. You are
No, I mean, what do you
compartmentalized
think a gray
in
box
this idea.
society is?
I know what it is. It's a genderless society. It's where the individual is stripped from all individuality. That's what it is.
I think
That is where
allowing
we're
people to
headed. The
express
fact that you
themselves
can't
as
acknowledge
individuals
that
is more
shows me that
individuality.
you're already in the matrix. You're stuck there.
Ooh.
You're in this world that provides all these protections for
Yeah.
you. All these, the fact that you can even sit here, the fact that this
What extra
platform
protections do
exists.
LGBTQ plus people receive in the
Do you
United
want
States of
anecdotal
America?
experiences?
I want.
He should have focused on that. The fact that you can even sit here. Wait, what? Should I be excluded from the conversation? Should I not be allowed?
Any evidence that you
The
have.
fact that it even
You don't
the
have
fact
evidence.
that it's even a
You
discussion.
don't have evidence. It's not a discussion.
It's a sexual
You saying
orientation.
something doesn't mean
It is
that
a
it's a discussion.
sexual orientation. It should be between
What is
two
a sexual
people.
orientation? What should be?
When
Dude,
it
what are you
arrives,
talking about?
What am I talking about? I'm talking about the fact that it's even a movement to begin with. It doesn't deserve
There's a civil
to be
rights
a
movement
It
that is
doesn't
described
deserve
as
to be
the
a civil
LGBTQ
rights. It doesn't deserve a civil right. That's my whole point. It's a-
LGBTQ plus people don't
it's
deserve civil
self-narrative.
rights. I would say that the
The fact
majority
that
of
you can-
American
the
principle
fact-
would disagree
no,
with what
the
you're
fact
saying
that
right
you
now.
can- the
I
fact
think
that you
all
can
people in the United
self-narrative-
States of America are equal, and you
No,
don't.
I don't.
Let's pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
I appreciate you.
What part of the conservative psychology do you think always requires an enemy to the point they just make up fake enemies in their head and then get mad at them? I feel like that's a pretty human thing. I think it's more outwardly visible in conservatives sometimes, especially right now with Trump as president. But I mean, I think people on the far left do this, but like everybody's a white supremacist or oppressor or colonialist, or like I think everything matters.
I'm gonna try to.
Nice to meet you, I'm Angelina.
Nice to meet you.
So
Can we
I-
agree that our shared value would be young Americans deserve safe and healthy childhoods?
100%. And
Okay,
I
awesome.
think gun violence
100%.
is an issue, and I think healthcare is an issue.
I agree.
However, what I would like to talk about today is children being targeted and transitioned at a young age. I don't believe
What
it is.
children are being targeted and transitioned?
So currently in the United States, you can start gender transitioning a child as early as they're starting puberty, and that's anywhere from 8 to 13. And so at that age, you
How
can start
many
putting them on
people-
puberty blockers, and which is not reversible, by the way.
Okay, so
And
how
so-
many irreversible gender-affirming care procedures have been done on ages 13 or under in the United States of America?
Listen, just the idea that you even put them on puberty blockers, that's irreversible. Do you understand that?
Not all puberty blockers are irreversible. New treatments are coming in every day. So
Okay,
let me break down the
no,
stats.
no.
Oh, boy.
Puberty blockers, do you know what puberty blockers are? Puberty blockers is Lupron.
Oh, they're galloping against each other.
And that is the brand name for puberty blockers, Lupron. Lupron is used on children, 8 to 13-year-olds, to pause their puberty.
Okay, so let's break
it is
this
the same
down.
drug used in chemical castration for pedophiles.
Just as a quick thing, one of the most easy heuristics to tell if somebody doesn't know anything about medicine is when somebody says, this is bad because it's the same drug as it's used in another thing, okay? Treatments or therapeutic regimens or whatever involve a drug and a dosage, right? And some sort of like how often you take it, right? I don't know if dosage counts, like once a day, 3 days, or whatever, but like this is the part that matters, you know, a lot. Or like, it's not, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter a lot. It's essential. It's an element of like the treatment. It's the same thing as saying like, oh, like Adderall is bad because it's meth. Or it's like saying, you know, Tylenol, that's the same thing that, or cough syrup. What is lean again? I don't know. I've never done this drug. Like people that drink cough syrup are, you know, that's the same drug that they sip lean. I don't know what the fuck. Codeine, whatever. DX. I don't know what the fuck these things are. Okay, I don't do this shit. But that doesn't make any sense, right? Like Zyklon B or whatever is a delousing agent, and you just use it to kill lice. But I mean, in high enough doses, you can also use it to kill Jews, I guess, or other people as well. Like it's such a stupid. It's just a really stupid argument. Just because one drug is used for the same thing as another thing doesn't mean that it's used for the same reason, right?
That
It
8 to
stops their
13-year-olds.
sex drive.
Okay, if I thought 8 to 13-year-olds would be chemically castrated, that would be horrible. That would be evil. That would be unacceptable.
So why-
That's not
why
what's
are you
happening.
a-
Well, no,
why
let's break
is
it
the
down.
LGBTQ
I would
plus
love to
movement
break it down
advocating
for
for
you.
that?
No one's
Yeah.
advocating for that. Let's break it down. So, 1% to 3% of the youth population in the United States of America are trans. About 15% of that 1 to 3% receive reversible or partially reversible gender-affirming
What do you
care.
mean by reversible?
Only.
What do you mean by
I'm talking about
reversible?
hormone blockers. I'm talking about
Not
hormone replacement
reversible.
therapy. It is reversible. In many cases, so I understand some of these things are not fully reversible. That's why it's reversible and partially reversible. Some hormone blockers are not fully reversible, but the World Health Organization, the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, and the American Psychiatric Association work to set standards and approve
I
that all of
understand.
these cares are life-saving. What we see is that the vast majority of people who receive this care never end up regretting its care. Do you
Not
know what
true.
the regret
Not
rate
true.
for reversible
Not true.
care
Not
is in
true.
the United
Not
States of
true.
America
Not
for
true.
transgender youth?
Any rate of it is enough to not do this to children.
Do you know-
Oh, that's also another obvious like heuristic brain dead argument. Whenever somebody says the acceptable answer is 0, it means you shouldn't take their opinion seriously whatsoever on medicine. You should be looking to evacuate this argument as quickly as possible because this person is a fucking retard. We do not accept 0 as an acceptable rate of failure for literally any product or thing ever. That's just never an acceptable. There's always some percentage of harm that's going to be caused by basically anything, except watching my stream.
Know the rate,
it's
though?
the targeting of children. Tell me the
Do
rate.
you know the
tell
rate?
me the rate. Please tell me
The
the
rate is 1%. And do you know what the majority of that 1% rate is? It's due to social stigma and hatred, not actual
Listen,
regret of the care.
Listen,
and so what
if
we see
even
is
one child decides to detransition, that's enough to not do this.
No, it's
Children
not.
cannot make decisions. Listen, how can
Like,
a
what,
12-year-old
like again, there's like a million different things that children are harmed by surgical treatment, other types of treatments. Like, or you could flip this around because it triggers the religious people. Oh, okay. What do you think about circumcision? Like, because there are way more than one child that's harmed by circumcision, right?
decide you never want to have
That
children?
isn't happening
you
at all.
can't.
That's
you
not happening.
Can't.
Hormone
That-
replacement therapy isn't sterilization.
That's not
Hormone
true.
replacement therapy,
Then why do we
puberty
give
blockers,
Lupron,
not-
the same drug we give to children, to pedophiles to chemically castrate them?
That's
like, it's just like you're repeating talking points, I guess, or something that you got from somebody. Like, it's just a stupid fucking question. But
not what's happening. That's not what we're
You
doing.
don't think we
That's
give
not
Lupron
happening.
to like pedophiles?
I don't think we're chemically castrating our young American children. All gender-affirming care surgeries have to have a period of time between about 1 to 5 years in which these people
Not
are
true.
receiving
Not
treatment.
True. Not
They are
true.
working
many
with medical
people,
professionals.
You do not even have to go to a psychologist.
That
in
is
all
not
this.
true.
Blair White, one of the most prominent trans women
Blair
in America
White.
right now, said she had to get no
He was about to say Blair White is a transphobe. Let's hear it.
psychotherapy.
Blair Wright is
Compare that
proven
back
to
in the
spread
day.
misinformation online and in the
Listen,
media.
It's
Blair
true.
Wright is
Depression is real. Gender
Agreed.
dysphoria, I agree, is real.
Agreed.
But I don't think the way we treat this
Agreed.
is by just
Fuck,
slapping
never mind.
on
He didn't say it. I don't care.
So what
hormones and
happens
puberty
to
blockers.
anxiety, depression, and suicide rates after a young trans person goes through gender-affirming care?
For about a year, it's better, and then after
What about
that,
10 years?
Listen, I don't disagree
Listen.
that sometimes it
No,
might be the right decision
in
for someone.
70% of
but for
cases,
children, it's never the right
suicidality
decision.
goes
And let's
down.
talk about
No one is advocating for child to make decisions by themselves. They're working with their parents to receive parental consent, medical supervision, and they're not happening under the age of 13. And the
Not true.
majority of doctors in all cases in the United States of America are telling people not to have a lot of these crucial surgeries until they do reach the age of 18.
Then I
Do you
agree
know
with that.
how many people have had surgery in the United States of America that is gender-affirming care under the age of 18 that resulted in any type of surgical transformation of the body?
Tell me.
Do you know the number?
Tell me the number.
0.01%.
So at what
So it's at least one. Boom. What's your opinion on all this? My opinion on all this is a cancerous as fuck conversation because everybody lies about what their motivations are, so I don't ever have it, and I don't give a fuck. The reality is that if you think that trans people are real, if you think it's a real thing, then it logically and obviously follows that children should have access to medical treatments. Because if you are a trans woman, male puberty could be one of the harshest and most dysphoric causing things like in the history of all of mankind. Male puberty is just incredibly extreme. The sexual dimorphism is very real. That's just like, it just like very obviously logically follows. But most people will argue against this like child point, not because they think that children can't be trans or whatever, but it's because they just don't think that trans people exist, period. That's usually the argument. So there's too many people that argue all this shit in bad faith, so fuck it, who cares?
number do we have to get to to show you that
it
this
ended
ruined
up
their
saving
lives?
their
How many
lives.
double mastectomies do we need to
How
have?
many young people have to tell you that this care is saving their lives before you care?
Listen,
it's saving lives
what's the
every
difference between
single
doing it as
day.
a child and doing it when you turn 18? What's the difference?
You've already gone through puberty.
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
There's so much of a difference. When you
Tell
go
me.
through puberty, so much of your body and chemical changes so drastically that it creates a lot of the negative experience that leads trans young people to kill themselves. And that is why the World Health Organization, American Medical Association, American Psychological Association, American Psychiatric Association work to agree that they understand that gender-affirming care is life-saving care for young adults, for children,
In some
for
cases,
anyone who needs
in some
it.
cases,
And what we're
I'm
not
sure it is.
advocating for.
But when you're a child, you cannot make that lifelong decision.
Like, she's granting even more than I think she should if she wants to do the conservative arguments. If she's saying that in some cases it is, like, this is why I'm saying this is not an argument that's given in good faith. Because if you think that in some cases it is life-saving, oh, okay. Well, then the conversation should be, how do we identify the people that are actually trans as children, and then how do we avoid transing people or giving them whatever shit. I shouldn't say trans people. But how do we avoid negatively impacting the ones who aren't trans? Like, that should be the topic, but it never is. It's just, it needs to just not happen, period. So that's retarded.
You can't make it by
alone,
yourself.
In the fact alone that it sterilizes them is enough to say we can't do this until they're 18. In that
It does not
alone.
sterilize young children. You are just
does,
saying things
it
that are
does.
scary.
No, I'm
That's
not.
not
And
happening.
even people on your
Let's
side will say
pause.
that's
You've been
true.
voted out by the majority. Please
Thank you
return
so
to your
much. I
seat.
Thank you.
How's it going? Sick outfit. Thank you very much. I like your pants.
Thank you very much. So why are we spending so much time talking about life-saving medical care when every single day we're losing young people to lack of medical care and to gun violence?
Okay, well, can I just back?
Destiny, that's not true. If false positive diagnosis is more common than positive diagnosis, then treatment, no matter how effective, does more harm than good. Well, we would say that that treatment then wouldn't be very effective. If you couldn't accurately identify the people that had the condition, then you wouldn't do that treatment regimen. That's part of figuring out if it's worth it or not, right?
Sorry, so you initially had
I
said...
prefer to start there.
Alrighty. Well, I mean, I have a point I need to address just so you can understand kind of where I'm coming from in the argument.
Okay, can you answer that question and then we'll get to yours?
And restate it?
Why are we spending so much time talking about life-saving medical care when we're seeing young people die every single day due to a lack of medical care and due to gun violence in the United States of America?
So you don't drive a car?
Oh, of course I drive a car. But what we're
look
seeing...
at how many people die in car accidents every year.
That's a really special statistic. But what's important about noting is that the vast majority of people who drive cars are choosing to drive cars. The vast majority of people who are being shot to death by guns are not choosing to be shot by death by guns. The 4 million children who do not have access to healthcare are not choosing to not have access to healthcare. They are more likely to die, however, because of the system that they were born into, and that's not fair. that's deadly. It's harming young Americans every single day. Life's not fair, so children should get shot in their classrooms and not have the medicine they need.
No, but they should also have the right to protect themselves in their own home or in their own community. You should have the right if somebody comes into your
Children are
house.
being shot to death every single day by assault
Yes,
rifles
and how many
designed
people
by
have
the
their homes
military.
broken into and they don't know how to protect themselves? They don't have the ability to.
Tell me this is it.
I love guns. I love self-defense guns, and I think it's based. But there is just no research that supports that owning a firearm will make you safer, even when it comes to things like break-ins. The last I checked, at least, like comprehensive research on self-defense gun usage basically shows that you're about as likely to survive any encounter, whether you're using a firearm or a bat or any other weapon. The idea that guns increase your safety, at least in any like studyable numbers way, I don't think that evidence exists anywhere, or if it does, I've never seen it presented before. So.
Statistic.
No, I'm asking you that question.
Gun violence in the home leads to more death in that home without burglary. What you're seeing is that gun violence in America goes up because there are more guns in America. There are more assault rifles in America. There are less restrictions that help people who should have guns. And now we're saying, oh, you know what? Everyone have a gun. Let's all have guns. There are more guns in the United States of America than there are people. What there are not is people that are receiving chemical castrations and being.
Pretty reference a baseball bad thing before, but I couldn't find that study. Do you know where you saw it? Nope, I don't remember. But it's a big thing that goes over SDGU. I remember is an abbreviation that's used a lot for self-defense gun use. And in that thing where they're breaking it down, baseball bats were just one of the other things because they go through other. It wasn't like a study on baseball bats, but I think they compare it to other items that I think were reported to be used during a robbery or whatever. And they have like a list of them, and bats are just one of the things that come up. And I think bats had equal or better performance to fire. I think they had better performance to firearms.
Being sterilized, like other speakers in the circle are saying. Gender-affirming care is medically proven to be life-saving care, and they're working with psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors in all the cases. I am saying that you and I, right here, have no idea what is best for a child in Illinois, in Utah, in Florida. Their parents do, they do, their medical professionals do, and the more that we get in the way of their choice making, we're infringing on parental consent, we're infringing on medical privacy, we're preventing young people from receiving life-saving care.
You just said their parents have the right to make those kinds of choices.
To help them make those choices.
But isn't your party the one that says if a kid says that they're gay at school, that the teacher should go and tell the parents? Well, the Democratic Party.
I'm not a member of the Democratic Party. However, I would say that much of the Democratic Party's stance versus the Republican Party stance makes more sense because it's grounded in evidence that saves young people's lives.
Out of the picture when it fits the case, and then now all of a sudden you think the parents should have that kind of say. I don't understand.
No one is saying parents should be removed from their children's lives.
That's essentially what they argue when they.
No one's arguing that. If a parent is a direct threat to a young person's life, then that needs to be evaluated. But that's not happening in the conversation.
Well, what do you
having.
consider a direct threat? I guess that's the thing. I mean, there's
how many trans people are transitioning without the support of their parents? In the vast majority of cases, trans people are supported by their parents. In all cases in the United States where surgery was done, parental consent, medical supervision, and psychological supervision were there.
When you say all, I already know that's false because nothing is a perfect 100%. That already is just, that invalidates everything you're going to tell me with statistics. When you say all, I know that's, maybe you're right, maybe there's a lot, but when you say all, that's it.
You've been voted out by the majority.
It's actually a decent heuristic. It's probably true. It's very rarely is it all. That's going to be almost never true. Probably basically never true.
Hi.
How you doing, man? Joshua.
How does LGBTQ plus acceptance harm more young Americans than gun violence and healthcare costs?
So, define harm. What does harm mean to you?
To me, harm would mean reducing quality of life or ending the life.
Okay, so the word of harm, it doesn't have to necessarily mean physically. You can harm somebody by spiritually, mentally, and all of the above.
Entirely agree.
Right. So when
what we see is that when we support and affirm LGBTQ plus acceptance, depression rates, anxiety rates, and suicidality rates.
Ooh, that's not where he's going, my friend. He's going to spiritual decay. Get ready.
Go down significantly. 60% is the rate of change in suicidality rates when we see LGBTQ plus people being accepted. Suicidality.
Honestly, that's not necessarily true because
it's 100% true. It's a medical fact.
You could say that, but
well,
if you really want to be realized, if you really want to go to realization, when they do transform to LGBTQ, their anxiety actually goes up because
that's not what's happening.
Well, why you, if it's not...
So let's break it down, because I understand that this would be horrible and it's very scary and the talking point gets out there a lot and it's very confusing. What's happening is that LGBTQ plus young people experience higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidality because of the way they're treated in society. And that's a medical fact that's been studied for years. What we see is that when there is more queer and trans representation, more queer and trans discussion, more queer and trans affirmation, that those suicide rates, depression rates, and anxiety rates go down. And so if it was innate within the queer and trans identity to be depressed and anxious, the more queer and trans discussion there were, the more queer trans people there were, the more that we would see anxiety, depression, and suicidality. Instead, what we see is that it is only when we accept, affirm, and educate about LGBTQ plus identities that these rates go down, because it's not a symptom of being queer and trans, it's a symptom of hatred, it's a symptom of anti-LGBTQ plus policy, which is harming young Americans.
Explain about the plus, the LGBTQ plus.
What is this? What do you think about what I just said?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Fantastic.
But explain about the plus though with the LGBTQ plus, right?
Yeah, LGBTQ plus stands for the fact that, for example, intersex people, they don't have a letter in LGBTQ. Asexual people, they don't have a letter in LGBTQ. See, it's hard to say. I would say queer and trans. I think queer is an all-encompassing term, and trans is inclusive.
Let's talk about intersex, right? So with intersex itself,
LGBTQ plus.
With intersex itself, right? That still does not make a third gender. The chromosome itself, it still identifies a male if it has a Y chromosome, still is a male.
So there are many people that are born XX that would have what you would describe as male reproductive organs, right? There are many people who are born XY that actually have female reproductive organs, because chromosomes themselves don't define biology. Sex is actually a biological characteristic that chromosomes are a part of, and we also see that it has to do with hormones, and it has to do with sexual organs on the inside and outside of the body. And so it's not a singular thing that can be defined. There are 40 different chromosomal structures. It's not just XX and not XY. There are so many different people that fall within the intersex category, and that's why gender affirming care originally existed, was to help these people receive the medical care that they needed. What we're seeing is that it is so essential to help people be who they are, and it saves their lives when you do that.
Regardless of what you're saying, the chromosome...
And then they kick them off. Damn.
Please return to your seat.
Hey. Doing well, how are you?
I'm okay. Okay, so your original claim was that gun violence and
healthcare costs harm young Americans.
Sure.
LGBTQ plus acceptance does not.
Okay, so I agree with the first half.
Okay. What's your disagreement with LGBTQ plus acceptance and how it does not harm young Americans?
So I think that first you can look at anything, teaching any young people something that's just fundamentally not true.
Okay, well, it is a fundamental truth. What we see is that intersex, queer, and trans people have existed throughout all time, every continent, every single culture and society. The very first civil society, ancient Mesopotamia, had queer and intersex people. What we're seeing is that they existed in ancient China, ancient Egypt. They've existed everywhere throughout all time. It's not a matter of, I don't even know what you're saying.
What? That's because I didn't really say anything. You just kind of went off.
Well, you just said that they're not real. Well, no, you said that they're not real, and that's enough to draw concern, because it's like, what are you talking about?
People can rewind about 25 seconds and they'll see that I didn't say that.
What did
I
you
didn't
say?
say that they're not real. I'm saying we're teaching people,
things that aren't
young
real.
people, things that are not true. For instance, we're teaching boys that they can be girls. That fundamentally, I think, is unsafe.
Boys can't be girls. Trans girls can be girls.
And trans girls can be trans girls, right? And I wouldn't disagree with you that they don't exist. They're human beings. You're a human being. I love you and care about you as a human being.
That's a dub. We'll take it from there.
We agree? Okay,
Let's
cool.
take that. That's a dub. People are people.
We
We're
see
all
each other.
exist.
We're human beings, right?
I love that.
Okay. But within that, there are still things we can teach people that can harm them. I think that...
I agree. Teaching hatred harms people. Teaching people not to accept people harms people.
Sure.
But teaching about LGBTQ plus identities saves lives. It reduces anxiety and depression.
I guess my only question really would be, if you're going to say that their suicidal rates and depression rise because people aren't affirming like gender,
which
right?
They are.
Where are all the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of suicides that just went unexplained the last 150 years? That
They're
were just
happening
people, we
all
weren't
the
affirming
time. It's
people for
heartbreaking.
decades.
They're happening all the time. And
You're
it's
saying
heartbreaking.
there's a mass graves of people who weren't gender affirmed in 1920.
Trans people don't
that we
all
just-
get together and commit suicide together and then
Mass
say, we were
graves.
trans the whole time. These are people that never came out as trans because of the hatred they experienced, felt that they could never be themselves, killed themselves. And we're seeing this happen all the time, and it's heartbreaking.
We're
It's
seeing
devastating.
an increase in... there is more
We're
gender
seeing an increase of
affirmation
transphobia,
today
and so
than
we're
there
seeing an
was.
increase in the rates of anxiety and depression amongst unaffirmed, uncared for trans individuals. When trans people receive gender-affirming care or have access to affirming environments, we see suicide rates go down, anxiety go down, depression go down. Explain that.
I don't agree.
It's a fact.
Okay, well, there are 2 studies. There's one from April 2024, 2-year, 24-month study, one from February 2025.
What were those studies done by?
They can fact check it. I don't remember off the top
I'm
of
going
my
to cite
head.
a lot more studies.
Okay,
But you
let's
can.
pause.
Ooh.
That's time.
There were studies, so you should look into them.
Thank you.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video.
Thank you.
Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story, so you get a full
budget reminder. House W and M. I don't know what that means. Markups today. By far the largest pot of funds. As written, it adds 3.8 trillion to the 10-year deficits, including permanent / expansion of the 2017 tax cuts, jobs act, 2017 tax. Oh, and they have promises no tax on tips. Oh, Ways and Means is WN. Okay. Why exempting like some jobs from taxes is fucking retarded. Why would you exempt tips? It's just such a stupid fucking. It's just so stupid.
Full picture of the news.
Whatever.
That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust.
Wow.
Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out.
Okay.
By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism.
Aww.
Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
Okay.
My next claim is that anti-LGBTQ plus policies are anti-Christian and anti-American.
Ooh.
Got my running on shoes today.
You are fabulous.
You are fabulous. So let's start with
Oh, boy.
the less obvious. Let's go anti-American. What is like your point in saying that? How is it anti-American to say that protecting our children, right? Our children is our only thing we have. It's the future, right?
Agreed.
How's that anti-American? When I
Protecting our children would not be
okay, but the LGBTQ policy,
LGBTQ.
anti those, right? You're saying it's anti-American.
Yes.
When you think of children, right? You think
Yeah.
of what? I have a 9-year-old. Right?
I think of the future.
Okay, the future, right? Do you have a child?
No, I
No.
don't.
Do you want children?
Maybe.
Okay, all right, so good. You want to have a child, and you want this child to be what? Protected, correct?
Absolutely.
Can you okay, good. When you think of your child being protected, what is an issue you don't agree with? What's something you don't agree with?
Gun violence and healthcare costs.
Okay, gun violence and healthcare costs. Do you come from a family that didn't have healthcare?
I come from a family that struggled with healthcare access, but
Okay.
had healthcare
That
access for me.
That makes sense. Okay, so you had it. So you don't want your child to be negatively influenced by gun violence, correct?
Correct.
Or by not being able to have access to healthcare.
Absolutely.
So if there is an agenda, and I know you say there's not an agenda, but if there was a mass media awareness that's pushing a narrative of
Yeah, I
saying,
talked to her a couple times. These were legendary conversations. Yeah.
and we kind of see it, right? Guns in all the movies, right?
Yeah.
Guns in the music.
3 hours behind watching the Red Pill University. Will you say hi to me so I can enjoy that acknowledgement 3 hours from now? Thanks. All right. No problem. Obelisk style.
Videos, guns in this, rap, hip hop songs, all this stuff. You'd probably not want your child to be exposed to that, correct?
No, I would make sure they're educated about what guns are, and I would make sure they're accessing this information at age-appropriate age. That's a false comparison
Okay.
because
Why is that a false comparison? It's
guns
still...
aren't people.
Okay.
And people in their intrinsic identities aren't murderous. Guns are designed to
Right.
kill things.
Yes.
LGBT
But
plus
it's
people
still-
are designed to exist and live and
Okay.
love and
They're
earn
humans,
money
correct?
and work and be people. Yes.
Okay, they're humans. All right,
Absolutely.
so let's go with that. We'll take that angle. So you're talking about
people. Yes.
Okay, they're humans. All right,
Absolutely.
so let's go with that.
Absolutely. I'm against this guy now on everything.
We'll take that angle. So you're talking about humans, and you're saying that humans are designed to be themselves, right? And intrinsically themselves.
Yes, we're getting so far away from the claim,
No, we're
though.
coming back
Okay,
because you're talking about anti-American, and I said
Yes.
I gave you that example of guns. So for me as a mom, I don't want my child, and I'm just going to say the alphabet community because it's easier than LGBTs.
What about queer and
Can I say
trans?
that?
I think queer and trans
Okay.
is easier.
Queer and trans. All right. So I don't want my son exposed to queer and trans. You didn't say you don't like the word agenda. I'm trying to be nice and
Queer and
use
trans people.
Queer and trans people. Okay, I don't want him exposed to that.
Why?
I'm a Christian and I'm faith-based, and I believe
I'm Christian
that
too.
my son should have his testicles intact until forever, not until he's 18. I want him to have his testicles forever. And he actually just asked me about that last night. He said, "Mom, I think my testicles are dropping a little." I said, "No, sweetheart."
Oh, this way I should be able to push a button and it goes, bruh. Give me that sound thing. Fuck.
You're 9, enjoy, you got a long ways to go. Why? As parents, we want to protect our children as long as they can.
Oh, 100%.
Right? Okay, you agree. We are in agreement with that.
Yeah,
Yes, I love
100%.
that. All right, so let's
Go
keep going.
team.
I would never, in my right mind,
Mm-hmm.
let my son, first of all, attend a school, a public school. Second of all, attend
That's
a school.
a privileged choice, and that's
where
awesome that
they're-
you're able to make it.
Correct.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I worked very hard for that.
takes-
Where there are clowns, as you call them, drag
Not that one,
queens
no.
there.
No, I made a comparison that clowns are entertaining.
That one. But I can't download it from a YouTube video. I'm too lazy. No, never mind.
And drag queens are entertainers.
But they are very much so different. A clown is
Depends on the
what my-
context.
Okay, let me finish. Let me just describe, and then we'll go
We're
back.
so far away from the claim.
No, we're not. We're talking
Okay.
about an agenda here, and you're talking about it being anti-American, anti-faith, anti-Christian. I'm saying that that's not the
No,
truth.
I'm saying anti-LGBTQ plus policies
Yes.
inherently contradict the fundamental
But it
values of
doesn't.
Americanism and Christianity.
It doesn't,
What
because-
is the fundamental value
Because
of
she said it
America?
doesn't.
Okay, well, we'll go back to Christianity, but let me finish my point, as you said you would. Okay, so I'm not letting my son be exposed because you're kind of in denial, sweetheart. You're saying that a clown
Sweetheart.
is the same thing or
Ooh.
same humor. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, please, dear. As the
Dear.
same as a drag queen.
Oh.
And I know for a fact what comes. If you just Google the word drag queen and children or kindergarten, you see what goes on. Those shows, the girls are in, or the men rather, are in lingerie, in scantily clad, very, very sexually explicit behavior, crazy hair and makeup, and right, and it happens, as well as the infiltration of the books in our children's school. These trans books are being put into our kids' school. I know for a fact. That's why I pulled him. I saw these books in there. You said yourself, if you had a child, you would not want him exposed to things that you didn't approve of, or you'd want him to be, quote, educated as to what is right. Why do we have to educate children to mental health challenges when men decide to castrate themselves and take off their genitals and reattach new genitals, and then they demand equal rights? That's not okay. And I'm not letting my child get exposed to that.
Damn.
That is anti-Christian, and that is anti-American.
Damn.
Okay, so I don't find that to be a claim that addressed my claim at all.
Okay.
I would say that the fundamental value of Americanism is freedom, and the fundamental value of Christianity
Freedom
is
to
love,
what?
and anti-LGBTQ policies are contradictory to both of those
Okay,
beliefs. But back
God
to
is
your
love.
point, because you took us there.
Okay.
The majority of drag queen book hours have never had a reported incident. In fact, there's no pattern of reported incident, and there are cherry-picked incidents where bad people did bad.
By the way, I just said that anytime somebody says like all, it's probably never true. But there are counter heuristics, okay? And I think I will say this. I would intuitively believe it if somebody said there has never, in the history of all of fucking mankind, been a reported abuse of like a child, or at least not in the past 40 or 50 years of a drag queen. And the reason why I would say that is because I feel like if there was, I feel like conservatives would talk about it non-fucking stop. But I feel like I've never even heard of a single example of this happening.
Things, not because they're drag queens, but because they're bad people. And
So
those
why are we
incidents
allowing
occur
it?
in
So
less
why
than
are we
1% of
even
places.
allowing this?
So what I would say is that drag queens have no statistical correlation with pedophilic behavior, with sexual violence, or
That's
or
not true. That is
or
not true.
hold up in the club,
Okay.
or
Hold up in the
sexually exposing
club.
themselves
I
to
don't go to
children.
club. What
I think
about-
clubs are
you
fun.
said
Okay, we're
faith-
getting so
God.
far
No,
away.
American
Hold.
and faith-based
She's a
values.
good
Let's go
girl.
back to that.
Oh.
American faith-based values. Why the trans movement is not that, or is antithesis of that?
Trans people are people. What I'm telling you is that if your child is exposed to trans and queer individuals, they're no more likely to decide to become trans or queer.
Not true.
Nope, it is true. It
Not
is
true.
statistically
Ooh.
proven. It is so true. It is data driven. It is
Okay,
medically
keep going,
proven.
keep
It is
going.
psychologically
I'll let you
proven.
believe
It
your
is
life.
proven.
Go ahead.
No, it's proven by hundreds
Go
of
ahead.
thousands of people, and I have no idea why you believe when you're not educated on the subject.
No, I-
Well, no, not in a like a you don't know what you're talking about way, but in a
I
you
do.
need a medical professional. You need a psychological professional
don't need
to
one, but
address
you
this
might.
care. No, to address this care. What I'm saying is that your child is not endangered by witnessing
That
queer
is
and trans
not
existences.
true.
It is true.
That is not
It
true.
is
Let me give you an
true.
example.
Prove
I'll
it.
give you one.
Todd, you've been voted out with the majority. Please return.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope you don't.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice.
Tight
Perfect.
suit.
Thank you. So, first off, I would like to say that your question, I think, is worded very, how do I put it?
It's not a question, but I'm saying
For your point.
anti-LGBTQ policies are anti-Christian and anti-American. Which would you like to start
Yes.
with?
So, can you define for me what anti-LGBTQ is?
Yes, policies that are against the LGBTQ plus community, hence anti.
Anti. Okay, so could you tell me
Shout
what
out
you
Rihanna.
imply against it? Like, could you give me an example of legislation that is anti-Christian, that is also anti-LGBTQ?
Can you give me examples? I would say because I am a Christian and I'm LGBTQ, policies that go against me are anti-Christian. And I would say because they contradict the fundamental values that we were taught as Christians, that they are anti-Christian. So a couple of things. One, we were told to follow the Holy Spirit beyond the text. We were told that throughout life, while God's word is perfect and true, man's interpretation and understanding of it is not. For example, slavery, can we agree that's wrong?
Yes.
Interracial marriage, can we agree that's beautiful?
Yes.
Fantastic. Can we agree that we both should be able to eat shellfish and pork?
Yes.
Fantastic. We continue to evolve our understanding when we have new information and perspectives. Jesus Christ incarnated not to tell us follow the Bible, but to help us understand it better. We once understood eye for an eye. Now we know it's turn cheek for cheek. And we were also told to measure people by their fruits. LGBTQ plus people bring love into the world. They benefit the economy. They bring safety into the world, while anti-LGBTQ plus policies are proven to bring more death, more anxiety, and more depression. I'm not saying I don't understand your fear and concern. I'm saying when I rely on the data, the evidence, and the professionals, these policies kill children.
I did
a
not
lot of
believe
stuff.
so.
But they do.
So looking at Christianity, because you're the one who brought it up, in Matthew 18:6, Christ says, if any of you causes one of these little ones to stumble, it is better that a millstone is tied around your neck and you drown in the depths of the ocean.
Yes,
Right?
absolutely.
Not that they should be, but it's that it's better off that they would be. So what I'm trying to say is that
But you can't say that people are misguiding children by informing them about people that exist when there is no data that that information causes young people to become queer and trans. The
How could-
rise of
how
young
could
people
somebody
identifying
become-
as queer and
why
trans
do people become
comes
gay?
from more affirmation and safety.
I feel like this is such a weird argument. Like, homosexuality might be caused by some combination of environmental factors along with biological factors, but when people are like, there's no way it's ever going to be as simple as like, this is how they're turned gay. Like, I feel like this is defeated by a couple of obvious questions, or at least I've never heard a response. Like, okay, well, then where did the first gay person come from? If gay people produce other gay people, wouldn't it logically follow that straight people produce other straight people? Or why doesn't every gay adopted family produce exclusively gay foster children or gay adoptee children? Like, I just feel like it's just silly. Or you can even ask person, okay, how long would you need to be around gay people for you to be turned gay? I don't know. I just feel like it's a really silly argument.
No one becomes gay. It's medically proven, and it's been backed by data that you cannot, no matter what you do, turn someone gay. You can't.
That's way too strong of a claim. I don't know if we know 100% where like gayness and everything comes from, but
how are they gay then?
It is a biological characteristic.
So it's like in
It
their,
is something that
it's
just
in their
happens.
genetics, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, so how could you spread the genes of being gay if you're gay? Like, I'm straight because my dad and my
Maybe
mom
not
are straight.
genetics. It's in the biochemical reality of human existence. It's not something that's taught. It's not something that can be changed in an experience, and that has been proven throughout
Okay,
time.
so the only thing that we're born with essentially is going to be our genetic code, which our parents passed down from us. And then after that, we have a blank slate of mind. And whatever is put into that blank
There
slate
is
of
no
mind
gay
will alter
gene.
our personality
There is no-
and our person. So you're right, there is no gay gene because it's non-existent. It's an inferior genetic. You cannot pass down the genetics of being gay if you're gay, which is why I believe that people are being groomed to become gay, whether it happens when they're 2 years old, 10 years old, 13 years old, whether it's from the LGBTQ agenda, which I believe you and your allies are pushing, or if it's
Who are my allies?
Who are your allies?
The other
I mean,
agenda
I'm not
pushers.
very familiar with your work, but I understand that you're an LGBTQ activist. So I would say your allies are people who align with your values, at least a 90%
So
overlap.
I am an activist, and I work on political reform in the state of Florida, focused primarily on school boards because they are currently attacking our children and they hold massive political opportunity to actually revolutionize the state. And I'm LGBTQ+.
So how are these school boards attacking children in Florida?
You want to go there?
I would like to hear your claim on this.
Let's do it. Okay, bet. So school boards in the state of Florida and all throughout the country have actually been a listed part of Project 2025, as they stated, because they are politically vulnerable spaces that have low voter turnout, low community awareness, low investment, that is disproportionately easy when you take lots of money and invest them into the elections to change.
Imagine thinking queers should be around your kids. You don't have kids if you feel this way. Weird is literally in their self-described definition. There are a lot of different types of people that I wouldn't want around my children. Gay people that are normal, I don't think make anywhere on that list. There are a lot of incredibly fucking weird behaviors that I think ordinary, I'm going to say cis-het people, just to trigger you, engage in, that I think are like normalized in society, that I think are really weird and I wouldn't want to around my kids. I think that, that's, what a retarded fucking statement.
The results. So a couple of years ago, we saw a massive sweep from candidates from Moms for Liberty and far-right hate groups. We also saw Ron DeSantis become the very first governor in our state's history to endorse these candidates. These candidates pushed anti-LGBTQ plus policies, which are anti-Christian and anti-American. They banned books. They banned books throughout the state. They told people they could not use restrooms. No.
Erotica.
Okay, we always should ban pornography in our schools. Pornography in our schools would be evil.
As well.
Erotica in our schools is not acceptable. What we see is age-appropriate leveled reading that discusses topics that some might find uncomfortable in our schools,
so
but that is
LGBTQ
measured by
stuff,
psychology.
Which includes being gay, which is
well,
a
I would say you would
sexuality,
find being
which is
gay
sexual.
uncomfortable, whereas I would say it's a reality, and
Well,
I would
being
say
gay
that someone
is
should be able
being
to read about it.
homosexual, which is a sexual thing. That is erotica, because you're talking about
No,
sexual
being queer
things.
isn't inherently sexual. I'm not having sex with you right now because I'm LGBTQ+. I'm sitting at a table having a conversation with you.
Okay, so earlier you tried to claim that gay pride parades were not inherently sexual.
Okay,
so
let's pause.
They're not.
Been voted out.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, nice to meet you. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit more about the anti-Christian thing that you were saying. So I know that you said that Jesus, this is what you said. Jesus said that basically we follow the Holy Spirit. Does that mean that we can do whatever we want?
No,
or
of course not.
what are the rules? Because within Christianity, there are a set of rules. Obviously, we're sinners, we're not going to follow them. The most important one I would say is to love others around you, but there's a lot of other ones that are important as well.
Such as?
Don't be gay.
Such as the sinning, like no LGBTQ. That's his rule.
Oh yeah, no LGBTQ. How can I forget? The Bible verse says no LGBTQ. Okay.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Lust. It does say that a man cannot be with a man.
Did you know that that was actually mistranslated and had to do with sexual violence, grooming, and ritualistic relationships?
No, in the New Testament, it says that a man and
In
a woman shall be
1946,
together.
for the very first time, a man added the word homosexual to the Bible. That was never a part of God's word or God's choice.
Okay.
God gives perfect word and truth to man who has imperfect ear and an imperfect understanding.
So that was
and so that's how
misinterpreted,
we have things like
which I don't
slavery,
believe.
which is never in God's vision, is not a part of love,
Okay, you're
is
talking
not
about
a
the Old
graceful
Testament.
practice.
There's lots of things in the Old Testament that don't pertain to today, okay?
I'm
the New
talking also-
Testament, now you're saying that it was misinterpreted. There's a lot of other things within that same sentence, such as you shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, man shall not be with man. So you're saying the only part within that sentence that was misinterpreted was man should not be with man. What about murder? Is that okay?
No, I'm saying that one
or was that
mistranslation.
misinterpreted as well? And we
No,
can do
I'm
that.
saying that one mistranslation contradicts what Jesus told us is the most important rule. He came to earth and said, do not follow the Bible like a law. Use it as a loving, graceful practice and follow my
what about
word.
the 10 Commandments? Those are laws, and the Word of God says that these commandments are written on the tablets of your hearts. These
And
are
what
the
he
laws
told
that I
us
shall
through
give
John
you.
16:12 is that I cannot bestow all knowledge upon you now. You will learn more, you will experience more, and you will develop. Women have rights now, and even in the New Testament, they were disrespected, belittled,
Okay.
and they were not given these rights. And so what we're seeing is that we as people are imperfect beings. And the more that we
That's
develop
true.
our understanding, educate ourselves, meet new people, and follow the most important law, which is to love
What about
one
the
another.
other laws? What about we shall
Don't
not commit murder?
But, okay,
Is that
here,
okay?
here.
Because you're
Disrespecting-
disregarding the other laws.
I have a important
And
point
can I
here.
just say something? I think it's
Yes.
great that you're Christian. I don't think, if you're a sinner, you can't be Christian, because that's not what the Bible says.
We're all
The Bible
sinners.
says, come as you are, and you can be a Christian. But I don't
We're all
believe that
sinners.
you're following Christ.
I
as
am
you should
following
be.
Christ.
You
So
may
let
be
me
a
make the
Christian,
point.
but the thing is that you're hindering your walk with God.
Let
You're
me make the
hindering your
point.
relationship with
First
God.
of all, my walk
And
with
can I
God
just
is
say-
between me
can I
and
just
God.
say
And
from
second of all,
really
the important point
because
about your
I see the flags
sentence.
going up. From a Christian perspective, I do want to say that when we speak about LGBTQ, I know that it comes off as hatred, but
It
it
is
comes from a
hatred.
place of caring.
Aw.
As we can see that
Love is
the
an action word,
country-
care
let me
is an
speak
action
we
word.
can
And the
see
reason
that the
one
country
sentence,
is going
give me 1 second.
downhill. When we look back from
Yes,
the
it
beginning of
is.
time till now, it's going
The country
downhill.
is
And
going
what's
downhill.
changing?
We agree.
And people are affirming transgenderism. People are affirming the gay
Transgender
people.
people.
So what
Yes.
is changing? That's changing. And as we see that happening,
We see less
that the
suicide, less
country is
depression, less
no,
anxiety.
suicide is going
Amongst
up
queer and
from
trans
the
people who are
2000s.
affirmed and receive gender affirming care, suicide rates don't go up. Amongst young people in a failing
No, it
country with a
does.
failing healthcare
It
system
does
that
go
denies
up.
them mental
It does
care,
go up. That's
then we
so
see
wrong.
no, mental health care is the reason suicide rates are going up. There's no
Okay.
access to it in the United States.
Okay.
Gender affirming care is proven to lower suicide rates. What you said about that one sentence in the Bible
Uh-huh.
that we have to go back to, the reason I believe we shouldn't murder people is because it's in clear alignment with God's greatest rule: love everyone. Hating LGBTQ plus
Okay,
people
no,
is in
no.
clear
Okay, I can
contradiction.
talk
and
to you
so
about
because
that. I
of
can talk
that,
to you about that.
because of that, hold on, I am
Okay.
continuing to follow the Holy Spirit
Okay.
and learn new
Okay.
things and extend grace,
Okay.
faith,
Okay.
and love to
Okay.
all. And that
Okay.
is how
Okay.
we included more rights
Would
for
you
more
agree?
people throughout
Would you
history. Why
agree
would we stop
that
with
if someone is
LGBTQ plus
living in a
people?
life that is leading to destruction and we applaud them, do you think that's love? And we accept them and say this is good, even
No,
though we
that
know
would-
for
no.
a
If
fact
someone's leading a
that
life of
your
destruction, we need to help.
Your life is
We
going
need
to
to
lead
help.
to destruction.
Point them out now.
Your life is going to lead to depression. Love is telling the truth even when it's hard to hear.
I
If your
agree.
house
and
is
the
on
truth
fire,
is,
I need to tell you to get
and
out.
the truth is, the number one place queer and trans people experience the hatred that causes their suicide, depression, and anxiety rates to increase is actually hateful rhetoric from the Christian church. The number one population that is homeless in the state of New York, are queer and trans young people who have been disavowed by their Christian families.
Okay, and what's
Jesus
the number
Christ
one-
would go to those
what's
people
the number
and
one
help
factor
them.
in
He
this?
would.
Okay,
Let's
then-
pause there. You've been voted out.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate you.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Uh-oh.
So I'm assuming from everything you're telling me that you think
Nazi
that
time.
God is okay with you practicing sodomy with other men.
Damn.
I am saying that God always acts in accordance with love, and the sodomy that was written about in the Bible has nothing to do with loving queer and trans relationships because there was no frame of reference for the phrases who created it. Man is imperfect, God's word is perfect, God would support queer and trans existence. Do you want to talk about why it's also anti-American?
You don't think that sodomy existed 2,000 years ago?
I do think it existed 2,000
And you
years
don't
ago.
think that God
and the way that it
directly
was
addressed
written
in the
about
Bible?
in the Bible was about hateful, unconsensual, pedophilic, ritualistic acts of sodomy.
It's
There have been
not-
healthy queer and trans relationships all throughout the history, and they were not included in the Bible. The same way women's rights were not included in the Bible. God did not intend us
probably
to
doesn't
treat
agree
that
with those either.
like a law that we never move on from. He entreated us to use it like a way to learn, love, and practice it better. It is not an instruction manual. It is one tool that we can
Okay,
use to live
so
our lives.
you do think, but to clarify, so you do think that God is okay with you having sex with other men?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that your definition of love is basically what feels good for you and also
Ooh,
being nice to
hedonism.
other people.
Oh,
Um,
no.
I think love is more complicated than that. For example, you can have a sexual relationship with someone that you might not love, whereas love is a deeper emotion of
Okay,
care.
but basically it's just like this like fluffy feeling of like, oh, like I like you, I'm treating you well, whatever. I think that love
No.
is willing the good of another person.
Love is a hard
so
action.
you can have
Ooh, yeah.
consensual sex with someone and that's not loving them because participating in homosexual acts is inherently not loving because it's damaging. It
They're not
violates
inherently damaging.
It violates
They're not
natural
inherently damaging.
law.
It doesn't violate natural law. There
Yes,
are
it
over
does.
1,000 species
Your body is
that
not
are.
designed.
Just to be clear, I'm pretty sure in the Bible, isn't sodomy defined as all non PIV sex? So like oral sex, I think is considered sodomy as well, right? It's not people always say that sodomy is just anal sex, but I'm pretty sure it encompasses all sexual acts that aren't penis and vagina. But thanks.
Designed
proven
for
to
that.
have queer relationships.
God literally designed.
Why does the
male
G-spot
and-
exist?
I don't know. God literally designed
Let's
male
not
and female
pretend
bodies
to know
different.
God's vision
What?
then.
How about this?
Let's not pretend to know God's vision.
How come
Let's act with
12%
love.
of men who have sex with other men one or more times a week have problems where they are not able to control their bowel movements?
Because do you?
Why?
Oh my God! She reversed what happens when you. Does God know what it's like to take a dick in the ass? You must have an answer for this, right? Also, is that even true?
If it's healthy, if it's perfectly healthy. And you
Okay,
know that's
so
true.
there
and
are
that
medical
doesn't mean,
facts
that
that
doesn't mean that
refute-
I hate you. It means I don't want you
Find the
doing
study.
something that's not natural and it's not healthy and it's not good for you
But
or for
nothing
society.
you're saying
There's
is
a reason
grounded
gay
in
men
Christ's
can't
word or
reproduce with each
medical
other.
reality.
There's a reason why gay women can't reproduce with each other. Our
Reproduction
bodies
is
are
not an essential factor of love and care. It is not the essential factor of a relationship. And the things that
you
you are
can be
saying
friends with someone,
are
still love them.
nasty, evil pieces
That's
of
not
rhetoric that
evil.
aren't grounded in science.
That's absolutely not evil. You don't think it's scientific that it's more harmful to have gay sex than straight sex?
It's not more harmful.
It obviously is. That's why there's more STD rates.
Okay, that's time.
Jesus. He got rattled by that one.
My last claim is politicians banning books is more dangerous than drag queens reading them.
Hey again.
Hello, hello.
Get a little more time this time.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. First, I guess I want to say, wouldn't both, I guess from the arguments that I've heard, I could be wrong, and
Yeah.
feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, are they not both propaganda? Kind of like going back to that question where we went to grooming, right? We go to grooming. I
Yeah.
think when it came to that argument, in my opinion, I think where you were getting confused was that you were getting propaganda and
confused.
grooming. I've said that's why I said in my opinion, how I interpreted your responses.
true, okay.
Yeah. How I interpreted is that when you were phrasing things, it was in my head, you should have been substituting propaganda. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Like grooming is like forcing a belief upon somebody. I believe that's
It's
how
not
I would
always
inter-
physical.
Yeah, but
And
it's still,
propaganda
it's
is
still,
political
it's still
communication.
involuntary. Now these kids are being given information at a young age, and they're just making the choice. It's just more appealing to those kids.
It's also about the impact. A lot of this information is lies, and it leads to direct harm for those children and other children around them, and it is meant to be done to change their thinking and patterns of behavior such that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are able to exploit them for power. But right now, we're discussing book bans and drag queens. Would you agree that politicians banning books, which has only ever in human history led to authoritarianism, is more dangerous than drag queens reading books, which is proven to have no correlation to sexual violence whatsoever?
Well, I guess it's...
I think we should admit that a drag queen...
Apparently if you have anal a lot for women or men, I guess. Apparently it can lead. What does POR stand for? After multivariable adjustments for other factors associated with fetal incontinence and anal intercourse remain a predictor of fecal incontinence among women and men. There you go. So it is true.
Which is almost always a man in a fun women's costume.
Fun is relative. Fun is that's a relative
In
term.
adult spaces, it is often more sexy. So what we're saying is, I think it's just a hard piece of imagery for people who don't want diverse gender expression to swallow. And so we're like, oh, that's sexual violence. Oh, they're trying to sexualize our children. But psychologists and medical doctors have actually evaluated those events because of how many horrible claims that have been made on a baseless amount of hatred. And what we found is that there is no sexual violence, there is no sexual perversion, and there is no increase in sexual confusion. That's the most important part, because I can understand someone saying, oh, the drag queen has the best of intention, but now my child is confused. They measured it, they tracked it, they studied it. The child doesn't get confused. The child sees someone in a fun costume, they're like, that is fun. And suddenly, reading, which is very boring for many young children, they're willing to pay attention. They're willing to be there. And what we also see is queer and trans children in those
can I
spaces
answer the first
are
part?
less likely to be depressed and anxious when they witness someone who is experiencing diverse gender expression in their space. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Finally, let's get some
once
facts
again,
in here.
So I'm going to go back to propaganda because I really think that's what this question is about. There are two ways to do that. Propaganda, which again, will say agenda, as we've established before. I'm not saying that LGBT has an agenda, but it's got a title, therefore it probably has a group that has an agenda. If it's got a title, clearly you guys agreed on something, right? I think that's fair to say. I think everything that would have a title, clearly there's a
Do
group.
women have a coordinated political agenda? Do white people have a coordinated?
Are they feminists? Are they? I mean, I think everybody does. As somebody else said, everyone has an agenda. You can't say that you don't have.
You're
an
describing
agenda.
people fighting for their human rights.
Well, human rights. Well, I guess that's a whole other debate in itself. But point being,
Human rights are not up for
point being, propaganda can be done in two ways. You can remove certain things, or you can heavily promote certain things. Why do we see in so many shows and movies nowadays
Gay
that
shit.
There's usually a gay character or some form of LGBT representation, right? Okay, that's one thing. That's fine.
Because it's proven to save lives, and we
let me
don't
just,
see
no,
it.
I know. I'm
Only
gonna
a
describe
decade
two,
ago did we start seeing that representation.
Yet you don't have a positive conservative character. There are far more conservative people than gay people. So I'm just saying, like, it's all propaganda. Both sides can do it. Don't say it's not. So I think neither is worse than the other. I think it's just one side
Would
using.
you agree that book bans are worse than drag queens reading
no,
books?
not at all. I think they're
What
a
is
way
it
that
valid?
one side chooses to promote their argument or
What's
dissuade the other
wrong
side.
about Where the Wild Things Are? What's wrong about Charlotte's Web?
I mean, Is it the context or the actual? I mean, because you can read between the lines and things that people say.
No. See, Charlotte's Web was banned because animals were speaking, and one parent decided that was witchcraft. Now, none of the parents in the district get to make the child's.
Did the city council have to pass a law that allowed them to ban those books? Did some state? Wait, then how did they get banned from the school?
I've never seen animals.
They just hire a singular professional who accepts singular complaints and ban any books based off a singular complaint.
We elect people that we trust to make decisions.
We did
on
not
our behalf.
elect the person they paid to go into
I know,
our schools,
but we elected
tarp our
people
libraries,
and gave
remove
them the
our
power
books.
to choose an independent person to do that. We
And
elect,
now-
those people were elected.
And
a group
now-
of people, the majority chose those people to then pick somebody else on their behalf. It's the same with electors and elections.
What happened
we
last
don't
year?
pick the electors, but we pick the people who pick them.
Well, Trump wanted to pick
And
the
vote it
electors.
out?
Okay.
Got him.
That
makes
I'm
sense.
glad.
Bum.
Hello.
Hello.
You're doing well.
I will.
All right, so you said like Charlotte's Web is getting banned. That's silly. I also think it's silly if one parent runs the whole thing.
Right?
But for sure, that's not every book being banned.
What was that? Thanks for
you know,
saying.
I'm sure you've heard of genderqueer.
Yeah.
Stuff like that should not be in schools. It's pornographic.
I think it should be available at an age-appropriate level. Do I think elementary schoolers need to be reading genderqueer? No.
And in terms of like, Republican bills in Florida, like, I don't think, especially K through 3, that there should be any official curriculum being taught to kids that is telling them about sexual orientation. However, I wouldn't go the extra mile and say like, we should get rid of every book that just mentions a gay character in the library. That's not a part of the official
Okay, I love
curriculum.
that. We're inching there. What I would say is that there has never been a democracy that lasted when it started banning books. Every single civilization that has ever started banning books turned into a fascist regime. And to me, that's very frightening. And to me, the justifications...
Okay, I feel like that might be a bit reductive because I feel like probably every single civilization at some point has banned some book, right?
Of it being rooted in marginalized communities and their identities, the majority of banned books discuss queer, trans, black, and brown identities. That feels to me like a very quick trend towards fascism. And so when that's being perpetuated by someone who's saying, I want to be king, there's going to be a third term for president, I'm like, uh-oh, fascist recipe coming together very quickly.
No, I don't agree with the third term bullshit. but,
Right? What are we talking about? George W. did a lot of work just for him to be like, no.
Sorry, backtrack. What were we just talking about just before you mentioned Trump?
Book bans.
Book bans.
And how they're worse than drag queens reading books.
Okay, well, first of all, they're not being banned in the sense that none of these books are banned in the state of Florida. They're being banned in like local school boards, like you're saying. So there's no actual
that's way
government
better.
law that's being written to ban books.
What are school boards?
They're
Forms of government. And they're banning books as a part of a
Okay,
national coordinated strategy that was written in Project 2025 as a part of a fascist plan to overtake. The stated intention is overtake the government.
Okay, but and I could say I don't.
Why aren't you giving commentary? What is there to comment on? I don't know. It's just, I feel like this is just a fucking meme. This guy is like, I guess it sounds good maybe to the audience or whatever, but the guy's just like super railroading the fuck out of everybody that comes on. They haven't really had much to go back and forth.
I think it should be more than just one complaint, but I think parents coming forward to school boards and local government levels, because local politics is good. I'm not a fan
Love
of
local politics.
I like local politics, so it's different than a statewide ban on books in Florida, which is not happening.
Yeah, I agree that local governments are banning books, and that is bad.
Okay, and in terms of the Drag Queen Story Hour, what is the upside to that?
What
Like,
is
why
the
don't we have
That's a good
firefighters or
question.
veterans
That's
come?
a good question. It actually creates safety and new gender experiences for queer and trans children who don't feel safe. And so we've actually found is queer and trans children who do have Drag Queen Story Hours, they actually have higher rates of affirmation, less suicide, depression, anxiety, and I think that matters.
Okay. All right.
Been voted out by the majority.
You don't like that? You don't think it gives the appearance that his position is strong? Not that much. I don't think it's very convincing to people. You're just like, when the other person isn't even given a chance to respond or say anything? I don't think so.
Hi,
How are you?
Cameron. Nice to meet you. So,
BB belt.
I would like to start off by
BB belt? We should get a belt shoe?
saying that I'm not anti-gay. As a Republican, I
Oh,
believe
boy.
in freedom, you know, less regulations, less
Me too.
laws,
Me too.
and the freedom to be gay.
Me too.
However, when you're saying banning books, I do believe that there needs to be some age restrictions on
Agreed.
certain books.
Agreed.
We shouldn't be teaching children about sexuality so early.
That's so cringe,
or being
but-
transgender, changing your gender. They can't even learn to drive a car yet.
That makes lots of sense. And I think what we should teach people about is diverse identities. I don't think we need to be talking about graphic sex with elementary schoolers. On that, we'd entirely agree.
Okay.
I think saying, hey, some gay people exist, make sure you don't spit at them. I think that's a great thing to do because young people are most able to learn that information at the young age. And so what the psychology and the data shows us is that when they have those discussions, it actually not only benefits queer and trans students, but all students, including straight cis students, become safer, more productive members of society. And it actually, and this is my fun, crazy statistic, it actually benefits the economy.
Okay, I do see what you mean. That being said, I just feel like we shouldn't be talking about that around children. I think that's something they should figure out for themselves whether they agree with or not. Obviously, we also shouldn't have hateful books towards, the gay community for them to read. I don't think any sort of hate teaching to children is okay. Also, the drag queen thing, that's just weird to me. Why are you having a person that's dressed up as a different gender reading to children? Like, I wouldn't bring my kid to something like that.
And you don't need to.
I think it's just strange.
And I think that if you don't want to, you definitely shouldn't. I think that it should be an option for parents who do want to. Because what we see is that many parents who are raising queer and trans children or children that they believe might be questioning their sexuality or gender.
The word queer children shouldn't even be a thing.
But people...
That's weird.
Queer children doesn't mean sexualized children or children who are having sex.
You turn
it means people
gay
who have
when
a
you...
Children
queer
don't even know how to
identity.
be straight yet. Why are we teaching them?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know, whatever. It's always just like weirdos that either don't have kids or just never dealt with kids before, but okay.
To be queer.
As young as 2nd grade, there are reports of people feeling like they have crushes on people and blowing kisses because we are all in a society where relationships are discussed.
Queer? Like...
But queer just means not straight. It doesn't mean like devil.
Okay, so it just means not straight. 'Cause
Yes.
from my understanding, from what I've heard, queer means you like everybody, no matter what they
that's
are.
that's a misconception. So, so instead of saying
Bless your heart.
LGBTQ+, which everyone in this room said they wouldn't be willing to say, I was like, let's switch it to queer. Queer used to be a long time ago
I
a
thought it was
horrible
a
word.
slur.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the
Kinda used to be.
LGBTQ+ community reclaimed it and basically said, if you are not straight, let queer be an umbrella term that serves you. Because if we do keep adding letters, no one's gonna say anything, no one's gonna be respectful. So
Yeah,
queer
it's weird.
encompasses all of the identities. And it's you're gay, you're lesbian, you're bisexual,
Why
you're
can't you
trans.
just be one of those? Why do you have to be queer?
In terms of just language that encompasses and includes everyone in the LGBTQ+ community. And like I said there, that already doesn't have an I, it doesn't have the A. It's already not fully inclusive. And so instead of continuing to add letters, we say queer and trans.
But I have an issue with that because gay and trans are two totally different things. Why are you grouping them within the same thing? Some gay people don't like trans people.
We entirely agree that sex and gender are different things. What I am saying is that the LGBTQ+
Not
community.
what I said.
It is what you said.
No, it's
but the
not.
LGBTQ+
She's
community.
talking about the difference between sexuality versus like their sex. Like the fact he either misheard her or didn't understand her point.
Is that the LGBTQ+
Not
community.
what I said.
It is what you said.
No, it's
but the
not.
LGBTQ+ community is called a community because these are people that have been pushed out of societal norm and persecuted in the same ways by the same people for differences in their innate characteristic of who they are as a human being. And because it is so similar in the styles of persecution, and because we shouldn't further divide marginalized communities, the queer and trans community are a community. Our struggles are interlinked. Stonewall, the first protest, what is known to start the LGBTQ+
because
movement, is an interlinked movement of resistance between queer and trans people.
Being
and so the
gay and trans are two totally different topics. They're different things.
They are, and they're a community.
Trans and being gay, liking a certain gender and wanting to
Why is it
change,
important for you to
mutilate yourself.
distinctualize the two?
Because why are we grouping them
Why
together?
is it important for you to make
'Cause
those two
you're-
communities distinct?
Because you just named them all queer. They're not all queer.
Who's not all queer?
Gay is not the same thing. You're putting them under one umbrella.
No, I said queer and
saying-
trans.
Huh?
This is actually a really legitimate question, and I kind of wish you would engage with it more seriously. It is a good question. Like, why do you group certain marginalized peoples together? There are good answers against why you should do that, and there are good answers for why you do that, right? That sometimes on the backs of some movements, other people are able to capitalize on it. Being collectively, part of a larger thing helps you gain recognition or rights from other people. Like, I think classically or historically, like sometimes oppressed movements do align with each other because they have kind of common interests in fighting against majority classes for rights. And then other times people say like, well, if certain people hitch their wagon to this, it could sink the whole movement. Like, there's good arguments for and against this. I think this is worth engaging with.
Queer and trans. Queer is a term that describes difference in sexuality.
Okay,
Or
that's
sexual orientation.
fine. But as I said, I'm not getting anywhere with this with you. Gay and trans are two different things.
Yes.
They shouldn't be put under the same umbrella. No. Okay, so you just.
Voted out by the majority.
Thank you.
How's it going, Danny? So quick question. Do you think people are born gay or trans?
Yes.
So you think kids are born
No, I just went back so far. Fuck.
Sing a belief upon somebody. I believe that's how I would.
What feels good for you?
Republican.
Yeah.
Like what?
Sorry, okay.
They're
my understanding, unless something has changed significantly, and I feel like I would have heard this announcement. I don't think we found like a 100% concrete answer on are people born gay or born trans or like that's a thing that I think we just think it is some interplay between. I don't even want to say actually interplay between genes and environment, because have gay genes been identified? We have like a higher proclivity to be gay or trans if you have certain genetic markers. I'm not even sure if that's been identified. To concretely say you're born gay or you're born trans, I'm almost positive that there's no research that like points definitively in that direction. But
How's it going, Danny? So quick question. Do you think people are born gay or trans?
Yes.
So you think kids are born trans?
I think they're born trans, yes.
Okay, so you would be okay with them getting any type of either brain scans or anything before they go through medical transition, then, right? That way, because 13%, which you stated was 1%, it's actually 13% of people do detransition. So to
That's not
avoid
true.
that, no, they can bring it up. I'll even show the study on my phone to you right now.
Well, I'm sure you have things that say that, but it doesn't make it true.
So you're just invalidating the
Donald Trump
entire
says stuff
study.
that's not true
You're
every day.
invalidating the entire study. Let me ask you this: are you okay with this medical transition if they get brain scans before the medical transition?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so how do you know someone's born trans? Give me the definition. How do you know they're born trans?
So, transgender is when your gender is not the same as your birth sex.
Okay.
And so when someone says, I'm transgender, then I'm like, okay, so you're transgender.
Okay, so how do you know they're born that way?
They know, and they tell us. And then we see that when we affirm their gender, their lifespan and their quality of life increases.
So you agree
and that
there's
matters
no
to me.
objective way to measure it? It's all subjective, right?
I think that the issue with oh shit, I'm glad you just said that. Wait. The reason why some people really want to fight over the are you born gay, are you born trans, is because I think people think it gives them like a stronger argument in terms of like how do we deal with these people. So like if you were to concede, well, maybe you're not born trans, then conservatives could theoretically seize on that and go, oh, well, you're not born trans, you must be turning them trans. Like people will get really crazy about those sorts of arguments. So people want to fight over that scientific foundation.
No.
Okay, so what's the objective measurement that someone's born trans?
An objective measurement that someone is born trans?
Correct.
When they say that they are born trans, that is deeply important, but also there's differences in the actual brain of trans people that correlates to their gender.
Like what?
They are more similar to that of their gender than their birth sex.
Okay, so that's an objective way to measure it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, it is a factually objective way to measure it.
So then we could agree that kids should have this brain scan before they medically transition, correct? Wouldn't that be a good middle ground?
I would say that
because you say there's an objective way to measure it, correct?
I am saying that that is one objective reality of the trans existence. What I am saying is that because all queer and trans people who are transitioning as young people in the United States do so with about 3 to 5 medical professionals, I trust that those medical professionals know more about that individual than I do. Someone is not just saying, oh, this kid says they're trans, let's go, let's give them hormones. What actually happens is a young person feels a deep amount of distress in who they are based on something they had no control over. They share that with their parents. In the majority of cases, the parent who wants to keep their child alive brings them to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. They work with that medical professional for many years. They bring in endocrine specialists and they work together for years to decide what is the right path of treatment, when, how, and with who.
So
and
they
then
have no
over
control
time-
over it, right?
Over being trans?
Yeah, they have no control over it.
Correct.
So the detransition rate shouldn't be 13%, right?
So the
Also,
majority
what's
of
the
people who
difference between
detransition...
There's no way it's 13% of people who've gone through hormone therapy or surgery? Or is this just through people who've also sort of like socially transitioned for a few months and then stopped?
Anxiety.
Why do the
That sounds
majority of
really
people
high.
Puberty
detransition?
anxiety and someone suffering from gender dysphoria. What's the distinct difference?
So puberty anxiety is, oh my gosh, I'm very worried that my characteristics are going to change who I am as a person. Other people are, oh my God, I'm worrying that puberty is going to permanently lock me into a body that is not mine. And I will never be able to prevent the changes that I go through.
If there was a cure to being gay or trans, would you consider it ethical for us to distribute it? I would say I lean on the side of yes there, but that would be such a toxic conversation. I don't think anybody would own that. Same thing with autism.
That is not mine. And I will never be able to prevent the changes that I go through with puberty. And so a partially reversible option is puberty blockers that is actually proven to save lives. That's what matters to me, is lives saved of young people.
So if you care about lives saved, then why do you dismiss the Oxford study of 108,000 patients when their depression, anxiety, substance use, and suicidality
We'll talk about the Oxford
increase?
study, talk about the methodology, why do you talk about the people who ran the study, talk about the peer review process.
So you just don't like the study because
No, I'm asking you to describe those
it doesn't
things to me.
affirm your belief though, right?
No, I'm saying it's a broken
give
study
me one
and
study.
you're
Give me one
misquoting it.
study that you think is good.
Okay, I would say the study's done by the 270,000 doctors. Okay, which one?
See,
the American.
it's the same thing.
But you'd have to talk
It's
about
the same thing because
methodology.
it doesn't affirm
No,
your
you're not.
belief
You don't know
system.
anything about your study, whereas I know everything about the American Medical Association study, the American Psychological Association study, the American Psychiatric Association study, the American Pediatric Association study, the World Health Organization study, and countless global doctors who have referred.
But aren't people with autism sort of responsible for some major revolutionary discoveries in human history? If we cure them, then we might be fucked. I don't actually know if there's evidence for any of that. I'm pretty sure that on the average, the IQ of autistic people is quite low compared to the ordinary population. That's my understanding. I'm gonna go look that up again.
Peer reviewed those studies. Your study, I would like you to talk about the methodology, how it was peer reviewed, and how you're citing it. Because what I do know about your study is not only are you manipulating it, but it's broken in its process.
Okay, so the CAS review study is bad. The Swedish study about puberty blockers is
That
bad.
one is literally proven to be
the
false.
UK health, the Finland, the Denmark, all their health departments
Not all
that say puberty
studies
blockers
are equal.
aren't safe.
Not all studies are
wrong,
run
right?
well. Because some studies can be broken, some studies aren't accurate, and some studies aren't well done. And so I'm not saying I don't like your facts. I'm saying the conversation we're having about the studies you're referencing don't attribute to the greater conversation we're having about LGBTQ plus people because of the ideologies, methodologies, and practice of those studies. What I'm saying is the largest global medical organizations unanimously agree that queer and
Not unanimous.
transgender affirming care, it is unanimous. That's
It's
what makes
not
it
unanimous.
special.
It's not a medical
That's why it's
consensus.
so important.
It's
I didn't
not.
say medical consensus. I said the majority of health organizations that are the largest in the world and in the country all unanimously agree
It's actually not
that
true.
queer, it is true.
You just don't want to believe it because it doesn't affirm your
So,
reality. That's the problem.
You want to believe it because it does, but when it's peer reviewed, when it's fact checked, and when people actually look into your studies, they realize that they're false. You would be able to reference more. You'd be able to reference peer reviewed sources. You'd be able to reference medically established institutions. You would be able to reference things that are
Before you go on
respected in
your
the greater
soliloquy,
medical community.
Here's a perfect middle
It's not a
ground for you.
soliloquy, it's exhaustion
Here's
because
a
you're not
perfect middle
referencing
ground since you don't
information.
want to reach a middle ground.
Ooh.
Here's a middle
I
ground.
would like to do so with
If people are
information.
born trans
What
and
it-
we could see in their brain scans, then you'd be okay with a brain scan before they medically transition. That's a really
You should
good.
just say yes to that. That's a very easy yes. Yeah. If there is a way to 100% determine it, then yeah, we should just do that. That's a super. I don't know why you wouldn't just own that. You just say yes, of course. Yeah.
Middle
is
ground.
new.
That's
The
a really good middle
information-
ground.
The information there is new.
So you don't want to reach the middle ground of it.
No, what I'm saying is I trust the medical professionals who found that information to continue to study it and decide what is the best practice to apply it to life-saving healthcare. If I see medical practices that put young people in harm's way, I would advocate
So it's
against them.
life-saving to stop the natural biology of someone, inject them with synthetic hormones, and then do gender reassignment surgery. That's
It seems
life-saving
scary
to
when
you.
you say it like
Isn't that
that.
correct?
But yes,
no, I'm just saying,
sometimes
I'm just
it's
saying
life-saving
what it
to
is.
take a scalpel, cut someone open, go
I'm
into
just
their
saying what
heart,
it is.
remove a part of their heart, zip them back up. That's also
Let me ask you
life-saving.
this: how do they know they're in the wrong body? They haven't even hit puberty where the body is fully developed yet.
It is not about the physical characteristic of me feeling my fingernails and being like, wow, these are my fingernails. It is having to do with who you are as a human being, your innate human identity, which is gender, not aligning with your birth sex. If
I could be wrong, or I venture hesitantly here. I don't like that explanation. I feel like from the trans people who've communicated with me, fuck your birth sex, that the dysphoria presents similarly to, I guess almost, no, it's not the same as the dysmorphia, I guess, because dysmorphic people don't perceive their bodies accurately. The dysphoric stuff is literally like you see your body, you feel your body, you look at it, and there is a huge incongruence between how you would like to be versus like what your body actually is. I think the most compelling narrative I got of this was when you emailed me like who could afford hormones and then couldn't afford hormones, but like the way that their fat would present on their body would kind of like change when they've been on HRT for a while versus not, and that when it starts to get more masculine, like it's just a very gross, disgusting feeling of looking at their body. And so it has something to do with like assigned birth sex or assigned blah blah blah. It like literally has to do with physical presentation of their body and how gross it feels when it starts to fall out of line with, I guess, their internal understanding of what they think their sex should be.
if you go through puberty.
Although some people would argue that that is a transmedicalist position. That's the position that I do take, though, and I do call myself transmedicalist.
The majority of changes.
How long do they go on puberty blockers?
It depends on the individual.
How long?
Okay, let's pause there. That's time.
I'm gonna choose Mike. I feel like.
Didn't the Casper say we don't have enough evidence for affirming care? I don't know. I don't read it. My understanding was that it didn't. I thought it just said we didn't have enough evidence for affirming care for children. Isn't that what it was about? I could be wrong. That was my understanding.
We're gonna have a productive conversation.
Ooh. All right. So my claim is Xander, right?
Yeah.
Okay. My claim is Xander and LGBTQ plus people have a fundamental misunderstanding of Christianity.
Okay. What is the point of your claim?
Okay, so back when you were talking earlier, a lot of presuppositions. So you made the claim that you were a Christian. I am also a Bible-believing Jesus follower. Contrary to popular belief, the Bible says once you claim to be a Christian, it's free game as far as like judgment. So if I'm a Christian, like people can judge me, I can judge you. Like it's like non-believers, pagans, not really concerned about them. But if you're a Christian, there is certain standards. So we kind of made a lot of claims, especially in the totality of our conversation as far as like, okay, medical consensus, we kind of like were throwing out specific terms. But when it comes to the Christian faith, when it comes to the Christian religion, there is depending if you're Orthodox, Catholic, or Protestant, there is a centralized authority. There is historical, biblical, traditional.
The problem with the brain scan question is that it kind of invalidates stuff like gender fluid, agender, etc. I don't give a fuck. It also conflicts with the self-ID, self-identification model of acceptance. Self-ID is legitimately the most retarded thing in the history of all of presented things ever, so I also don't give a fuck.
Teachings, things that have been practiced and understood for thousands of years, right? So when it comes to things like progressive ideologies, specifically what we're seeing in the 21st century, a lot of progressive Christian beliefs are very specific political beliefs. They're not faith beliefs, they're political
Who
beliefs.
does Christ tell us has the right to judge Christians?
Other Christians.
No.
Yes.
Christ actually tells Christians that they should not judge.
Wait. When Christ said, "Judge he who is of the same religion as you," what?
Has the right to judge Christians.
Other Christians.
No.
Yes.
Christ actually tells Christians that they should not judge other Christians, and that instead
he says
God
you will know them by their fruit.
Exactly. And that if you cast the first stone, and if you use the biblical text or the word of God to tell other people what to do or live their lives, you within yourself are casting sin and sitting within it. And so what we know is that God himself is the judge. And what we are to do is to hold our relationship with God, let others hold their relationships with God, and prevent harm. What I am saying is that LGBTQ plus existences and relationships do not create harm. Murder creates harm. I would say Christians have an obligation to call out and stop murderous policies when they see them. Because there is not a correlation of harm that would call out the word of Christ.
He's gone.
That is what we're seeing there. I am going to have a very hard conversation about the fact that the original biblical text would have destroyed life for millions of good Christian Americans. So what we did is we listened to the Bible and we listened to the word of Christ, who said, you do not know everything yet. Do not treat the Bible like a law. Follow the Holy Spirit. Be inspired by it and follow it through grace. We learn to bring in new people into the Christian faith, support them, include them, affirm them.
You're saying a lot of presuppositions, and you're saying a lot of things that, like back when you were making the claim, right, when everyone was bringing up different studies and things that were happening, you were saying that's fundamentally not true. The things that you're saying right now are fundamentally not true, specifically because of what it's written in Scripture, right? So there's people who, like, I'm not going to get into the debate of like sola scriptura and whether or not like Christians only look at the text or tradition, stuff like that. But
the Word of God says we shouldn't do that.
But the point I'm making, so again, the reason why I said fundamental misunderstanding is because when it comes to reading the text and understanding the text, there's no form of like exegesis, there's no form of understanding context, there's no form of looking at the text and saying, hey, what is actually happening here?
There is a word in the text from Christ that says, do not treat this like a law, and I haven't told you everything yet. John 16:12 literally says, you do not have all the information now. I have not burdened you with all of the truth
They'll throw the Bible verse on there, but so.
And I said it less pretty.
I'll give you one example. I'll give you one example of based off a point that I believe you're trying to make. So when the Bible talks about don't judge others when you have a plank in your eye, you're looking at the speck in your brother's eye when you have a plank in your eye. That's not saying that you cannot judge. It's saying that when you do judge, make sure that you are holding yourself to a specific standard, right? We read it in Timothy and James when it talks about
It also
holding
tells
yourself
people
to a certain
not to
standard as an
judge
elder and being
unharmful
in the church.
practices and to offer grace, to offer faith, to offer love. It also says that if you
So,
use the text to tell
again,
other people how to live their
you're just saying
lives,
things. You're just
then
saying
that is
things.
not
You're
Christ-like.
you're vehemently misquoting Christ.
So do you believe women should have rights?
Yes.
Then if we were to follow this lane of thinking,
pushed
women would
for-
not
who
have
pushed for
rights.
more, who fundamentally pushed for better positions for women?
Good Christians.
Christians, yes, historically, right? So if you talk,
And now good Christians throughout the world are pushing to include LGBTQ plus people in the name of the
What
Holy
does it
Spirit.
mean to be a Christian? What is a Christian?
Christian is someone who acts with love and the word of God.
What is love?
What is love?
Yes.
Love is an action word. Love is showing care for other human beings in a sustainable, true way.
Okay, so I would say that is a very watered down understanding of what love is.
What would you say love is?
So love, in my, and I actually been thinking about this, love is the obligation to encourage others to pursue a life that will abundantly reconcile them with God.
If that's your definition of love, half of loving relationships in the world wouldn't fit within that. So my definition works way better.
And
No,
Christianity.
a man and a wife don't fit under the role of holding each other exclusively accountable.
Yes,
It's
they
also
do.
about
Yes,
care.
they do,
It's
because
about compassion. It's about grace.
See, again,
Oh my
you're
God.
misunderstanding. Marriage is a specific institution that God put in place as an example for our heavenly marriage to Him, to Christ.
No,
that is the purpose. That is the purpose
Originally,
of
marriage, as discussed in the original text, was not like a loving marriage that we see today. What we see today is a new version of that because we continue to follow the Holy Spirit
today
into
it's perverted.
liberation.
Today it's perverted. People marry for love. People marry for very superficial things.
And not for
then they
property,
divorce.
which I would say is great.
I would say for power. People in the past married for power. Marriage is a power play.
And also
You
sometimes
build-
literally property. I'm not just like saying that.
Sure, and historically, right there.
And in the Bible.
Yes.
Yeah.
So again, my point is there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the text because you said
agree.
because you said Christianity means to love. People always say things like, "Oh, the greatest commandment is to love."
It
Again,
is.
when I talk about context, the greatest commandment is love in the context of the Ten Commandments. So in that conversation, where they're talking about the Ten Commandments, the Ten Commandments is, first of all, the Ten Commandments is a summary of like more than 600 laws, right? That were in place, not
Yes.
just in Old
And
Testament
Jesus
Israel, but also
said he
in.
fulfilled those
Hold on,
laws
hold on, hold on,
and
hold on.
he added new
Hold on,
meaning
hold on,
to
hold on,
them
because there's a
because
point.
God's word is perfect, but man's understanding of it is not.
No. Man's understanding is not, and that's why Christ came and corrected us. So
Exactly.
my point is,
Exactly.
the context of the Ten Commandments, right, is in the context
Bless
of
you.
there was more than 600
Jesus.
laws. He boiled it down to 10, and then Jesus boiled it down to 2, which people like to quote, love your neighbor. The first is actually love the Lord your God, right? In the context of the Ten Commandments. It is my theological opinion that the greatest commandment is when God says, "Be holy, for I am holy."
I respect that
right?
opinion.
The reason why is because, again, my point is the fundamental misunderstanding of Christianity. Your position is that Christianity means that come as you are, stay as you are. That is fundamentally not true.
I didn't say that.
You are saying it because
I think that Christians like you who use the Bible and the
Christians-
Word of God to hate others need to reflect on that and become more Christ-like.
So you agree with my point when I said that your understanding of love is to affirm. That is not a biblical definition of love.
I'm not telling you you need to change your faith. I'm saying that it is
No.
my
I'm not talking
opinion
about faith.
that you
I'm
are
not
not
talking
Christ-like
about
in
faith.
these
I'm
actions
saying
and
that
behaviors.
I'm saying that if a Christian believes that if I have a child and I believe that child is made in the image of God, and God made them male or God made them female, and then someone comes along and says that they're not male or they're not female, that is contrary. It comes as a divide between what God
that is
intended.
you thinking that you know that
No,
person's relationship
no.
with God better than they do.
It's not about-
I
it's not
trust
about
that their
their-
relationship with God showed them who they were, and it is our duty to love and support
Again,
them as Jesus Christ would.
Fundamental
Jesus Christ
misunderstanding.
supported
I'm not
intersex
talking
people.
about their
Jesus Christ
relationship
supported
with
sex
God.
workers.
I'm not talking about their relationship with God. So you brought up sex workers, right? The adulterous woman comes. The Pharisees brought the adulterous woman to Jesus and we caught her in the act, right? Some people say it's like, how did the Pharisees catch her naked, right? It's like, what were they doing, right?
Exact shady.
Jesus, in his proper context of love, criticized them. Says he without sin cast the first
I
stone.
would say you're
correct?
bringing LGBTQ plus people to Jesus and saying they're bad, and he would say
It's not their.
Oh, I would be really careful. He almost walked into a big no-no there, because the like adultery and all that shit is definitely not okay. And for him to say that this is the same as bringing an LGBT person is to admit, I feel like you're actually giving away philosophically the argument. Oh, so it is sinful and bad. We're just not supposed to judge them. Which, by the way, that's kind of like the uncomfortable middle position, at least in my church when I was in school. That's kind of the position they took, is that like, listen, We're not going to say being gay is okay, but it's not up to us to judge that. That's between you and God. So, you know, come give us money and be in our church.
They're bad.
Mind your
It's-
business.
No.
And he would affirm the love
So-
of us.
so-
And even beyond that example, I don't think he would tell us to do anything differently because there is nothing harmful being done. I even think in today's worldview, sex work would be respected by Christ.
This is why I think it's a
Yapper.
fundamental misunderstanding, and this isn't just a progressive LGBT issue. I think there are people in general who have a misunderstanding of what Christianity is about. Christianity isn't good guys and bad guys.
Agreed.
Christianity
Love.
is we're all bad guys. We're all bad guys. And
We're all imperfect.
And we're all fundamentally sinful. It's not we're imperfect.
We all sin.
Fundamentally in
I think
sin.
it's unhealthy to think we're all bad people. I think we all sin.
We
and
are,
I think we're
we
all
are
God's
bad.
creation.
We are bad in the context.
Is this like, I don't know how Christian versus Catholic this is. I think the idea is fundamentally all of us are bad, but we're saved by the grace of God. It's by the grace of God alone and the sacrifice of Jesus that we get to go to heaven and shit.
Of we are not God. So the way I kind of define sin, it's not a matter of you did this, you did that. Sin basically means to miss the mark, right? It means that God is the standard and we will never meet that standard. So to me, sin simply means I am not God and I'm not capable of being God. And because I'm not God, I am not holy, and because of that, the Bible says I'm born into sin, right?
True.
So when I say fundamental misunderstanding of Christianity, when it comes to specifically progressives, LGBT groups, is that they think it's like, okay, yeah, we're imperfect, right? But it's more of a Gnostic understanding. It's like, well, we strive each day, and as we gain more knowledge, as we read more studies, we'll somehow attain some kind of like understanding that we'll get closer
So
to
you
God.
brought up measure by the fruit. And I would say
What'd you
that
call me?
when we view
What are the fruit of the Spirit?
LGBTQ plus people,
What are the fruit?
I'm about to describe it in the context of our conversation. If we measure LGBTQ plus people in their fruit and what they produce for this world and how they contribute and how they show up and how they exemplify, it is positive, it is good, and it adds value to our experience.
What does the Bible
when we
say
think
the fruit
about
of the Spirit are?
anti-LGBTQ plus policies,
What is the fruit?
we see harmful. The fruit of the Spirit, I think that's up for interpretation. For me, it's what we
the Bible,
bring to the world.
Bible literally says what the fruit of the Spirit is.
I know, but the Bible also says a variety of things
You
that
and
Jesus Christ
Ethan-
tells us to interpret.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking donuts. Are you and Ethan eventually going to collab? I have no idea. I feel like he'd get way too much pushback from his community and he'd be too traumatized to do it. So why does every single one of these Jubilee videos devolve into semantic debates? Because that's where it's based, all right?
In a more graceful manner. I would say the fruit of the Spirit is how we
Jesus
bring
says
value
if
to this
you
world.
love me, you will keep my commandments, right? And you will know them by their fruit. The fruit of the Spirit is
And
a
Jesus
myriad
Christ
of things.
himself-
And there's one fruit of the Spirit. I like to call it the forgotten fruit of the Spirit. It's the last one mentioned. It's self-control.
Forgotten fruit is catchy.
It's self-control, right? It means that in this imperfect world, we're going to have struggles. If in the context of LGBT people, that is their struggle, and the fruit of the Spirit is self-control.
I
Now,
would
God-
say that self-control applies to eating junk food or drinking
it applies to-
alcohol.
it applies
I would
to
say
all
it
things, but
applies
in
to
the
lots of
but in
things,
the context
but not
zone-
about limiting
in the
who you are as a
context-
human being.
Okay, that's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that nice?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I did a lot of reflection before I decided to come today. I think sometimes when it's platforming negative views that are really harmful, it can just be harmful. But I really thought that this conversation could be productive, and I think in many ways it was.
Really, the most important reason why I wanted to come on here is because these discussions are very important. Regardless of what the topic may be, finding a middle ground, meeting with people that you don't agree with is something that we don't do.
I'm glad that this is a space where we can all come together and share our opinions without fear of violence, but unfortunately that's something we see a lot of nowadays.
I didn't feel surrounded by the enemy, and I think that that's so important. These people didn't hate me. I didn't hate them. We want the same things. We're using different information, and that's why it feels like we're in different realities, and so we just have to close the gap. I'm a community organizer, and my job is to find commonalities that people have and shared goals that we have and successful ways to work towards them so that we can build a better quality of life for ourselves and a better future for the incoming generations. And I think that every single person here today wants that, and I think that there's a broken idea of how we get there.
Okay. This was boring as fuck, and I hate everybody that told us to watch it. Fuck you guys.
It's not about being better, it's about being first, right? What's going on, guys? Why is everyone falling asleep? All right. Who was out last night? Show of hands. Hey, don't be shy. My hand's up. I got a little banged up myself. Now, keep those hands up if you were doing that drinking at the Sick Guy party last night. Okay, let's get personal. Hands up if you got laid. Okay. Now keep those hands up if you hooked up with Ashley Peterson, the head cheerleader. I want you to keep those hands up, be hooked up with Ashley before the freak out. How's my dick taste, Perryman? C-class, not about being better, it's about being first. Awake now?
Base, I guess. Watch Bench Curry has actually been critical of Trump for once. Yeah, I noticed he does this when Israel comes up.
Alrighty, folks, just a fire hose of news over the weekend. President Trump cutting a brand new tariff deal with China, and it's turning the markets around. Plus, Edon Alexander, the last remaining American hostage in Gaza, released by Hamas at the behest of the Trump administration. Of course, I know the Alexander family. We'll talk about that. Plus, all about that Qatari jet, that $400 million Qatari plane that they want to give to President Trump and his presidential library. First, the news moves fast. Bad news moves fastest of all. Every day, it gets harder to tell what's real, what's manufactured to control. The Secretary Scott Bessent, who's been looking for facts. It gets harder to tell what's real, what's manufactured to control and discourage us. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more facts. That's why starting today, we're giving you more of the Ben Shapiro Show. Actually, 2 times more of the Ben Shapiro Show. That's right. We're making the show longer. Twice the analysis, twice the facts. Join in at dailywire.com/subscribe. Lots and lots of news. We begin with the biggest news, the most impactful news, which is, of course, that the U.S. and China have now apparently agreed to slash tariffs on one another. This is a deal reached by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who's been looking for an off-ramp with regard to these extraordinarily high tariffs that he said just last week were unsustainable with regard to China. Now, there will still be tariffs on China. China will still have tariffs on American products. But we are starting to move toward what looks like a significantly more rational trade policy with the rest of the world. So yes, we have still significantly raised tariffs on the rest of the world. That 10% flat rate tariff still exists on the rest of the world. Now, the 125 to 145% tariffs that were placed on the Chinese, those have been lowered. According to the Wall Street Journal, after weekend talks in Geneva, President Trump's reciprocal tariff on China will fall to 10% from 125%. So essentially the same as the tariffs that we currently have on, say, England or any other country. A separate 20% tariff the president imposed over what he described as China's role in the fentanyl trade is going to remain. So presumably that means really it's not a 10% tariff, it's a 30% tariff, which again, looks more rational. As I've said from the beginning when it came to tariffing China, going after China as an actual geopolitical opponent is necessary. This is the thing that President Trump did in term 1. That was absolutely necessary. And everybody seemed to buy into, on the right and left in the United States. I've talked to many, many Democrats who have acknowledged that Trump was right to reset the table with regard to China. So attempting to box China in with regard to trade, attempting to create a divide in the world such that third-party countries move toward the United States and away from China. That is a good thing. Reshoring critical industries away from China toward third parties or toward the United States is a very good thing. But if you're going to do this, you need to do it in rational fashion. That means gradually escalating tariffs on China such that manufacturers actually have time to move out of China before the door is slammed shut on them. You actually need to reshore critical supply chains like rare earth minerals in order to ensure that we aren't just deprived of the things that we need in the United States in order to compete with China. You need to cut better trade deals with everybody around China so that they don't orient toward China and away from us, and you need to build up the U.S. Navy. We didn't do any of those things. We just sort of ran into the room, threw 145% tariff on the table, and ran out of the room while simultaneously slapping other countries with a rubber chicken. It turns out that was not exactly a great trade policy. The good news is, as I've said all along with President Trump lives in the world of reality. If the headlines are bad, he responds. If the stock market doesn't seem to be doing what he wants it to do, he responds. So long as good information penetrates whatever echo chambers around him, he will in fact respond to incentives. It's one of the things that made him a successful president in term 1. It's the thing that will make him a successful president in term 2. He might start off with a bad idea from, say, Peter Navarro, but if it turns out that that bad idea has real-world ramifications that damage his presidency, then he moves away from that bad idea.
Wait. If you're a Jew, do they wear their yarmulke like underneath other stuff? Like if they have if they wore like a hoodie or something, or if they had like a coat on, would they wear their yarmulke underneath it? Do they do that? Or like a poncho or a fedora.
And that's what's happening with regard to China. So again, the tariffs aren't going away with regard to China, but they are being dramatic.
Holy shit. Could you imagine if somebody took off that beanie from Tim Pool and there was a fucking yarmulke under there? Ooh.
Lowered with regard to China. Beijing is going to cut its own retaliatory levies on U.S. goods to 10% from 125%. The U.S. says that the reductions are going to last for 90 days while the talks continue, but let's be real about this, they're not going away. Whenever President Trump says that there's going to be a break in the tariff regime, the idea they're going to snap back in 90 days to 125, 145%, again, the Treasury Secretary said last week that was unsustainable, so it's not going to be sustained. We're not going back to those tariff rates. Now again, this is starting to look much more like a rational trade policy. The markets, of course, spiked because everybody in the markets was looking for some sort of off-ramp here. They're trying to figure out exactly what President Trump is doing on trade.
Oh, wait.
They call me offensive, controversial. There's only two genders, boys and girls. They can't cancel my message because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world.
The biggest.
Yeah, right. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right. I don't want to talk to folks who don't get it. Go woke, go broke. No hope it's pathetic. Pro-choice pronouns, pro-love, you're progressive. But you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect you. Where the American flags at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down, they all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. This ain't rap, this ain't money, cause it thugs or your banks don't get help. Don't
Let's look at the stats. At the facts. My money like Liz on my pocket.
Does he take his hoodie down?
It's a fact. Homie, I'm epic. Trippers and car. Internet. My wrist. Billboard. We won't turn your sons into thugs.
Wait, who linked this and said it unironically answered your question? You lied.
You know you have. Sam. I don't care.
Fuck you. At the start of the video, you saw it, retard. Where? No, that's like the back of his, or that's like the folded over hoodie.
They can't cancel my message because I'm the biggest
Actual retard. Get the fuck out of here.
Now, I think the markets are spiking a little bit much. What I mean there is that the markets are a momentum-driven instrument. The markets are now trading higher than they were after Liberation Day. So, Liberation Day, you recall, April 2nd, that is when President Trump announced this giant tariff regime on the rest of the globe combined, and the markets dropped dramatically. The Dow was trading about 43,000. Well, now, the markets are trading up around where they were before. That seems to me a weird calibration based on momentum. And the reason I say that is because if you were to just look at the trade policy before Liberation Day and the trade policy after Liberation Day, the idea that those trade policies are identical and therefore the markets should be identical, obviously that's not true. There are a bunch of 10% tariffs that now exist that didn't exist before. There's still heavy levies against Chinese goods that didn't exist that now exist. So the markets are going to recalibrate. It'll probably end up lower, if I had to guess, than it is right now. But clearly, the markets are moving toward more sanguinity, and they should be, because President Trump has been pushing deregulation at the same time he's pushing this. He's been pushing forward that big, beautiful tax bill. And we'll get to the tax bill a little bit later on in the show, where the negotiations stand. He's floated some good ideas, he's floated some bad ideas with regard to this tax bill. However, this is also going to lead to the possibility of things like Fed rate cuts. So the Federal Reserve has been holding off on cutting the interest rates because of fears of inflation. If President Trump does not continue with this massive tariff regime, the chances of inflation are going to drop. If the chances of inflation drop, then you could see a lowering of the interest rates, which means more liquidity in the markets. It means cheaper mortgages. It means the economy continues to kind of truck along. Right now, according to traders, there's a 57% chance the Federal Reserve holds rates steady through its next two meetings, which is up from 40% as of Friday. However, as the markets adjust, I think that you will see that people are going to start betting on the idea that the Federal Reserve theoretically could, in fact, cut the rates if, again, there is more momentum in this direction. I think, again, that what happened here is that reality set in. President Trump understood the reality, and he responded to the reality, which is good. You want a president who actually responds to realities. Oh, yeah? In this way, the president that President Trump actually most resembles in the recent past is actually Bill Clinton. So Bill Clinton in 1993-94 pushed forward Hillary care, got absolutely shellacked, and then moved to the right and governed as a sort of centrist for the rest of his term. He did welfare reform, for example. He did criminal justice reform bills. He had an actual surplus. President Trump is much more pragmatic. He's kind of Clintonian in the way that he is pragmatic in his politics, as opposed to ideologically driven the way, say, Barack Obama or Joe Biden was. And I think one of the reasons President Trump is looking for an off-ramp here is because he's starting to see the incoming wall of the hurricane. As I said before, there was a hurricane headed for American shores, economically speaking. That hurricane came in the form of a giant cascade of empty ships that were arriving at American ports. And that was going to create serious supply chain problems. President Trump doesn't like that. And so he is now acting in order to prevent that from effectuating, from becoming a reality. It's more on this in a moment. First, Pure Talk says, I don't think so. It's $100 a month self. You can switch to add cash shipping plan. Very, plus for free. Also, and it's got you act by a growing expense eating into your company's profits. It's your cloud computing bill. You may have gotten a deal to start, but now the spend is sky high and increasing every single year. What if you could cut your cloud bill in half and improve performance at the same exact time? Well, if you act by May 31st, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure can help you do just that. OCI is the next generation cloud designed for every workload, where you can run. And if you qualify for half off at oracle.com, too much % less for storage, 80% less, mean that all the shipping gets started today at oracle.com/Shapiro.
Thank you.
Now, as I say, does this mean that all the tariff wars are over? Does this mean that we are moving toward a more free trade world? No. It means there's still going to be tariff barriers, which is why I think that the stock market's jump today is maybe a little overstated. And as reality sets in, it's going to settle about back where it was, maybe a little bit lower than it was before Liberation Day, so-called Liberation Day. Here's Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary, saying 10% tariffs remain here. They're not going anywhere.
So we do expect a 10% baseline tariff to be in place for the foreseeable future. But don't buy the silly arguments that the U.S. consumer pays. Businesses, their job is to try to sell to the American consumer and domestically produce.
This guy is evil. What was his background prior to this? Like, at least Besant, you can tell when he's speaking. He looks like he's, like one of his balls are being crushed. Like, you can kind of tell that Besant's like, I gotta sell this somehow. This guy is just a total fucking subhuman, disgusting. He's like the economics version of Stephen Miller. I hate this fucking guy. He's shameless. Ugh.
These products are not going to have that tariff.
However, the reason that the markets are in fact optimistic is because, as James McIntosh writes over at the Wall Street Journal, The grown-ups are in the room. The reason for the giant bounce in the stock market is because Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is now in control of trade policy and presumably in control of regulatory policy and tax policy as well. So, what exactly is Bessent still looking for? A deeper reform of the Chinese economy, turning it from a mercantilist exporter into a consumer and leading to more balanced trade. Now, again, that is going to be hard, but the reality is we are now avoiding the hurricane that was approaching, and I think the economy is responding to that in very good ways. So good for President Trump, good for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Meanwhile, in other news, Idan Alexander, who is the last remaining alive American hostage who'd been taken by Hamas on October 7th, is set to be released today. It was going to happen sometime between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Israel time. The Red Cross, which has been utterly derelict in its treatment of the hostages, meaning it had no contact with any of the hostages for well over a year, is going to be facilitating all of this. Obviously, it's a deeply moving moment that Idan Alexander is coming out as a 21-year-old Israeli-American dual citizen, and he was kidnapped.
Ooh, now we see the true test of where Ben Shapiro's loyalties lie, because I think that the Israelis, right, were mad about this because they somehow got the release of an American Jew, but fuck all happened with the rest of the Israeli Jews. Is Ben Shapiro going to be happy about this? Or he's going to carry his AIPAC line and say this wasn't good? Uh-oh.
On October 7th, I, of course, know the Alexander family. I know his parents, Yael and Adi. I know his brother, Roy. In fact, I brought them to the Ohel, to the grave of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson in New York on October 7th. And I had them meet with President Trump. You can see here, that's his mom, that's his brother. And they're showing President Trump a picture of Idan Alexander. So Idan Alexander is coming out today. The big question is, what did Hamas receive in return? And it appears that Hamas actually received very little. So this is a good deal by the Trump administration in that sense. It is creating, and again, whenever you have a hostage deal, there's no such thing as a good hostage deal because you are dealing with hostage takers. However, the question is what concessions Hamas received on the other end. There are a lot of rumors about what exactly Hamas received on the other end of releasing Idan Alexander. Some rumors include the idea that perhaps the United States will now be more amenable to Hamas being a part of the future of governing the Gaza Strip. That would be insane and ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. Hamas took Idan Alexander a hostage in the first place. They took 250 people hostage. A huge number of those people, including babies, were plain out murdered by Hamas. Hamas can, of course, have no part in the governance of the Gaza Strip. They need to be extirpated from the planet Earth. And the release of Idan Alexander doesn't actually change any of that math. There have also been rumors that this is going to lead to a sort of broader ceasefire deal. Maybe, maybe not. The Witkoff plan. Steve Witkoff, of course, is President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East. Steve Witkoff had proposed the possibility of a 45-day or 70-day ceasefire in exchange for 11 more hostages and 18 dead bodies. That may come to fruition. We'll have to see. There's been talk about humanitarian aid flowing into the Gaza Strip. The reason Hamas wants that is so they can steal all of it. So the question becomes, how is that aid secured? However, we can say it is an unabashed good that Idan Alexander is coming out again. It's an amazing thing for his family. I know the family. I was texting with them yesterday.
Wow, you're so cool.
It's an amazing thing. So good for the Trump administration along those lines. Clearly, what Hamas is attempting to do is basically settle all outstanding business with the United States so as to then create separation between the United States and Israel in Iran negotiations. That is what is happening with the Houthis as well. It is not a coincidence that as the Houthis are basically forswearing attacks on American shipping, and the United States is saying that the United States is no longer going to worry about the Houthis, essentially. Now, Hamas is now trying to do the same by releasing the sole living American hostage in the Gaza Strip, trying to basically say that the United States now has no part in that conflict. Well, okay, fine. I mean, if the United States has no part in that conflict, then Israel should just go and do what they need to do. That seems to me a proper solution with regard to the Gaza Strip. Now, the ugliest part, and there is an ugly part to this, is that there are...
Ugliest part, hold on. I need to swipe for this.
What?
What do you got? Let's see how this starts.
Widespread rumors and now news reports that Idan Alexander is going to be flown to Qatar to meet with the Emir of Qatar. This is vile. That's vile. He should, of course, meet with President Trump. He can do so in America, he can do so in Israel. There are plenty of places that Idan Alexander and his family can express their gratitude to President Trump, as well they should. Going to Qatar to meet the Emir of Qatar. Qatar is a terror sponsor country. Qatar is the #1 funder of Hamas. It is disgusting to have a hostage who is taken by a group funded by Qatar, go to Qatar to thank the Emir of Qatar for his freedom. That's an absurdity on its face if it were to happen. It is wrong. It should not be facilitated by the United States. Qatar is the sponsor state of Hamas. In fact, if the Trump administration seriously wanted all hostages out of Gaza, they could do so tomorrow simply by telling the Emir of Qatar that the airbase in Qatar is going away and that it'll move to the UAE, which the United States could do. That should have been the approach of the Biden administration on October 8th. They should have said all the hostages come out or the airbase goes away. That's how closely tied together Qatar and Hamas are. Ladan Alexander is now 21. Hamas captured him when he was 19 on October 7th, 2023, of course. Now, all of this has some wider ramifications with regard to negotiations in the Middle East. Again, Steve Witkoff continues to...
Nico is dating Bianca Sensori's sister. I don't even know who that is. Good for him, I think, maybe?
...say ridiculous things publicly. So Steve Witkoff, who again, I do not think is a good negotiator. I do not think that Steve Witkoff has demonstrated his bona fides.
He's kind of a retard, true.
So far, all of the hostage deals have essentially been kind of mediocre in the sense that maximum pressure has not been exerted on the bad guys. Yesterday, Witkoff said, we want to bring the hostages home, but Israel is not willing to end the war. Israel is prolonging it despite the fact that we don't see where else we can go, and that an agreement must be reached. There's currently an opportunity window we hope Israel and all the mediators will take advantage of. We're putting pressure on all the mediators and doing everything we can to bring the hostages home. It's not Israel's unwillingness to end the war that is leading to hostages being taken. That's like blaming the police for the kidnappers not releasing the hostages. No, actually, that's up to the kidnappers. Hamas could end the war today. They could have ended the war October 6th. It never had to happen in the first place. Meanwhile, all of this is part and parcel of broader negotiations happening over the Iranian nuclear program. According to the Wall Street Journal, the United States said it was encouraged by talks with Iran on Sunday after a meeting, but the two sides remain divided on key questions, including whether Tehran will be allowed to enrich its own uranium. Well, I mean, that is the key question. That is not one key question. That is the key question. The United States should have no interest...
That's Ye's wife? Wait, Sneeko is dating Ye's wife? Wait, what?
...a deal with Iran where Iran continues to develop nuclear missiles. That is ridiculous. Anything that allows them the capacity to continue to develop nuclear materials, which can then be tied to their...
Oh, his wife's sister.
Okay. ...missile program is insane. The United States should not be party to that. That is the JCPOA. That is the thing that Donald Trump labeled the worst deal in history. The United States should not be conceding points to the Iranian government.
1,200.
Again, Witkoff and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araqi met for 3 hours in the Omani capital of Muscat in their 4th round of negotiations since April 12th. After the meeting, the U.S. cast the latest talks, mediated by Omani officials, as positive, and said the diplomacy would continue in the near future. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman said talks were difficult but useful in better understanding the U.S. position. Now, again, Iran has another goal in these talks. If they can't get a bad deal from the Trump administration, and again, I have faith that President Trump is not going to cut JCPOA Part 2. It would be a rejection of his own legacy. If Iran has another goal, it is delay. And a delay for Iran is as good as a deal. In October, the JCPOA period ends. At that point, they can simply rush to a bomb. Now, they could just rush to a bomb right now as well. They can simply violate whatever is left of the JCPOA. And they could rush to a bomb. Herein lies the problem. Right now, there's a window of opportunity for anyone who wishes to end the Iranian nuclear program. That window of opportunity exists because Israel eviscerated a few months back Iran's entire air defense program. So the skies over Iran are totally clear right now. Not only that, but Iran still has not developed retaliatory capacity that would deter action by, say, Israel. If Iran is capable of standing the Israelis down by negotiating with the United States for prolonged periods of time, that is their win. Simply the negotiations being dragged out over a lengthy period of time is something the Iranians are going for pretty clearly. The two sides are still very far apart on the question of whether Iran gets to retain its nuclear enrichment program. Witkoff has sent mixed messages himself because, again, he has no expertise in any of these issues. He set out what he called clear U.S. red lines, that Iran can't have an enrichment program under a deal, nor should it have any centrifuges, which enrich uranium. And then Iran came back and said they would never accept any such terms.
And then they said,
President
okay.
Masoud Pezeshkian, who, again,
and then
is
the U.S. is like,
standing for the
okay,
mullahs.
well,
So Iran has never sought and will never seek nuclear weapons, but it will not back down from its peaceful nuclear rights. After Sunday's talk, Araqi said Iran was open to adjusting the amount of enrichment it does, and the purity of the material being produced for a limited period as a confidence-building measure. But he said there is no room for discussion about Iran's continued domestic enrichment.
Aww.
So what exactly is Iran giving away that makes Steve Witkoff and company...
Are you going to give us anything on which to spend our channel points? Eventually.
...optimistic in any way? Again, this is just so Iran can delay. And if President Trump doesn't want to bomb Iran, which again he has set out as sort of binary, there's a third option here, by the way, which is that the United States maintains maximum pressure on Iran, and then Israel goes and attacks the Iranian nuclear facilities. I think that is actually the most likely outcome here if I'm just gaming out the possibilities for the next several months. With all of that said, all of this ties into broader Middle Eastern negotiations that are happening over everything from the Abraham Accords to the release of hostages to the future of the Gaza Strip to what's happening in Iran. Now, all of this crosses paths, obviously, with President Trump's visit to the Middle East this week. The biggest story in terms of the media coming out this week is a story reported by ABC News, among others, that the Trump administration is now preparing to accept a super luxury Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet from the royal family of Qatar.
Uh-oh.
It is a $400 million gift available for use by President Trump as new Air Force One until shortly before he leaves office, at which time, according to the deal, the plane doesn't stay with the United States government. It then moves to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation.
Uh-oh.
According to ABC News, the gift had been expected to be announced when President Trump was on his visit to Qatar. A senior White House official said it's not going to happen in Qatar anymore, presumably thanks to social media blowback. President Trump put out a statement on Truth Social about the blowback saying, so the fact that the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge when 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats, they insist we pay top dollar for the plane. Anybody can do that. The Dems are world-class losers. Mad us. So, again, the arrangement itself is, shall we say, I believe the technical term, the legal term, is skeezy. Sources told ABC News that lawyers for the White House counsel's office and the Department of Justice drafted an analysis for the Defense Department, concluding it's legal for the DoD to accept the aircraft as a gift and then later turn it over to the Trump Library, and that somehow does not violate laws against bribery or the Constitution's prohibition on emoluments. The Constitution literally says the U.S. government cannot accept official gifts from any king, prince, or foreign state. Apparently, Attorney General Pam Bondi and the top White House lawyer, Dick Warrington, concluded it would be legally permissible for the donation of the aircraft to be conditioned on transferring its ownership to Trump's presidential library before the end of his term.
Jesus. So it's, you probably do have everything in your library. You're allowed to do whatever you want with it, I'm guessing.
So it's not even really, it is being given kind of the United States, but it
is removed from the United States' possession and then given to the library afterwards. That's actually insane. I must be, I'm just not even, I don't care actually, because I must be misunderstanding that. I have to be. I must be misunderstanding. I must be. There's no way, right? There's just no way. There's no way.
And apparently Pam Bondi, who it should be mentioned at this point was once an actual fair registered agent acting on behalf of the government of Qatar, provided a legal memorandum addressed to the White House counsel's office last week after Warrington asked her for advice on the legality of the Pentagon accepting such a donation. We'll get to more on that in a second. First, choosing Simply Safe First that allowed you to connect with Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Let's start off with this. Qatar is not allegedly giving President Trump a $400 million jet out of the goodness of their sweet little hearts, no matter what Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says. They try to stuff money in pockets in totally bipartisan fashion. Just rewind a few years. While Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, Qatar gave $1 million to the Clinton Foundation for Bill Clinton's birthday, and didn't even bother to inform the State Department, as they promised they would do. So, again, Qatar will court anyone it thinks will have power, Republican or Democrat. It's an equal opportunity influencer, as long as you can help whitewash their image or smooth over the fact that they are, in fact, the world's largest proponent of terrorism on an international scale in terms of PR and in terms of putting money in pockets. Qatar likes to present a modern Western-friendly face while shoveling money to Islamic terrorists under the table. This is a regime that has, for literally decades, funneled billions of dollars into the hands of Hamas, Hezbollah.
A source tells CNN that despite Trump's claim that the $400 million jet from Qatar would go to his presidential library and not be used for travel, he plans to use it after leaving office. Yeah, obviously, duh. What, wait, hold on. If it goes to the presidential library and it's held there, what is the structure of that from an organizational point of view? Does that mean you don't even have to pay taxes on it? Because it's not even held by him personally as an asset? I wonder what the tax structure like, or is like of the presidential library stuff.
The Taliban. We're talking about systematic, ongoing financial support that has strengthened Hamas's grip on Gaza, provided them with the resources, and yes, enabled terror attacks that killed innocent civilians. Doha, which is the capital, their 5-star hotels are basically a retirement home for Hamas leaders. Qatar has been credibly accused by the Treasury Department, by international watchdogs, by regional allies.
Just curious, was Ben Shapiro critical of the peace talks? By the way, when I say peace talks, I mean the surrender of the United States to the Taliban, because those talks were held in Doha as well. Did he mention any of that back then?
Of allowing financiers of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the Muslim Brotherhood to operate within its borders. This is a country that has repeatedly failed to crack down on terrorist financing, even after being pressured by the United States and its neighbors. In 2017, former Defense Secretary Robert Gates said, quote, "I don't know instances in which Qatar aggressively goes after networks of Hamas, Taliban, or Al-Qaeda." Qatar has, of course, transferred almost $2 billion to Hamas over the years, which, again, is one of the reasons it's so sick to send Don Alexander to meet with the Emir of Qatar, if that's a thing that ends up happening. Here is the former Saudi foreign minister, again, not Westerner, Saudi foreign minister, Adel Al-Jubeir, explaining the problems with Qatar.
The Qataris, since the mid-90s, have been sponsoring radicals.
Look, this is what I mean when I say Saudi Arabia. These are not real countries with like militaries and shit. I don't know how Qatar is this itty bitty country. They're like right, does it border Saudi Arabia? Like it's right up there in the, fuck, I always forget the name of that. The Strait of Hormuz is up there. Is it the Arabian Gulf? Why don't they terrorist attack them or do any crazy shit like that? Why don't they never do anything to them? Because they have nothing. They just stare at each other and do nothing. Look, what's going on up here? Nothing. This place is not real. Nothing happens here. This is the origination of the nothing ever happens guy. It's got to be this whole Gulf, okay? How can their interests be so unaligned? Maybe one day we'll research it, maybe.
They have been inciting people. They have become a base for the leadership for the Muslim Brotherhood, and the Muslim Brotherhood, you have to keep in mind, is what begot us Takfir and Hijrah, which begot us Al-Qaeda, which begot us Al-Nusra. The Qataris allow their senior religious clerics to go on television and justify suicide bombings. That's not acceptable.
They don't like
the Qataris harbor and shelter
They're
terrorists.
not okay with
That's
this.
not acceptable.
Again, that's the Sauds. So how does Qatar excuse all of this? Well, Qatar simply says they don't actually consider terrorist groups to be, terrorists. Here was the Emir of Qatar saying as much back in 2014.
Based.
No, we do recognize extremists. We believe if they're extremists, we believe that they're extremists, and we don't fund extremists. But there are differences. There are differences that some countries and some people, that any group which comes from Islamic background are terrorists, and we don't accept that.
Okay, so some of the groups they don't consider to be terrorists would be, like all the ones we mentioned, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Taliban. Qatar essentially plays both sides of the table. They say they should be given leeway because they're the negotiation point for the West and terrorist groups, but then Qatar helps fund and house those terrorist groups, as well as doing the bidding of Iran. You know who says this, actually? President Trump. There was President Trump on Qatar in June 2017.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level.
Yeah, you think Trump wrote
and in
this
the wake
speech?
of that conference, nations came together and spoke to me about confronting Qatar over its behavior. So we had a decision to make. Do we take the easy road, or do we finally take a hard but necessary action?
Sounds like we took the easy road.
We have to stop the funding of terrorism.
Guess we changed our mind on that one, huh?
How does Qatar combat these allegations? The answer is they spread the money everywhere. Everywhere. According to the Network Contagion Research Institute, Qatar is by far the single largest donor to American universities since 9/11. By far, it's not close. You want to talk about foreign influence operations? This would be that. They're not doing that because they're so sweet and nice. Why exactly would they sign these giant checks unless they got something in return? Here is the Prime Minister of Qatar this week explaining to the Georgetown Doha campus. Yes, Georgetown is a campus in Qatar that the service of Qatar had to be their guiding light as part of a greater national project on behalf of Qatar.
Yep.
There's no way I have to drag this
Qatar is basically, nobody talks about it because nobody even knows what this country is.
But I thought it was a meme.
I think it's outlaw when people say Qatari, so I mean, I don't even blame people, but nobody knows anything about this country in the U.S. We don't talk about it when we're about it, but they are everything when it comes to funding and being subversive in schools. Just imagine like what the Nazis say Jews do, that's what Qatar actually does.
By
the way, when I say base, I'm being ironic. It's not base, it's super fucked up and not good.
And let the service of the nation and its people be your guiding light. And maintain your faith in yourselves. In a time where transformations are accelerating and crises are deepening,
Honestly, you shouldn't have done that.
from the Gaza tragedy to regional tensions, Qatar reaffirms its commitment to mediation and diplomacy as a means to protect civilians. And credibility is built through continuous action. Okay, so what exactly is he saying? He says they're churning out people who work for Qatar. Okay. The greater national project doesn't end at Qatar's borders. Their influence matters. That is why Georgetown University, which has a branch in Doha, just gave a medal to a Qatari royal who praised Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas, after October 7th. Qatar is also the home.
What do you mean by that? As in, Qatar funds a ton of subversive media and influence stuff that is not like reported by foreign shit for U.S. schools and everything in the United States.
Of Al Jazeera, the pro-terrorism media network that spreads anti-American, anti-Israeli, anti-Semitic bile across the Middle East. Meanwhile, the Qatar Investment Authority, QIA, controls, according to the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, between $500 billion and $1 trillion in assets. And they use those assets to put themselves in positions of influence. So, for example, in August 2023, the Qatari Sovereign Wealth Fund bought the Park Lane Hotel in New York for $623 million. Okay. The company was owned by Steve Witkoff's company. The company had been in limbo. Park Lane Hotel was in limbo for 6 years following the attempted seizure of the hotel by the DOJ, thanks to corruption charges against one of the original owners, a guy named Lo Take Zhou. So when Steve Witkoff says that he really, really likes the Qataris, well, I mean, he does have some warm relations with the Qataris.
I think in the case of the Qataris, they're criticized for not being well motivated. It's preposterous. They are well motivated. They're good, decent people. Aww. What they want is a mediation that's effective, that gets to a peace goal. And why? Because they're a small nation and they want to be acknowledged as a peacemaker.
Taking sacks of goodies from people who support Hamas, the Muslim Brotherhood, Al Jazeera, all the rest, that's not America first. Like, please define America first in a way that says you should take sacks of cash from the Qatari royals who are behind Al Jazeera. It just isn't America first in any conceivable way. So, back to the original question. Is this good for President Trump? Is it good for his agenda? Is it good for draining the swamp and getting things done? The answer is no, it isn't. It isn't if you want President Trump to succeed. This kind of skeezy stuff needs to stop. And here's the thing. It's already having an impact. It's already having an impact. Quick example. Last week, the Senate considered a procedural vote on the so-called Genius Act. This is an act that should have had wide bipartisan support. The Genius Act helps deregulate the crypto industry, an area that's vital for America's economic development. As you all know, I'm a big fan of crypto. I own Bitcoins and Ethereum. If you want to watch me explain why crypto is fascinating and useful, check out my YouTube video on the subject. And I know a ton of people in the crypto industry who've been ecstatic about President Trump's deregulatory approach to the subject, which is awesome. But the bill was shot down last week because, at least in part, Democrats said they wouldn't vote for the thing because of President Trump's use of crypto himself. You all remember President Trump launching $ Trump crypto 3 days before taking office as president.
Yeah,
Trump himself announced
weird.
the Trump crypto on X and Truth Social. He described it as a meme coin, meaning it had no inherent value. It was just there for the kind of bleeps and giggles. The price spiked to a trading value of nearly $13 billion, making it the 19th most valuable cryptocurrency on planet Earth. And then it proceeded to plummet, like really, really dive. The project allegedly netted people associated with it, meaning the Trump organizations associated with the Trump crypto, some $350 million. 80% of the outstanding supply of that meme coin is still held by insiders, presumably members of the Trump organization. Overall, according to data shared with CNBC, there are 2 million wallets that bought that Trump meme coin. 764,000 of them lost money. 58 wallets made more than $10 million. And then in April, that Trump meme coin announced that the top 220 holders of the meme coin would be invited to an intimate private dinner with President Trump at his golf club. The top 25 were invited to a VIP White House tour. According to Bloomberg News, 19 of the top 25 holders of that Trump meme coin that have registered on the website's leaderboard have bought the coins using foreign exchanges that claim to exclude U.S. customers, which means that foreigners are buying a lot of the meme coin and then getting meetings with President Trump, VIP White House tours, and all the rest.
What?
This raises the question of influence peddling. If you basically buy a bunch of Trump meme coin.
Wait, have I given him credit for this before? He said it raises the question instead of it begs the question. Good job.
President Trump, VIP White House tours, and all the rest. This raises the question of influence peddling. If you basically buy a bunch of Trump meme coin and then funnel money to organizations associated with President Trump so you can have dinner with Trump, that doesn't look great. Democratic senators, of course, immediately announced that they wanted an ethics probe. They sent a letter saying, quote, this latest action raises grave ethics and legal concerns, including the severe risk that President Trump and other officials may be engaging in pay-to-play corruption by selling presidential access to individuals or entities to include foreign nationals and corporate actors with vested interest in federal action while personally enriching the president and his family. It might be overstated, but let's be clear, some people do seem to be investing in the Trump meme coin for the access. I mean, there's literally a CEO of a company called Freight Technologies that just bought $20 million worth of Trump meme coin, which I gotta say is not like the most solid investment. What was the explanation? Quote, we believe the addition of the official Trump tokens are an excellent way to diversify our crypto treasury and also an effective way to advocate for fair, balanced, and free trade between Mexico and the United States. It's like to impact policy. Again, not the least skeezy thing I've ever heard. Now, listen, maybe all of this is overblown. Maybe it's all nonsense. Maybe some of it's not true. And I understand some of it's being reported by legacy media outlets. But again, here is the question. Does any of this help advance the president's agenda? You know, the agenda that we all voted for, the agenda we want to see implemented. Does this make his presidency stronger or weaker? Now, I'm going to repeat again. I don't know whether this activity is criminal in any way, but things do not have to be criminal to hurt the agenda. If you want President Trump's agenda to succeed, taking jets from Qatar is not the way. Taking real estate deals from Qatar is not the way.
Hater.
The largest obstacle to any administration is scandal. From Watergate to Whitewater, scandal-plagued administrations have a really tough time gathering the political capital necessary to actually effectuate their agenda. And that's why it's unbelievably important that the Trump administration avoid scandal. That is the reason I'm worried about this stuff. Yes, I think inherently it is bad. I do not think this is good. I think if we switch the names to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, we'd all be freaking out on the right.
True.
Let's say if Qatar was giving Joe a $400 million jet for his use at his presidential library after his presidency, or if Hunter launched a crypto firm with the son of Antony Blinken and then launched a series of crypto...
Like, people don't talk about this shit enough because they're so obsessed with the nuclear war in Pakistan and India, or they talk about nuclear war potentially with like Russia or Ukraine. I think the biggest threat when it comes to like a nuclear winter or some sort of like catastrophic event would be if a Democrat comes into office and starts doing even half the shit that Trump did. Conservatives all over the United States, their brains will undergo nuclear fission. It'll be over. It'll be like the people getting dropped out of the planes and Attack on Titan and turning into Titans. Their brains will explode in like the most catastrophic battle. We'll never come back from it. It'll be unrecoverable.
Crypto products in which mysterious strangers, including foreigners, were investing. All while that crypto firm was being regulated by Joe's administration. We'd all have been pretty upset on the right. We might have said that it was worthy of some coverage.
I just love how careful he's like. We'd be pretty upset, and we'd say maybe, you know, probably would take some coverage. Like, this is what was the overall amount of money that Hunter Biden supposedly made from Burisma? Wasn't the total amount of money like $10 million? Like the total amount over years and years is a $400 million jet. Like, oh my God.
Now, as I say again, it could.
Wait, how much money did Hunter Biden make in total Burisma? from 2013 to 2018. Oh, it's not even just him. Hunter Biden and his firm earned $11 million. Over the course of 5 to 6 years, his firm earned $11 million. Oh my God.
Could be all of these reporters, all of them. Maybe it's all just a misreading of perfectly innocent business. Sure, it's possible. But the point is this. President Trump has enemies all over the place. He has people seeking to take advantage of their proximity to his power. He has media outlets that would love nothing better than to set him up for another impeachment. And I promise you, if these issues begin to dog his administration, Republicans will lose Congress. It's that simple. Republicans are this close to losing Congress anyway. And then, whatever President Trump hopes to do, whatever agenda we all voted for, will be DOA. The investigations will never end. There will be more impeachments. All of that will happen. The administration's policy is too important for this sort of activity.
Yeah.
President Trump promised to drain the swamp. This is not, in fact, draining the swamp. President Trump was elected based on the American people being sick and tired of the swamp, tired of Hunter, tired of the Clintons, tired of the Biden crime family. Why in the world would President Trump be well served by this sort of vulnerability? Again, more importantly, why would those of us who voted for him, who gave to his campaign...
Like, I would just love to hear, okay, Biden crime family. How much money do you think Trump has made off of that cryptocurrency? Like, that in and of itself supersedes, like, every single potential claim, like, all the total value of all accused corruption, probably in the history of almost every single politician in the United States. Like, I don't blame Americans. There's a big issue of scale here that people just aren't understanding in terms of how much money we're actually talking about, because millions, billions, and trillions are like the same dollar amount to everything, and in the average person's mind, because we just don't deal with these numbers, firsthand. But the scale of the amount of money that we're talking about here is just on another level. Like, how big do I want to do this? I wonder if this plane is worth... No, fuck. I wonder how much the Kennedys... I wonder if just the plane alone is worth more. Well, what is the net worth of all the... Let's check, bro. Net worth, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess the net worth of Barack Obama. I'm gonna guess under 100 million. I'm gonna say 40 million. That might be selling books and speeches. It could be higher than that. It could be 100. I'm gonna guess 40. Damn. 250. Okay. It's higher. All right. Well, Money Magazine estimates it's Wait, where's Barack Obama's? News article. Forbes said 70 million. We're gonna go with that. Forbes is a more reputable. Okay. All right, 70 million. It wouldn't surprise me if this plane was worth about as much, or maybe half as much as like the net worth of every single president in the history of the United States. Like in the whole history of the United States. Just the plane. Not counting how much money Trump has made selling pieces of his suit and Bibles. Not how much money he's made off of the crypto scam bullshit. Not how much money he's made forcing people to go to Mar-a-Lago, and all the money that he's made by housing Secret Service agents, all those on properties. Not how much money he's made trading on any other part of his name or brand or anything else. Not the money that Kushner made when he got a $2 billion investment with his company from MBS. Not how much, people don't understand the scale. I don't think people understand the scale of how much money we're talking about when it comes to this. Because everybody's like, oh, corruption, it's all the same. It's all corrupt, LOL. Like, yeah, it's just wild.
Stumped from campaign friends who well served by this. The answer is, we aren't. And that's why it needs to stop. Get some more on this in a moment. First, give your family the peace of mind they deserve with Policy Genius Life Insurance. So here's the thing. We're all going to die. I know, bad news. But Policy Genius can make sure that your family is at least financially taken care of if, God forbid, you plot. Policy Genius makes finding coverage simple, giving your loved one the financial safety net to handle debts, expenses like mortgage payments, even build wealth over time if something, God forbid, happens to you. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies starting at just $276 a year for $1 million in coverage. It's an easy way to protect the people you love and feel good about your future. Life insurance isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. Policy Genius understands that perfectly. They present all your options.
It's easier to increase your net worth as you get wealthier. It's not shocking that the wealthiest president can make a lot of money. Wrong. You're so fucking retarded. You're correct in the first part, that once you're wealthy, you can get more wealthy. But the second part, it's not him leveraging his business sense to get more wealthy. It's him abusing the office of the president to get more wealthy.
complete transparency, showing you different coverage amounts, prices, and terms, so you can make an informed decision. There's no guesswork involved, just clarity that helps you choose what's right for your specific needs and budget. Their side-by-side comparison tool shows you quotes from top insurers across America completely free, no hidden fees. Their licensed experts are with you every step of the way, answering questions, handling paperwork, advocating for you, so you can get the coverage you need and get back to living your life. Check life insurance off your to-do list in no time with Policy Genius. Head on over to policygenius.com/Shapiro or click the link in the description to compare free life insurance quotes from top companies. See how much you could save. That's policygenius.com/Shapiro. All right, another big economic news. President Trump had announced last week that he had a huge announcement.
Wait, we got Aspen stop on the plane?
President Trump has accepted this.
Actually, I used them. You can. That's just an
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Everyone knows this, and you know it too, but when you see it, it's different. Ready?
I like your ponytail.
Here is $100,000, Carmen. Here, there it is. That's a lot of money. That's what we can hope at best to make in a year. You know, doing really fucking well after taxes. That'd be crazy, right? That's a lot of money. All right. Now, we have someone named Amhai who is the top Twitch donator of all time. He has like probably $1 billion, right?
Right.
There are people in the world with $1 billion, regardless. Okay. Anyways, $1 billion, that's a big fucking number. We can see that there's a lot of zeros on top of the 100,000, but we don't really feel it. You don't really feel it until you go like this. You know it's 10,000 times more, but here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 500,000. Copy paste that. That's $1 million. Okay. Then we go. We have to go. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 million. Let's copy paste that. That's 10 million. Okay. Let's copy paste the 10 million. That's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100 million. Okay. Let's copy paste the 100 million. Okay. That's 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1 billion. Okay. And now I'm Amhai, and I'm gonna donate Soda Pop in $100,000 like this. Yeah. And now we're gonna try to find the money that we're missing now. Okay?
It's on the right. It's on the right, I see it. There it is.
You saw it. It was right there. But it's kind of hard to feel it. If I put it somewhere in the middle, you guys probably wouldn't find it. But you know what? You wouldn't find it for sure. Let's donate $2 million to my good friend Enrique. And he could... Actually, let's donate this... Let's donate fucking $4 million. He could probably live a swell life with $4 million. Here, I'm Amhai. I'm giving Enrique $4 million. Real quick. $4 million. I actually do not notice it's gone. I can never find it again. It's really difficult. You know? Because it's just lines missing. I'm not gonna count my lines. There's so many. Jesus fucking Christ. I could actually... Hold on. Let me... Real quick. Let me buy, like, the most expensive fucking Bugatti burger.
Am I autistic? I have no problem intuiting the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. I mean, it's 1,000. But then it's hard to... Especially when you're talking about, like, incomes and not just wealth, but you're making money. It's just hard for people to understand the difference in lifestyles when it comes to things like that. Like, it's meaningfully. It's just, like... It's just so different.
Like limited edition Lamborghini for $2 million somehow. And let me just drive it over to like a valet. Let me leave it there. And I'm gonna get really drunk and I'm gonna go home with my friend. And I'm just gonna leave the Lambo there, man. I don't even want to pick it up. Because you know what? The next day, let's buy another one. Okay, we got another Lambo. It's cool. This one has a nice... I like yellow. You know what? I don't like yellow. I'm gonna buy green. Okay, green Lambo. Okay, but no, hold on. Let me just... Normal price Lambo. Let me buy a normal price Lambo for like 5 of my friends. It's like 300K. Okay, 300K. There's 1 friend, 2 friend, 3 friends. Okay, let me buy it for the rest of you. There you go. You guys all have Lambos. Oh wait, I want another Lambo for myself. Okay, there we go. We're chilling. Okay, let me see if I...
No one has as much liquid assets, though. Maybe not, but I mean, like, they probably still do have quite a bit of liquidity, right? They might not have billions in liquidity, but I'm sure they have access to millions in liquidity. Very easy, right? Like, even in my current position, like, I could theoretically, like, if I was, like, ultra super inconvenienced and I was in some place and I couldn't fucking get any Ubers or whatever, like, I could buy, like, a $10,000 used car and, like, drive it around for the week and then leave it there and be like, whatever, I guess it's... Like that, and to think of being able to do that at 2 or 3 orders of magnitude higher, that somebody could theoretically do that with like a fucking Lambo, and seriously just like not like whatever, fuck it, you know, who cares? It's just the there's just such a huge difference between. This is why I get mad when people talk about like senators and congressmen are all they're in it for the money and it's all lobbyists buying these guys. It's like, bro, if you donate $5,000 to a campaign, you can probably sit down like with federal level politicians in the country. Like $5,000 to a campaign will get you a dinner or whatever with I'm pretty sure almost any sitting senator or congressman in the United States. $5,000. It's not that much. But then when you've got people on Trump who are making on the orders of magnitude of like tens of millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, or hundreds of millions of dollars in gifts, it's just the level is. It's just such a different level of wealth and money and income that you're talking about. It's just so crazy.
If I still have any money left. Hold on. Looks like I got a little bit.
It's luxury.
Okay, probably quick as one.
747 from Qatar for use as Air Force One. He got this beast for the U.S. for free. And
do an Asmoslop prediction before the plane clip. I feel like this is like an easy one for him to like laugh and meme along, but it's like, oh yeah, it's probably bad. I think he's not going to focus as much on how actually bad it is. I think he's just going to say it looks bad, but he'll be able to, because this is like an easy one. This is a game. It's like, oh yeah, obviously. That's my guess.
And the Democrats are complaining. Bro, I'm telling you, like we are going to be entering into an era. I heard it's fake to get us into war with Iran. I don't think that's it at all. Did Israel give Trump a jet? Or did Qatar give Trump a jet? I mean, you know, who's really our boys, right? MAGA. We give Israel billions, Asmon? Yeah, exactly. So why is it that we're giving them all this money and they've never given... How many jets has Israel given us? How many? Because as far as I know, the answer to that is 0. 2, technically? That's not enough. So this is the new jet they made for him?
Please tell me I have blue chips somewhere here. Oh my god.
All right.
Bro, is this just like a kind of a perspective meme? Or is this a fucking huge plane? Is this like a bigger than 747, like triple quadruple decker, or is this just like a perspective thing? It's gigantic. Okay. Wait, what kind of plane is this? Cutter. Oh, it is a 747. Oh, okay. Jesus. And not a passenger one, so it's decked out for... Or is this... Like, are there like thousands of seats inside, or is this like custom built for... Look up Beluga plane. That looks disgusting. Is it really named after the whale? 747-8 interior. Unveiling luxuries inside the $418.5 million Boeing 747-8 jet.
Welcome to the mesmerizing world of airplanes, where the Boeing 747-8 stands out as a
side quest.
truly remarkable example of engineering and design. It is a stunning airplane that embodies grace and power, displaying the brilliance of human engineering and ambitions. With its large wings and an awe-inspiring presence, it truly deserves admiration. And it's not just the engineers. This jet also has been the canvas for the creativity of top interior designers and design companies. These experts have customized this jet to create exclusive flying experiences for their private clients. Get ready to discover the inside of this private jet that is simply stunning and comes with a staggering price tag of $418.5 million. The Boeing 747 is big and unique, catching everyone's attention. There's much room for passengers and staff to have a comfy, flexible flying experience. It's super high-tech and can fly far without using too much fuel. It has been popular and widely used for decades. Many major airlines operate this aircraft on long-haul international routes. Their heads together got creative to elevate the fancy interiors, resulting in a beautiful and functional masterpiece. It was a true labor of love, driven by a shared passion for varied atmosphere. But that's not all. They also provide you with an awe-inspiring view of the outside world. And of gripping dramas or catchy tunes, there's something for everyone. So treat yourself to a culinary adventure while flying through the clouds. Of course, let's not forget about the convenience of clean and well-maintained team of artisans and designers are synonymous with luxury. They have a personal office that embodies sophistication and productivity. This dedicated space makes attending to business matters seamless with a well-appointed workspace, high-speed internet connectivity, and all the amenities needed to stay connected. The guest bedroom is a true sanctuary of comfort and privacy, nestled within the Boeing 747-8. This luxurious bedroom offers a cozy bed adorned with premium bedding, ensuring a restful and rejuvenating experience for the guests. Greenpoint Technologies has designed this space to provide a serene retreat within the aircraft, ensuring every guest feels pampered and well taken care of. This private airplane boasts the impressive feature of 2 deck levels, adding to its grandeur and spaciousness. When passengers step on board this private Boeing, they're greeted with an exciting...
Plane is over 10 years old. Yikes. The private 747 comes with a master bedroom, a guest bedroom, 2 full bath. I feel like there's just so much shit. Like, what are you gonna do inside? Like, imagine you go in and you're like, oh my God, this is the sickest fucking shit ever. You got like a 10-hour flight. You're like, this is so sick. And you go to the master bedroom and you're like, oh my God. You like lay on the bed and then you fall asleep. And then imagine you're just like bumping, you wake up, it's like, what's going on? And like, oh, we landed. And you're like, oh. And then you're off. And now it's like, fuck. Jesus Christ. Can you really walk up and down stairs on a plane? What if you hit some turbulence? I feel like there's like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Can somebody tell me for Arabs or for Gulf state Arabs, for these rich countries, am I just crazy or do they sometimes feel like they have no taste? Like everything is so gaudy. Is it because the wealth just came too quickly and they didn't have time to develop it? Or because I feel like when you look at older like architecture from like older like the Middle East or whatever, why does so much of it seem so gaudy and so tasteless? I get that feeling when I look at Dubai sometimes. Like it just feels very damn, they come with all the babies too? Travels up to almost 8,000 miles at 660 miles per hour. God damn. Bro, this plane is huge. You could have fucking taken out both Twin Towers with one plane if you hit it at the right angle. Holy fuck! See mega yachts, bro. I see some of the yachts that are parked here in Portland. Those things are huge too. Okay, sorry.
It's big? Yeah, it is. Is there any talking here? It's literally just nothing. Okay, this is the jet right here. And so this is they asked him a question about this right here. So the fact that the Department of Defense is getting a gift.
You would fly the plane sideways? No, what? You would fly through one building into the next. Cruise ships are fucking insane. Yeah, I think all the largest cruise ships in the world dock here in Miami. So I drive by those like every day too. But they're huge. They're all called like the Passion of the Sea or whatever the fuck. They all have these like random names. But I think all these cruise ships can hold like 6,000 people. They're massive. They're insanely huge.
Free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats that we insist that we pay top dollar for the plane. Anybody can do that. The Democrats are world-class losers. And so anyway, yeah, crazy things are happening in the Middle East right now.
I'm just saying people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you. Why not me?
You're ABC Bank Minister. It's only ABC. Well, not you. Let me tell you. You should be embarrassed to ask me a question. They give me a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion, 400 million, whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much.
Yeah.
You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. You ever hear him? He was 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto: when they give you a putt, you said, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. Then they miss it.
Another golfer. Bro, how much golf does this guy play? He makes more golf analogies than I make WoW analogies. This is insane.
Does all the wealth by which you're surrounded ever make you feel like you were even wealthier? I don't know. A lot of the wealth I feel on Miami Beach is also like very gaudy and tasteless. Maybe that's just a Miami Beach thing. I'm trying to think of like a nice wealthy area that I've been in. Ooh. Parts of Boston near. Is Harvard in Boston? Like the university? I don't know. Those parts with like the nice brick. Those parts probably aren't even as wealthy as this, but there are parts of New England that it radiates wealth and class and like taste, and it looks cool, and it's like very clean, and like the buildings are old, but they're like upkept. They're like ooh. Switzerland. I think I've only trained through Switzerland once. Switzerland is very nice. How would you define taste? I don't know. I can't. I think definition of taste is like hard to define. But I don't know. Some people just have I don't have very good taste. I think I can recognize something that's good taste, but I don't have it myself. But sometimes people can just design things because they look. There's like a coherent message, idea, concept that's conveyed holistically through and through whatever you're engaged with. Oftentimes people, especially if someone who knows money, confuse taste with wealth. And they just buy like really expensive shit or whatever. But I think that sometimes you're just throwing a lot of money at things. It comes off as gaudy. Or just like, okay, that's like you got all the gold-plated stuff, and it's like wealthy, I guess, but it's not. You don't have very much. You're not very culturally fluent in how you're trying to display your wealth, basically. Show an example. Fuck, I don't know. I feel like every place I go is very gaudy. Vegas, I would say, is like pretty gaudy. Miami Beach is really good. That New England is nice. I think for New York, I don't really travel around much in New York. If I'd spent more time in Brooklyn or whatever.
Yeah, it's a great. Let me listen to this again.
Well, I could say thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto: when they give you a putt, you say thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. And then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Respectfully, sir, as a businessman, some people may look at this and say, have you ever been given a gift worth millions of dollars and then not received
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense. And you should know better, because you've been embarrassed enough, and so has your network. Your network is a disaster. ABC is a disaster.
Epic.
Oh shit, bro. Like, and the thing is that, as far as we know, like, I mean, I feel like if we're keeping score, it sure seems.
Uh-oh, is he about to say something really retarded? Wait, hold on. What is this?
Out of touch.
Yeah.
Out of touch.
Yeah.
Delusional. Uninformed.
This is about me, I'm sure.
Apolitical. Okay. Content creators out there, slop tubers in general.
Slop tubers.
Or people like Asmongold,
Same idea.
or people like or people like Ethan Klein.
Oh, he won't even say my name. Oh, I guess he's got like other boogeymen now. So unlike the Baba Yaga, what do they call him? The guy who kills the boogeyman or whatever? I'm like, now he doesn't have to say my name. He's got other boogeymen that he can say. Ethan Klein and Asmongold and others.
Like people that are just like.
Why isn't he talking about Destiny anymore? Because I feel like I haven't heard Hassan bring up Destiny in days.
What's going on there? True.
Isn't that crazy?
Angry for no discernible reason, or angry for
I'm not mad. Everything's fine.
Whatever their own personal vendetta is.
What?
And they just basically fucking delude people into believing wrong things. They push people into believing incorrect things.
I don't know.
Okay?
Like?
You don't have to agree with my positions on this, but when I tell you something about...
You don't have to agree with me, but I am right. Okay, yeah, no. This... seems like Israel is roached out on us more than Saudi Arabia and Qatar have. Like, that's really a Muslim. Come on. Come on, besides that, right? Come on, you can't bring that one up. That was a long time ago, man. That was some other guy. Guy was an asshole. Anyway, don't worry about him. And anyway, Saudi, yeah, being for this time, yeah, definitely. And it's wild these nation news outlets are doubling down on the rise. Yeah, I guess so. And, oh my fucking god. And wow, Qatari Defense Minister goes and deletes message in support of Hamas. Yeah, he deleted it and doubled down on accepting it. Here we go, him talking about the jet.
I think Qatar.
Why did you say not taxing tips is dumb? Why? Well, because it's income. What? Are we gonna have an income tax or not? If we're gonna have an income tax, you're gonna pay tax on tips. It's income. Why would you not pay tax on tips? It's fucking stupid.
Who has really, we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think that, and very, very nicely. And I have
do you remember what I said before a few days ago about how I thought that Trump and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and maybe Egypt and maybe one or two other ones are just planning on dividing up Palestine and just doing whatever the fuck they want with it? No. And then letting Israel just kind of fucking whatever happens.
Oh,
Jordan,
no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they don't want to do that.
I really...
They absolutely... It might sound good or whatever if you don't know anything about it, but nobody in the Middle East wants that responsibility. Fuck no.
I mean, these are the kinds of things that you do for somebody after you make a deal like that, right? Like, I mean, it is. It seems like the kind of stuff that you do for people after you make a deal like that. Yeah, that's interesting. That will not happen. Okay, it's a conspiracy theory. Okay, this is my conspiracy theory.
And I think they knew about it because they buy bones. They buy a lot of bones. And they knew about it, and they said we would like to do something, and if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use during a couple of years while they're building the other ones, I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one too. And it helps us out.
Yeah.
They're just handing them out like cupcakes.
Because again, we're talking about, we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down.
I remember I had a friend in Qatar, and we played BDO together, and he was like 17. And he was talking about this because like, we'd all be in like, Discord together.
I thought I rolled
like,
ran the wrong way.
Black does it online.
No, I mean, when I got the dog off of you, it's like you didn't know how to get the dog off of you. Yeah, I didn't know how to get the dog. I didn't know. At first, I remember I said, oh, I forgot. I remember David took the dog off of me one time, so I stopped running. I didn't know I could have kept running while you had the dog, while you get the dog off of me. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, after I got him off you, you stopped. Yeah, after you got him off you, you stopped.
A stupid person say no.
When she was chasing you before, I was telling you come this way so I could take the hit for you. The dog attacked me, but she ran right past me. I didn't know she could do that either.
But I thought it was a great gesture. And I think it was a
gesture. Once a dog at me, I was like, all right, let me get this thing catch some relief.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God!
She was hard tunneling, bro.
What is he? Or is
she was. She tunnel baited right off the game.
All of those countries, Saudi Arabia.
$10 that plane's
at least you got 2 hours. I mean, think about it. All that tunneling is still get 2 hours. Not bad. But we should have had 3, bro. Yeah, we should have. You know what? I'm gonna say I fucked up that. Not so much at the other end, but like at the just before we was opening up the door, I read far to give you guys a chance to open up that door, but I should have ran that far.
If you wouldn't have, she probably just kicked us off the door anyway.
Right,
I mean, it's hard
I was trying to get her away from the door, so I said, all right, I got one hook, let me get away from the door.
I got super lucky. When she hooked you the first time, when she downed you, that fucking NOED was right there. As soon as she hit you, it popped up right in front of me. I was like, oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that shit was. Yeah.
I didn't think she was going to catch you at the door, though. I ain't gonna front. I think she was get out.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get out, too. I didn't think that she can recall a dog again so fast. Like the dog just grabbed me, and she grabbed me a second time, like, real quick.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, okay, well, all 3 can get out, because I thought she was getting out. Dude came back and
when you go in it, there's not going to be any books in the library.
Oh, can't put her far enough.
Yeah, there won't be any books in it.
We shot through.
Yeah, it'll be like maybe Trump Bibles, and that'll be it. And it'll be like golf clubs and like Playboy magazines, a few things like that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, hats that you can buy. And so yeah, I guess that's the way it is, right? And Epstein files too. Yeah, I guess so.
But Dave,
right?
how come the pain res hit my hook my gen out of the game? Yours definitely had way more progress than mine. It was crazy. I know for a fact you had a lot more progress than me. That's why I didn't let go. I was like, well, in a sense, for me to let go is when I hit his.
What's up, Davo? I didn't know you was put in work yesterday.
Yeah, we put in some work. Put in some
Gotcha.
work. I mean, it was alright. Oh yeah. Your computer's pretty much ready. You just got to come and put in some password so he can download whatever he needs to download.
Okay. All right, not a problem.
Guess what? There were all over Amazon models A and C.
Fucking annoying.
And so yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. So you're gonna go up and try to find a new one of these and see if they can get one to match it up.
Yeah.
This boy?
Yeah, sure. Good luck. Bipartisan backlash over the gift continues to grow. Now, who is being
That's the
referenced
movie.
here? Literally nobody is being referenced. There's nobody saying this
See
is
if
a
I can
problem.
get Twitter.
What? Wait, is he not even going to say that this is probably at least not a good
Yeah.
look? At least not a good look? What?
No one is saying,
They got eyes on him?
oh, wait a second. No.
He's by me, but I don't got eyes on him.
Expressed her displeasure on X.
Damn, he just put a camera in front of the middle gen.
Oh my God, Ben Shapiro is not happy about it. Let me see if I can find that real quick, and I'll pull it up and see if there's anything else really going on with this. But where's the rest of this shit? It's an extraordinary day. Yep, there it is. Let me see if I can find the rest of this here. And so Trump forgets to sign the executive order.
There's never been anything like it. It's a very exciting
Did he
time in America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Like get this thing open.
Oh, oh my bad. Oh yeah. Yeah, Bernie already is crashing out about the executive order. Why? I thought he would be happy about this. I would assume so. Let me see. This is going to be good.
Oh, come on, I did not miss.
That will be transferred for his personal use. So has anybody said that it's going to be transferred? Trump to accept the 3747 to use. Okay, so then this is a. So where he did? Yeah, I don't know. Did that who cares though? He just said it wasn't.
Who cares? LOL. Who cares? LOL.
I'm not sure if that's even true.
Who cares? LOL.
Will be transferred to the United States Air Force.
Yeah, but even if it did, who cares? LOL.
Where did he say?
But
where did
it's-
he say he was keeping the jet?
Right, just look around. Never mind.
He said that, yeah, the personal uses for Air Force One, not after the presidency. They didn't just make this up. Qatar just gave Trump a jet. Will he keep the jet for his personal use? Or has he said anything about keeping it beyond his presidency?
Oh shit, he up here.
Okay, we'll find out right now.
He upstairs on the third floor.
Multiple sources indicate that return ends. The jet will be transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation, potentially allowing him to use it personally. Trump has defended the argument, a gift free of charge. So this is the Presidential Library.
He left 2 days?
So he could use it personally. Let me see here. Is gift free of charge to the U.S. government? He hasn't explicitly stated whether he intends to use it for personal purposes post-presidency. Oh, okay, so he hasn't said this. Okay, there it is. It's unlikely. So yeah, other presidents have done that. Yeah.
No fucking pallets.
Okay.
Other presidents have done that? Wait, did I miss that? Has that happened before? Am I missing something when that happened and I'm just ignorant of American history?
There we go. CBS has built it on YouTube. I'd have to go and find it myself. Because like, I'll tell you this, right? I don't think he should be taking a gift from Qatar if he's keeping it past the presidency. Okay? Like if he's taking it and it's for the government, that's fine. If he's keeping it for himself, that's
at least
retarded.
he said
Like,
that.
I mean, am I crazy? I think that's so obvious.
Okay.
Yeah, duh. Fucking duh.
Okay, well, there we go. We got that in the last 7 seconds of the video. Okay, way back there. China trade deal, and there's the John Alexander release, and then there's
Of course.
Cardi Jet and all that. But the big
I'm
story
exposed. I'm going down.
executive order designed to lower the price of pharmaceuticals. So here's what he said. He put out a statement on Tuesday. So for many years, the world has wondered why prescription drugs and pharmaceuticals in the United States of America were so much higher in price than they were in any other nation, sometimes being 5 to 10 times more expensive than the same drug, manufactured in the exact same laboratory at the same time. It was always difficult to explain and very embarrassing because in fact there was no correct or right answer.
He looking at the cameras. Nope, he stopped.
For years, it was research and development costs, and that all these products were and would be for no reason whatsoever borne by the suckers of America alone. Campaign contributions to the wonders, but now with they and now with the Republican Party. They're going to do the right thing, something the Democrats have fought for many years. Therefore, I am pleased to announce that tomorrow morning in the White House at 9 a.m., I'll be signing one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. Prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%.
He has a gen of high progress in that room. But he's probably gonna have to use the wand to get this camera. I'm gonna go to the upside down. Hopefully there's no camera on the upside down. There's no camera on the upside down.
It's always like these. There are a few things he's trying to do. One is
You want a new gen? What the fuck is wrong with this dummy? Right, there was a gen right in that room that had decent.
No, that gen is done.
No, you don't know shit. It was a gen he was chasing me in with the ramp that goes upstairs and downstairs.
When you first that room y'all was in together?
Yeah. I don't know why she didn't go back to that. That was her gen. I don't know why she didn't go back to it. Now he's back on the gen, so I don't even matter.
I guess I just don't think tits should be in.
Yeah, I think David found that gen.
Tits should be in. What do you call the thing that somebody makes?
There's one in the middle, but it don't matter. If we finish these two, we should get it anyway.
For pharmaceuticals to the lowest possible price, whatever price you
Finish down.
is paying, or whatever. Make no mistake, this is a backdoor price control. It is not anyway a free market policy. True. What we actually should be doing, and this is something that President Trump should be doing with regard to his tariff policy, is forcing other countries to pay a higher price for medications that are being
Yeah, if you really want to fight on market.
This is a solo gen.
Okay, gotcha.
Now, you
Go for the PS100 too.
Wow, good job. Oh my God, it's almost like you went to grade school.
I'm coming closer.
Used in the United States. The way that things currently work is that foreign countries negotiate on behalf of their national healthcare systems with the pharma companies.
All right, so now
he's close.
1, 2, you got few.
We're paying X number of dollars. And that X number of dollars is like 30-20% of what the actual price in a free market system would be. And so American consumers essentially pay the other end of that. American consumers are overpaying because all these other countries are underpaying. And President Trump is totally right that that is absolutely unfair. But the thing to do is to get other countries to pay more. Other countries should be absorbing more of the cost. We could be using the tariff war that he has waged on pretty much every country in order to get them to more fairly allocate resources for drug purchase from the United States. Because the problem is this: if you artificially destroy whatever profit margins exist for the pharma companies, you just won't get drugs developed. It's that simple. R&D
fucking faggot.
The vast majority of drugs that are developed in R&D never make it to market. They fail out in phase 2, phase 3 of the FDA.
Wow.
Most never even make phase 3. There are billions, literally tens to hundreds of billions of dollars that get spent every year by pharmaceutical companies. They never come to fruition. It's a very high risk investment product, biotech and pharma. And that means it needs to be high reward on the other end, because otherwise why would you sink that much money into the development of these new pharmaceuticals, for example? If you destroy the profit margin, you just won't get R&D. There's a reason that over 50% of all pharma patents are filed in the United States. We're the home of that stuff because they can generate profit in the United States in a way they cannot in the UK or in France, Germany, or Canada. It also means that American consumers bear the brunt.
Yeah, when am I not doing that gen?
Over time, as these patents expire, as generics come on the markets move toward the generics. That is a reality. And so, for example, the idea that Americans wildly overpay for drugs, generally speaking, Americans wildly overpay for brand new drugs on cutting edge. That's true. But the truth is the vast majority of medication that we actually consume is not brand new. Here, for example, is a chart about what Americans pay for drugs. And what this chart shows is that 91% of drug purchases in the United States are not...
He's on me.
Where the hell is this gen at? I don't know. I hate this.
For brand name drugs than the other members of the OECD, the other developed countries. However, when it comes to generic drugs,
so you, Dave?
67% of what gets paid in the OECD.
He's on me.
So when you actually weight the average, what you find is that the United States overall actually pays less.
I'm trying to pull him away.
We pay more for the cutting edge drugs.
This random is just fucking.
Are basically free riding off the back of that. Generic drugs, because you have a free market system. Generic drugs.
It's almost like he's protecting that gen.
I mean, it's a good split, but the random won't do anything.
I can't find it. That's my
No, other way.
Oh shit.
We consume an enormous amount of medicine. We are fat, we're out of here. This is something that obviously...
Here you go. You guys can't steal each other, bro.
Yeah, I saw you the one that's running away. Why is this bitch doing a fucking totem? Do a fucking gen.
The answer is you force other countries to pay their fair share. This is where a tariff war and pressure really should be exerted.
He left you, Dave?
Not to lowball American farmers.
Alright, we in the upside down. Meet us in the upside down.
Free market prices. Why should they get to free ride off the back of the American consumer?
Because different markets compare different costs. He's closer than most of them.
So what is President Trump doing instead? He's saying that Medicaid should tie its price to what the UK is paying.
Alright, so
cutting-edge pharmaceuticals simply will just not be available for Medicaid.
You want us to meet you in upside down, or you good?
You see this, by the way, all the time in Medicaid. You see that many doctors, for example, don't take Medicaid because the reimbursement...
Alright, you're right there, Fred. Alright, so there's one... you got deja vu, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so... Okay, they're over there. No, we good. Fred, come with me. We're gonna go do this one, the far one on this side. They're on the one at that end. They're the one to our left. We're gonna one on the right. No, worry. Come on, let's go. Yeah. So, if you want, you can wait right here, but hide behind this barrel. If he comes, you can just backfill. Or, this is not a safe spot. So, if he comes, just go in that corner and hide. I'll lead him away. Unless you want to switch places and you lead him away and not go in the corner.
I'll lead him away because I got no hook.
So it's good. You gotta go on the other side. He ain't gonna, I don't want to see me.
Accounted for less than 4% of Medicaid spend and $21.2 billion in 2020. The feds spent 10 times more on hospital payments. Even if Republicans require drug makers to give away medicines to Medicaid, savings would not actually amount to.
Might actually finish this. Oh.
Trying to wring more money out of drug makers might cause some companies to stop participating in Medicaid as much discussed as the Wall Street Journal. Patients would then suffer from less access to novel treatments as they move on treatment socialized health system and avoid price controls. Some drug makers already use money medicines they sell to Medicaid. They compensate by raising those prices in the commercial market.
Alright, Fred, you heal her. I'm start working on this. Alright, the other one is way on the other side of the map.
Alright, Jay, you need lifelines? You good? Alright, we try to finish killing this shit.
Alright, so let's not open the door all the way so the timer don't start.
That's you.
Oh, he at the other door. Alright, so should we just bum rush the basement now, or how should we just
bum rush the basement?
Alright, she coming.
Let's go.
Oh, you double.
I took the hit. Go.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a bitch just fucking stood at the top. This a dumb bitch, bro.
Are you serious? Okay.
We can save so much money. Yeah, no shit. Like the market does an amazing job of taking what were luxury products and making them available to the common
which vape in it?
everywhere. True medicine too.
I'm low. I hate this Lord. Oh, there, I see y'all. That's you, Dave?
Chemotherapy if you have cancer. That stuff was considered a luxury item way back then.
We're about the door, the other door. He never picking Kevin up. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he thought somebody was in one of the closets. He was checking the closets.
Okay. By Oliver Stone. It's about one of the richest people on earth, Gordon Gekko. There's a scene where he's walking over.
Is advertising necessary for drugs when doctors prescribe them?
He's coming now, bro. Oh no, he's babysitting. All right.
Why do you think they spend money on advertising?
All right, what's the plan, Jay? Because we can't include this chick. Okay.
He didn't put any cameras down here. I can say that much.
And I'll grab because I got no hook. Shit.
She got fucking seen already. Oh my God.
You got him out?
Damn. Everybody's oh fuck. How did he catch up so fast?
Try this again. Should we open this door?
Might as well. We can now because this time is not going to be an issue. Time is just going to be an issue if we have hooks to give. The only person I got a hook to give is you. So
that means I should go first or last?
Technically last because you can afford to get hooked. But if you're going to go last, then we shouldn't.
Talk to me.
Then we shouldn't open the door because then if you get hooked, you won't have time to get you off the hook.
All right.
Hold on.
I'll follow your lead.
Hold on, I got it. First thing first, there's a camera up there.
Get this camera. Get the camera. Get it. All right. Well, why is it on you then?
You put another one up there.
All right. Where is she?
Why can't I see? Where is she?
Right here.
No, you gotta move, Fred. You gotta move.
Okay.
Yeah, she was trying to get the camera.
fuck is going on?
He was blocking away. We gotta go. If we don't go now, he's dead. He's dead.
Shit. Hold on, Kevin. I'm right behind you.
I don't know where I'm going.
I don't know where I'm going either. I don't know the stuff that's going. I got hit.
Oh fuck, where are you? For some reason I can't see shit.
I'm over here, but he's with me. Go to the other door. Go to the other door. Go to the other door.
I mean, personally, I think we probably should do that. I don't know if there's a compelling reason why the U.S. is the only.
He might have got me. Oh fuck! I teabagged too early.
Oh, you got it.
He gotta have save, bro. There's no way.
Possibly painless.
Die. It is over.
She got out too, right?
You know, you elect
Yeah, she got.
And the Senate, and they make specific policies that were directed.
That was so sloppily done, bro.
I'm bound for save the best. Yeah, yes. Well, I mean, the first time we did it, the fucking chick wasn't really with us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
She
it was
stayed
just
at the
two
top
people
of
that
the
went down
stairs.
there.
Yeah, she stayed at the top of the stairs.
Doctors, in their off time, watch TV as well. And they probably see. Also, people like, I'm pretty sure they go to your doctor and ask for a particular drug. If it's comparable to another drug, they'll probably say, like, listen, if you really want it, fine, I can fucking prescribe to you. Like, I'm sure people do this with SSRIs or whatever bullshit. And then the doctor will probably recommend, like, they might have had bad experience personally prescribing it, but if you push enough for it, I'm sure they'll let you try something if you've seen it on a fucking TV commercial. Because they know that if they don't, that you're just going to go to some other fucking doctor and get it prescribed instead. And then doctors see ads. I'm sure pharmaceutical companies probably spend money on like conferences and shit to fly doctors out and try to argue why their drug is better than some other drug as well.
Now, apparently, the President of the United States has the power to unilaterally increase prices in the United States with gigantic tariff regimes at the drop of a hat, price control pharmaceuticals, declare national emergencies on everything available. And again, this didn't start with President Trump. I know there are people out there, oh, Trump is breaking the Constitution. As almost always, President Trump is rarely the murderer, he is often the coroner. The system was broken, and Trump simply points to the system and says, it's broken, and then does the same thing Democrats were doing, and everybody goes nuts.
Right.
We should have been going nuts about this, 100 years ago with the rise of the administrative state under Woodrow Wilson. But now we're feeling the effects of all of that. When the President of the United States can, with a signature, put the R&D part of Big Pharma on the bankruptcy line, that is a problem. Forget whether you like the policy or not, I don't. And the president should not have the unilateral power to do this. I think the same thing holds true with regard to things like the Federal Reserve. The fact that we all sit here, waiting day after day, for Jerome Powell, one guy, to tell us what the interest rates are going to be, is psychotic. None of that is how a market ought to work. It is centralized government economics, and it is bad, it is not good. And it does not bear, by the way, the same sort of fruit that people want it to bear. People think that that means everything is hunky-dory because the president can solve things with one signature. Checks and balances are actually quite a good thing.
Yeah.
As a general rule, they are a very good thing. All right, meanwhile, in other news, there are developments with regard to Ukraine and Russia. So Vladimir Zelensky now says that he is willing to meet with Vladimir Putin. According to the Wall Street Journal, Ukrainian President Zelensky challenged Putin to meet him in Istanbul this week in Turkey after President Trump swung behind the Russian president's offer of talks before a ceasefire. So Putin has not declared a ceasefire. Zelensky said, I'm willing to accept a 30-day ceasefire. He has said this for weeks and weeks and weeks at this point. Putin has never accepted like a 5-minute ceasefire. He pretends to, but it's not real.
Oh, Ben went and talked to Zelensky, and he knows a little bit about how the two sides function. That's so cute now. Good job.
So now, Putin said, I'm willing to do face-to-face negotiations with Zelensky, presumably while the war continues. And Zelensky had said, how about this? How about you declare a 30-day ceasefire, and then we start talking? And President Trump said, you know what? I just want you at the table. I don't care whether it's a ceasefire or not, even though the ceasefire was originally President Trump's idea. But is it good that Zelensky and Putin are talking? Sure. I mean, the real question is going to be what comes out of the talks. So Zelensky said that he would be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday, raising the stakes amid a flurry of diplomatic exchanges and brinkmanship over the weekend, where both sides sought to balance not making any significant concessions with placating President Trump, who's demanding an end to the 3-year war. Now, Putin originally didn't respond to Zelensky's offer. Again, it goes beyond the scope of Putin's suggestion of reviving peace talks. Trump's support of the Russian president's proposal, a switch in his position, initially upended European efforts to bring pressure to bear on Russia to...
Oh, that's another one, too. Maybe this guy's a doctor in chat, hopefully. He says, there are 30-plus antidepressants. If the patient comes to me endorsing one, I'll absolutely prescribe it to them if it's within reason. I have my own ideas, obviously, but if they're excited about one, thumbs up. One thing to consider when it comes to the efficaciousness.
That's weak, though, man.
Efficaciousness of a particular drug is, in actuality, as much as it might not seem like it is, how likely is it that the patient will actually do the regimen as they're supposed to? Like, this is a thing that Dr. best diet or the best workout plan is one that you stick to, right? So if there's a drug that's incredibly complicated or it's got like very tight margins on how you take it or whatever, there's a
Yeah, you're David though.
Yeah.
Correct for her to have the fuckery too with him. Alright, let me get out of here now. No, bitch. Catch me, but not with that shit.
At least they'll be able to determine whether or not a deal is possible. If it's not, European leaders in the U.S. will know where everything stands and proceed accordingly. Zelensky, who earlier had wanted a short 30-day ceasefire as a condition of talks, responded immediately. So again, Zelensky's doing the stuff that Trump wants him to do. Let's be clear, he's doing what Trump wants him to do. The answer is, Vladimir Zelensky's doing the stuff that Trump
Oh, I got you, Dave.
Trump is calling for things.
All right. Oh.
Trump wants a rare earth minerals deal. Zelensky says sure. President Trump wants a ceasefire, 30-day ceasefire. Zelensky says sure. President Trump wants a 30-day ceasefire. Out the windows, they can negotiate. Zelensky says sure.
Unless the nigga went down there and popped.
Dave's gonna go set the stage.
I don't know, I'm trying to get there.
Alright.
Oh,
exactly. It doesn't
You'll
matter.
cut me off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got him.
You got him? Okay, good.
Baby, it's too early. You want me to heal you real quick? Like she's committed to Fred.
Just think. Okay, just think of how positive
Oh, good shot.
as a conservative.
I was so far, I didn't think I had to dodge her.
But like, he could be a real influential politician. He's just brave enough to go out on his own and not be a total fucking Trump sycophant.
Oh shit, nigga, you left this thing on the floor?
Much of the aid that has been provided to Ukraine
Back
militarily is only compatible with American ammo. You can't just ship in European ammo to use American ammo. You can't do it. It takes a while to replace all
Good shit, guys.
Oh my gosh, you threw right past my body. No, bitch. I don't play that.
That is what happened in Afghanistan, by the way. The United States was providing aerial oversight.
Damn, I got stuck on a fucking tree. She going back, she going back, she going back, she going back, she going back.
That goes away. And then the gap is not filled quickly enough by the European Union. That's the gamble that Putin is playing right now. I don't think President Trump falls for that trap, by the way. Zelensky put out a statement on social media. So there's no point.
Damn, she did not want to lose that fucking gen. Fuck.
See, he's showing up in Turkey. He's been saying, I dare you to show up so we can talk. One day earlier,
Wish I could get up.
Western allies instead of calling for direct talks. Ukraine and Russia's positions remain far apart. Russia basically lands to Ukraine in 2001.
Oh. I think she know where you at.
Get the hell out of here.
Come on, Dave.
Oh, shit.
Alright, so it might not be able to do that middle gen. Fuck it. Let's do everything but the middle gen. Fuck it. He's back on the middle gen.
So once again, Russia appears to be stalling for time. This representative from Nepal said, it's pretty clear that Russia's making a lot of concessions.
Make more noise than the bitch. God damn.
He's coming to you, Fred. Yeah.
All the concessions. So.
God damn.
I got days.
Hey, she is decent.
Can't get back on our feet.
Nice try. Good, yo. I respect this bitch. She fought me twice. How many times did you
She near you, Fred?
Yeah, she's near me. You can get the other guy. You good. I gotta play slow now. Oh, God. Is it part of that Castlevania shit? His outfit?
Yeah.
Okay, it's kind of cool like that outfit. Probably gotta pay for that shit though.
All right, Spike, push that middle gen. Well, maybe she left me. She might have left me now. Damn, bitch. I think fuck it. Even though it's hot, we might have to just say fuck it. Because she is not letting that shit go.
I think this shit looks decent, man. She's kicking ass. Did she pick you up? Can I get you?
But she about to me now. Just, oh, where the hell are you taking me, lady? Taking me to the basement.
How?
So I guess anybody could really come to the basement because she can't go out that middle gen and the basement, right?
Come back upstairs. I'm leaving. He's on me.
Who's down here? Dave?
Shit.
You wanna heal? Wow.
Caught me. Oh, I got caught on the fence.
Probably see us. You could have hit in the basement if you wanted. I would have let it away. Oh, damn, that was a good hit. If it ran like that, you did the shit from the beginning, we'd have been alright. Push you off, I'll backfill. Damn, that's crazy. But the split is insane, I will say that.
If the bottom line is Putin has to agree to a 30-day ceasefire for any peace talks to go forward. And the land that he is asking for is, that even J.D. Vance talked about this, and the president, land that Russia has not even occupied in Ukraine. So he has to operate in good faith.
Kinda
We
wacky,
want peace,
kinda wild.
but not peace at any price.
Okay, so that's going to be the question. And we'll find out in short order what exactly Putin is willing to do. My guess is not particularly a lot. And meanwhile, it is amazing to watch as the media and the Democrats ramp up their attacks on John Fetterman. Fetterman, of course, is the very heterodox.
I feel like I've turned on the Fetterman guy. I don't know. I feel like I see too much retarded shit from him. I don't have high opinions of him. Am I wrong? Am I missing something? Just seems a little too goofy to me.
He's been heterodox with regard to President Trump. He kind of bluntly rejects media attacks that he thinks are unfair against President Trump. He's, of course, been incredibly pro-Israel, shocking everybody who happens to be pro-Israel. Because, of course, Fetterman was in line with the sort of far-left wing of the Democratic Party when he was running against Mehmet Oz. Well, now, Democrats are trying to claim he has mental problems. So the way this works is if you're Joe Biden, you clearly have mental problems and mental disabilities. But you're willing to provide a face for crap Democratic policy. You're totally fine. You're fine. Everything is good. No problems whatsoever. But if you're John Fetterman and you have a stroke in the middle of a race with Mehmet Oz, and everybody's like, whoa, that seems bad. Democrats are like, he's fine, it's all good, until the point at which he starts disagreeing with them, at which point it turns out.
Oh my God, what a bitch.
Amazing how the politics just seem to dictate whether you can mental problem.
That is amazing, isn't it? And
Just step on it. Oh.
astonishing.
According to Axios,
what a cunt,
Senator
bro.
Fetterman has unnerved aides his performance in office, with both current and former staff telling Axios he seems uninterested in the day-to-day duties of a senator. But first of all, welcome to the Senate, where half the Senate is uninterested in the day-to-day duties of a senator. Have you ever met senators? I met many senators, many senators. A number of them are deeply dedicated to their jobs. Shall we say? Capitol Hill's private concerns over Fetterman exploded into public view over the past week as longtime critics and former allies piled on with concerns about it. Adam Gentleson, his former chief of staff, said, quote, part of the tragedy here is this is a man who could be leading Democrats out of the wilderness. But I think he's struggling in a way that shouldn't be hidden from the public.
I still trust that.
Well, apparently, there was an outburst during a meeting with teachers union officials in Washington last week, with one of the members of the teachers union crying. And that is,
All right, that's
weird.
I don't know.
Apparently, according to the Associated Press,
for no reason. I'm sorry.
Fetterman began repeating himself and shouting and demanding, why is everybody mad at me? Why does everybody hate me? What did I do? Before slamming his hands on a desk, according to a person briefed on what happened. The staffer was comforted by teachers who themselves were rattled by Fetterman's behavior. Fetterman, for his part, said, basically, this is a hit piece. Asked about the meeting with the teachers union representative, Fetterman said in a statement, they had a spirited conversation about our collective frustration with the Trump administration's cuts to our education system. So, again, the building momentum is reliant on the fact that he's moved to the right. And so there are people in the Democratic Party who are now suggesting that there's something deeply wrong with Fetterman. Again, if there was something wrong with Fetterman before, presumably there's something wrong with Fetterman now. However, that is not what changed. What actually changed is not, presumably, his mental status. He was hospitalized for depression.
That same level of security to shut the f up. And for me, I'm going to try and see what they're doing, okay? Because every single thing that they ask me, trying to get me to say something like, oh, I support Hamas or whatever, is
like if that was the goal, there's a billion things that they could do to you that they would be fully within their rights to. That would just be so fucking annoying, right? Like they could call people over for like an enhanced screening, or they could tear apart all your luggage, or they could actually detain you in like an actual interrogation facility and like have you wait for 6 to 10 hours as they get people. Like there's a lot of shit they could do if they were really targeting you, but
literally not allowed. Like they are not. What do you mean? Like, why is this denying me entry into the country of my birth? Like, this is my birthright. I'm an American citizen. You can't just stop me at the border and be like, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? You're not allowed to enter the nation. The goal here is to put fear into people's hearts, to have a chilling effect on speech, that like the government is unafraid of intimidating you in illegal ways. Okay. The government is now officially willing and able to intimidate you for speech. For your speech. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment.
Now, with all that said, on the other side, you had officials denying that Hassan was targeted over his beliefs during what they called a routine and lawful inspection, with notably DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin accusing the streamer of, quote, lying for likes, and going on to say, claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless. Our CBP officers are following the law, not agendas. And adding, upon entering the country, this individual was referred for further inspection, a routine, lawful process that occurs daily and can apply for any traveler. Once his inspection was complete, he was promptly released.
It sounds like she's just making a comment based on a story. I seriously doubt that they tried to look up the individual event that happened. Although I guess they could have, but I don't know. I don't know if I would trust anybody in the Trump admin over anything. So
So then you had Hassan responding to the Trump administration's defense in a statement to NBC saying, what part of a lawful routine inspection requires DHS to question me about my political views, my opinions on Donald Trump, and my stance on Israel and Palestine?
They literally can ask you anything. I've said this a million times, whatever.
But you know, were thoughts and questions we've seen echoed by others. I mean, you have people like Alex Peter, for example, known as Lolo, who's an attorney who's popular online, and he wrote, DHS flagged.
Yo, what the hell is James doing?
It's just something. I think he's playing Marvel vs. Capcom. But no one sent him an invite, to be fair.
I sent him an invite. Who is it?
Death Swinger.
Oh, perfect. Everything's on fire. Oh.
I'm in the middle of the street. I think this one is worse.
There you go. I got Dave. So give him some distance. Might be right behind us, Dave. Yeah, he is. Go. Nice try. I think you're gonna do that dumb shit. Shoot at the fucking hole. No, he ain't gonna get me from there. Yeah, that's a waste of a bullet, nigga. Don't go there, son. He's back on me. Shit.
I got the save. I'm gonna let him get away far enough so like tunneling shit that he just hit. Oh, come on, let's go. Got plays like a fucking.
You got Frankie's?
Yeah, he coming too. Did I tell you this guy play like a fucking pussy? Free drop, play around. Oh, jumped the wrong way. Buddy. And that's upstairs again. So that's the 3 gen left, that's not bad. It's actually a pretty good 3 left to see finish out. He's coming to main, is that what's going on?
Oh. Just missed me.
Might go to water tower. If there's one out. No. So. Oh, get out water tower, that's good.
You told me after you finish this shit?
Gotta be a gen somewhere that's further than these 2 gens. fuck could that be? Gotta be a jinn deep in the corner then. The one in the main is still active?
Nah, it's done. The ones, there's two on the side.
Yeah, I'm on one of the ones on the side, and then there's one in the hangman. Ah, fucking pain rest. Okay.
I got to save.
All right, so I should have been doing that gen that Fred was on. I didn't do that. This one is all you got to do.
Not on the gen pad? Oh, you want?
Yeah, man. That's 50%. Hey, you can take him to that comp corner where the gen is if you want, Dave.
That's not the next gen right there.
Would be. Fred, take over my. Never mind. He's not coming my gen. Oh.
It should be coming my way. That's top. He's top. He's turning around. He's turning around.
No. He's staying with me and Fred's gen. Y'all can take that one in that comp corner over there. No, Fred.
Got two gens over here. That's wild.
Yeah. Once I do this gen, that's it. That's game. Because the other gen is so far from that gen. There's no way he can fucking defend that.
He's not even fucking following me.
Yeah, he is. He went around.
Oh, he fucked up.
A little bit more efficient. Definitely a good place to take him. Yeah, might be. I'm not sure if he had pain res, but you definitely gotta be careful of it.
No, he should have.
Oh no! Yeah, Fred's been hooked already. Y'all was on Hangman, and y'all was in the one in the corner. Yeah. I wouldn't even bother with the Hangman. You can, I guess, make him go upstairs. Yeah, that one in that comp corner is probably better though. Boy, she's bringing him right to this gen.
Oh boy. Giving him a good run. He stopped. For sure. Thank God we started on this one. Hold door.
I hold it, but this nigga's gonna be right aiming at the fucking door. You're on TR, but it's too late.
I shouldn't go. You should. I mean, you only got one hook right there. Okay, copy. I'll let you do yourself. Open up the door then. Shit.
Hey. Oh, he opened it. Oh, he probably has. What's the name? Be careful. He opened it. Then let's see. I'll tell you right now. Now he's taking me to the door. He's taking me outside.
Okay. There's that one. Ass bust. It's a gentleman ass busting.
At least he acknowledged it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nigga, you standing at the door like, go ahead, go ahead.
A little disrespectful when niggas running right by.
Look at the hatch.
I had the key too.
I just heard it run past the hatch.
I played at 9:30.
And detaining one of the
came with the subject line "concerns," and it contained a list of them.
Yo, Kev,
from
check
the
out.
seemingly mundane, he eats fast food multiple times a day, to the scary. We do not know if he is taking his meds, and his behavior frequently suggests he is not. We often see the kind of warning signs we discussed, Gentleson wrote. Conspiratorial thinking, megalomania. For example, he claims to be the most knowledgeable source on Israel and Gaza around, but his sources are just what he reads in the news.
Is he? John Fetterman, Israel, Palestine.
With us today to talk about that and a host of other things is John Fetterman. He is a Democratic senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It is true, and I'm going to just say for viewers that I think he's the senator to provide the transcript of our conversation.
Yes, that's true. I am partially deaf, and this is just captioning. It's no different than if you're watching a show with captioning, or if you use glasses in order to read more effectively. It's just a tool to allow me to fully participate.
This is, and we appreciate your participation. We appreciate captioning.
I am partially deaf.
Oh my God. It's okay. All right. Wait.
I'm going to just say for viewers, the iPad that you see in front of the senator has a transcription of our conversation.
Yes, that's true. I am partially deaf, and this is just captioning.
Okay.
It's no different than if you're watching a show with captioning, or
That's
if you
okay.
use glasses in order to read more effectively. It's just a tool to allow me to fully participate.
This is, and we appreciate your participation. We appreciate you being here. So, when
Wait, real quick. There's no way to get iron ore on this planet besides me, like, actually just manually destroying rocks, right? We can't get it from lava or anything else.
Biden's talking about these protests. He did a little both sides of it. He said the anti-Semitism of the protesters is bad, but everybody needs to understand that the humanitarian plight in Gaza too. What tone do you think he should be taking? What's the right answer when talking about these issues?
Well, I'm not going to give the president any advice or anyone, only on fashion. But I will say this is that it's very clear that there is a very churn of anti-Semitism in all of these protests. And then sometimes it flares up. And again, including one of the leaders in Colombia said some just awful things and talking about well, they're lucky to them not killing Zionists and things like that. And then he defended himself by saying, well, those were taken out of context. And I'm like, well, that's very similar to the way the college presidents use some kind of language and those kind of monocultures that create situations and that replicates. And now it's not a surprise when you kind of see this manifest itself in a campus like this. Now, of course, it's a very American value to protest, but I don't believe living in a pup tent for Hamas is really helpful.
You have said that Israel should be allowed to prosecute its own war without conditions from the United States.
I do. I don't know what the turn of words is. That, of course, everyone has the right to defend yourself, a nation, but you also have the right, I believe, to go after and eliminate Hamas, or at least to force them to surrender. And I'm confused why we're not talking about that more. And if you are going to protest, why aren't we protesting? I can't end that war. Joe Biden can't end that war. Netanyahu can't end that war. But Hamas could end it right now, immediately. They could release the last hostage, and they could surrender. And all of the misery and the death and the destruction ends right there, too. So for a true peace, you cannot allow Hamas to function. And they've been very clear. They're proud of what we've done. And we're going to do it again and again. And it's very reasonable to make sure that Hamas needs to be neutralized.
Okay, whether it's the protesters or Israel or other issues, your public image has gone through a pretty dramatic makeover in recent years, or in the past year, let's say. You were once a progressive hero. You were
well. With all due respect, I really haven't.
Boy, at least does work with it. But if she hooks somebody in the middle, it's hard to get them out. Bro, you might drop down, stay. Oh no, I can't even do that. Did though. One of us not gonna make it. Let's see. Go. Oh, Chef Sloppy Butcher. Oh, shit. It's so good in the beginning of the game, and like fucking end game is probably not even gonna matter. Stop the regression.
It's probably the same girl, man, because she is really good. I cannot believe we have that many good punches at the same time.
What's the plan?
Fuck, she's still chasing me.
Come on, lady. I'll help you. Fuck. I'll help you with this.
You never stop chasing me, bro.
Yeah. Like, why is it the random going that one? She on me. We got like 3 gens with a lot of progress, but we just can't. She won't leave this side of the map. The one downstairs got a lot of progress, and then the one up here got a lot of progress.
He ain't coming.
You gotta reload first.
Though.
Yeah, shit.
You don't see us now, though. Oh, she's coming back. She's coming back.
No. She downstairs. She downstairs with it. She's downstairs with me.
Let me know when she leaves, Cap. I'm upstairs.
No. She ain't leaving. She ain't leaving. Tell you that shit right now. She ain't leaving. Where's she gonna hook me? I don't know. She about to bring me back in the main hallway. Come on, cut that hook. No. Fuck. You good, Fred? You good? No, now you might not be. I don't know. Why did she get off the jet? Why is she going up? What is she doing?
She's gonna have right to me. Fuck.
No. You good?
No. They right upstairs. I am good.
No. That was the. No. David's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you gotta be more clear when you say.
No, that chick was running to you for no reason. She was just running to you for no reason. She was on her own fucking jet.
Oh, okay.
She got off her jet and ran to you. I don't know why she did that. She's stuck in the corner for. Oh yeah. You heard all that noise we was making. I don't know why she got off her gen. Her gen was just as close as your gen. She should have stayed on her gen. Y'all both would have been finished by now. We'd have been down to 1 gen. Why the fuck did she get off that gen? Oh, what are you doing?
Oh shit! How did she see?
Yo, this bitch is fucking corny. Get off! Go do the gen! Get off and do the gen! What the fuck is wrong with you?
She picking you up?
Nah, but she's right next to me though. Yo, the reason why I died is that girl refused to do the gen, bro. She left me. Somebody come get me, go.
Okay.
She's running her right to my fucking body, bro.
That's purposely. That's deliberate behavior, bro.
Yeah, you gotta move. Yeah. Yo, this bitch is horny. She following us? No. Should I go?
Get Dave.
No, I can't.
Oh, yeah,
I can't.
I'm not gonna open up the door. I'm a 99. I'm a 99.
I mean, no, it doesn't matter. Everybody's dead on her. She's running her right to you, right?
Open the door. Open the door.
Go ahead. I'm gonna follow you because I don't remember exactly how to get there.
Come on. Straight to the door. Make that left.
Hopefully she ain't got blood water.
Fuck her.
Oh yeah, that bitch deserved to die. 100% deserved to die. Lady, you might as well just fucking drop because nobody's going back for you. Yeah. That's how it's supposed to be.
That's back-to-back wins, right?
Yeah, man. That random was. I hate playing with. What happened? Somebody talking shit?
James.
The juice is loose.
Juice is loose.
Changed on that.
Had received from a super PAC associated with FTX, the now cryptocurrency company started by Sam Bankman-Fried. The Times reported that the PAC had spent $212,000 supporting Fetterman, a sizable amount that in the context of the most expensive Senate race in the country, which surpassed $300 million in total spending, it was barely a blip. The staff knew it was not great optics to be linked to a crypto scammer, but as far as scandals went, it was pretty minor. Fetterman, however, fretted it would end his career. In long meetings and phone calls, he was unable to shake the idea he might never even get sworn in.
Instead of this nigga, bro.
Every call would be like an hour with him trying to convince him to talk him out of some crazy fantasy, a former staff said. Fetterman denies these claims.
Thank you.
Okay. You know I'm on a PlayStation. I don't have my powers, just so you guys know.
You have any powers?
Fucking invite like fucking 2 hours ago.
Yeah, they're doing an update, so I gotta wait for that.
What?
Yeah, I know. It has to be updated, man.
That don't make sense.
Of course it does. Some cheats gotta be updated, bro.
So you're not banned again?
No, I'm positive. I can log in over there. I logged in already. But they gotta keep it in rotation. That's how you don't get banned. And keep it updated. Damn, I got 5,000 iridescence over here? Damn. Well, alrighty then. What can I buy?
Why don't you say, oh shit, fuck. Got to tell Fred yesterday. He was supposed to buy, what's the name? Pharmacy.
What? Oh, well, I tried to get on yesterday, but y'all was crowded.
I'm a blood with Mr. Bill.
James, you should go in Secret Crimes and get No Way Out.
What'd you say?
You should buy No Way Out since you got 5,000 iridescent.
Oh, no Ed?
No Way Out.
That's the one that can show you how to get out at the end. It lights it up. With a hook is with it
No. It's a killer perk. It's the one that blocks people from opening the door at the end of the game. Just like it, maybe. But the spirit, if you want to stop people from leaving the game at the end of the map. Or even with a trapper. It's really good with a trapper too. It allows no one to open a gate while you set up your traps on the exit gates.
Yeah, man, I haven't played with this account in a long time, man. A long time.
Members in touch with a Senate physician, and everyone agreed Fetterman needed to get to.
Maybe they were.
I'll try my best to help, man. I'll try my best.
I feel like this is not healthy and should be against the rules. But do you guys ever get the
2v8, man?
Reels?
When?
Every now and then you're like late at night on Instagram Reels, and then this thing will come up with 4 or 5
This Tuesday, right,
likes,
David?
and
Oh, no.
it's just like a schizophrenic person, and you check the comments, and they're all like, "Yes, pull the schizo reel." It's like maybe everybody is stalking you, dude. Be careful. Oh my god. Fuck.
Walter Reed. He
Why
was
you want
admitted on
2v8?
February 15th.
What do you want to do?
Those first days in the
You know why.
hospital were rough. Fetterman was experienced.
I want to ruin the experience. Oh shit. I can't tell you who the killer is. I have no idea.
So, obviously the main building. Done. Provides the border half. It might be up there. Who is it?
Who? Oh, fuck. I think that's no tail radius, bro. No, I'm in the shack, Kevin. Oh. That's alright, that's alright. I'm in the closet, bro. Fuck that. Oh, she doesn't run back now.
Well, she's still chasing him though.
Damn, I can't fucking see. It's just crazy.
She's actually she's at main.
Oh my god, this is gonna be hard as fuck.
Fred.
Oh shit!
Take a hit.
What the fuck, man? Oh, okay. Damn. Yeah.
Oh, I got a crap. She's looking for you, Fred. She's crouching. No terrorists.
Oh my god!
Shit.
I screamed.
That's crazy.
That was some bullshit.
Oh, I can see her. Well, you know where I'm at now.
She chasing Dave. She chasing Fred. You good? She chasing Fred. Chasing Fred. She chasing him. She chasing him. She on him. She chasing him. She ain't letting him go.
Nah, this is stupid mask on my face.
Surprise, motherfucker. Pop my gin, baby.
Fuck. What? Not only that, she knows where I'm at, so she go and push me off. Yeah, but you don't have a fucking cap on your head.
I just started beeping from the door. Damn.
Oh my God, Fred, we fucked. We are fucked, bro. We are fucked.
Oh, what happened?
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard doing the trap on your face.
Why the fuck I keep yelling like this?
It's a hex perk she has.
So I gotta find a totem?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Good luck with that shit. The one time I can't use my powers, right? The one fucking time. I'm about to go for the save. One shot closer. I'm trying to get the fuck out. Oh, she's on me. I see her. Oh. Who the fuck is that? Oh. Who's in the middle building? That's the pig. Oh. Who the fuck is that in the middle building, bro? Like the pig.
Hey. Oh, that's a dog.
James, you might have to
be Kev.
Huh?
You gotta come get me.
On my way right now. Let me pop. Boom. Alright, I'm coming now.
Alright, finally. Get off my fucking face, bro.
What the fuck is going on here, fellas?
Get our fucking face picture.
You got you.
I'll get Dave. I
got Kevin. Well, this is in front of me.
I mean, James is healthy. He could trade it.
I can trade.
Don't worry about it.
Won't heal you? Okay.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta play so cool.
So James, come to me. You see me?
No, I don't get it.
Come on, I'm on the other side of this wood wall. On the other side of this wood wall.
Got you. I see.
Look behind me. And look that corner right there is the hex. The hex is over there.
Got you, copy that.
I don't have time to do it. I gotta get this thing off my face before my fucking head explodes.
Got you.
Oh shit, and she has Devour? Jesus Christ.
You know, I was just running that earlier today.
Oh, come on, you can't put two masks on my face.
You know what Devour does, right?
I think that wasn't Devour.
No, I can tell you what it does. After 3 tokens, you get the one shot something.
Yeah, everybody's one shot now. Yeah, you about to get Fred too.
So I'm about to bust.
No, I was talking James.
I got you. Whoever that's hooked right in front of me, hold on, give me 2 seconds. I got you, trust me, I got you. The shit is about to pop. Just give me a second.
My head is ready to pop. If this shit don't work right now, my head is gonna explode. Oh, I'm dead.
Fred, I got you, Fred, right?
Alright.
Give me 2 seconds. Ready now. Let's go. Alright, the pig's gonna come, Fred. We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Alright.
Let me heal you somewhere.
Thank you. No, don't heal me.
Yeah,
I gotta get off these
anyway.
things.
Oh!
What's up?
My head is about to explode.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get me.
Kevin, find a fucking box.
Oh, they let you finish the box now. Okay, oh, nice update. They let you finish the box. If you're on the box, your head won't explode.
What do you mean?
Before, if you run out of time and you're doing a box, your head used to explode. Now, help me. Not that, even though healing don't really matter.
Oh,
Everything's one shot. No, everybody's one shot.
Oh, so then fuck it. No, I mean, it does matter because we're like grunting and screaming and and all that shit, bro.
How should we play this, Dave? Should we look for the totem or should we do the gens?
Oh shit, she got some 3 gen setup, bro. There's 3 gen setup. I'm looking for the totem right now. You guys get the gen. Cause I got fresh health. Not that it matters, but.
I'm in trouble.
I found a little raccoon on the floor.
She's in a corner of the map. She's in a corner of the map. About where that totem was, James.
Oh, she's over that way? You found it? Yeah, cleanse that motherfucker, please.
Where is it? Where is it? Alright. Alright, well, we can work around it. Don't go upstairs, and then don't do the gen at the bottom of the stairs. There's a gen at the bottom of the stairs. I'm going to do the gen in the corner of the map. Oh, that's it? He's going back.
I need help. Help me.
I'm trying to. Who's that? Oh, who the fuck is screaming like that?
Yeah,
Minnow, she leaves.
that shit off.
Minnow, she leaves.
Alright,
Where the fuck is that totem at, man?
We need to find
it's right here.
Oh.
Cleanse that motherfucker. Oh, fuck that, bro. I can't play like that, bro. That's crazy.
She knows we know she is babysitting the fucking thing. She's babysitting.
I'm a bust the gen.
Yeah, that's the only way you can do it. If me and David will keep it here, y'all got to do the gens.
All right, no problem. I'm in the main building, doing the gen right here in the middle. Where is she? You got eyes?
No, I don't got eyes on her.
Cause that one shot shit is crazy, bro. That's crazy.
You gotta keep her eyes out because I know she's here watching the totem. Oh, she's by me, James. You good?
Yeah, I see her. I'm almost done.
She's going to you, Dave. She's going to you. Yeah, lady. You can't hold both of them, baby. Can't hold both of them. Gotta let something go. Gotta let something go.
I see it. She's babysitting both the gens. God damn.
Well, it don't matter. If you and Dave do the gens, we leave. That's it.
Yeah, I'm on the gen right now. I'm about to pop. I'm really about to pop.
I can't tell if she's going toward you or David. I can't tell.
I'm in. Yeah, I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle building. So just give me a heads up, guys.
Now you good.
Woo! And I'm done.
All right, I'm by the door.
Frank, stay next to the door. Stay right next to the door. I'm about to do another gen right now.
No. Once if David finished that one, we out of here.
Oh, what?
Yeah. It's about to hold door.
On the pack up.
Oh, she found me.
Oh!
She found me. Well, that's all right.
I'm out of here, bro. I'm gonna. Oh shit! I can't open the gates. It's blocked.
Oh shit!
It's blocked.
Gotta hide. That's all you can do is hide.
Wow, I'm going to locker, man. Fuck this shit, bro. Damn, Kev. What the fuck?
I was the one holding her near the totem. Eventually, she gets caught me.
Go over here. She's on her.
About Fred, but she just left. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I have no. No, James is by shot.
Yeah.
So Fred is by the other one. But I don't know. Well, okay. It just dropped.
Good.
I'm opening the gate. Who's on my position?
Oh.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Here she comes. Here she comes. Oh my god.
That means mine is clear. My door's open.
Suck a dick. Fuck, why me?
Take hits. I could take hits. I could take hits.
You can't hear. You know you could try. James, you ain't see her?
No. Oh my.
She has one hit knockdown. Oh shit, James is dead.
God, shit. Oh shit.
Come on, man. You serious, bro?
The door on the opposite side of the shack is open.
Oh my god, I need my powers back. It's just, I had to work so. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this, bro.
So how way do you now, Fred?
Only person that got more points than me is fucking David. I was fucking killing that shit, bro. I was killing it, man.
No. I mean, you could have took a hit then. David cleansed the totem.
Oh, I'm fucking dead, Kevin. I'm fucking dead.
I know, but no, I'm talking to Fred.
Fucking. Oh my god, bro. I'm sorry. They need to take some things out.
Niggas gotta say niggas' names, bro, because you can't sit there and piss a message and then you think the person know who you're talking about.
Yeah, what are you talking about, bro?
No. I'm talking about like
James was already out the game. You know
no. No, not that one. I'm talking about before when we were all talking and we didn't know who you were. We was in RPD.
Oh god.
And we didn't know who was talking to who. All right, one more guy. Damn it, I'm out. Yes.
Acting bizarrely near the underground trolleys that shuttle people between the Capitol and nearby office buildings. He had witnessed Fetterman, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, walk directly into a group of people, nearly bowling them over.
Yeah, he's a tall
I just
guy.
got off with the docs, a staffer wrote to Giselle in a text. They said they'd call you to debrief. The staffer went on to say that others shared his worries about Fetterman's behavior and that at least 2 top aides were likely to quit soon because of it. I don't want to sound defensive, but I want to be clear that this isn't just me.
Anybody saw
Benji? Is feeling alarmed. I'm good. I don't think for a second that
James, why are you even thinking, bro? I'm thinking that maybe I might ride up to meet you, Fred, and then drive back down to the city with you. I'm not sure yet, though.
When?
Sunday.
Oh, okay.
I might need to leave my van somewhere. I don't know.
Okay.
So I'll drive up there, leave the van with you, and then I'm gonna probably you go down to work. I'm gonna go to Jane's house. Then I'm gonna leave from Jane.
I need leaf, baby. Give me leaf. Jump over these windows. Them wings, I need those wings that the motherfuckers be using. I forgot the name of that perk. With the angel wings.
Hope.
You know, but keep this in mind. We keep doing this. The jig's gonna be up.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying? No, to the camera, say we keep doing this. The jig's gonna be up because it's like she.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's seated at 63, and then you leaving it here. I mean, I don't care. I'm just saying just be advised.
All right. So then I won't.
No, I'm not saying not to. I'm just saying just be advised.
Yeah, no. I think I'd rather save it for another time. For the works. This not that serious. I'm just gonna say I'm going. like nigga, I'm gonna do me.
But you want to leave it in Jersey again?
Could do that.
Fucking bitch. Could equip some stuff, but it's alright.
Probably.
It's alright. Huh?
I'll leave it in Jersey. I'll probably leave it on Jersey on Saturday. And then when you go to work on Sunday, I ride down with you Sunday when you go to work Sunday.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. I'm gonna fucking give this fucking bitch all I got. I swear to God.
Oh, you want the R nigga?
Yeah.
Damn, nigga. Okay. So, all right.
Going to war on a motherfucker. I don't know about Kevin, but taking out the big guns.
Yeah, it's definitely my last game, guys. It's getting late.
Oh hell yeah! You gotta get up. You gotta get up, Brett.
I know.
You gotta go to bed like right now.
Fake Ormond.
Yeah, I hate this board.
Oh shit, bro! I keep forgetting I can't see shit. I'm running around like I want to fucking.
Is what?
Corsica.
Oh fuck! I don't like that. The clown. I don't like the clown.
I got no problem with the clown.
Yeah, me neither. He's just annoying though. He's annoying.
Yeah, he is annoying.
But he's not overpowering like.
Right.
Shit. He's not like that. I hear him, but where?
He's on cash. You're downstairs in the main.
He's probably not that good though.
Let me know if you're coming upstairs. Keep hitting the fucking.
I watched him.
I ain't gonna I wish we had a character that could pick up these fucking pallets. That's one of the things I love about 2v8. Pallet picking.
Oh, he's on me. He's kicking my gin. Being a little faggot.
You still on you? You might be coming this way. Yep.
Up. I fucking opie doped his ass. Oh shit, man. Oh, I see him. He's hanging up fucking. Kevin, I got Kevin.
Fred is right here.
No. He's pushing me. Let him get you if he can.
He has pop.
I'm about to pop right now. Give me a second.
He's dropping down off top of Fred.
He didn't even realize this shit. He dropped right on top of me, bro.
It's gonna be an easy match, man. I don't worry about this motherfucker, bro. Fuck him.
Hell after this.
Oh shit, Mama's house is fucking right here. The basement right here. Kevin, you didn't jump off the roof?
Nah, Fred got him. I told you Fred was right here. This is right next to Fred's gym.
Yeah, look how fast his gym is going now.
You have to double heal me before this faggot comes back.
Got you. Let's go.
Actually, we should have killed you before we pop.
He's coming. And
shit. Come on.
Fred!
Oh, I got hit. Fuck you. Oh my god. I can't jump over that? Oh shit. Alright, it's all good though, it's all good. I got boil over, faggot. Oh. Yo, who's Punker's boil over?
Kate.
Kate?
Come on, babe, you can finish. Come on.
I gotta get this shit to level 3. Dave, what perks you running, man? I didn't know what you're running.
Medicine.
Gotcha.
Yep, I thought he'd see me. You can see through those holes, right? If the door's open, if the
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. Okay.
You can actually blind a nigga through that too.
Huh?
You can actually blind a nigga with that with a flashlight.
I got almost $1,000 on the computer. Alright, Dave, what we doing? Wait, there's another gen over here, I forgot. Go for save. I'm going for the gin right here. Oh shit, I see him. Okay, this is.
You stumble upon that shack shit. You got a quick kill, Dave?
I don't got none of that, Jimmy. This is my boring Dookie PlayStation account. I got nothing good on there.
Oh, this is a shit pallet.
So they give you 3 slots. You should have a medical loadout, a gym loadout, and an escape loadout. One way to something like that.
This boy got a lot of pallets, but they're shitty.
Yeah, they are.
Got a lot of shitty pallets on this board.
I mean, it's a survival map, to be honest with you. Definitely survival map. What the fuck is going on over there? And Jim's about to get done.
Oh, it still caught me with that bullshit.
Oh shit. I didn't even see it for the last second. He's on me, man. Oh my god. Guys, he's picking me up.
Is that boil over? Do that shit work, Dave? James? Oh no.
What?
Boil over.
Hell no.
Yes, it does.
I think it said hell no.
Boil over level 3? Absolutely.
I got to save.
Hell yeah, that shit
works.
works.
Yeah, Jen.
But if he has iron grasp and agitation, it counters that. Oh, we out of here.
Is he coming, James? Come on.
I don't know where Jen is at.
Middle.
Yo, how many times are you gonna hit me with that shit?
Can somebody heal me before this guy ends my life?
Hi.
Oh, where you guys at?
We on your gen.
Which gen? I can't see you guys.
The gen that you was doing. The gen that he pushed you off on the side of the main building.
Do do do.
I'm find a chest and heal myself.
Oh, you got me that time. That's alright. I did my job. I did my job.
I'm one shot, so I gotta get up.
I delayed him long enough. You chased me too long, my G. You chased me too long.
Heal me. Please. He's gonna one shot me.
You're running like a slave.
I know, because I'm gonna get one shot. He's coming out there.
Alright. You good. Alright.
Just give me a second.
I got you. Don't worry, I ain't gonna let nobody hurt you.
I'm going for the save.
That's good.
But that's what you gotta tell him. You know what I'm
calm
so
him
he
down,
calms down.
Right. As you rubbing his head. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody hurt you, James. Don't worry about it.
Double heal.
Yeah, we know.
I'm running.
Alright. Everybody know where the door's at, right? He can't stop us.
I know it's all. I know what's that.
Alright, come on, let's go. One straight line. He can't stop us. He gonna hit each of us one time. That's.
You already behind me? Y'all behind me?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
You got it.
Come on, motherfucker. Come on. Nope. Suck my dick. Fly. Fuck out of here. Yo, he's sitting inside the exit, bro. He's inside. Oh my god. Okay, he had. Oh, I'm gonna give me a new account. Fuck that, I'm gonna buy one. Have everything unlocked. So I can make a David loadout. David, I think you use the mouse on the PlayStation. No, I mean I can because with my what's the name of that fucking shit? My Chroma Zen allows me to use anything on the PlayStation, so I can use that. I don't know about the PS5, but I don't know.
Good game, guys.
Yeah. Hurry up, retire already.
I know.
Alright. Oh shit, you left the party? Damn, Fred, got that fast? Hey, do I got Kate Denson? I think I do, right? Because I need to level her shit up to level 3. Where the fuck is the shit?
Take off the streamers.
Huh?
I'm running out of party streamers. I gotta...
Here she is. Yeah, I do have her. Come here, Kate. Let me level your ass up because I need that perk to be level.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. You're gonna have to level up with everybody anyway.
Oh, really? Yeah, because Bill has it, but it's level 1.
Yeah. So when you press, as you level him up, you'll unlock level 3.
Oh, whoa. Oh, got you. All right, so I'm gonna keep leveling them up. That's it.
Not from John's doctors or my own eyes. In response, Gentleson said, "I stand by everything I said, and I hope Senator Fetterman gets the help he needs."
He's about to receive now. Yo, bro, it
Fetterman
works.
did have his blood drawn in mid-January 2024, but by mid-March, his aides were again worried that he hadn't been getting regular checkups. No one I spoke to for this article.
Is everyone in this having a stroke?
Article could be sure about whether Fetterman stayed on his medication during this period.
No, anybody that knows how to fucking walk to a hook, you know what I'm saying? As long as you don't panic, you'll counter it. You know? It's only good. It's only good if you have a whole build around it.
Oh, I just seen those wings again. Hope. Oh yeah, I'm about to click that shit. Oh shit. Yeah, I can run killers better now. It's just it depends on who it is. If it's West Cunt, then you know, or Blight. Come on, baby, prestige.
Seriously, this is stupid. They've got to make it cooler or we're gonna piss out. They're working on it. They should have it fixed.
This is a really shit game, to be fair. But I'm like intrigued.
Is it really too graphic? Really?
Only halfway finished.
You're telling me I can play Outlast where they have their dicks out and I can't play this?
Oh, I love Mahjong. This
You're
is
telling me
like
I can
one of
chop
the
someone's fucking legs off
those
with his dick out in Outlast, but I can't play this?
like short
Brand new
films
part.
where the guy's like secretly super rich, but nobody knows.
Well,
he's
level
rich,
60.
So
I'm Leon, level
mean
63.
to him until they realize he's the CEO of like some arms dealer company.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know how long it would take to have everybody level 100?
It's like a skit.
Possible.
It's kind of like a skit, but they're
I
serious.
don't think it's
about it.
possible.
They're so
No,
bad.
I bought an account. Everybody was level 100.
It's like a mini
Yeah, but they
movie.
hacked
They're
it.
a
They
total of
hacked
like
the game.
an hour and a half.
No, it's not. It's not possible.
But you can't play no other games.
Yes.
That's how it's possible. You can't play nothing else.
It's not possible. I'm telling you.
Why is it that?
Because you gotta remember how many new characters come out every year.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's like a mini K-drama.
I think 2 Survivors about to come pretty soon. 2 new Survivors. And remember, 1 just came, and they're about to get another 2.
He could have did it. He had like $3,000. He definitely could have did that shit.
No.
Why not?
Anyway, this is what this reminds me of that. That is what reminds.
What the fuck was that?
Dracula.
Oh shit. It's a blighted raccoon on the floor.
Oh, get that. I think that's the one. That's one of first points or some shit like that.
I got it. It's a blighted raccoon.
You picked it up?
Yeah. It's my second time doing that. Oh shit. Oh. Yo, he's such a villain, isn't he? Oops. He stole a brand new part.
He has no terror. Why do you have a terror radius?
I fucked up that brand new part, man. Oh, he's on me, he's on me. He's chasing me. Oh shit. It's a fucking bad doggy. Oh. That's a doggy. Bad doggy. Okay, doggy, you got it. I'm going down. I'm in chase. Yep, we're not gonna make it. No, doggy, leave me alone. Bad doggy. Doggy got me. Yeah, the outfit he's wearing is crazy. Yeah.
That's crazy.
What? I mean, I think it's a bit much, but... Oh, he just went past, whoever that is. Is that you, David? Yeah, I would love to play with Skirms one time, bro. I want to see him flashlight motherfuckers to death. Oh, so I do have a boil over level 3. It's level 3 already.
So, David, if you don't run, you don't leave any blood trails for the dog, right?
If you're injured already?
Guys, what's the name? The thing when he loses his terror radius when he kicks a gin.
Oh, that's not good for us.
Yeah. I wonder why that he has terror radius before. Give me a second hook. I don't know if he pain rested the first time or not.
Yeah, it's crazy the way he laughs. Yo, I gotta finish Castlevania, man. We gotta binge watch that shit. I'm in main building.
You have to grab David off the hook.
Finally, bro. What the fuck?
James, you gotta get him off the hook.
My fault. No, I'm coming.
Come on, girl, get back on that fucking gin, bro. Get back on that gin. What are you doing? Oh, she's healing. All right.
Yeah, you must have had a rough one, huh, Dave? You know, a rough one? Yeah. This vampire nigga is a bit much. Oh yes. So fuck I'm talking about. I gotta make it.
This fucking dummy didn't get on this fucking gin. Oh, now she's going to the gin. It's too late though. Yeah, she threw the game.
I got this gin, Dave. Just get him.
No, he's here, Dave. He's here.
Oh, so yellow is the most progress. That's what that is.
No. This case, yellow means he doesn't have a terror radius.
Oh shit! What the fuck was that?
Pain resonance.
This motherfucker, bro.
James, come get me.
I'm coming. I see him.
No, he's still on you though, Dave. He's still on you, Dave.
He's hovering.
Alright, we gotta run. Oh, no, James, help me. Go on to the random. Come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, heal.
Stop moving, Kevin. What the fuck, bro?
Because I thought he was coming back. I thought he doubled back. You have to go to that gen that she was on.
Bro, mine's looking. Alright.
I mean, I know I think she was on your gen. I think she went to your gen.
You want to do that? Alright.
If we don't pop, we get out of here.
And boom.
I don't even know what the fuck.
Oh, I'm about to go look for a door right now.
I see one door, I think. Yeah, I see one door. Oh, nice.
Damn, I'm so far from that fucking door, man. What's that shit when you sprint burst and the other shit, bro? That shit is fast as fuck. And you fucking like just. Okay. Oh, you at this door already?
Yeah, David's on the other door. I don't know where she's at though. And I have Bond and I don't see her, so that says a lot.
He's near, I can hear him.
I mean, you can hear him when he changed, no matter how far he is away. Which door? Mine's yours. Well, she should be good because she ain't get hit yet.
Oh my god, bro.
See this, James? Watch this.
That's it? Who got hit?
Nobody. I screamed because I did dramaturgy.
How do you do it?
Oh, it's a perk. If my stamina refills, I'll show you. Coming.
Oh shit.
Why was I hurt?
He fucking bit you, that's why.
Didn't he bite you?
No, I thought he bit me.
Oh shit, I would have fucked.
Yeah. As soon as I saw him, I got the fuck out of there. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I really thought he picked James.
No, he fighting me, bro. Because I was on the left side, that's why. Oh. I was like, oh shit. Yo, that dog is pretty, yeah, it's fast, but it's not fast.
The thing is, if you run, you leave a trail that he can follow you.
That's crazy.
So yeah, that's what makes him kind of scary.
Okay. Oh shit! Look at this iridescent bulb. My fault, guys. I pushed it. Forgot to push the button.
是我的经纪人。
Whoa!
是我妈。
Steve Joe William
你
boy.
做好你的本职工作了吗？我要求的条件，你凭什么随便跟他们妥协？你的工作是帮我争取话语权，我要他去，就必须是他去。
Wait, she's kind of being mean. She's mean.
Oh shit! Party streamers is on like
Oh my
popcorn.
god.
Everybody select
Who's
party
that?
streamers. What you think?
A boy? Who's that? New man. I
Yeah,
don't like
what's-
boys.
I got another one.
I don't like those.
Oh shit, Bill. Level Stage 2. Let's go.
Yeah, those shoes are crazy. I think that's the Asian.
What level 1, level 2, level 3?
Level 1, it depends. It really depends on what it is. It's normally the time lasts longer. Like if you got sprint burst,
This is the agent.
and then sprint burst 2 is a little bit longer. Sprint burst 3 is a little bit longer. For Boilov, the percentage that they sway increases, and the speed you kick off increases as well. Yeah, but still, it's not enough. Any decent killers, they're not gonna let that bother them. I mean,
it's crazy, Kevin. It really is.
I mean, trust me, I used to use it. It's not that good, unless they have like a scourge hook and they want to make far distance hooks. It's not gonna really bother them.
Oh shit! Chill, brother. Chill, Johnny. Chill. You gotta relax. You gotta relax. Nah, you gotta relax. You gotta relax. You gotta.
Oh, somebody got a beamer. Somebody got a motherfucking beamer.
I think that's Kate.
I know who it is, but I'm just saying.
You gotta relax.
Kate Denson.
Nah, you gotta be stopped, brother. Like, you gotta be stopped, bro.
How to use beamers, man.
God, it's not easy.
What is wrong with these players, man?
Yeah, I don't think they were for you. I mean, I definitely got some saves before. I haven't. Saved Dave a few times, like 2 or 3 times, and I saved Fred like
a 4-man Swift. Pick all, nothing but fucking.
Bro, you
Kate
gotta
Dixon's
stop glazing.
Fucking,
law enforcement
beamers against me yesterday.
And there's a
I couldn't even pick up a survivor. That's how
Body
bad it
jack,
was.
because I was about to ask the question. Motherfucker
bad.
interrupted my question with the firewall,
It came
bro.
down to the wire. That's how bad it
In a world of rising prices,
Hey, Dave.
Nissan is lowering them on our.
was. You ever play as killer and you come across a 4-man Swift with beamers? How does it feel? Crazy, right? Oh shit, I forgot the streamer. Fuck, I forgot him.
Yeah, he told us to put a streamer in and you.
I was too busy blood weapon in, man. Damn. I'm gonna do it again next round for sure.
Killer picked the board and hopefully survive it.
Y se floss waves. Oh my God, what's up with everybody's ankles getting body, son? I looked at Shy, bro. That man hitting the deck, or he foul baiting. Hey guys, real shit though. Is Shy really a foul baiter?
Yeah, my fucking PlayStation is cooking right now. I gotta get that shit fixed.
It's the piggy. Little Miss Piggy.
Oh, this one my last one, bro. I don't want to go to bed angry. Mrs. No Time Ladies.
Where you guys at? Where you guys at?
I'm at the middle of the map. Little Miss No Time Ladies. I don't want to reverse bear trap in my fucking head. Woo! I stole the brand new car. No, how much you do that skill check? A skill check is crazy for the brand new car.
Oh, she has Mind Breaker, I think.
What the hell is that?
You on a gen you can't see.
Can't see what? What do you mean?
I have sensory perks, so I like to see what's going on. But because I'm touching the gen, I can't see what's going on.
Only when you touching the gen?
Yeah. Then when you let go of the gen, it slowly goes back. Gonna get you. Take probably.
Fuck out of here, nigga.
She on you? She on me?
Oh, if I flew on the raccoon again.
She on you, Dave.
Where the fuck are the gens at? Alright, I'm gonna take his earphone off. Oh, somebody's in mommy's room.
I gotta go.
That nigga's got the middle gen. Oh, damn.
She's chasing me. I don't know if she's gonna chase me all the way or not. I don't see her anymore. I think she left. No. She on me. She on me.
Oops.
Damn, I wish they would have got on my gen.
I'm on your gen.
I don't think that's my gen.
Nah, no, I'm nervous, but this fucking bitch is aggravated. No terror radius? That's fucking insane. I'm going for the save, man. I'm going for the save. I can't do gens under pressure like that. Motherfucker just...
What you did, Dave? You put an Insta? Oh, you got it off. You got it off in the first try. James, come on! She's chasing a random.
I'm coming. I just don't know what that crazy bitch is at.
She probably left the random. I mean, she was on the random. Come on. No, I don't want to go.
Jin right
here. Yeah, you can hear me.
Damn, Leon. Shit, Saga hurts bad. Perfect seal check. Sorry.
Oh my god. You know, do that.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a little break after this, guys.
Man, she love putting niggas in that basement, bro. Fucking James, bro.
I'll let you wait for a second, probably.
Yeah, you might as well go for the unhook, bro.
That's on the side of the map, man.
Yeah, but David's on death hook. If you go down there and he get caught, David's dead. I got a fucking hat on. If I don't get this hat off, my fucking head is gonna explode.
Gotcha. I'm going for the sake. Oh shit! Oh, guess who's chasing me? Guess who's chasing me?
Oh yeah, I got the save though, Dave. Yeah, I'm already here.
Yeah,
nope, I shouldn't have got it, but I got it.
That's why I didn't want to go over there because I knew. Oh, this bitch put a fucking helmet on my head. How you set the helmets on the head? I don't really play with her. Oh, and I got a fucking helmet on my head, bro. Reverse gear trap.
Yeah, Dave, you got I gotta get this strap.
Alright, I gotta get this bear trap off my face, David, if you don't mind. But I'm gonna go heal myself.
I mean, you don't have to be in a rush because your timer didn't start yet. I mean, do it, but I'm just saying your timer didn't start yet. Don't freak out.
The fuck?
Dave, what are you up to?
Oh! Fucking bitch.
What gen you was on, in the corner of the map?
Yes. You're a bitch, bro. Oh my god, this bitch is annoying. No terror radius, snuck up on me like it was nothing.
You make it back to your gen that she was on early on?
Why the fuck can't I take this shit off my fucking head?
I see you. I see you.
Oh shit, David, you died, bro? Yep. Okay, why can't I take the bear trap off my head every time I go to the right thing? Like, give me a 3. Yep, going to bed tonight, I won't relax, I won't be upset. Just I'm going. Come on, random, heal me, heal me, heal me. I know, but that bitch sees me, she's one shot down me. I know where it is, it's right over there.
It's my fault, I should have waited. I should have fucking waited.
Oh shit, I know what she is now. How fucking gay is this, bro?
Game. That's game. Something we can do. Yeah, you gotta come get me as soon as you take that top off.
Oh,
alright, come get me, come get me, come get me. You gotta come get me, you gotta come get me.
I was gonna say, Dave, do a G. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Damn. Might as well help me. If he was still running, I would have said let's go just push the gen, but then she downed her.
I'm about to close the hatch. I don't even know what that fucking shit is.
If you're playing for hatch, that means you gotta wait for me to die.
No.
So
what are we gonna do, Kevin?
Look, come here, relax, come here. There's a gen straight, no, straight that way. It's a gen straight that way. You go to that gen, I'm gonna go to this gen down here. Make her have to guard two places at the same time. She's over here by me.
Gotcha.
Go on me. Fuck.
Oh shit.
James, go, hide. Don't worry about. Oh no, she's going for you. She's going for you. Dave, is that, you see my screen? Is that the piece I need for the hatch? With the key?
You got a J, Kevin?
Not really. Alright, James, hide. You don't hide, but you got to find a hatch. Definitely stop running. Stop running for now. Yeah, I'm dead. David have to navigate you. As soon as you see the skull near my thing, you guys will come out to locker. Come out to locker. All right, you gotta start looking now. He found it. That's game. There's nothing you can do. There's no way for you to open the gate because she can hide a terror radius. You only want to see the gate. Look what the other gate is. See what the other gate is. There's one. Where's the other one? See, you waited for it to disappear. Go toward the gate that you know where it's at already, because you can be looking. Oh! She see you. Yeah. Damn, she didn't see you. You bumped into her.
Yeah, how fair is this, right?
Why let you go? I doubt it. Okay, it's very close to hide, bro.
Yeah.
See, if she gonna let you go, she gonna let you go. If she wants to kill you, she can kill you. Yeah, she behind you. Don't run. There's no sense to run from her.
Oh, whatever, man. Yeah, of course. Oh my god.
At least you couldn't see what happened.
Oh my god, bro. It's crazy, man. She had sloppy butcher. No wonder. Damn, you guys brought fucking new gin parts too? Come on, bruh. Actually, no, me and Kevin did.
Yeah, that's how the middle gen got bust down so fast.
Oh. Can we all use it on one? Yeah, we all can use it on one gin. Uh-oh, I think my fucking PlayStation exploded. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Alright, that's it for me, boys. Tomorrow's a new day. We can jump on.
All right. Hold Dave.
And check
Dave,
the
I
status.
can tell you, the Exterminator is coming tomorrow, like between 9 and 10.
What a DVD. Oh shit! No. We playing, bro. Let me sign into my computer. They fixed this shit. Oh, let's go, baby. They fixed this shit. All right, so I'm signing into my computer, guys, and we're going to continue the fucking craziness over there. You guys mind, or y'all done? Kevin? Kevin?
I said I could play a couple more. I could play a couple more.
All right, so I'm signing into my PC account. Just give me 2 seconds. And once I sign in, then I'm gonna log out of this shit here. Oh shit, no, not that. Anything but that. All right, let's see something. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh no, it's not working. Oh, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Okay, I think I gotta delete this. That's what I'm gonna do. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, hold on.